Chapter 91. Relying on the gloves, picking fruits happily, Chang'e was bitten by the thorn in the middle. 2 big teeth marks appeared on the retracted gloves. The teeth marks were deep and shallow, clearly visible. Fortunately, the gloves were of high quality, and were not easily bitten. Take off the gloves and observe carefully. Fortunately, she was not really injured. She gently stroked the teeth marks on the gloves, and a little fear surged in her heart. Carefully approached, poked her head and looked at the thorn ball. The thorns all over the body merged with the thorns of the jujube tree. If it hadn't been bitten by it, Chang'e couldn't tell them apart. After biting people, the little thing shrank into a ball, motionless, as if it wasn't it that bit people just now. Chang'e picked up a tree branch and poked it. The little thorn ball was very patient, curled itself up tighter, and didn't show its face. She didn't believe it. Chang'e poked it with the tree branch several times in a row. It didn't move, and she was about to doubt whether she had seen it wrong. This was a thorn bush. Chang'e put on her gloves again, and picked the fruits next to the little thorn ball, 1 bunch, 2 bunches, 3 bunches. The little thorn ball couldn't help it, and stuck out its little head, facing Chang'e's hand, and used its big teeth to attack again. This time Chang'e was prepared, and didn't let its attack succeed. She pinched the small spikes on the thorn ball, and lifted it up. Because its body was suspended in the air, the little thorn ball was completely exposed to Chang'e's eyes. The tip of its nose was slightly red, about the size of a soybean. Its trapezoidal little head was inlaid with a pair of clear little eyes. Its back was covered with spikes. Unlike its back, its pink skin on its abdomen was covered with a layer of soft white hair. The pink little claws were curled up under the fur, revealing only a little color. Chang'e wanted to see if the little guy was a boy or a girl, so she lifted him up and pulled his tail. The little guy, who was pretending to be dead, struggled fiercely, flapping his short legs hard, making sharp cries, and defending his innocence to the death. Okay. Don't look, don't look. The little guy was too excited. Chang'e opened it. She was afraid of being caught by its little claws, so she lowered her voice to comfort it. The other hand that was about to pull it away also kept away from its private parts. The little guy, who temporarily kept his innocence, curled up his body again, this time focusing on protecting his private parts to prevent the invasion of bad guys. Chang'e looked at the little guy's reaction, and was touched by its cute appearance. She found a suitable place in the thorn bush and put it back. She didn't pick the remaining jujubes to leave some food for the little guy. Goodbye, little guy, Luo. After picking a lot of food for the little guy, Chang'e left a few small fruits for it as compensation before leaving. Until he was sure that the bad guy who robbed its food was far away, the little guy tentatively let go of his curled body slightly, and used his pink nose tip to touch the fruit left by Chang'e. The small fruit in Chang'e's hand now looked particularly large when held by the little guy's many claws. The busy little paws held the fruit and went around to check it. Crunch, crunch. Although the mouth was not big, it chewed it quickly. It finished the fruit, which was bigger than its head, in a short time. The remaining core was not thrown away. It was stuffed into the mouth and fiddled with it for a few times and disappeared. I don't know how such a small mouth could swallow it. When Chang'e returned to the camp, the sky had begun to darken. People who went out were rushing back to the camp one after another. The fluorescent lights on the camp had been turned on. Those who had returned knew that there would be kueh pork in the evening, and they were all happy, as if it was a festival. The few people who usually searched for food also brought today's harvest to the kitchen to add food to everyone. Someone brought a basket of mushrooms to the kitchen to make steamed meat with fresh mushrooms, and someone else brought spices to stew meat. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the garrison, and the foodies waited outside the kitchen early, waiting for the chef to tell them to start eating. Slurp. The little soldier drooled at the aroma. Master Chef, when can we start eating? It was so tempting that the more he smelled it, the hungrier he got, and the soldier asked loudly. Right away. We start eating when everyone is here. Knowing that everyone was waiting anxiously, the Master Chef poured the sauce on the stewed meat he had just picked up, and answered the crowd's questions with a smile. Hearing the Master Chef say that we can start eating when everyone is here, the impatient soldiers ran to the entrance of the garrison to pick up their latecomers, and urged them to hurry back. There was a lot of kueh pig meat, and less than half of it was used for dinner that night. The Master Chef made a big pot of braised food with the scraps, which would not be eaten until tomorrow. 2 of the thick thighs were roasted, and the remaining 2 were smoked by the chef. The legs smoked by him have a special flavor. They can be sliced into thin slices and eaten raw, boiled in soup, or stir-fried. The soup stewed with them is even more delicious. It is rare to encounter good ingredients, so the chef took out all his skills and played with kueh pork. Last night, Changyi's flying dragon eagle attracted many people to swallow their saliva secretly. The flying dragon eagle meat tonight was the last to be eaten. Ouch! What is it? While eating happily, the soldier felt something pricked his foot. When he looked down, his big foot shook. Pa! The small thorn ball that had just climbed up was shaken off by the soldier. It's you, little thing. The soldier looked around and found the culprit on the ground at his feet. He pinched its small thorns, picked it up, and threw it into the grass. The white-haired badgers are small in size and weak in attack. Because they are too small, they have no edible value, which allows them to keep their lives. This was just a small episode in the party, and did not attract anyone's attention. Changyi was working hard. The chef's skills were so good. With so many people's dinner, and such a tight time, he could still make 7 to 8 different dishes with kuei pork, and the taste was so good. Master Chef, why didn't I know your skills were so good before? Are you hiding something? The soldiers laughed and joked with the chef while eating happily. The master chef picked up the soup bowl, took a sip, slowly put down the soup bowl, and said with a smile, "Tomorrow's braised meat will taste better. If you send me kuei pork every day, I can make sure you don't eat the same thing every day." Ha ha ha. The soldiers at the same table laughed. Master Chef, wait for him to send you kuei pork. Then we can take advantage of the neighbors and eat some leftovers. Go to hell. The little soldier was thin-skinned, and his ears were hot from being teased by his companions. He shut up and lowered his head to eat meat. Ha ha ha. Are you scared now? We are still waiting for you to catch kuei pigs every day. The soldier at the same table was still unwilling to let him go, and made fun of him with winks. Unable to bear the teasing of the people at the same table, the little soldier picked up his bowl and ran to another table, and there was laughter from everyone behind him. What are they talking about over there? So lively? The lively atmosphere aroused everyone's curiosity. There is a little soldier who wants the master chef to make delicious food every day, and the master chef asked him to send kuei pork every day. He ran away now. The soldier at the next table smiled and explained their doubts. Hearing this, everyone laughed happily. They also wanted to catch kuei pigs every day. Chapter 92. After the lively dinner time, the crowd gradually dispersed. The soldiers walked in groups of 3 or 4, discussing whether they would be lucky enough to meet the kueiju beast tomorrow. The soldiers even gestured as if they had already seen the kueiju beast and wanted to fight it for 300 rounds. The greedy foodies were discussing whether they could eat the marinade the master chef said tomorrow morning, and whether the taste was really as good as the master chef said. In short, today's garrison was different from yesterday's decadence, and the whole garrison exuded a vigorous and passionate atmosphere. We ate a little too much in the evening, so Shan Mufeng accompanied Changyi to walk around the garrison to digest the food, so as not to sleep restlessly at night. Oh! Changyi was startled by the thing under his feet, and took a big step back. After Shan Mufeng supported Changyi, he looked down at the place where she had just stepped. It's okay, I just don't know where a white-haired badger came from. I throw it away. As he said that, he bent down to pick up the small ball of thorns on the ground and prepared to throw it away. Hey! Wait a minute. Changyi hurriedly grabbed Shan Mufeng's hand, carefully took the small ball of thorns, held it in her hand, looked at it carefully, stretched out her fingers to pinch its thorns. Little guy, is it you? The little ball of thorns that had been thrown around all night heard the voice of the bad guy who gave it fruit, and excitedly poked out its little head and looked at Changyi with tears in his eyes. The white-haired badger felt that it was really difficult today. It just wanted to find the bad guy who robbed its food and exchanged a few fruits for it, and it almost lost its life. Have you seen this thing? Seeing Changyi constantly reaching out to tease the white-haired badger, Shan Mufeng asked, feeling that he looked very familiar. Yeah. Changyi nodded to him. I picked some jujubes near its nest in the afternoon, but I didn't expect it to be here at night. Little guy, why are you here instead of staying in your nest? The danger alarm was lifted, and the white-haired thorn badger spread its limbs and let Changyi tickle it. It was not known whether it understood or what. As soon as Changyi finished speaking, the white-haired thorn badger scratched its mouth with its front paws twice and spit out a fruit core. The little paw held the fruit core and chirped. Seeing that Chang didn't understand what it meant, it took it out of its mouth again, strung the jujubes, pushed it forward, and held the fruit core and pretended to bite it. Changyi looked at the little guy's series of actions, nodded, tilted his head, thought for a moment, took out a fruit from the afternoon, and handed it to it. Do you want fruit? When the white-haired thorn badger saw the fruit appear, its little body bowed and lay on the fruit. Its little paws and open mouth cooperated with the fruit in a few or 3 bites, and it disappeared. Shan Mufeng's eyes flashed. This little thing has its own space, which is interesting. Hey! Where did you hide the fruit? Chang'e poked the little face of the white-haired badger. The white-haired badger grabbed Chang'e's fingers with its pink little claws and rubbed them with its wet little nose. Chang'e was fascinated by its little appearance and played with it for a long time. Okay, little guy, go back to sleep. Chang'e squatted down, picked up the white-haired badger, put it on the ground, and said goodbye to it. Gee. As soon as it landed, it realized that Chang'e was leaving, and the white-haired badger jumped onto Chang'e's instep, and its little claws firmly grasped her trouser legs. Hey, do you want to go back with me? Gee. There were 2 people when they came out, and there was one more little thing when they went back. Little thing, if you want to come back with me, I will give you a name, okay? White-haired thorn badger, as long as the bad guys are willing to take it with them, and give it delicious fruits, nothing else matters. If you don't say anything, I take it as your consent. What should I call it? Mufone, what do you think I should call it? Prickly ball? Furry ball? Chang'e couldn't make up her mind, and looked up to ask the person next to her. He didn't like to keep pets. Chang'e liked it, and didn't dislike it. You can choose one you like. Furry ball, prickly ball is fine. Chang'e didn't agree with the man's answer. She wanted to give the little guy a domineering name. Along the way, Chang'e muttered to the little guy, nagging a lot of names, but was not satisfied with any of them. Until after entering the door, she rubbed the belly of the white-haired badger and suddenly shouted, I know what to call you. The drowsy white-haired badger was awakened by Chang'e's sudden shaking. The confused little eyes looked at Chang'e. I declare that from today on, you will be called Bai Yi, little Bai Yi. Do you like this name? Cough, cough. Shan Mufeng, who was just drinking water, was choked by the name. Such a small thing the size of a palm is also worthy of being called a master. Aren't you afraid that it is female? Chang'e replied without looking back. Gender does not matter, we call it Bai Yi. She was still tickling Bai Yi with her hands. Well, as long as you like it, the name is chosen. Can you go to bed with your Bai Yi? In the evening, there was digestion and picking up pets. It was past Chang'e's bedtime, and Shan Mufeng urged. Chang'e went into the bathroom to wash up, and Shan Mufeng prepared a sleeping nest for her Bai Yi. She used a small bamboo basket to make a nest for it, and the piece of cloth underneath was the same one that Chang'e had used to cover the table in the morning. When Chang'e came out after washing up, the newly born Bai Yi was already sleeping soundly in his new nest. After a good night's sleep, Chang'e was awakened by Leng Yu's loud voice. Chang'e, are you awake? Shan Mufeng glanced at Leng Yu. You can go hunting by yourselves. She is still sleeping, be quiet. Leng Yu felt that the direction Chang'e gave yesterday was very prosperous. So early this morning, she ran to her again and asked her to calculate again today to see which direction would yield more rewards. Can she calculate the direction for me first, and then go back to sleep? In the past, Leng Yu couldn't stand Chang'e's laziness, but now, talented people should always be treated specially. Shan Mufeng prepared breakfast for Chang'e, so that she could eat it when she got up. With his eyes downcast, he said to Leng Yu indifferently, She just calculated blindly. It's just luck. Don't follow her and make trouble. Mystical arts are not something that ordinary people can touch. The people in the Interstellar who are proficient in mysterious arts don't live long, and he doesn't want her to be too involved in this matter. What do you want me to calculate? I don't know how to calculate. If you want to calculate, go to the Shuga family. Last night, I was too excited and slept a little late. I didn't sleep enough. Chang'e yawned and walked into the living room. Before entering the door, I heard the two of them talking about whether to calculate or not. The Shuga family, a family of mysterious arts in the Interstellar, specializes in this art, and everyone in the family is talking nonsense. If I don't go to the Shuga family, I go to you. Just like yesterday, you take your green-haired turtle and calculate the direction of today's hunting for me. Seeing Chang'e coming out, Leng Yu said quickly, because he was afraid that if he was late, Shan Mufeng would start to chase him away. Chang'e, who had just woken up, was still a little confused. Her mind had not yet come to its senses. She followed Shan Mufeng's lead and sat at the dining table, nodding her head unconsciously. Let's eat first. Shan Mufeng served a bowl of porridge to Chang'e. Okay. Chang'e took it obediently and began to drink the porridge mouthful by mouthful. Leng Yu wanted to speak again several times, but was stopped by Shan Mufeng's eyes. Chapter 93. Shan Mufeng put some spiritual plants in the porridge to nourish the body. The rich rice aroma also had a faint green plant flavor, which was not bad to drink. Leng Yu's, but felt like being pricked by a needle. He kept turning around to look at her, wishing he could ask her to drink. The way she took a sip and stayed still for a while made him anxious. Finally, when Chang Yi finished her breakfast, Lung Yu took advantage of Shan Mufeng's time to go to the kitchen to clean up, and directly crossed the sofa and sat in front of Chang Yi, asking her to calculate the direction of hunting today. Chang Yi looked up and looked at Lung Yu, who suddenly appeared in surprise. "Why are you here? You haven't gone hunting yet." Lung Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes. It seemed that this person hadn't woken up at all before. "This is not important. The important thing is that you calculate a direction for me now so that I can set off. I was just joking yesterday. I don't know the mysterious art." "Are you addicted to playing the mysterious art?" She had to take precautions first. She really didn't know it. Chun Shui was just copying and guessing blindly. Lung Yu didn't care whether she could find the prey or not, as long as he could find the prey. He couldn't wait, so he cleaned the table for Chang Yi himself. "Where is your cloth? Where is it? Take it out quickly." Lung Yu looked around but couldn't find the cloth from yesterday. "Cloth?" Chang Yi remembered, jumped off the chair, and ran into the bedroom. In the corner at the end of the bed, he found Bai Yi sleeping soundly in his new nest. This is not a diligent person. Chang Yi picked up the handle of the basket and moved Bai Yi and his nest. "I asked you to find the cloth. Why did you bring a basket?" Lung Yu was like an old donkey pulling a mill, still turning around in the living room looking for the cloth. "The cloth is in the basket." Chang Yi shook the basket in his hand lightly and raised it to show him. "Found it. You start quickly." Lung Yu urged. He was in a hurry to go out. Chang Yi put the basket on the table, sat down, found props and prepared to set up the stall. Lung Yu wanted to help, stretched his neck, and leaned into the small basket. "Why do you raise this thing? You can't eat it, you can't use it, and it doesn't look good." While speaking, he grabbed the corner of the cloth and pulled it. Gigi, the little guy who flew out with the cloth, was strangled by the neck of fate. "You are such a little thing, and you still want to bite me." Lung Yu pinched Bai Ye's neck and threw it back into the basket. Jijiji Bai Yi, who returned to the nest, cried, "Be gentle to my Bai Yi." Chang Yi said to Lung Yu unhappily, turned around and took out a small fruit, handed it to Bai Yi, and touched its warm little paws to calm it down. After everything was ready, Chang Yi wanted to take Bai Ye's basket down, but Bai Yi refused. When she touched the basket, it kept chirping. "If you ask me to throw you out again, believe it or not." Chirp. Answering Lung Yu's louder chirp. "Forget it, it doesn't matter here." To prevent the two of them from quarreling again, Chang Yi quickly took out the green-haired turtle and prepared to calculate the hunting direction for today. Before she could put her interstellar coins in, the green-haired turtle had already changed its owner. Chang Yi patted the turtle shell, wanting Bai Yi to come out. "Bai Yi? Why are you in here? Come out quickly." No matter how Chang Yi called or coaxed, Bai Yi just wouldn't come out. She spread her hands and told Lung Yu that she had tried her best and there was nothing she could do to help. Lung Yu grabbed the green-haired turtle and knocked on the table, but Bai Yi was still as steady as a rock inside. "Forget it, I go west today." Master Bai refused to come out, and the green-haired turtle was a defensive array device. It hid inside, and people outside couldn't do anything to it. Lung Yu was ready to give up and leave. Master Bai stretched out his short legs from inside, clattered to the south, moved a few steps, and retracted into the shell again after reaching the point. "It seems to be asking you to go south." Chang Yi himself was not so sure, but he had a feeling that Master Bai should mean this. "Humph." Lung Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he snorted at the turtle shell. "Let's talk about the south tomorrow. Today, just like yesterday, go west." After saying that, he waved his hand and walked away. Lung Yu felt that he was stupid today, so he wasted so much time with him. Chang Yi shrugged at Shan Mufeng, who had just come out of the kitchen, spread his hands, and pursed his lips to let him see Master by peeking out of the turtle shell. Shan Mufeng smiled, and looked at Lung Yu's back as he left. He had told Lung Yu long ago that he should not look for Chang Yi to calculate, as she was not good at metaphysics. This result was the best, and no one would bother Chang Yi because of this in the future. Shan Mufeng had to stay in the rear as usual today, staying at the garrison to deal with emergencies. "Where are we going today?" Xiao Yuqing was inspired by yesterday's quake pig, and was full of fighting spirit. When she heard that Chang Yi had gotten up, she hurried over to ask. "Let's go south today." Lung Yu didn't believe it, but Chang Yi still wanted to follow her heart. Today, the number of members of their private expedition team doubled. In addition to her and Xiao Yuqing, 2 fixed members, an additional non-staff member, Bai Yi, was added. There were also 2 other supernatural warriors following. Knowing that Kui Pig was rare, everyone still had a fluke mentality, and asked the warriors to follow Chang Yi with the exotic cage. With the soldiers following them, they became much bolder. They didn't deal with the collection team, and went in directly according to their own ideas. I don't know if it was because of the direction chosen by Mr. Bai, they didn't encounter any strange beasts along the way, but encountered a lot of fruits. Yaching, look, is that sea buckthorn? The sun was a bit dazzling today. Chang'e put her hand on her forehead and squinted at the yellow little fruits in front of her. Where is it? Where is it? Xiao Yaching used her hands as telescopes, looking left and right in Chang'e's direction, but didn't see the sea buckthorn tree. That's true. It was the little soldier behind who had sharp eyes, and saw it at a glance. The place where the sea buckthorn tree grew was more lush with vegetation. The little soldier used a lightsaber to clear the way, and after a violent attack, he found the sea buckthorn tree, cut it in half, and carried it back. Chang'e and the others gave him a thumbs up. He was strong and willful. The sun was strong all the way, and Chang'e was tired and hot, so he sat down to rest. Pick a few sea buckthorns, peel off the outer hard skin, reveal the white flesh inside, take a bite, hiss. Chang'e's sour facial features are squeezed together, too sour. Chang'e handed the remaining 2 in her hand to the little soldier next to her. Don't you think it's sour? Chang'e doubted. Not sour. The little soldier shook his head and ate one by one, happily. The other few people didn't react at all. Could it be that hers was the only one that was sour? Even Bai Yi was holding it and chewing it happily. Is it sour? It's okay, isn't it? It's less ripe than that one. Try mine. Xiao Yaching broke off half of the fruit and gave it to Chang'e. Chang'e took it half believingly and half doubtingly, and took a small bite carefully. Puff! This one is even more sour than the one she just had. She had already taken a bite, so it's not appropriate to give it to others. She couldn't eat it, so she stuffed the fruit to Bai Yi, who wouldn't dislike her saliva. Mr. Bai never refused any fruit. He took the fruit from Chang'e and started to eat it. Chapter 94. For people and one beast, hiding from the sun, sat on the ground, with branches of sea buckthorn fruit trees in the middle. If you want to eat fruit, pick it now. Nothing is fresher than this. Eat the fruit and chat. Xiao Yaching was a little curious. She swallowed the fruit in her mouth and looked at the tree in the middle to search for the next fruit to be eaten. I wonder how the hunting team harvested today. The soldier picked the fruit in front of him and picked one for Xiao Yaching and threw it to her, so that she wouldn't be able to pick it for a long time and couldn't do it. I don't know how they are. We harvested fruit today. Save it. And don't worry about fruit in this cold season. There is nothing wrong with this statement. Everyone present nodded with a smile, indicating that they have picked more than 5 kinds of fruit along the way. It would be great if we could catch the strange beast Kueju today. It's easy to dream when you are full. Xiao Yaching's words aroused the soldiers' approval, and they followed up. If I meet him, I will definitely take him home. Wake up! Hey! How much did you drink? You're so drunk. The soldiers who were traveling with him teased their friends after listening to their bragging. After dreaming and resting, they continued their journey to find their dreams. After eating, Bai Yi became much more lively, and finally left his new vest, slipped to the front, and led the way for them. Shiji. Bai Yi came out of the bushes and circled around Chang'e's feet, chirping non-stop. Do you want me to hold you? Chang'e didn't know animal language, so she didn't understand. She squatted down, held Bai Yi in her palm, and continued to move forward. Feeling the direction of Chang'e and the others, Bai Yi gave up struggling and crawled back into the turtle shell to hide. It must be tired. So smart. Xiao Yaching was amazed by Master Bai's cleverness. There are spiritual plants here again. Master Bai found this path that is amazing. I will go back and give him some fruit. Looking at the spiritual plants she had just dug, Xiao Yaching wanted to worship Master Bai. They walked along the direction Master Bai had just led, and dug up a lot of spiritual plants. Do you feel that the frequency of spiritual plants is getting more and more frequent? At first, there were only 1 or 2 spiritual plants, but now, they can be seen every 3 or 5 steps, and not just a single plant, but a nest of them. Chang'e felt a little scared. The soldier thought that Chang'e was too timid. It's not good to have too many spiritual plants. Maybe there is a whole field of spiritual plants waiting for us ahead? The other 2 laughed and agreed. Ha ha. Yes, there is a large field of spiritual plants waiting for us to harvest ahead? With a handsome head, Chang'e tried to ignore the uneasiness in his heart. Maybe they were right. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. Come here. There are so many spiritual plants in this nest. Hearing Xiao Yaching's surprised call, the soldier who had just finished digging the spiritual plants ran quickly to her position. At first, whoever found it would dig it. As the area of the spiritual plant nests found became larger and larger, the discoverers began to call their partners to work together. Are you done? Come here quickly, I have so many here. As the spiritual plants continued to appear, and there was no sign of danger, Chang Yi's vigilance gradually relaxed. Hey! That's good, come right over. Chang Yi increased the speed of shoveling, wanting to finish digging quickly, regardless of whether it would hurt the thin roots, shoveled hard, shook the soil casually, put it in the basket, held the shovel, and trotted over. The wind blew, creating endless green waves, and the purple flowers in the green waves were set off to be particularly mysterious. The energy in the air was so thick that it was about to condense. The fragrance of the flowers came to her nose with the wind. She took a deep breath in ecstasy, as if she felt the energy entering her body with her breath. Why are you standing there? Come here. Xiao Yaqing's voice pulled her thoughts back. Chang Yi did not go to find her, but stepped into the sea of flowers. Her slightly dilated pupils and rapid breathing told of her excitement at the moment. Ha ha! Holding the purple sky grass that had just been pulled up, Chang Yi laughed a little crazily. The other three were frightened by Chang Yi's laughter, and they didn't want the half-digged spiritual plants anymore, and ran towards her. This? Xiao Yaqing pointed to the purple sky sea in front of her, and was so excited that she couldn't speak. Pa pa pa! The little soldier slapped himself 3 times before he rushed into the purple sky sea and joined Chang Yi's crazy laughter. There really is a sea of spiritual plants. Ah! Xiao Yaqing pulled Chang Yi and screamed and jumped, making sharp cries. The 4 people started to deal with the follow-up after the madness. With so many spiritual plants, they couldn't dig them all up by themselves. Chang Yi was responsible for recording the video and sending it to Shan Mufeng, asking him to send someone over. The 2 soldiers, under great temptation, checked the nearby environment and used detectors to detect whether there were large life forms around. After confirming that it was safe, they began to collect. I declare that from now on, you and Mr. Bai are my idols. While digging, Xiao Yaqing suddenly turned her head and said something to Chang Yi, and then she giggled again. Chang Yi's heartbeat, which had just calmed down, made her shout a beat. If you keep getting so startled, your new idol will be scared to death by you. Stop your scary laugh, it's so scary. The warriors didn't get involved in the lawsuit between the 2 women, they just grinned and buried their heads in digging spiritual plants. Ha ha! Xiao Yaqing, stop laughing. It's been so long, and the excitement hasn't passed yet, laughing non-stop. I'm not laughing. Aren't you laughing? Xiao Yaqing's words made the 2 people feel nervous, and they stopped what they were doing. Chang Yi turned his head and looked at her. Ha ha! Roar. The sound came again, and the 2 people were startled. They stood up and turned their heads to look for the source of the sound. The source of the sound was not clear yet, and they saw the 2 warriors who were collecting spiritual plants on the other side running towards them, waving their arms and shouting, "Run!" The feeling of danger approaching made Chang Yi unable to investigate in detail, so he took Xiao Yaqing's hand next to him and ran quickly in the direction they came from. With the experience of escaping last time, Chang Yi took out the hoverboard while running, dragged Xiao Yaqing to hold it together, and started to run at the fastest speed. Although the posture was ugly, it was efficient. Chang Yi! Halfway through the run, she suddenly heard someone calling her. Chang Yi looked up and focused on the crowd in front of her. A light of joy lit up in her eyes. It was Shan Mufeng who brought people over. Slowing down the speed of the hoverboard, slowly approaching and stopping, the 2 people who landed, bent over and coughed non-stop, cough cough cough. The speed just now was too fast, and a lot of air was sucked in, and now their throats are burning and uncomfortable. Someone handed them a bottle of water some. The same hoarse voice. You are running fast. The alien beasts behind didn't catch up, and met a large army. The warriors who caught up later still had the leisure to tease the 2. They haven't met a gifted master who runs so fast, who didn't look back at them or ask why, and ran away immediately the next second. Chapter 95. What did you encounter? After the 2 soldiers had a breath, Shan Mufeng asked. Report to the captain, in the purple grass ahead, we found some strange beasts fighting, one of which was a strange beast a pig, and the other looked like a mihu. The soldier stood up straight, saluted him and answered. After hearing that there were only 2 strange beasts, the soldier behind him said excitedly, There is another pig, let's go and take a look. The speaker's face was more surprised than afraid. The delicious pork last night has not been digested yet, and the aroma of braised meat filled the camp in the morning. Unfortunately, the chef said that we have to wait until the evening to eat it. If we catch another one, the team's winter reserve materials will be improved this year, and the women and children at home will have more protection. The reason they escaped just now was because there were only 4 of them, 2 of whom were women without fighting power. Now, With so many people and complete equipment, they are sure to keep the strange beasts Kue Pig and Mihu together. The alien beast Mihu is powerful and warlike by nature, and is a street slicker among the alien beasts. It always appears in groups, has no fixed activity area, and will occupy wherever it feels beneficial. Other alien beasts are often forced to give up their territory because of its powerful combat power and its shameless group fighting tactic. Are you sure you saw one Mihu, not a group of Mihu? Sean Mufing doubted that this famous lazy alien beast would appear alone. Except for the injured and left behind, he has never seen a Mihu acting alone. The two warriors looked at each other and nodded uncertainly. We only saw one at the time, but there are still some behind. They are a bit far away, so we are not sure. Sean Mufing made arrangements quickly and led a small team to investigate. You, and you, quickly get ready and set off, and the others stay on standby. Kueju is too rare. They will definitely not let it go easily. The advance team quickly gathered and ran to the place where Kueju was under the leadership of 2 soldiers. The others who stayed behind, under the command of the soldiers, began to organize their equipment. Women and children, check your shields. If you have hoverboards, pay attention to whether the energy is sufficient. The terrain of the mission is complex, small aircraft are not convenient to use, and the aircraft are expensive and not everyone can afford it. The hoverboard is different. This thing is similar to a child's toy, and basically every family has it. Gang Chang'e and the others' way of escaping gave everyone inspiration. Although they looked embarrassed, they must have run much faster than running by themselves. They just came out to dig spiritual plants, so only a few people were left to guard the garrison, and the other men, women, and children were brought out. After arranging the non-combat personnel, the soldiers began to check their weapons and equipment, ready to fight at any time. They didn't have to wait too long. The soldiers who had just made the arrangements received news from the advance team. It was a fight between Kue Pigs and Mihu, but it was not 1v1, it was 5 adult Kue Pigs fighting against 10 Mihu. They just saw only one Mihu, because the others were beating up other adult Kue Pigs and young Kue Pigs. The Mihu group must have set their eyes on the territory of the Kue Pig group. When they were fighting for the territory with them, they found that the Kue Pigs were carrying more than a dozen piglets, so they wanted to save their lives. 3 soldiers were left waiting there, and the other soldiers quickly rushed to the front to support. The sound of running came, and 3 soldiers, holding their weapons tightly, aimed at the newcomers. Many people have taken out their hoverboards and are ready. It's our hunting team. The little soldier standing on the hoverboard exclaimed happily after seeing the newcomers, and jumped off the hoverboard. The soldier relaxed his tense body. It was the hunting team led by Lung Yu, rushing over to support. What's the situation ahead? Lung Yu raised his hand in return, asking anxiously. The Kueju group and the Mihu group are fighting for territory, and Colonel Shan has already led people there. The soldiers wanted to provide as much information as possible to the hunting team, but the information they received was limited. Lung Yu had a cold face, nodded and listened to the useful information provided by the soldiers, while thinking in his mind. Stay here and wait for our notice. He instructed the remaining soldiers, and then turned to the soldiers of the hunting team and ordered, go at full speed and pay close attention to the surrounding situation. The running sound rang again, and the neat team left in an orderly and fast manner. Do you think they can catch the strange beast Kue Pig? Someone chatted with his partner next to him. It's hard to say, isn't there the moose howl? The meat of this thing is not tasty, but its combat power is not weak. This person was not so optimistic about the hunting team, and shook his head. Waiting was boring and easy to get nervous. The woman in front of them also turned back and joined in. I hope that the strange beast can go to other places to fight, so that we can dig some spiritual plants. Yes. 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 I think so too. I heard that there is an acre of spiritual plants. Enough for us to dig. The woman with the child nodded, and said something when she heard someone agree with her. That's 1 acre of land? It was 2 tents just waiting, so Xiao Yaqing also moved her feet and squatted next to Chang'e, whispering. Thinking about the battle situation ahead, she pricked up her ears and tried to listen to the movement in front. She didn't pay attention to what Xiao Yaqing said. She felt her sleeves being pulled, and then Chang'e came back to her senses. Ah? What did you just say? I said, how do they know that the spiritual plant land is 1 acre? Since it was just a casual chat, Xiao Yaqing didn't mind her distraction and repeated the question just now. After speaking, she pricked up her ears and tried to listen to the gossip around her. Chang'e was not good at this kind of estimation, and shook her head. Maybe the soldiers in front came back and told me. While chatting about various topics, everyone's eyes were focused on the front, waiting for news from the front. Ding ding ding. The sudden communication sound interrupted everyone's chat. Colonel. The soldier picked up the communication. After hearing the soldier's words, the scene was silent, and everyone held their breath waiting for the result. Okay. Okay. They didn't know what was said on the other end of the communication. They could only see the soldier nodding his head with a serious face. After hanging up the communication, the soldier faced everyone and said, "Pa." It was a military salute. The sudden military salute scared everyone. No way, we didn't hear any big noise. We just looked at the situation and took advantage of it. If we couldn't, we would run away. The soldier didn't care whether everyone was scared or not. He said with a stern face, "The battle between the two groups of strange beasts in front is coming to an end. The Kuwait pig group is in a weak position. If we want to snatch the Kuwait pig from the mouth of the elk, it is expected to consume a lot of energy. The energy liquid and potion we brought are not enough. Now the choice is up to you. If you want to fight, you need the talent master to provide at least 30 more energy liquids or potions. You have a quarter of an hour to choose." After speaking, the soldier took 2 steps back, turned back to his original position, continued to stand guard, and returned the space to the people behind. Chapter 96. After the warrior turned around, the crowd began to discuss, saying all kinds of things. Some were willing, some were unwilling. Why is this? Didn't we give it to you when we set out? It's not easy for the gifted master to refine and extract, so she is not very happy about the extra expense. Some people who understand can't stand her hypocrisy. You don't want to, no one forces you, and you didn't seem to be unhappy when we ate Kuwait pork yesterday. I still have 2 bottles of potion. Someone took out the potion and stuffed it into the warrior's hand. I only brought 1 bottle of energy liquid. Another thin and small gifted master gave the energy liquid to the warrior. I just started refining, and these 3 bottles of potion are not of good quality, barely usable. The gifted master who spoke was a little embarrassed. Judging from his height, he should be only 12 or 13 years old. You know the quality is not good, but you still show it off. The sarcastic words made the young gifted master tearful. Chang'e was annoyed by people who were jealous of others. She stood up and walked to her, and started to scold her. "You are awesome, why don't you show it? If you don't have it, shut up. I didn't say anything to you, why are you showing it?" The sarcastic woman was made to frown by Chang'e, and her mean face was even more annoying. "I live by the sea, so I can't do that." After saying this, Chang'e didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore. Turning around, she looked at the gifted teacher with red eyes and said, "Little sister, you are so awesome. I haven't made any potions yet. Can we add a communication later?" The young gifted teacher smiled and said to her, "Well, I just started making potions, and the success rate is not high." There was a hint of nasal tone in her soft and gentle voice. After comforting the little sister, Chang'e said to the few who were still grumbling, "If you feel that it is not cost-effective to take out energy liquid or potion, you don't have to do it. If there is a harvest later, you don't have to share it." "Why? You said you don't want to share it?" They didn't want to give out the materials, but they couldn't lose the harvest. Chang'e didn't need to refute this rogue's words. An elder sister came out, put her hands on her waist, pointed at those days, and cursed, "You don't work hard and wait to take advantage. You have been a grandson for too long. Do you think everyone is your grandfather? The elder sister is very talented." The others laughed and gave thumbs up to this elder sister. Chang'e took the lead in applauding her. She herself was not good at talking and always couldn't win in an argument. She envied people who were good at arguing. The elder sister blushed and waved to everyone and walked back to her companions. Seeing that they had caused public outrage, those people lowered their heads and dared not say anything. In private, they curled their lips, rolled their eyes at Chang'e and the others, and whispered and cursed. Chang'e walked up to the soldier and asked him, "How much do you need?" The soldier's eyes lit up. "There are 10 bottles of energy liquid and 15 bottles of potions. If there are another 10 bottles of energy liquid, we should be able to try." The soldier was afraid that if he said too much, Chang'e would not give up, so he reported a bottom line, the number. Leng Yu said in the communication that if the number was not enough, he should try to make up a minimum number. But he was unwilling to let such a good opportunity slip away, so he gave him a bottom number. At least this much must be raised before the hunting team can try. If it is not enough, Leng Yu will prepare to follow Dan Mufeng to make up some more. If the difference is too much, they can only give up. They can't joke with the lives of the soldiers, nor can they pay for it all by themselves. This box should be enough for you. If you don't use it up, remember to return it to me. Chang'e didn't say the specific quantity. She didn't want those rogues to take advantage of her, nor did she want the hunting team soldiers to be injured or even killed because of the problem of supplies. Hunting is risky, and it is common for soldiers to be injured. If they are not with her, she can't care. She hopes that everyone can travel happily and return home safely, and no one should be left behind. The soldier opened the box and took a look. He barely suppressed the surprise on his face and saluted Chang'e again. I will tell the colonel and him truthfully. He thought Chang'e could give him at most 10 energy liquids, or some potions. Unexpectedly, there were 20 energy liquids in the box given by Chang'e, and they were all combat-attributed energy liquids. After collecting the energy liquids, the soldier took his long legs and ran quickly to send them to the hunting team. You say? If they don't want to give us supplies, we really don't want them. Leng Yu approached Shan Mufeng and discussed in a low voice. Leng Yu knew the character of several gifted masters in the team. They were the most active in distributing supplies every time. Once they were asked to contribute, they would take advantage of them in various ways. They would only give them some extra benefits before they were willing to give them something. If they were not good at it, he would not want to spoil them. Yes. Distribution according to work. Shan Mufeng's eyes were cold. It was impossible to give up the supplies in vain, but those who wanted to take advantage of them also had to see if he was willing to spoil them. There were few gifted masters, but there were some. If it was too uneconomical, he would try to buy supplies from outside. With his connections, he was willing to pay for interstellar coins and support his own team, so there was no problem. Shan Mufeng's words made Leng Yu understand, and he was unwilling to give up the supplies. Roar. In the distance, the battle between Kueju and Mihu entered a white-hot state. The adult Kueju was bitten by the Mihu group and was scarred and exhausted. Why haven't they come yet? Will none of those women be willing to come out? The sun made people feel irritated. Leng Yu paced back and forth on the road. The battle over there was about to end, and he saw supplies being delivered. Once the battle between the two sides ended, Mihu would start to share the prey, and then they would get nothing. Colonel! The running soldiers saw Leng Yu on the roadside from a distance and greeted him happily. They were afraid of disturbing the battle in the distance, so they deliberately suppressed their voices. Leng Yu took the box handed over by the soldier, opened it and asked, how many bottles of energy liquid did they give? Are there 20 bottles? Snap! He closed the box he had just opened and asked the soldier. They gave it to me on their own initiative, and didn't ask for anything excessive. The soldier nodded, then shook his head as he remembered something. The 20 bottles of energy liquid with attack attributes were given by a talent master, and she asked us to return the unused ones to her. At first, he shook his head, because he thought it was not a request, but later, he was afraid that he had not made it clear, and it would be difficult to tell others if the remaining bottles were withheld. Today's talent master has changed. So easy to talk to. As he spoke, Leng Yu was already holding the box of energy liquid, walking over, distributing energy liquid to the team members, and preparing for battle. With sufficient energy liquid, the warrior's combat power soared, the probability of injury decreased, and a lot of potions were saved. With the supplies in place, the hunting team took the energy liquid, prepared for battle, and crouched down to surround the battle circle of Kueju and Mihu. The lush purple night grass became a natural cover. The herd of elks took turns to provoke it. Looking around at the tottering Kueju, they played like a cat playing with a mouse, slowly enjoying the feeling of victory. Chapter 97. The group of Mihu are preparing for the final battle. Roar, the roar of Kueju is no longer so powerful. The little Kueju is protected in the middle. Feeling the danger around, it imitates the adult Kueju and bared its teeth at Mihu, trying to scare off its opponent. The leading Mihu made a whirring sound in his throat, and the other Mihu who were surrounding them bent down, arched their backs, and had strong hind legs with tense muscles. Ga. The funny sound was the horn of the battle. Mihu attacked Kueju again, leaping up and biting at the soft parts of Kueju's neck and abdomen. The weak parts were bitten one after another, making it difficult for Kueju to resist. The hunting team stopped about 5 meters away from them, and saw Mihu launching the final battle. Right now, Shan Mufeng made an attacking gesture, and fire, lightning, and supernatural attacks followed one after another, shooting straight down at Mu Ho. Do you think the hunting team can win? Xiao Yaqing, who was sitting on the grass, pulled the weeds beside her and looked at the direction of the battle. Chang'e looked in the direction of the battle. It was too far away, so they couldn't see anything, and could only vaguely hear a little movement. It should be possible. The combat power that came out this time was not bad. Shan Mufeng and Leng Yu were all very powerful, and had sufficient energy liquid. They were guessing the situation of the battle, and others were guessing how much supplies were in the box that Chang'e gave to the soldiers in front. Okay. We be there soon. The soldier who stayed behind received the communication from the front, and with a voice from the opposite side, the corners of the soldier's mouth slowly curled up. After hanging up the communication, the soldier shouted to the crowd, "Assemble." The children playing nearby hurried back. The woman who was digging wild vegetables nearby could not sit still, and said, "I be there soon." Her hands moved faster, and she didn't have time to shake off the dirt on the roots of the vegetables. She stuffed them into the basket, and got up to rush back. The hunting team won. Now we are going to meet them. Time waits for no one. Seeing that most people have arrived, the warrior briefly explained and turned to lead the way forward. Did you really win? How many Kuwait pigs do you think there will be? Is that spiritual plant land really one moo? I have never seen such a large natural spiritual plant land. The women following behind never stopped talking. The one running in the front was a little supernatural warrior. She had short legs, but she was fast, had good physical strength, and most importantly, she was focused and didn't get distracted. There were too many people, and there was a lot of dust when they ran. The sound of banging gradually became less, and the sound of spitting was heard from time to time. After sweating too much, she felt sticky and uncomfortable. Chang'e took out the hoverboard and climbed up to sit on it. She still didn't save the energy stones. Take me for a while. Xiao Yaqing couldn't run anymore. She had relied on the hoverboard to escape before, and she was panicking and didn't feel the distance. Now she had to rely on her legs. Chang'e controlled the hoverboard to approach her and reached out to pull her up. Others saw that there were a few people who were weak and didn't want to run, so they also learned to sit on the hoverboard. Most of them were still working hard on their own 11 routes. After all, the hoverboard still consumed energy stones. Supplies were rare, so they could save a little bit. The team was divided into two groups. Those who took the hoverboard rushed to the front first, and those who ran behind them fell behind a little. Huh? Sitting on the hoverboard, the breeze blew, bringing a slight coolness. I squinted my eyes comfortably and enjoyed this moment of comfort. Wow! So many purple grass. The fast runners had already seen the purple grass, and jumped off the hoverboard anxiously, trotting into the purple grass, squatted down to dig out a plant, and checked it repeatedly with their hands. Ha ha ha! It's really purple grass. After confirming it myself, I turned back to share it with my friends excitedly. People who arrived one after another joined the verification. No matter how much others said, it was still not as reliable as checking it yourself. Aren't you going to seek a pig? Chang'e sat on the hoverboard, leaned over slightly, and asked the people who were immersed in the joy of digging purple grass. No, the alien beasts have warriors, it's not our turn. The first grade looked at the older talent master, smiled and answered, and then squatted down to dig purple grass again. Chang'e turned to Xiao Yaqing and asked, "Are we still going?" "Yes, I want to see the little Kuwait pigs. The purple sky grass has been dug up by them, and there are so many of them, some are easy to dig." Okay. Chang'e also wanted to know how the battle was going, and whether her energy liquid was used. She controlled the hoverboard to go along the direction of the hunting team, and pass through the sea of purple sky grass. The closer they got to the battlefield, the more serious the damage to the purple sky grass was. In the center, the ground was now full of large and small traces of battle left by supernatural attacks. Wow! Look at so many little Kuwait pigs. Xiao Yaqing pointed at the little Kuwait pigs circled in the corner and said. Chang'e looked in the direction she said. There were quite a few, and it felt like there were about 10. When they arrived at the place, they stopped the hovercraft and jumped off the hoverboard. Xiao Yaqing ran towards the little Kuwait pigs behind. Chang'e's eyes swept over the soldiers, who were dealing with the Mihu. The alien beasts were street slickers, and neither humans nor alien beasts liked them. They had no martial ethics in fighting, liked to fight in groups, and would pick on young cubs. People didn't like them, because the meat was not good. No matter how you cooked it, it would burn a lot of wood, and alien warriors with good teeth didn't like to eat it. They also liked to snatch prey. When they saw the prey, they would start to attack. If they found that the wind was not right, they would run away after grabbing it. They were very slippery, and many soldiers had suffered from this thing. The soldiers dragged a Mihu in each hand, and piled their bodies together casually. If they met one that was not dead, they would hit it again. Compared with Mihu, Kuwait pigs were treated much better. The dead ones were lifted onto the transport vehicle, and prepared to be sent back first. For the Kuwait pigs that were not dead yet, the soldiers helped them stop bleeding and feed them, trying to ensure that they kept their breath. The soldiers were efficient in cleaning up the battlefield. Those who were torn into pieces and died miserably had been dealt with as soon as possible before they arrived. So Chang'e and the others didn't see any particularly bloody scenes, and there were no traces of battle left. Leng Yu saw Chang'e's figure, walked up to her and said, "Your remaining energy liquid is with Shan Mufeng." After that, he pointed out to Chang'e where Shan Mufeng was. He was with the transport vehicle. The transport vehicle they brought was not convenient for transporting the little Kuei pig. Shan Mufeng was contacting the supplies department and wanted to borrow a transport vehicle from them. Shan Mufeng saw Chang'e coming over from the corner of his eye and waved to her to wait by the side. "Just say whether you want to borrow it or not." The person on the other end of the communication must have been arguing with him for a long time, and Shan Mufeng's tone was a little impatient. "Sell you too. If it doesn't work, forget it." Shan Mufeng didn't want to argue with the person on the other end anymore, so he directly stated his bottom line. The supplies officer took it when he saw the good, promised him, and sent someone to send a transport vehicle over immediately. After finishing the business, Shan Mufeng walked to Chang'e, wiped the sweat off her face with a handkerchief, and fanned her with his hand. "Your energy liquid is very useful, and it saves 12 bottles. He took out the remaining energy liquid and handed it to Chang'e. Chang'e didn't take it, and pushed it back. "You keep it. I have more." Chapter 98. Half of the energy stones that Chang'e used to extract were provided by Shan Mufeng. Chang'e refused to accept them, and Shan Mufeng did not force them. Xiao Xiao put the energy liquid away again. It was awkward for a couple to calculate too clearly. "There are 13 little Kuei pigs alive this time. We can pick 2 to take back. You can go and see which 2 you like. An adult Kuei pig is definitely not easy to keep. It is easy to get into trouble if it is too strong. Moreover, the adult Kuei pigs this time are basically seriously injured and cannot be kept alive. Little Kuei pigs are different. They have weak attack power and are easy to keep. If they are kept carefully, they can be a big dish during the interstellar New Year." Raising little Kuei pigs? Chang'e has never thought about it. She is not good at farming. Whatever she grows will die. Raising animals. So far she has only kept Bai Yi for 1 day, and she doesn't know if she can keep them for a long time. She was still hesitating and hiding in the turtle shell. The silent Bai Yi crawled out of her pocket and pointed in the direction of the little Kuei pig, chirping, "Hey! Wake up! Are you willing to come out?" Chang'e had reason to believe that Bai Yi later got into the pocket and refused to come out, probably because he felt the breath of Kuei pig and Muho. He didn't understand. Bai Yi was still young and didn't understand. He ignored Chang'e's sarcasm and still pointed to the place where the little Kuei pig was, asking her to take it to choose. "You ungrateful guy, can't you remind me a few more times? Maybe I will understand?" Chang'e didn't care whether Bai Yi understood or not, and continued to output to it. She didn't stop and walked steadily to the place where the little Kuei pig was circled. "Yaching, how is your research?" The railings surrounding the little Kuei pig were temporarily built by disassembling the exotic animal cage. It was only a little over 1 meter high, just reaching their chests. Xiao Yaching circled the pig pen for no less than 3 times, squatting, standing up, hanging on the railing, leaning half of her body, and looking inside. You're here. Can you help me see if the one with black spots on its tail is the strongest?" At first, Xiao Yaching came here out of curiosity, and then heard the guards say that they could pick a pig to take back after discovering the spiritual plant field and the strange beast. Only then did she start to study it seriously, determined to find the strongest one to take back. According to Xiao Yaching's instructions, Chang'e found the pig, she said. There were black spots on its tail and nose, but not on its body, so it was easy to distinguish. Chang'e didn't see the strength or anything like that. In her eyes, the pigs were all the same. They had just experienced a life and death situation, and they hadn't recovered their spirits yet. They all huddled together and looked at them vigilantly. I nodded in agreement. It looks pretty strong. You feel the same way, right? Then I want this one. Do you know how to choose? How about I choose for you? Having won the approval of her friends, Xiao Yaching felt that she had a lot of experience in choosing small Kuei pigs. Okay. You choose? Chang'e nodded in agreement. She couldn't choose it herself, so it didn't matter which one she chose. It would be used to offer sacrifices to the 5 internal organs in the end, sooner or later. With Chang'e's authorization, Xiao Yaching started her selection journey again. The small Kuei pigs were crowded together, and it was difficult to choose. She pulled Chang'e and ran to the corner where the small Kuei pigs were huddled, squatted down, and tried to find the strongest one among the many pig trotters. The small Kuei pig was frightened by the noise of the 2 of them, and ran to the other side in a noisy manner. The one running in front must be good, Do you remember that one? The scattered pigs gave her a chance. Chang'e shook her head honestly. The little Kuei pigs looked almost the same. Once they stopped, they would huddle together again. Who could tell which one was the one leading just now? Ah! That's the one with its ears standing up when it ran. Xiao Yuqing saw that Chang'e couldn't recognize it, so she jumped up and pointed at that one, asking her to see it clearly. Chang'e looked at the little Kuei pigs with a confused look on her face. Aren't the ears like that? Did the ears stand up just now? Oh! Xiao Yuqing saw that Chang'e still couldn't find the one she was talking about, so she picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the Kuei pig. Roar, roar, roar. The Kuei pig hit by the stone roared at them and attacked. See, it's this one. I saw it, and I saw it clearly this time. Chang'e pulled Xiao Yuqing and ran back. Pa! 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 The small metal balls behind them flew towards them. The soldiers in charge of guarding them waved their weapons to help them block them. Choose the little Kuei pigs. Don't provoke them casually. Their fighting power is still very dangerous to you. Thank you. Chang'e kept nodding. This day, she was either running for her life or on the way to run for her life. The little Kuei pigs are so strong? She thought that Kuei pigs would have strong fighting power only after they grow up. She didn't expect them to be so fierce at such a young age. Do you remember that one? She still remembered her selection task. Chang'e wanted to give her the Best Dedication Award. Remember, the one who took the lead in hitting us, right? Yes. That's the one. Her eyes were fixed on the Kuei pig, and she was very satisfied with her vision. After we've chosen, let's go dig the purple grass. It was too risky for her to choose the Kuei pig, so Chang'e decided that the remaining one would be chosen randomly. Pa! Bai Yi fell out of his pocket, and his landing posture was not calculated well, so he landed on his back. The little head that popped out of the turtle shell blinked and realized that something was wrong. Chang'e smiled at the little guy on the ground, waiting to see how it would turn over. The little head retracted into the shell and came out again, looking left and right. There was no problem this time, but the ground seemed to be a little higher, and the short legs tried to stretch out of the shell to reach the ground. Have you ever seen a child lift up his trouser legs to cross the ditch? That's what Bai Yi is doing now. Chang'e wondered if Bai Yi would feel stuck like this, and whether the white-haired badger had a butt. This is debatable. Gaga. The weird laughter came again. Look, Master Bai looks so funny. Xiao Yuqing looked at Master Bai's short legs trying to paddle, and laughed until her stomach hurt. One of the 3 steps would not reach the ground, and it would miss the ground. Then it would stop and adjust, trying to stretch out its feet, and reach the ground again, and then walk again and miss again. Chang'e pursed her lips to hold back her laughter. Master Bai, who usually looked quite clever, had such a silly side, and actually turned over in the turtle shell. The green hair of the green-haired turtle was now like a mop, leaving traces of mopping the floor. Next time you clean the house, you can let Master Bai do it. It should not be as intelligent as a robot, and it does not consume energy. It only needs 1 fruit per 100 square meters. Master Bai also found that there seemed to be something wrong. His eyes turned around and retracted into the shell. Do you think it can turn over by itself? Master Bai's IQ was highly regarded by Xiao Yuqing. I saw Bai Ye's head coming out from the turtle's tail, and it turned its head again. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuqing laughed even more. How could he be so stupid? Didn't he notice that the hair below was tripping him? Clearly, I saw Bai Ye's feet tripped by the green hair several times. Chapter 99. I saw Bai Ye's head coming out from the turtle's tail, and he turned his head again. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuqing laughed even more. Why is he so stupid? Doesn't he feel that the hair below is tripping him? There have been several times when Bai Ye's feet were tripped by the green hair. I couldn't bear to watch Bai Ye's stupidity, so Chang'e stepped forward and lifted up Bai Yi, who was still trying to stretch his feet. Grabbing the turtle shell, she first brushed off the dust on the green hair, then turned it over and put it in her palm. Bai Yi turned upside down again, and Chang'e tapped his little nose. Why don't you go in and turn over? Bai Yi blinked his little eyes, and obediently retracted into the shell to change direction. This time he felt that there was no problem. Bai Yi stretched out his little feet, reached Chang'e's palm, and made a chirping sound, as if to say that this time was right. The head-tail swap had no effect on it. Chang'e pouted her lips and said, "Forget it, let's just leave it like this for now. The child is too stupid. I teach him slowly later." Why are you so stupid? Do you know how to turn over? You knew something was wrong, but you didn't crawl out to take a look. You're not a real turtle. You're tossing around in there, and you're not tired. She couldn't help it, and she kept talking to Bai Yi. Bai Yi opened his silly little eyes, and struggled to go to the place where the Kuei pig was pinned. He couldn't understand other buzzing calls. Who is there? You must go there. Where does Bai Yi want to go? Xiao Yaqing poked Bai Yi's little nose with her fingers and played with his little paws. The little thing reacted quickly, shrinking his head and moving freely. It should want to go to the Kuei pig pen. Chang Yi replied hesitantly. She was not so sure. She squatted down and put Bai Yi on the ground, letting him move freely. After landing, Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, twisted his little head, looked at Chang Yi behind him, as if to say, won't this mount give him a ride? Bai Yi saw that Chang Yi didn't understand what he meant, and the breeder was too stupid to carry him. Gee. This sound was full of infinite helplessness, so he could only work hard on his short legs and move forward to the Kuei pigpen. Touching his chin, Xiao Yaqing stood beside her and asked, Why do I seem to see disgust in Bai Yi's eyes just now? Don't study it, just follow him and see. Chang Yi didn't want to admit that she was disliked by a little guy for being stupid, so she dragged her and followed behind Bai Yi. The fence of the pigpen was not a hindrance to Bai Yi. They watched Bai Yi crawl in through the gap of the fence. It won't be crushed, will it? No. Chang Yi is not worried about this. Mr. Bai has a turtle shell, and the little Kuei pig's attack can't hurt it. The green hair on the turtle shell is particularly conspicuous, allowing people outside to see its movement trajectory clearly. It has crawled to the Kuei pig. Mr. Bai stopped in front of the Kuei pig pile, tilted his little head, and chirped at the Kuei pig. Is it communicating with the Kuei pig? Xiao Yaqing turned her head and asked. How could she know that? Chang Yi shrugged and shook her head. I don't know animal language. Even if they don't know animal language, they can understand Mr. Bai's next move. The two sides confronted each other, and the friendly communication failed. Mr. Bai took out the fruit core and threw it at the Kuei pig. After throwing it once, he retreated into the shell, avoiding the attack of the Kuei pig, and came out to continue throwing. This happened several times, and finally, the little Kuei pig ran out of patience, raised its hoof, and stepped on Mr. Bai. Be careful. Master Bai. The two people outside the railing were worried for Master Bai and closed their eyes. Ah! It was not Master Bai's cry that sounded, but the scream of the little Kuei pig. The guard turned around to check and prepared to take action when he saw that something was wrong. The soft green hair on the turtle shell had turned into hard thorns at some point, and each one was clearly flashing green light. The scream came from the little Kuei pig that stepped on Master Bai. At this moment, its right front hoof did not dare to step on the ground. Every time it stepped on it, it seemed to be stung, and it lifted it up again. Finally, it supported itself with 3 legs, and the right front hoof was lifted up and did not fall to the ground. Chang Yi raised her eyebrows in surprise. The green hair on the turtle needs energy to change. If she remembered correctly, she did not seem to install an energy stone on the turtle shell. That green-haired pig is yours, right? Let it out quickly. The soldier in charge of guarding the pig, seeing that the little Kuei pig seemed to be injured by the green-haired pig on the ground, urged them to take Mr. Bai away. Mr. Bai, come out quickly. Chang Yi shouted at Mr. Bai, who was still showing off to the Kuei pigs. Chang Yi's shouting almost broke the guard's serious expression on his face. This name is so unique. Mr. Bai didn't seem to hear it. Not only did he not turn around, he also rushed into the Kuei pigs. With the lesson of the Kuei pig in front of him, the other Kuei pigs didn't dare to move their hooves at will. They could only roar at it to warn it. Mr. Bai ignored all this. His short legs moved quickly and disappeared in a flash. The guarding soldier, seeing that Bai Yi had not come out, rushed into the Kuei pig herd. Fearing that the Kuei pigs would be injured, he jumped into the circle and walked towards the Kuei pig herd, ready to capture Bai Yi. Roar. As soon as the soldier approached, a low roar came from the Kuei pig herd. The soldier placed his weapon in front of his chest, prepared for battle, arched his back, and retreated 2 steps to keep a safe distance. Roar! 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 In the Kuei pig herd, no one knew what had happened. They were anxiously pacing in place, and kept roaring. Chang Yi didn't know whether the change in the Kuei pig herd had anything to do with Master Bai. She couldn't see Master Bai's shadow now. She could only run to the position closest to the Kuei pig herd, lie down, and try to determine its position through the gap between the pig's hooves. Did you see it? Xiao Yaqing also accompanied her, lying on the ground, looking inside, but unfortunately she couldn't see anything except the pig's hooves. Roar. With an obviously childish roar, the Kuei pigs outside suddenly scattered to both sides, leaving a path in the middle. The guarding soldier held his weapon tightly, and retreated a few steps to avoid being heard by the Kuei pigs. Duh. A small Kuwait pig ran out from the middle of the Kuwait pig group. It looked smaller than the other Kuwait pigs, and the most special thing was that there was a cluster of spiral yellow marks on its forehead, which looked like that, and it was fresh. Get out of the way! The soldier shouted, fearing that the little Kuwait pig would rush out of the railing and attack Chang'e and the others, and he had already raised his weapon. GG. The shout of Master Bai made the little Kuwait pig break urgently in front of the railing. Chang'e paused the action of opening the protective shield and looked for Master Bai's figure. Master Bai used his hands and feet to firmly grasp the tail of the little Kuwait pig to prevent himself from being thrown off. After the little Kuwait pig stopped, it followed the Kuwait pig's tail, climbed up its back, and climbed all the way to its head and lay down. GG. Pat the Kuwait pig's head and introduced Chang'e to it. After choosing the second Kuwait pig in her family, Chang'e didn't know if she would be able to eat the Kuwait pig meat she raised. She always felt that the one chosen by Bai Yi was not for her to eat, but more like a younger brother and a vehicle for him. Chapter 100. The soldier chased after them, picked up Bai Yi, and handed him to Chang'e. This little thing is too noisy, you guys take it away. Bai Yi, who was forced to hang in the air, moved his limbs around, tilted his little head, opened his mouth to bite the hand holding it. Sorry! Chang'e hurried forward, took Bai Yi, nodded to the soldier and apologized. The soldier waved his hand, signaling them to leave, knowing that they were making so much trouble just to choose the little Kuwait pig, asked them about their choice, and promised them that he would pay attention to them. When you go back, just go to the material warehouse to pick up the Kuwait pig you chose. I will help you keep an eye on it, and don't let others choose it. Thank you. After thanking them, Chang'e and the others prepared to leave. As soon as she turned around, Bai Yi chirped in protest. Chang'e tried to reason with it. Little Kuwait pig can only go home with us after we go back. We can't take it out now. Bai Yi stopped screaming, took out the fruit core, handed it to Chang'e, and tapped the fruit core with his little paws, making a chewing motion. Does it want to eat fruit? Xiao Yuqing also understood Bai Yi's set of actions, and took out a fruit and handed it to it. Do you want to eat it? On the way, Bai Yi picked a lot of fruits, and the ones he gave her were the ones that Chang'e disliked because they were too sour. Bai Yi didn't eat the fruit, indicating Xiao Yuqing that it was not enough, and he wanted more fruit. Xiao Yuqing gave it 3 more fruits one after another. Bai Yi nodded his little head, indicating Chang'e to help him give the fruit to the little Kuwait pig. This is really raising a little brother. Chang'e began to consider the possibility of releasing Bai Yi. Raising it, and raising a little brother for it is not a good deal. Little Kuwait pig didn't seem to like this kind of fruit very much. When Chang'e ate the first one, his saliva flowed at the sourness of it, and he spat it out after chewing it for only a few times. After being scolded by Master Bai, they continued to eat the rest. After eating, the 2 little ones chatted again. The little Kuwait pig looked back every few steps, and walked back to the Kuwait pig group. Master Bai watched it leave for a long time without moving. Chang'e was annoyed by the 2 of them, and her mouth twitched. If Master Bai gave her a handkerchief, waved it twice, and wiped it twice, the non-existent tears would be a perfect way to send off her lover. She was the ruthless feudal patriarch, the villain who broke up lovers. Hee. Xiao Yuqing next to her covered her mouth and laughed. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Ha ha ha. She really let it go. Does this woman know that her laughter is very special? Chang'e picked up Master Bai on the ground and took him away by force, acting like a villain. Leaving the place with the smell of kueju, Master Bai regained his former cleverness, chattering with Chang'e and leading them along the winding path. Is this also Xixia grass? The Xixia grass field that Master Bai brought them to was in the corner on the east side. It looked the same from a distance, but when they got closer, they found that this small patch of Xixia grass was different. Ordinary Xixia grass has green paths with nodes, green leaves, and purple flowers on top. This patch of Xixia grass has purple stems and green leaves, and light purple veins. The purple flowers on the top are composed of 5 layers of fat petals, and there are small purple fruits in the middle of the pistil. As soon as Master Bai arrived here, he got out of his turtle shell, climbed up to the center of the flower, and ate the small fruit. This is a level 5 spiritual medicine, Zigulan. Ah! Xiao Yuqing covered her mouth and suppressed the scream. With his big, bright eyes, he mouthed to Chang'e, level 5 spiritual medicine. It really is a level 5 spiritual medicine. Ordinary spiritual herbs need to be refined before they can be used. There are very few spiritual plants that can be used without refining, and they are usually spiritual plants with very little energy. But for a level 5 spiritual medicine, it is no longer a spiritual plant. It can be directly called a spiritual medicine because it does not need to be refined and can be used directly as a medicine. Chang'e was also very happy. She had only seen it in the promotional video before. They were excited, and Master Bai burped from eating. After the small fruit in the middle was eaten, the purple orchid would quickly wither. Look! Xiao Yuqing saw the purple orchid withering, pointed in the direction of withering, and exclaimed, I saw it, dig it quickly, otherwise Master Bai will eat it all. Chang'e squatted down first and started to dig the purple orchid, trying to ensure its integrity as much as possible, so the speed of collection was not fast. Master Bai did not have this concern. He only wanted the small fruit, and if he couldn't eat it, he would pick it and hide it in his space capsule. Master Bai slowed down. Xiao Yuqing dug while distractingly watching Master Bai. The result of doing two things at the same time was broken. Broken. She held the broken purple orchid in her hands and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Don't worry about Master Bai, just dig as many as you can. Chang'e was distracted and glanced at her broken spiritual medicine, reminding her to dig faster. Chang'e saw that Master Bai had another small fruit in his mouth. If Master Bai had not been affected by his short legs, they would not have been able to snatch a purple orchid from his mouth. Xiao Yuqing also saw Master Bai's speed, and had no time to feel sorry for him. She turned around and started digging a new one. There were more than 30 purple orchids in total, and Master Bai had half of them. Chang'e dug 9, and Xiao Yuqing counted the broken one, a total of 7. I'm so tired, Master Bai. Why are you so fast? Can't you pick slower? Where are all your fruits hidden? Sitting on the ground to rest for a while, Xiao Yuqing muttered to Master Bai, who was lying on his back to bask in the sun. Should we hand over this purple orchid? Chang'e looked at the large group of people harvesting purple grass and murmured, no need. Xiao Yuqing's words were also a little hesitant. Level 5 spiritual medicines are rare, and they only have a few of them. They are reluctant to hand them over for free and let others take advantage of them. The two of them couldn't make up their minds and looked at each other. Or, you can send a message to ask Colonel Shan Mufeng, he is the captain. Xiao Yuqing spoke first. This works too. Chang'e sent a message to Shan Mufeng to ask. Ding! He replied very quickly. Hurry up and see what Colonel Shan said. This is related to her harvest, Xiao Yuqing asked anxiously. Chang'e showed her the message directly, and Shan Mufeng's reply was to let them convert half of their income into interstellar coins, and exclude them from the final distribution of materials. They liked this method. They are not short of interstellar coins. Good things are rare, so they are willing to give interstellar coins. The problem they were worried about was solved, and they began to harvest the purple sky grass honestly. They did not change places, and started to collect from here and join the main force. Collecting purple sky grass is not as careful as the purple orchid just now. It does not affect anything if the small roots are broken, and there is no Bai Yi to compete with them. Relaxed, there is still leisure to chat. Have you heard that there is a woman on the Star Network who said that she is an ancient pregnant body and can give birth to SSS-level superpower warriors? Xiao Yuqing's news is strange, Chang'e asked. Her family didn't stop it. I don't know. Anyway, it's been uploaded on the Star Network. I heard that many families are asking about this person. Xiao Yuqing continued without raising her head. There are only two situations in which such things can be posted on the Star Network. One is to take a big risk without considering the consequences. Second, people from small families on marginal stars are not well informed. Chapter 101. In the interstellar age, there is basically no such thing as being out of touch with the news, and this kind of thing is not a major secret. This second situation is purely a brain hole. Over the years, even the most remote planets will know this common sense. It is not easy for high-level superpower warriors to have children, but it is not absolutely impossible. Those with the ancient pregnancy body constitution are likely to conceive a child of a superpower warrior. It is not difficult to find someone with this constitution. As long as you are willing, you can always find it. There are special detectors in the interstellar to detect ancient pregnancy bodies. The reason why high-level superpower warriors have difficulty in having children is not only about getting pregnant, but also about giving birth smoothly. Women have weak constitutions and need to be pampered, and they need to be carefully raised during pregnancy. The children of high-level superpower warriors often have strong abilities from the beginning, and they need huge energy to grow from the beginning of pregnancy. Often, the mother's own nutrition is not enough, which results in that after pregnancy, the mother and the child often cannot survive safely, and there are many who abandon their children in the middle of pregnancy. In interstellar history, there are many women who died because of giving birth to high-level superpowered warriors. So later, Those who were found to have the ancient pregnancy body constitution in major families would cover it up secretly, and then deliberately choose ordinary warriors to marry. Only those families who want to fight for the upper position will reveal that the women in their family have this constitution, and this constitution is not so easy to get pregnant. It depends on the pregnancy value. If the pregnancy value exceeds 50%, it is easy to get pregnant, 30% has the possibility of getting pregnant, and less than 10% is not much different from not getting pregnant. More women will not do this test at all to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even if they want to do it, they will do it secretly, and no one will announce it to the world. Thinking of this, Chang Yi's thoughts drifted far away. She seemed to have secretly done this test. At that time, it was said to be 16%, or something. Anyway, it was there, but not much, so she didn't take it to heart. It's better to collect small quantities and separate them. There were too many, and my legs were numb from squatting. When I stood up, I saw that there was still such a large area. My hands were even more sore, and I was exhausted. Are you tired? Go to the side. Just as I was about to be lazy, someone behind me asked me to rest. Why are you here? Have you finished over there? Hearing Shan Mufeng's voice, Chang Yi turned around in surprise. Shan Mufeng took the small shovel she was holding, carefully helped her wipe the dirt off her hands, and pulled her to sit on the stone next to her. It's already cleaned up. After we finish collecting here, we will go back directly. Seeing Chang Yi's sweaty head, Shan Mufeng gave her a juice drink and carefully helped her wipe the sweat off her head. He was thinking about going back to find Liang Yu for her. We will take care of the rest, you guys just take a rest. Liang Yu said kindly, and said Xiao Yaqing to rest nearby. Xiao Yaqing sat down next to Chang Yi, wiped her sweat, took the drink she gave her, and took a sip. Refreshing. The refreshing drink made the heat in her body go away by a large margin. Looking at the collection team not far away, many people were replaced by soldiers, and only a few were still persisting, and they could get an extra 10% of the harvest they collected. The soldiers' collection was much simpler and rougher. They used a big shovel to go down, stepped on it, lifted it up, and grabbed the whole thing, and shook it off twice, and it was done. It was simply a human harvester. When the collection was coming to an end, other hunting teams broke in. Look, there's purple sky grass. The soldier answered him with a big shovel, shoveling one shovel after another. When he approached, the last purple sky grass had been harvested. Which hunting team are you from? How can you do this? This is the purple sky grass I found. Not everyone is face. TSK. The soldier rolled his eyes at him, turned around and walked away with the big shovel, without even collecting the last purple sky grass, just holding it in his hand. The angry man stomped his feet, but the members of his hunting team had not arrived yet. There was only one person. He didn't dare to do anything. He just turned around and ran back. Who was that person just now? The soldier who was packing the purple sky grass asked. The soldier who came back with the purple sky grass turned around and saw the man running away, and said disdainfully, just a shameless coward. Ha ha. Whenever there is a good harvest, there are a few people like this. The soldiers who packed together said with a smile that their team was strong and had a good harvest, and they were envied more than once or twice. Liang Yu stood in the middle and encouraged everyone. Everyone hurry up and get ready, the big transport truck will be here soon. We will go back early for this hunt, and go to the canteen to eat good food in the evening. Okay. Okay. It will be ready soon. The soldiers responded loudly, and their movements unconsciously sped up a bit, eager to go back early. Just then, a chubby soldier suddenly raised his head and asked loudly, Colonel, what about the braised meat? Foodies always focus on something different. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed when they heard it. Don't worry, the kitchen staff went back early to prepare, and brought the braised meat back with them, so you will definitely have it in the evening. Liang Yi looked at the soldier who asked the question and replied with a smile. The captain is them. Look at their supply baskets. They are full of purple grass. The man who had just run away came back with his men and rushed directly to them this time. You robbed our team's purple grass. Shouldn't you give an explanation? The leading captain shouted at the soldiers who were packing, while releasing the pressure of a high-level soldier. Swish. The soldiers all showed their weapons, and stepped forward to protect the supplies behind them. This is our team's supplies. It has nothing to do with you. We robbed you. Is your mother able to give birth to purple grass, or is your father able to grow purple grass? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. That's right. Who in your family can give birth? The soldiers taunted the opposite side. Don't go too far. I saw it first. The man jumped up and retorted behind his captain, relying on someone to back him up. The captain waited for the man to finish speaking, then increased his pressure and put pressure on the soldiers. You took advantage of my team members being alone and robbed his supplies. If you return now, we will not bother you much, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The soldiers closed their lips tightly, concentrating on resisting the pressure from the high-level soldiers, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Suddenly, the soldiers felt lighter and swept away the tension just now. On the other hand, the people in the hunting team on the opposite side had red eyes and bulging veins. Some of them, who were less capable, knelt directly on the ground. How do you want to be rude? Lung Yu's leisurely voice came from behind the soldiers. He patted the shoulders of the soldiers in front and asked them to step aside. The arrival of Lung Yu and Shan Mufeng changed the situation. Lung Yu smiled and narrowed his eyes, and asked lightly, "A lot of our supplies have been stolen. Are you here to return them? Who stole your supplies?" Under pressure, the captain on the opposite side retorted, "You stole it." "Yes. You also robbed a lot of it." "That's right." The soldiers responded and assured Lung Yu. Chapter 102. Have you figured it out? Lung Yu urged him. The captain on the other side knew that he had to take the blame today. He was not as skilled as the other party, so he admitted his defeat. "What do you want?" Hearing the tone of the other side, Lung Yu said meanly, "Open your storage space and let me see which things are my family's. Don't go too far." He could not agree to Lung Yu's request. The answer was a thunderbolt from Lung Yu. Noisy. Lung Yu picked his ears and flicked the non-existent earwax. "We were wrong today. I am willing to pay 50,000 interstellar coins to express my apology." The situation was stronger than the person. The captain on the other side had to bow his head. It was impossible to open the storage device. He could only give in and bleed a little. 50,000 interstellar coins. Do you think I am a roadside stall? Lung Yu put away the smile on his face and said coldly, "Then how much do you want?" The captain on the opposite side gnashed his teeth when he said this, wishing he could bite off a piece of Lung Yu's flesh. Lung Yu liked to see people reluctantly giving him money. "Seeing how poor you are, we will be merciful today. 500,000 interstellar coins. How about that?" "Okay." This word was squeezed out from between his teeth. With red eyes, he stepped forward, turned on the light brain, and transferred the money to Lung Yu. After the end, he took the people and turned to leave. Many people in their team secretly kicked the man who brought them here. "Ha ha. Look at them." The soldiers pointed at them as they left. "Okay, the transport truck has arrived. Hurry up and load the truck, and prepare to go back." Lung Yu called the soldiers back. At Shan Mufeng's request, the transport truck dispatched by the military department brought a lot of exotic animal cages. The soldiers first locked the little Kuwait pigs in the exotic animal cages, sent them to the transport truck, and finally loaded the purple sky grass. The finishing work was left to the superpower warriors. The women and children took the hovercraft they came in and left first. Today, the military canteen was particularly lively, with the aroma of meat. Many people were tempted by the taste and ordered an extra portion of meat. If there was something delicious, they would go to the canteen and ask familiar people if they could buy one. The smell of meat would tell that the meat was of good quality. The door of the canteen was closed, isolating all the idle people. Many people outside the door walked around under various names, and from time to time, they would sneak a peek at the door. The people inside the door surrounded the braised meat that the master chef had cooked for 2 days. The atmosphere was as lively as the new year. There was an extra staff member who came to eat at Chang Yi's table, an old acquaintance, Minister Jia of the Materials Department. Talking did not stop him from grabbing food. He aimed at the last braised large intestine on the plate and picked it up accurately. "Sell me 2 Kuwait pigs." The fat, glutinous and thick intestines, the soup inside overflowed the whole mouth after a bite, delicious. The master chef's skills have improved again. Dan Mufeng picked up another braised egg for Chang Yi. Chang Yi had no idea about the round things, and 9 out of 10 times she would squeeze it empty. This braised egg was made from the flying dragon eagle egg that Chang Yi and Xiao Yaqing found. "I can only sell you one at most. Kuwait pigs are rare. If they can't keep them, they don't want to go out at all." "Okay. One is one. I bring people and take the little Kuwait pig away later." After eating and talking about things, Minister Jia wiped his mouth and left, going back to call people and try to take the big one back. "If any one of you wants to buy it, you can. 50 kilograms per person." Lung Yu said to them. "My share will be handled together with my brother. This is to ask everyone to do favors. Xiao Yaqing herself has nothing to do, so she will give her share to Xiao Mao, and then let the family members buy it together." Chang Yi swallowed the braised egg in his mouth, tilted his head and thought, I ask my classmate if he wants it. If he doesn't, I don't have to keep my share. Okay, ask him and tell me. Chang'e called the little fat man. Do you want to buy Kuwait pork? Bang. On the other end of the call, the little fat man must have bumped into something, and the sound was quite loud, followed by a chaotic sound. After it was quiet, the little fat man's trembling voice came. What meat are you talking about? Kuwait pork, do you want it? He is young and hard of hearing. Yes, yes, yes. Please save it for me. Where are you? I come right away. Confirming that he heard it correctly, Chang'e was talking about Kuwait pork. The little fat man kept shouting for it, afraid that if he answered too late, Chang'e would not save it for him. I'm on Chihong Star. There's no need to be so anxious. I can mail it to you. Don't mail it. I'll be there right away. Wait for me. Don't mail it. Before the call was hung up, the little fat man was heard, anxiously calling for someone to send him to Chihong Star. Is it so urgent? Chang'e didn't quite understand. Was it necessary for the little fat man to be so anxious? Shan Mufeng poured a cup of tea for Chang'e. He had eaten a lot of meat at night, and was afraid that she would get angry. High-grade ingredients are easy to get lost when mailed. Ah. All mailed items need to be tested. High-grade ingredients are rare. If they are lost, they will be compensated according to the price. The shallow line is, force buying and selling, forgive her, an ordinary person, who has never mailed high-grade ingredients, and no one has ever sent her high-grade ingredients. After dinner, Shan Mufeng sent Chang'e home to rest first. He had to stay in the material warehouse to deal with the follow-up matters. Mr. Bai insisted that the little Kuwait pig go home with him, so Chang'e gave it to Shan Mufeng and asked him to take care of it and come back together later. After a good night's sleep, Chang'e didn't even know whether Shan Mufeng went home to rest at night. When she woke up in the morning, it was already bright and no one was at home. The smart housekeeper brought her breakfast, opened the message system, and played the voice message left by the mail owner. Your classmate arrived last night. He brought you some fruits. I put them in the storage room. You can go and see for yourself. In addition, he also gave you a membership card for his restaurant. He has already bound it for you. The rest were some words, asking her to eat well and have a good rest. After listening to the message, breakfast was almost finished. This time she had a good harvest, and she probably wouldn't go on a mission in the short term. It's been a long time since she saw the golden hoop. Chang'e wanted to see it, and asked the Pishio jade pendant if she could let her in. What do you mean? I just want to see its situation, and you ask me to collect energy stones. The good mood in the morning was destroyed by this dead Pishio. One piece, that's enough. The Pishio typed 2 words on her light brain, not exploded. Chang'e was amused by the Pishio. How could it be so calculating? You only give me 2 words for 1 energy stone. No, I want to see it myself. Add energy stone. The Pishio typed much faster, and after typing, he opened his mouth wide, waiting for Chang'e to feed him. I add for you. Chang'e stared at the Pishio, said viciously, raised her hand, and put another energy stone into its mouth. The Pishio waited for a long time, and finally got 1 piece. He blinked, and saw that Chang'e had no intention of continuing, so he reluctantly closed his mouth and smacked his lips twice. She opened her mouth again, indicating that it was not enough for Chang'e. Chang'e held her breath, and put in another piece. Pishio didn't move her mouth at all. Finally, after adding 2 more pieces, Chang'e warned directly, It's okay, if it's not okay, you give it back to me, I won't watch it anymore. Pishio closed his mouth and quietly rolled his eyes at her, looking down on Chang'e's stinginess. You can't go in. Chang'e's volcano was about to erupt. Chapter 103. After reading the words typed by Pishio, Chang'e grabbed it and shook it wildly. You can't go in. You still dare to ask me to add energy stones. Spit it out? It's impossible to spit it out. This doesn't fit its personality. Before being completely shaken to death by Chang'e, Pishio released a mirror projection. The image inside was the golden hoop that was repaired in the space. It was restored to its original shape, and its whole body regained some luster. It was not as dry and yellow as at the beginning. The image was only 5 minutes long, and the total value of each minute was 1 energy stone. In order to make customers feel that it was worth the money, Pishio continued to pay to watch next time. In just 5 minutes, there was a 720-degree full-range display, and there was a long and short view switch, and the details were magnified. If the golden hoop could move, it might make it jump twice. Chang'e's paid viewing helped Pishio find a way to make a fortune. The smart housekeeper at home reminded that the mail owner was about to arrive home, and Pishio rushed to the door immediately, waiting for the next customer to order. Sean Mufeng was stopped by the Pichio smiling at him. Did it offend Changyi again? He thought about the reason for its abnormality, but he remained calm and didn't even glance at it. He walked in normally as usual. Pichio was ignored by Sean Mufeng, and felt that its plan to make a fortune was about to be shattered. The smile on its face dimmed a little bit. Is this the storage space that I bargained with Changyi last time? Leng Yu and others who followed Sean Mufeng into the house asked, when they saw the Pichio circling around Sean Mufeng. Yeah. When Pichio found that there were so many people at home, he immediately put on his professional smile again, abandoned Sean Mufeng, and turned to them. The first target it chose was Leng Yu. It was seen circling around Leng Yu and smiling flatteringly, signaling Leng Yu to open the optical computer. Leng Yu cooperated to open the optical computer and watched the Pichio operate. Do you want to see the golden hoop stick? Ji Shuyao helped to read out the words that Pichio typed. Is it recovered? Then call it out to see. The last time the golden hoop stick was damaged, they thought it could not be used. Only 5 energy stones. After Ji Shuyao read it out, the expression on Pichio's face was intriguing. What? 5 energy stones. Leng Yu swept away his laziness just now, sat up straight, and bargained with Pichio. 5 is too expensive, cheaper. He had not encountered a formation device that could count, so he continued to tease it. 3 pieces. No, the golden hoop stick is not my formation weapon. It's too expensive, I won't look at it. The Pichio was anxious. Why is this happening? The light computer showed the last transaction price, 1 piece. Leng Yu threw an energy stone to the Pichio, and the others in the living room also waited to see the golden hoop stick. The Pichio swallowed the energy stone, and asked Leng Yu to follow it. Everyone thought it was taking Leng Yu to see the golden hoop stick, and got up to follow. The Pichio hurriedly stopped them, and stopped them from following. After making sure that others did not follow them, the Pichio took Leng Yu to the small garden outside the living room, and released the mirror projection again. Leng Yu gave less energy stones, so the Pichio spliced some of the projection clips that had just been shown to Changyi to deal with him. The picture was also blurry, and Leng Yu saw a bamboo lying in a pond-like place. Just when he wanted to take a closer look, the projection time ended. Your projection is too blurry. I can't see the picture clearly. Play it again. Leng Yu felt that the water in the pool just now seemed a bit like energy liquid, and wanted to take a closer look, so he asked Pichio. Pichio happily opened his mouth and waited for the guest to request it again. How is it, Leng Yu? Have you seen the golden hoop? As soon as Leng Yu returned to the living room, Xiao Yaqing couldn't wait to ask. She also wanted to know the situation of the golden hoop. You want to know? He couldn't just be the one to cheat him, right? Leng Yu cleared his throat and said like an advertisement, paid content, please buy it yourself. TSK. The people who were listening to the answer next to him collectively sighed at him. It's just an energy stone. Pay it if you want. Xiao Yaqing said disdainfully to him, and turned to call Pichio. Hearing that there was another business coming, Pichio flashed, opened his mouth to collect the energy stone, and took people to play the video. Relying on the exclusive visitation rights, Pichio made a small profit. When Changyi went downstairs, she saw Pichio's worthless smile and asked in confusion, Did you pick up energy stones? Why are you smiling so cheaply? It was just picking up energy stones. Everyone in the living room contributed. Ji Shuyao didn't want to contribute at first, but in the end, she couldn't stand its promotion and spent energy stones. Leng Hui, as the last big customer, spent 3 energy stones and enjoyed the treatment of 5 energy stones by Changyi. The others were just scraps. Although they didn't know it themselves, Pichio still treated them differently. It just took us to visit the golden hoop. Xiao Mao organized his words to clear up Changyi's confusion. Changyi's eyes swept across their faces. Did you all see it? How many energy stones did you spend? Support the children's career. It's not much, just 1 energy stone. You can't say that you were fooled by a device. Leng Yu tried to save face for everyone. 1 yuan? What can you see? 2 words. Hearing Leng Yu's words, Changyi suspected that the price of Pichio was enough for them to see it, and it wouldn't be just a random 2 words to perfunctory them. I saw it. Everyone said that they still saw the image, although it was not the real thing they thought at the beginning. This made Changyi unbalanced. Why was she the most expensive owner, chasing Pichio and asking it to refund the difference? Pichio was just happily calculating the bill and wanted to find other people to take a look, so Changyi caught it and shook it around. Others also laughed and watched Changyi teach it a lesson. Pichio felt that it was about to vomit, so it quickly released the mirror image for Leng Yu and others to see, so that Changyi could compare it herself. It was operating with integrity and never cheated anyone. Seeing this 1-minute blurry video, Chang'e felt balanced, and she found that this video was still real-time, just a patchwork of the clipped video that was shown to her. What did it do today? Sean Mufeng came out with a fruit plate in his hand. The fruit had just been washed and there were still water drops on the surface. He pulled her back to sit on the sofa, took away the picio she was holding, and stuffed a fruit into her hand. You eat one too. It's different from the video we charged to watch the golden hoop, and there are different grades. The fruit is not big, it is one of their gains this time, sweet and sticky and delicious. After eating a few bites of the fruit, Chang'e began to talk to them in detail. You don't know until you talk. After the chat, Ling Yu and others felt that they were really fooled. A formation device could be so smart. Know that different services are provided according to the paid price. Oh my god! Picio. Come here quickly, and let me touch it. You are so smart. Xiao Yaqing knew that she only spent 3 energy stones, and enjoyed the same treatment as Chang'e, becoming the winner among all people. She happily stuck to Picio. After laughing and joking, everyone drank tea and chatted. Chapter 104. Have you finished distributing the materials? Chang'e asked them. She did not participate in yesterday's distribution of materials, and she had not met Sean Mufeng yet, so she did not know how the materials were distributed in the end. Xiao Yaqing picked up a black rice and took a bite. It was a bit indecent to eat, but it tasted good. She continued to take a bite, eating in her mouth, and nodded vaguely. Yeah. Sean Mufeng brought some snacks to them. He just went into the kitchen to clean up some things and wait for the preparation. They will have dinner at home tonight, and by the way, discuss how to deal with those purple reeds. How many kilograms can each of us get? Chang'e wanted to brew purple reed wine, but if the amount to be distributed was not much, then forget it. 150 kilograms per person. Xiaomu put down the teacup and said slowly. This amount is not much, but not little. It is quite an embarrassing number. I want to make wine, what about you? Chang'e told her plan. She and Sean Mufeng together have 300 kilograms. If Chong Song's is included, it will be 450 kilograms. If all of them are brewed into wine, there is a high probability that more than 200 kilograms of wine can be produced. In this way, the two families can share it, which is enough for them to drink for a while. Ji Shuao glanced at Ling Yu and smiled. We are also preparing to make wine, so we can deal with it together and save a lot of trouble. Others also expressed that they would go together to make wine. In the middle, Chong Song said Bai Yi and Xiaokui Pig back. Bai Yi was afraid that Xiaokui Pig would be picked up by others, so he guarded it all day. Sean Mufeng was inconvenient to take them with him, because he had something to do, so he asked Chong Song to take them back first. Gigi. Riding on the head of Xiaokui Pig, Bai Yi excitedly told the general, who returned victoriously, and commanded Xiaokui Pig to carry it, and visit everywhere. Stop right there. Seeing that Master Bai was about to take the little Kui Pig up to the second floor, Chang'e quickly stepped forward to block their way. You sit down for a while, I take them to clean up. Let us help you. The 3 ladies stood up and accompanied her. The men saw them cleaning up the small animals, and went to the kitchen to help Sean Mufeng prepare dinner. Although the 2 little ones were at Chang's house and Chong Song had given them a simple cleanup, they were still a little dirty. Chang'e led them to the garden behind to clean them. Mr. Bai was small, and had always stayed in the turtle shell, so it was easy to clean. They just took a brush and dipped it in cleaning liquid and brushed it. The difficult thing was the little Kui Pig, which was afraid of water. Once it was splashed with water, it would run away, and its 2 big ears would shake at any time. Don't move. How could it listen to them? The more they talked, the more excited it became, and its whole body shook, splashing water all over them. After shaking, it was afraid that they would continue to splash it with water, so it spread its hooves and ran away. Hui, be careful, stop it. It went over there. How could the women stop it? They wanted to, but they were afraid of being hit. Every time they approached, they would unconsciously avoid it. Mr. Bai thought they were playing some game, so he jumped on the little Kui Pig and sat on it to give orders. With Mr. Bai's participation, the little Kui Pig ran even harder. In the end, they couldn't catch up with the little Kui Pig, so Chang'e could only ask the smart housekeeper to help control it, and then barely helped it clean. But they were all covered in mud, water and smell. Let's go! Let's go upstairs to wash and change into clean clothes. Chang'e asked them to go upstairs to wash up. Fortunately, there were a lot of clothes that hadn't been worn at home, and they were all of similar size, so they didn't have to worry about not being able to wear them. The ladies finished cleaning up, and the food downstairs was served. Ladies, come down to dinner. Today's dinner was very rich, with fried roasted, and stir-fried dishes, and they also thoughtfully stewed health-promoting soup for the ladies. One of the special desserts was eye-catching, with a unique shape, and a layer of jam on the outside, just one bite. Is this the private dessert of Junwei Pavilion? Isn't it not for takeout? Ji Shuao recognized the origin of the dessert on the table. It's his. This is a thank you gift from their little boss to Chang Yi. Shan Mufeng explained their confusion. After sitting down, Chang Yi first attacked the dessert. It was a small one with a light pink pastry as the base and purple jam on it. It melted in the mouth and didn't need to be chewed. Just take a sip and the sweetness melted in the mouth. It is worthy of being a signature dessert. It's really delicious. Seeing Chang Yi enjoying the food, Shan Mufeng made a note in his mind that he could buy more of these sweets in the future. After dinner, everyone moved to the living room to chat. Chang Yi took some of the fruits harvested with Bai Yi this time. Xiao Mao ate 2 thorny fruits in a row, and Chang Yi couldn't help asking him, "Don't you think it's sour?" Xiao Mao poked the fruit in his hand, broke it open, and took a bite of the flesh. "It's not sour. Don't all fruits taste like this?" Xiao Yaqing laughed beside him. "See? Only you think it's sour." Chang Yi waved her hand to let them eat more. She couldn't eat such sour fruits. The purple reeds had to be processed before they could make wine, and everyone agreed to make wine together 3 days later. Leng Yu's family made wine last year, and the tools were still there, so the place for making wine was chosen to be his house. Chang Yi is not good at work, and all the purple reeds at home are taken care of by Chang's father and mother. On the day of brewing wine, Leng Yu's family got up early in the morning to get busy. The tools for brewing wine must be carefully cleaned and disinfected before they can be used. When Chang Yi arrived at his house, there were already many people standing in the house. In addition to the few people they were familiar with, there were also a few people who looked familiar but could not be named. They should all be the people on this mission. "Come in. Come in quickly, the pot is already steaming. You probably have to wait for 3 pots before it's your turn." The round-faced woman greeted enthusiastically. Chang Yi didn't know how to address her, so she could only smile awkwardly, her eyes rolling around, trying to find the familiar figure. "That's Colonel Shan's wife. I heard that her talent and ability are not very good, and she was rejected by the military." The pointed-faced woman waited for Chang Yi to leave, and then gossiped with the people next to her. The round-faced woman looked down on her for talking behind her back. "Whether they are good or not, you don't need to worry about them." The pointed-faced woman whispered, "It's just talk. It's not about you." Chang Yi didn't know what happened later. She saw Xiao Yaqing behind the crowd, and walked around them to find her inside. Ji Shuao and Leng Hui, as the host, were busy going in and out to greet people. When they saw Chang Yi, they simply greeted her, poured her a cup of tea, and let her do whatever she wanted. There were too many people today. Leng Yu didn't go to the military department today. He stayed at home to do hard labor. He stood in front of the pot to steam purple reeds since morning. His face was already red from the steam. He had taken off his shirt long ago, and was left with only a vest. Chang Yi stood at the door, looked inside, and then retreated. The room where the purple reeds were steamed was filled with smoke, stuffy and hot. The wine was not so easy to brew. "Why are you here so late?" Seeing Chang Yi coming over, Xiao Yaqing pulled her to sit beside her, and pushed the fruit plate in front of her towards her. Looking around, seeing that no one was paying attention, he secretly stuffed 2 fruits into Chang Yi's hand. "We gave it to me." He leaned over to Chang Yi's ear and whispered. Chang Yi covered the fruit and took a bite, very sweet. Chapter 105. There were many people coming, and they were all in different relationships. It was not realistic to treat the guests with nutritious fruits. Leng Hui secretly gave her little sister some private goods. The two of them were like thieves in the corner, eating fruits one by one, lowering their heads from time to time, talking and laughing in a low voice. Hui. Here. Hearing the greeting of her friends, Leng Hui looked up in the crowd, and saw the 2 people in the corner. "Why are you sitting outside? Why don't you sit inside?" After a busy circle, there was finally some space. Leng Hui found an empty seat, and sat down to drink some tea and rest. "There are too many people inside. We can't chat with them." Seeing Leng Hui's fatigue, Chang Yi poured her a cup of tea. "Drink some tea to moisten your throat." "Why are there so many people today?" After drinking the tea, Leng Hui's eyes lit up. Seeing Chang Yi nodded her with a smile, she raised her head, and drank the tea in the cup without saying anything, and asked Chang Yi to add some more for her. "It's all my brother's fault. He said, we have winemaking tools at home, so he invited everyone to come home. No matter how close they are, they all come together." Leng Hui really couldn't stand her brother's bad mouth, which caused a lot of trouble for the family. Only her sister-in-law was kind and didn't bother with him. Yours will have to wait. Send these people away first. If you are bored, you can go for a walk first. I will call you when it's almost time. There were many people in front. The steamed purple reeds were touched by one hand and pinched by another. They were obviously the same thing, but they insisted on distinguishing them. Some people ate at this place and tried at that place. Seeing you coming and going, they were intimate. But the relationship was not that serious, and it would only make people unhappy. Lang Hui knew her friends, who were all relatively introverted people, so she simply put them at the end, so that they would be alone at that time, and everything would be easy. Chang Yi and the other nodded, expressing their understanding. They were not in a hurry. It didn't matter if they came early or late. They told her to go back to work. Lang Hui didn't rest for long. After 2 cups of tea, she stood up again and went back to help greet people. How are you going to store the wine this time? Lang Hui went back to work. Xiao Yaqing chatted with Chang Yi casually, with melon seeds in her hands. I haven't decided yet. How are you going to store it? Chang Yi didn't crack the melon seeds with her hands. When she was a child, she liked to crack melon seeds for a while. She cracked too many seeds and made a gap in her front teeth. Later, she peeled them with her hands instead. I plan to bury a jar in the garden. I heard that this kind of wine has a special fragrance. She was a little thirsty after cracking too many melon seeds. Xiao Yaqing picked up the teapot and poured a cup for both of them. Carefully brush the melon seeds together, pick them up and pour them into your mouth, chewing. A mouthful of melon seeds, full of satisfaction. I probably buried them in the garden. I can't put them in the storage room. When the people in front finished, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Huh? Lang Hui came over and sat down, picked up the tea on the table and drank it. My brother ordered the food from Junwei Pavilion, and after dinner, he will start making ours in the afternoon. Chang Yi refilled her tea. You take a break first, no hurry. If you don't have time, you can make it tomorrow, it's okay. Lang Hui was busy for most of the day, her face was flushed, and she looked very tired. How much is the lunch meal? I pass it to you. The food at Junwei Pavilion is not cheap. Chang Yi is embarrassed to take advantage of it. Lang Hui waved her hand. It's not much, don't give it. This is all my brother's fault. He should pay a little. Speaking of this, Lang Hui, who was tired all morning, was angry again. She picked up the tea on the table and took a gulp. The irritability in her heart was temporarily calmed down. How come it was my fault? Lang Yu also came out to take a breath after finishing his work. He just heard Lang Hui's words and walked over. Seeing the tea on the table, he realized that it should be the Polygonata moderatum leaves brewed by Chang Yi. Pour me a cup too. If it weren't for you advertising everywhere, there would be so many people. Lang Hui rolled her eyes and said dissatisfiedly, we are all from the same team. It's a convenient thing. I can't refuse it. Speaking of this, Lang Yu knew that he was in the wrong. After drinking the tea, he made an excuse to slip away. I go see if the takeaway has been delivered. He didn't expect there would be so many people. It was all because he was too arrogant last year. Many people knew that he bought a full set of brewing tools for brewing last year. Then the purple reed harvested this time is a good brewing material. Everyone has the intention to brew wine, and they come to him one by one. Lang Yu saw Ji Shuyao slumped on the sofa. Are you tired? Go and have a cup of tea with Chang Yi and the others. I wait for the takeaway. After that, he shouted in the direction of Chang Yi and the others, Chang Yi, pour Shuyao a cup of tea too. No, how can you ask guests for tea like this? Ji Shuyao, who was originally squinting to rest, was flushed by Lang Yu's actions. He opened his eyes and stood up to stop him. Shuyao, come over and rest, just let him wait. Outside the house, Chang Yi's invitation came. Brother, this tea is Yi's. As the host, you should make up for it. Lang Hui felt sorry for Chang Yi. This girl who was so stubborn, Lang Yu just pretended not to hear it. He helped Chang Yi to pull so many Polygonata moderatum leaves, so what's wrong with her drinking some? The main reason was that he didn't have much in stock. After he came back, he asked his elders to take away a lot of it. He couldn't bear to drink it himself. He would have to wait until next year after drinking it. Lang Yu ordered a lot of delicious food, among which the spicy fried conch was addictive for Chang Yi, but she couldn't eat spicy food very well. She ate a conch and drank a mouthful of water, which made her tears and snot run. In the afternoon, they started steaming the purple reed. In order to be quick, they steamed it together and divided it according to the proportion when pouring it. Sprinkle some fine white sugar on the freshly steamed purple reed. A spoonful of it can be pulled into silk, which is very satisfying. When the purple reed was almost cooled, Shan Mufeng and the others came over and put the purple reed into the fermentation box. Today's task was completed. After a week, distillation was carried out to get the original purple reed wine. It depends on personal wishes. You can keep it for as long as you want. For dinner, we ordered takeout. After dinner, we cleaned up and went home under the moonlight. After a week of simple adjustments, Chang Yi's refining was still not in good condition. The furnace exploded every day, which hurt her self-esteem. It was more fulfilling to extract a box full of energy liquid, super safe. When Leng Hui called, Chang Yi was counting the energy liquid. Hui, how are you doing recently? Let's go out when we have time. I heard that the atmosphere of the newly opened restaurant is particularly good. I'm fine. How about we go to eat tomorrow? Leng Hui answered a little quickly, as if she had already prepared for this. Tomorrow? Sure, what time? Chang Yi didn't expect her to be so anxious, but she didn't have to go to work, so she had more free time. So tomorrow would be tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, is it okay? I want to ask you something then. Leng Hui's voice was a little light at the end. Chang Yi didn't think too much, and agreed, sure. That's it, see you tomorrow. Chapter 106. 8.30 on time to go out, called Flying is already waiting at the door. Xinyuan Square is the largest consumption area in Kahangsing. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, food, drink, entertainment, everything. It is a large comprehensive commercial area. Each force has its own territory here. The restaurant they agreed to meet is located in a cotton candy-shaped building on the 36th floor of Area B. Walking into the restaurant, coming to the agreed room, pushing open the door, you can see a living lady painting. Leng Hui sat in the middle of the sofa, the warm sunshine shone on her cheeks, looking up at the window in a daze, her slightly frowned eyebrows, revealing a bit of melancholy, making people love her. Maybe the waiting time is a bit long. The white and slender fingers tapped the table lightly, and the slightly frowned eyebrows symbolized that the owner seemed to be thinking about something. The sound of opening the door disturbed the person in deep thought. You are here. Seeing that the person coming was Chang Yi, Leng Hui's slightly frowned eyebrows relaxed, and waved for her to come over. Sorry. Have you been waiting for a long time? I shouldn't be late. Just dazzled by the beautiful scenery in front of me, standing at the door, I couldn't bear to destroy this beautiful scenery. Chang Yi sat down on the flower-shaped sofa opposite her, and asked softly. No. I came a little early, sit down. See what you want to eat. Leng Hui pushed the drink ordered for her to her, and handed her the menu. This is a scroll menu. When you open it, a three-dimensional dynamic picture of the dish will appear, and the ingredients and prices will be displayed next to it. The same dish has two different prices. The basic difference is that one is nutritious ingredients, and the other is ordinary ingredients. The price difference between the two ingredients is more than 10 times. Okay. Have you ordered? Chang Yi took the menu. Leng Hui had already ordered 2 dishes. She added a health-preserving soup and checked it, then handed the menu back to Leng Hui. Leng Hui took the menu and took a look. Don't you want to order more? It's just the 2 of us. It's almost enough. We order more later if it's not enough. While waiting for the dishes to come, they chatted for a while. Leng Hui looked a little worried since she came in. Chang Yi guessed that she might have something to tell her, and asked very perceptively. You said you had something to tell me. What is it? Leng Hui lowered her head, and stirred the drink in front of her. Her voice was almost inaudible. My family asked me to go on a blind date. You don't want to? Blind dates are something that unmarried people of the right age will always encounter, no matter what era. It's not that I don't want to, it's just... Oh! I don't know how to say it. Married people have also gone through this step, and understand the entanglement of people who are going on a blind date for the first time. I understand. You are not really against this, but you feel it is awkward to meet with a purpose, right? Leng Hui nodded repeatedly, looked up at Chang Yi with sparkling eyes, as if she was her life-saving straw. Did your family introduce you? Yes. Leng Hui nodded like a woodpecker. Do you have his information? Yes. After that, she took out the light computer, and opened the man's information for Chang Yi to see. B-level, Earth-type supernatural warrior? This information was a bit beyond Chang Yi's expectations. With Leng Hui's family background and personal ability, her blind date would not have such a low combat power, and it was an Earth-type with weak attack power. Leng Hui looked up at Chang Yi, wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Your meal is here, please enjoy it. Just then the food delivery person came over. After the food delivery person left, Leng Hui turned on the secret system in the room. Chang Yi raised her eyebrows. The secret system can isolate outside visits and monitoring, and requires additional payment. Leng Hui leaned out half of her body and let Chang Yi lean over to her ear. My ancient pregnancy value is 23%. After saying that, she sat back in her seat. This value. Chang Yi looked through the information of Leng Hui's blind date again. His surname was Zhou, and he was also from a big family. He looked more elegant and worked as a civilian in the military. When did you agree to meet? Do you need me to accompany you? Chang Yi asked twice after reading the information. It's tomorrow. If possible, you can go with me. Leng Hui pulled the corner of her mouth and said reluctantly, Don't want to go? If you don't want to go, you can refuse. This value doesn't mean anything. Even if you can, it will probably take a long time. I just don't want to get married because of this. Then don't meet or get married. You are still young, it's not a big deal. Leng Hui smiled bitterly. This is the person chosen by my parents. The family doesn't know yet. This sentence made Chang Yi frown with her. The Leng family didn't know her situation yet. If they knew, they would probably want her to marry. The possibility of her pregnancy value is high. Then, the Ling family can also support her during her pregnancy. I'm afraid that it won't be a matter of giving birth to one child. What do you think? Find someone with ordinary ability, then give birth to 2 cute children, and live a plain life. Or you can just find someone with strong ability, so that he can protect you even if you have children, or it's not bad if you don't have any. After Chang Yi finished speaking, Leng Hui did not say anything, but put down her chopsticks and sent her a piece of information. The Han family is very protective of their children. Chang Yi did not expect that she would see this person's name again, the genius of the Han family, Han Yu, SSS level combat power, and the current chief instructor of the academy. This is what my brother picked for me. He said that the Han family is domineering and can protect their own people, and can support me. Leng Hui's eyes were very confused. She didn't know what she wanted. It would be better if she didn't take the pregnancy test. I can't help you choose, I can only make a suggestion. You can try to get in touch with them all, and see which kind of life can make you happy. As a friend, I support all your choices. Let me tell you a secret. What secret? She was uneasy about this matter these days, and she was not interested in the secrets that Chang Yi talked about. I've also tested it, and the pregnancy value is 16%. Leng Hui was shocked, and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground. Chang Yi continued, You see, this is not that easy, so don't be so anxious. Your college should have started classes. Do you plan to go to class recently? She gently put down the food she was about to put into her mouth, raised her head, and looked at Leng Hui, who was burying her face deep in the bowl opposite. It's time to go to class. Do you want to go to the college to play together? She picked up the soup bowl and blew it gently. The soup ordered today is good and very fresh. Leng Hui looked up at her and quickly replied, Then let's go together next week. Okay. The long-tailed tone made Leng Hui embarrassed, and Chang Yi winked mischievously and joked, Can you eat in peace now, Miss Leng? Yes, let me tell you, this dessert from his family. After making the decision, Leng Hui's mood became visibly brighter, and she dragged Chang Yi around to eat for the rest of the day. Chapter 107. After promising Leng Hui to accompany her to the academy, Chang Yi packed some gifts for her class teacher. On the day of departure, she did not let Shan Mufeng send her off, and she and Leng Hui took the airship to go there by themselves. Remember to send me a message when you arrive at the academy. Shan Mufeng was worried about Chang Yi going alone, but now it was approaching the winter season, and there were many things to do in the military, so he really couldn't leave. Well, don't worry, I sent you a message as soon as I landed. The man had always treated her like a child, and he was worried about this and that. Chang Yi saw Leng Hui waving at her. I'm leaving, you should go to the military too. After saying that, she ran to her friend's arms, leaving Shan Mufeng standing there, squinting his eyes, considering the possibility of taking a few days to accompany his wife. Will you live with me in the academy directly? Leng Hui shook her head. I live in my family. This is understandable, it's more convenient to live at home. It's not good to chase someone blatantly. Leng's house and the college were not in the same direction. After getting off the airship, the two of them went to their respective destinations. This time, Shan Mufeng did not follow her. She had to handle everything by herself. Fortunately, there was a housekeeping robot, otherwise she might have to get into the quilt to change the quilt cover. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. In order to facilitate ventilation, she did not close the door. Hello. You should be my roommate. My name is Yang Qianqian. Her neat short hair, paired with simple leather clothes and leather pants, highlighted her well-proportioned long legs, which looked very cool. The key point was her androgynous face and her big eyes. Chang'e said that she was shamefully moved. Hello, my name is Chang'e. Subconsciously smoothing the slightly wrinkled corners of her clothes and tidying up her messy hair from working. This is for you. A cohabitation gift. Yang Qian handed over the dessert plate in her hand and winked at her mischievously. 5 cakes of different colors. It can be seen that the person who made it was very attentive, and specially carved into various flower shapes. Very beautiful, thank you. Chang'e was a little at a loss after receiving the cakes. She was not good at this kind of interpersonal relationship. She was thinking about what to do. Should she return the gift? Thank you for the compliment. This is what I made myself. You must try it. If it doesn't taste good, I will improve it next time. Yang Qian controlled her hand that wanted to touch it, so as not to scare the roommate she met for the first time, but the soft and glutinous, obedient little roommate was really cute, and she really wanted to touch her head. You made it yourself. You are so awesome. Chang'e heard that it was made by her own hands, and after praising it, she was very face-saving and picked up a piece to eat. It's delicious. With your cooking skills, you can open a shop. I will definitely go to support you. Really? Then I will cook for you next time. The cooking skills were recognized by Chang'e, and Yang Qian's smile became brighter. You just arrived today. Is there anything I can help you with? Chang'e was glad that she met a good roommate. No, thank you. I have almost cleaned up. I will invite you to sit next time. Okay. Then I won't bother you for now. Remember to invite me to sit. Yes. Sure, goodbye. After seeing off the enthusiastic roommate, the room was basically cleaned up. Chang'e took a set of clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing, she found that she only brought clothes but no towel. She looked around to make sure the windows and doors were closed, ran out barefoot, picked up the towel on the bed, and wrapped herself. She was not used to using the automatic drying function in the bathroom, and always felt that she became like an object in this way. After changing her clothes, Chang'e still wanted to laugh. She remembered that when she first married Shan Mufeng, she also forgot to bring a bath towel. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack to hide. Just as she thought of that person, the communication rang. Have you packed up? Shan Mufeng saw her long hair still dripping with water, sighed, and coaxed her. Go and blow dry your hair, dear. After arriving at the place, she was busy packing and forgot to report to him that she was safe. Okay. I go now. Lying on the sofa, calling the robot to help dry her hair, Chang'e continued to chat with him. I met my roommate today. She is a very handsome lady, and the snacks she made are also very delicious. Speaking of snacks, Chang'e stood up and took out the unfinished cakes to show him. Look, this is the snack made by my roommate. It is beautiful and delicious. In order to make Shan Mufeng believe that what she said was true, the considerate Chang'e specially turned on the 5 senses sharing function and ate it for him to see. After eating a piece of dessert, Chang'e narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. How is it? I'm not lying to you. It's delicious, right? It's good. I learned to make it for you next time. This roommate's cooking skills are good. What do you think I should give my roommate in return? Her cooking skills are average, and she can't make such delicious food. She's just a roommate. He doesn't think it's worth Chang'e's attention. You can go shopping with Leng Hui and buy her a similar gift. Chang'e's light brain reminded her that 5 million interstellar coins were credited to her account. Why did you transfer so many interstellar coins to me? I have interstellar coins myself. She is a homebody, doesn't like to go out, and doesn't like to buy luxury clothes and jewelry. There's nothing she can do. She is just an ordinary person from an ordinary family, and doesn't understand the consumption concept of the rich, who only choose expensive things instead of the right ones. Her biggest expense is to buy refining materials and nutritious ingredients. The gifted masters in Shan Mufeng's circle of friends wanted to change their clothes every day. His little wife was more insensitive to these things than he was, so he could only buy her some new clothes when they were released, so as not to let her feel wrong because of these little things. Be good. The people in Emperor Star are powerful. I didn't go with you this time. You can buy some new clothes and jewelry by yourself. If you don't have enough interstellar coins, tell me. You don't have to save interstellar coins for me. If Shan Mufeng didn't say it, she really didn't plan to buy new clothes. The last time she came, Shan Mufeng filled her cloakroom. She didn't wear many clothes, and now there are still unopened clothes and bags in it. I ordered takeout for you. Please pay attention to pick it up later. Chang'e was so busy chatting that she didn't realize it was so late. It was time for dinner. Yee! Your takeout has arrived. Do you want me to sign for it for you? Yang Qianqian's voice came from downstairs. Okay. I'd be there. Thank you. Chang Yi hung up the phone and went downstairs to eat. Hearing Chang Yi coming downstairs, Yang Qianqian poked her head out of the kitchen and said to her, "Here. The table is ready for you." "Thank you. Are you making dinner? Do you want to eat together?" With a height of 185 centimeters and her handsome face, it's hard not to think that she is a handsome little brother. "Okay, I made braised pork, you can try it later." Her eyes are so charming. When you look at her, the eyes that look at you will appear particularly gentle and affectionate, which makes your heart beat faster, and you have wild thoughts. If you look at them for a long time, you will feel that your soul has been hooked away by this fox. Chang Yi was just being polite. She didn't expect her to agree so directly. Now she could only look at the beautifully packaged takeaway box, and wait for Yang Qianqian to come and eat together. Chapter 108. The room was filled with the aroma of food. She spoke very quickly, really quickly. Before Chang Yi finished a game, she came over with a plate of food. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" "No." Chang Yi shook her head honestly, and quit the half-played game. "Why don't you finish it?" "It's okay. You can eat it next time. You almost passed the level." "What a pity." Chang Yi smiled and shook her head. "I'm clumsy and can't play well. I've played this level many times. I've used all the props for this level. I can't pass it." "No, I see you play very well. Next time we play together." As he said that, he picked up the serving chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork, and put it in Chang Yi's bowl. "Come and try my cooking skills. Do you like it?" The fat and lean meat is no longer greasy, because the oil is absorbed by the dried vegetables below. "Thank you." Chang Yi felt that after meeting her, she said thank you a little more often today. She stood up, opened the lunchbox, and took out the dishes one by one. The lunchbox had a good heat preservation function, and the dishes were still steaming hot, as if they were just out of the pot. "Wow! The dishes from Jinwei Pavilion. I would not have eaten with you if I had known. I feel embarrassed," Yang Qianqian said exaggeratedly. "I am sorry. Your cooking skills are better than this takeaway." She also found that her roommate's financial conditions should be good. The snacks she sent her today were all made of nutritious ingredients. In the evening, the ingredients she made were also nutritious ingredients. "Try my dishes too." Chang Yi placed one of the grilled prawns in front of her. Yang Qianqian is a very cheerful person. When you are with her, you don't have to worry about being bored. She will always have endless topics to talk to you. After the meal, Chang Yi almost became sworn brothers with her. The next day, Leng Hui and Chang Yi went to the trading city to choose gifts. Chang Yi wanted to choose a gift to repay her roommate, and Leng Hui wanted to choose a gift to prepare for the meeting later. Honeydew melon. Fresh honeydew melon. The shout of the stall owner caught the attention of the two. "How much do you sell this honeydew melon?" The honeydew melon in front of the stall looked very fresh, and it should be sold just after it was picked. Seeing that they were interested, the stall owner stood up enthusiastically and introduced, "The honeydew melon just delivered, not expensive, 3,000 interstellar coins. 1. The price is quite reasonable. The honeydew melon is relatively large, and one must weigh 3 jin. Beauty, you are joking. This is the price of 1 jin." The stall owner put down the honeydew melon in his hand, and said with a smile. "Hiss." Leng Hui smacked her lips. "Why is it so expensive? Didn't they sell it by the piece before? Beauty? You also said it was in the past. How can it be sold at that price at this time of year?" The stall owner was not angry when they complained about the high price, but he was not as enthusiastic as at the beginning. Leng Hui asked her quietly, "Are you still buying?" The price was a little beyond their expectations. It was not worth it. The nutritional value of the honeydew melon was not worth the price. It was only big in size. "I won't buy it. The price is not worth it. I'd better buy a beautiful gift box and pack it myself." She had harvested a lot of fruits, which were also nutritious ingredients. In terms of the energy contained, it was not worse than this honeydew melon. She didn't spend this money in vain. Chang Yi didn't buy it. Leng Hui thought about it, and picked 3. After weighing it, it weighed exactly 10 kilograms. 3 melons cost 30,000 interstellar coins. This price was painful. Leng Hui bought the melon and didn't buy anything else. She accompanied Chang Yi to the gift box store in front to choose a gift box. Chang Yi saw the beautiful boxes in this store, and thought that they might be used for New Year gifts during the Chinese New Year, so she bought a lot of them. After finishing their respective gifts, Leng Hui dragged Chang Yi to the clothing area to pick out clothes. This was a task assigned to her by Shan Mufeng. Chang Yi must not wear out-of-season clothes. For this reason, he specially transferred her 100,000 yuan as hard work fee. Do you think my future husband can be as careful as your Shan Mufeng? Leng Hui took Chang Yi's arm and sighed. Don't you want to go on a blind date yet? You miss your husband now. You? Leng Hui, who was embarrassed and angry, pulled back her hand and tickled her instead. Ha ha ha. I won't say anything, stop it. Chang Yi was extremely ticklish, and she blocked up and down, but she couldn't stop her claws. Welcome, do you need an introduction? The beautiful apple-faced clerk came forward and greeted her with a smile. We want to see if there are any simple and generous styles suitable for daily wear, and then help us find a suitable dress. They are not familiar with the trading city here, so it is easier to let the clerk recommend it. Okay, please wait. Hearing that both of them want to buy a dress, the smile on the clerk's face became more sincere. The dresses in their store are not cheap. If she sells any one, her performance this month will be stable. The two sat and waited for the clerk to bring the clothes. Seeing several people coming in from the door, Chang Yi turned her head away, not wanting to bump into the people. Do you know her? They were talking well, but Chang Yi suddenly shut up and turned around. Leng Hui asked in confusion. Yeah. My annoying cousin. Chang Yi explained simply. Leng Hui nodded, looked carefully, and found that she was a little similar to Chang Yi. Do you want me to help you vent your anger? The little things about Chang Yi's family are known to everyone close to her. No need. I don't want to bother with people like her. Unfortunately, sometimes things are so dramatic. The more you ignore her, the more she will come to you. Ah! Sister, is that you? The exaggerated exclamation is too artificial. She clearly recognized her, but she still pretended. Since she can't avoid it, she won't avoid it. Aren't you going to kick my family out of the family? Why recognize relatives now? Sister, you are still angry with grandfather. That's all because grandfather was angry with you, so he said angry words. It's still the familiar formula, the same tune, no improvement, and she is not afraid of hurting her throat. Then you just act like a filial granddaughter, follow his wishes, and pretend that you don't know me. Sister, how can you say that? Grandfather was angry later, and he didn't mention this matter again. Why are you still holding on to it? Look at this little expression of I'm doing this for your own good. How can you not appreciate it? Ha ha. There's nothing I can do. My ancestors' love for revenge is narrow-minded. Sister, are you here to buy clothes today? The clothes in this store are very expensive. It's not easy for my brother-in-law to earn interstellar coins. You don't have a job, so you should spend sparingly. Yes. I'm not like you. I have a grandfather who loves me, so I can only marry early, become a housewife, and rely on men for support. I also want to be tougher and not spend men's money, but who told me that I am not liked by my grandfather, and no one subsidizes me? Otherwise, sister, you can help me pay for me today? Chang Yi closed her eyes hard, trying to squeeze out some tears, but unfortunately, she had no talent, so she could only grab her hand and pretend to lower her head to wipe tears. Chang Jiajiu didn't expect Chang Yi to be like this today, so she didn't want to pay for her. She quickly found an excuse to get rid of it, and tried hard to pull at her arm that was being pulled. Sister, the clothes here are very expensive. I can't afford them. Chang Yi exclaimed exaggeratedly, looking up and pointing at her in disbelief. So you didn't plan to buy anything? Then what are you doing here? Are you happy to take advantage of the clerk? The clerk who was watching the fun nearby looked at Chang Jiajia unkindly. Didn't they know that they wanted to check the transaction rate? Chapter 109. Who said we won't buy it? Unable to bear the clerk's sharp eyes, Chang Jijia's sister stood up for her. Oh, that means you don't want to buy luo for me, your sister. Sure enough. The sisterly love just now was all fake. She tried her best, but she didn't learn the skill of crying whenever she wanted. Sister, I'm not deaf, and I keep yelling like a yes man? Oh. I'm going to cry now. You better be careful. If your tears and snot get on someone's clothes, remember to compensate them. Bai Lianhua couldn't learn to cry, but she could still make some sarcastic remarks and sarcasm. Sister, how did you become like this? You weren't like this before. What's wrong? You bully people, and don't allow them to resist. I didn't bother to pay attention to her, but I was just rushing to ask for scolding. Miss, please be gentle. If the water stains fall on your clothes, you will need to pay for it. The shop assistant stopped Chang Jiajiu from waving her arms in time. It's embarrassing to show off your skills. How can you talk like this as a sister? The elders at home are partial to you. Go and ask them for justice. Bullying your sister is nothing. The woman who was with Chang Jiajia stood up for her. Leng Hui stood beside Chang Yi and said disdainfully, What a joke. You don't buy anything, but you find the shop assistants to have fun, and you still have the nerve to point fingers at others. Sister. Crying without hesitation, this skill, Changyi will never learn it in 3 lifetimes. If you don't leave, I won't pay for you. I don't have a job and rely on Min. As a housewife, how can I support my family with Min's money? Jiajiao. Let's go! Don't waste time talking to a housewife who only knows how to rely on Min. Chang Jiuju reluctantly let her companion take her out of the store. Before leaving, she rubbed her eyes, choked up twice, and performed a segment. What kind of talent master is your cousin? You can just be a performer. Leng Hui was really enlightened today. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would really think that Chang Jiuju was the one who was wronged. Don't pay attention to her. I was just too lazy to pay attention to her before. Let's pick out our clothes carefully. It's not worth spoiling our fun for someone like her. In order to let Leng Hui go on a blind date, the Ling family held a banquet at home 3 days later. Leng Hui gave Changyi an invitation and asked her to go over that day and help her with some advice. After buying clothes, Changyi accompanied Leng Hui to pick gifts for people. After browsing for a long time without picking a suitable gift, Changyi finally suggested that she should just give the energy liquid. This thing is extracted by herself, which can not only reflect her personal ability, but also has more meaning. If she doesn't like it and doesn't give it away, it won't be wasted. Changyi didn't expect that she would see Chang Jiajiu again the next day. What did you say? I didn't understand. Say it again. Chang Jiajiu came to block her door early in the morning and asked her for the invitation to the Ling family banquet. Where did she get the confidence to think that she could get the invitation from her? Sister, I have inquired about it. The person who was with you yesterday is from the Leng family. You have such a good relationship with her. It shouldn't be a big deal for her to ask for an invitation for me. Listen. Listen. Her sister is really flexible. After ending like that yesterday, she can still come to ask for the invitation so confidently today. I don't have an invitation, and my mother didn't give me a sister. Get out. Changyi closed the door and left, not wanting to waste time talking to her. Chang Jiajiu stood at the door unwillingly, humming for a long time, and left only when she saw that she really couldn't open the door. Outside is. Yang Qianqian didn't go out today, and heard the movement in the living room, so she came out and asked. Changyi forced a smile. Sorry. I'm bothering you. She's an insignificant person. She will leave soon. Yang Qianqian raised her eyebrows and gently comforted her. Since she is an insignificant person, don't let her affect your mood. Do you have anything to do today? Changyi thought about it. She didn't seem to have anything to do today, and shook her head honestly. No. Hearing Changyi's answer, Yang Qianqian invited her. I'm going to make candy later. Are you interested in joining me? Make candy yourself? She hasn't made candy herself yet. Well, do you want to join us? Yes. Do I need to prepare anything? No, I used the fruit you gave me yesterday. Although Yang Qianqian said that she didn't need to prepare anything, Changyi still picked out another pound of fruit. Let me wash the fruit first. Holding the fruit, Changyi asked Yang Qianqian, who was already busy in the kitchen. Baby! How can you be so considerate? You put the fruit aside, and I wash it later. Come and choose a mold you like. There were 5 or 6 kinds of molds on the kitchen counter. Changyi followed her instructions, and picked a 6-pointed heart shape. I choose this one. Yang Qianqian took the mold Changyi picked, and also picked a heart-shaped and long-eared beast-shaped mold. Okay. You can do this candy later. When talking to Yang Qianqian, Changyi always felt like she was being taken care of like a child. Changyi accompanied Yang Qianqian to wash the last fruit. Your hands are so small. In the process of washing, it was inevitable that they would touch each other. Yang Qianqian curiously compared their hands. I am small, so of course my hands are small too. Changyi still felt a little sorry for her height. In a star system where people have long legs, she successfully lowered the average. I wish you were my sister. It must be very comfortable to hold you in my arms in the cold season. I really want to take you home. The regret in Yang Qianqian's words seemed to be no joke. Then come home with me. Changyi made Yang Qianqian laugh. Wash the fruit, peel and core it, cut it into small pieces for later use. Yang Qianqian poured sugar and water into the pot, turned on medium heat, and boiled until the sugar was completely melted. Baby, you can add your favorite fruits now. Yang Qianqian saw that the syrup in the pot was almost done, and reminded Changyi to add the fruit pieces. Oh! Put them all in? The transparent syrup began to thicken, and the kitchen was filled with sweet smells. Changyi held the fruit plate, not knowing how to put them in. Yang Qianqian tilted her head and looked at her confused look. Pick the one you like and put it in. If it's too mixed, the taste may not be so pure. The fruit slowly melted in the pot, and the transparent syrup gradually turned into the color of the fruit. Is it ready? Wait a little longer. Stir it until you feel it is soft and silky. Yang Qianqian slightly turned sideways to allow Chang'e to observe better. Do you want to try it yourself? Can I? Don't make it messy later. Chang'e was eager to try, but didn't dare to take the shovel she handed over. Yang Qianqian took Chang'e's hand and held the shovel with her. I guide you. It won't get mushy, just like this. Slowly slide it, and gently feel its changes. The sugar water slowly turned into a dense syrup. Look, like this. Lift it up, and it's almost done when the syrup can hang on the shovel. Chapter 110. After the syrup is successfully boiled, pour it into the mold while it is hot. Wait for it to cool and take shape, and then demold it. Chang'e became interested in boiling, and she was in charge of the next few pots, under the off-site guidance of Yang Qianqian. Baby! You are so amazing. Take a look at your own masterpiece. Under the mother filter, the candy that has not been demolded looks very beautiful, no worse than the ones bought outside. Can it be demolded? Chang'e can't wait to try the candy she made by herself. Yang Qianqian picked up the earliest candy mold. This should be okay, you try it. Rubbing her hands, Chang'e excitedly picked up the mold, turned it upside down on the plate, and tapped it gently with a large iron spoon. Ding! The candy didn't come out. Baby! You have to be heavier, it won't break so easily. Yang Qianqian reminded. Chang'e nodded, increased the force, and knocked 3 times in a row. Dong! The first piece of candy was successfully demolded. It's coming down. Hearing the candy falling out, Chang'e stopped hammering and picked up the mold. In the middle of the snow-white plate, a piece of red candy lay quietly. Yang Qianqian picked up the candy and handed it to Chang'e. Try it and see if it's extra sweet. Chang'e opened her mouth and held the candy, smacked it twice. Very sweet. Holding the candy she made, she continued to demold the rest. The feeling of successful demolding was very relaxing. Yang Qianqian only took 1 piece of the finished candy and gave the rest to Chang'e. I don't eat much candy, you can keep it all. Unable to refuse, Chang'e could only accept it with a thick face, and made an appointment with Yang Qianqian to treat her to dinner next time. Chang'e's good mood lasted until the call from Grandfather Chang came in. Hello. Water? With candy in her mouth, she stared at the candy-making videos she had just taken, wanting to select the best ones to share with her family. She knew how to make candy now. She picked up the call without noticing who was calling. I'm your grandfather. Chang'e's careless attitude made Grandfather Chang dissatisfied. Stop selecting the video. Chang'e resisted the urge to hang up, and said impatiently, What? It's okay, I'm hanging up. Grandfather Chang looked at his tearful granddaughter, and said in a hard tone, Give Jiaoju an invitation to the Lung family. Chang'e's face turned cold, and she replied impatiently, No. After that, she hung up the call directly and blocked them. Pa! Do. The sound of the call being hung up prevented Grandfather Chang from saying anything reprimanding. Dialing again showed that he had been blocked by Chang'e. Chang'e didn't care. Grandfather Chang made her so angry that she was walking around in circles at home. She ate too much sugar and didn't want to eat. She simply ate some snacks for lunch and continued to pick images to post on WeChat Moments. In the afternoon, she called her class teacher. Knowing that she didn't have classes in the afternoon, Chang'e sent her a gift box of fruits in the dormitory. When did you come to the college? Why didn't you come to class? The place where the class teacher lived was similar to hers, but the class teacher had the whole building to himself and had no roommates. I just arrived yesterday. I've been a little busy recently. I go to class in 2 days. The class teacher led her to sit down at the tea table. Just made fruit tea, try it. If you're not used to it, I get you something else. The cold season is getting closer, and the weather has become dry recently. When she woke up in the morning, her throat was a little dry, so she made fruit tea to moisten her throat. No, fruit tea is good. The boiled fruit tea was a bit sour. After taking a sip, Chang'e put down the teacup and didn't move. She put the fruit gift box she brought on the table and pushed it in the direction of the class teacher. I brought the fruits I collected some time ago, so you can taste them. Not knowing what to say next, Chang'e held the teacup and played with it. The class teacher looked at Chang'e pretending to be a quail opposite her, and shook her head and laughed. Fortunately, this personality was in her class. Thank you. I have some fruit seeds here. They are active. You can take them back and plant them. I don't know how to plant them. Nothing I plant will survive. Let's not waste them. Cough, 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 cough. The class teacher was choked by the tea and kept coughing. She put down the teacup, wiped the water stains on her mouth, and looked up at the students sitting opposite. Changyi was afraid that the class teacher's saliva would spray into her cup, so she covered the teacup with one hand. She didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but she was stared at by the class teacher and put her hand down unnaturally. If you can't plant, you can ask your family to plant. The seeds this time are very active. If you take good care of them, you can plant level 5 spiritual fruits. Is this child stupid? Spiritual fruits are not easy to plant, and she doesn't give seeds to everyone. This is all because Changyi performed well in the last training, and now she still remembers to come and see her class teacher. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be her turn. Oh! She really has no talent for planting, and her family is not good at planting either. The little land at home is entrusted to the military to plant together. Fearing that if she refuses again, the class teacher will be angry, Changyi sits up straight and nods. Thank you. Teacher. I will plant it well. The class teacher looks at her and thinks she is not smart, but fortunately she is obedient, and asks, Are you going to finish this semester before going back? Changyi nodded, then shook her head, I don't know yet. This time, I came with a friend for something. If I handle it well, I may go back. Since you are here, just go to class for a few days. Face-to-face teaching is still different. There is no difference in learning through holographic classes, but in actual classes, teachers can still provide guidance if there are any problems. After chatting for a few words, Changyi couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood up and said goodbye to the class teacher and left. I had prepared a few gift boxes to give to other teachers, but now Changyi looked at the gift boxes and felt a little worried. The little feelings that the teachers had cultivated during the training were almost gone, and it was too embarrassing to meet like this. After thinking it over, Changyi simply put away all the gift boxes and asked the robot to deliver them later, so that there would be no awkward meeting. That day, Chang's grandfather and several others took turns to call Changyi, but unfortunately none of them got through. Chang Jiaoji was so tired at home that she didn't get the invitation. Everyone knew that the Lung family's banquet was for the younger generation to get together. Those who came that day were all high-quality singles from each family, so Chang Jiaoji was so eager to get the invitation. When Changyi arrived, there were already quite a few people in the banquet hall. In order to let the younger generation get married, the Ling family also invested heavily this time. The flowers used in the banquet were all energy flowers. Even if the cheapest flowers were used, it would cost millions of interstellar coins to decorate such a large venue. The food was not stingy, most of which were nutritious ingredients. She looked around and didn't see Leng Hui. She took a meal and sat down in a pavilion with few people. Bauer, if I had known you were coming, I would have gone with you. There was a bit of grievance in her bright voice. Swallowing the food in her mouth, before she could look up and see clearly, the person had already sat down beside her. There are pastry crumbs at the corners of your mouth. Changyi saw the person coming and stopped resisting, letting her wipe the pastry foam at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 111. Qian? You're coming to the party too. Yes. It's so boring, I wanted to leave, but now you're here, I'm not bored anymore, shall we go back together later? His long eyelashes fluttered, and his handsome face showed a pitiful expression. He held Changyi's hand with both hands, shaking. Shaking? Okay. I couldn't refuse, I really couldn't refuse. That's great, baby. You don't know how bored I am alone. With Yang Qianqian by his side, Changyi almost forgot to look for Leng Hui. Leng Hui didn't see Changyi, so she called to find someone. Are you here? Changyi interrupted Yang Qianqian's words, turned around and replied to Leng Hui's call. I'm here, I'm on the left side of the path, in the low pavilion. Leng Hui is very beautiful today, with half-tied long hair, just revealing her beautiful swan neck, a royal blue cross-collared long sleeves, golden embroidered floral patterns on the upper body, and a gradient long skirt of the same color on the lower body, which is just long enough to reach the ground, and covered with a red gauze, which has a luster like water waves as she walks. You're here, why didn't you look for me? Leng Hui found Changyi. She didn't recognize Yang Qianqian in the pavilion, smiled and nodded, sat on the other side of Changyi, and whispered strangely. Leng Hui turned around, and saw that the back of the dress was golden gauze, and the semi-transparent visual effect made her even more charming. I'm sorry. I didn't see you when I came in, and I was afraid that you were in trouble, so I didn't call you. Changyi explained to Leng Hui why she didn't look for her. This dress is not the one they picked that day, and it is more elegant than the one they picked that day. You look so beautiful today. Thank you. I think so too. After saying that, Leng Hui laughed first. Bauer. Can you introduce me to this beautiful lady? Oh, I was so happy chatting that I forgot that there was a new friend next to me. Hui. This is my roommate Yang Qianqian, who is a great cook. Qianqian. This is my good friend, Leng Hui, a very good gifted teacher. She briefly introduced the two. Hello. Beautiful lady, it's nice to meet you. Welcome to our home. Wink is to be accompanied by a good-looking face to make people excited. Hello. I will go when I have time. Now I need to take her away first. Leng Hui smiled politely, and took Changyi away. Through the crowd, Leng Hui took her to the rockery. Look, that's Han Yu. Looking in the direction she pointed, I saw the genius of the Han family, with a well-defined face, sword eyebrows and star eyes, and he looked intimidating without anger, and he looked difficult to approach. Sitting on the stone bench under the pavilion, with legs slightly apart and back straight, it seems that he is not attending a blind date party, but a military meeting. He looks good, and he should be a rule-abiding person. Changyi thought about it, and described it carefully. Leng Hui smiled at her. You want to say that he is more old-fashioned. Hey. Changyi touched her nose and smiled awkwardly. It's not good to be too direct. The two hid behind the rockery, and continued to observe. Han Yu's popularity was quite high. In just a few minutes, he pretended to fall, asked for directions, and splashed wine. He had the same attitude throughout the whole process, watching coldly, not paying attention, not helping. The person who splashed the wine suffered the most. Han Yu used his supernatural power to block it, and the wine was all spilled on the person, which made the person cry and run away. The person sitting with Han Yu should be a member of the Leng family. He kept explaining something to Han Yu. Isn't he going on a blind date with you? Why? Changyi was a little confused by the women, who kept coming one after another. Was this specially prepared by the Leng family to test people's character? Leng Hui shrugged and pouted indifferently. There are more than one eligible person in the Leng family. Are those people just now all from your Leng family? Changyi said in disbelief. This wave of operations? Leng Hui nodded firmly. My family doesn't know about my situation. Han Yu was chosen by my brother for me. Changyi understood after hearing this. It seems that both sides are casting a wide net, and whoever is suitable will be selected. So how do you feel? Judging from his appearance, he is not easy to pursue. Han Yu is very indifferent to everyone. Leng Hui poked her head out, took another look, turned back, and pulled Changyi away from the rockery. Feeling the people behind the rockery leave, Han Yu gently loosened his tightly clenched hands and asked Leng Chang opposite him. Is she gone? Was my performance just now okay? Leng Chang suppressed the smile on his lips and said affirmatively, Of course, don't worry about it. How can I not be anxious? Did your family arrange that pretty boy from the Zhou family for her? Han Yu frowned, very dissatisfied with the Leng family's arrangement. Leng Chang picked up the teacup and smiled without saying anything. The girl of his Leng family must be the best, and the girl must like it herself. Leng Hui always thought that the family didn't know her situation. In fact, she had a test when she was very young. At that time, she was tested together with children of the same age. As a result, only she had an ancient pregnancy value, which was not low. The family asked her parents for their opinions, and directly erased the record. This test after adulthood is also because some pregnant bodies will have lower data after growing up, and some may disappear directly. On the other side, Leng Hui took Changyi to the snack counter and winked at her to look in the middle of the crowd. The one wearing a blue dress and chatting with people is the Zhou family. The man smiled and chatted with several people next to him. People kept coming forward to greet him. He smiled with a smile on his face, and was humble and polite, not ignoring anyone. From the expressions of the people around him, it is not difficult to see that he is very good at dealing with people, and he made everyone smile. He is like a spring breeze, warming everyone equally. It is difficult to say whether you have a good impression of someone. In terms of appearance, the Zhou family is more popular, but Changyi always thinks he is a little weird and doesn't like him that much. I want to talk to him. Han Yu is too cold and difficult to approach. Leng Hui wants to try to get in touch with the Zhou family first. Then go and try it. Changyi picked a few snacks, put them on a plate, and handed them to Leng Hui. Go. Wish me success. Leng Hui took the snacks, straightened her skirt and prepared to leave. Ouch. A charming cry followed by a series of apologies. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean it. People around who heard the sound looked at the two people who fell together. Let's eat these snacks ourselves. The first couple tonight should have been born. Although the story is old-fashioned, it works. The beauty accidentally fell and threw herself on the male protagonist. The male protagonist felt pity and took the injured female protagonist away. Then, The two fell in love from then on. Is that woman also from your Lung family? The female protagonist who just happened looked like she came from an ordinary family. She knew it was a banquet, but she wore ordinary clothes. She was either short of money or very scheming. Lung Hui looked around and saw no one, so she leaned over to Chang Yi and whispered, "The child of a soldier who is a guardian of an ant in a branch family." To put it simply, this woman has no blood relationship with the Lung family, but the uncle of the Lung family is legally required to raise the child as his own. Chapter 112. This interstellar law is a great test for men's hearts and minds. The husband has the obligation to support the child of a soldier whose wife protects him, even if they divorce. You only have one blind date left. What should you do? Chung Yaojin showed up halfway and helped to eliminate an option. Not good? Go and try it first. If it doesn't work, go and see another one. There are so many people in the hall, you're not afraid of no one. Lung Hui's originally tangled heart was interrupted by this, but she was relieved. It was just a blind date. Seeing so many people rushing to see her, why should she be tangled? Come on, accompany me back. I meet the man surnamed Han. Patting the cake crumbs on her hands, Lung Hui lifted the edge of her skirt and motioned Chang Yi to follow. Ouch! Hiss. Lung Hui, who was rushing forward with her head covered, felt like she had hit a wall. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. Are you okay? The man's large hands made her face red with anxiety, as she wanted to touch him, but didn't dare to. Lung Hui was so painful that she couldn't speak, and waved her hands to show that she was fine. Chang Yi supported Lung Hui and looked down to check her condition. Fortunately, she just hit her nose. Are you okay? Go sit down in front first. Lung Hui nodded and followed Chang Yi's strength and walked forward. The tall man saw Lung Hui's red and swollen nose and ran away quickly. Sitting in the pavilion, Lung Hui, who had recovered, looked at the man's back as he ran away, widened her eyes, and asked in disbelief, "What does he mean?" Turning her head to Ling Chong, who was still sitting on the stool, she said, "Brother, what kind of person did you pick for me?" Lung Hui wanted to cry a little. A blind date was intercepted by someone else. She didn't even meet him in person, and he went on a blind date with someone else. This is even funnier. He ran away after bumping into her. He actually ran away. Lung Chong was also fooled by Hanyu. It was not this man who was so shameless. He came to the door and recommended himself. He kept selling himself to them, saying that he would treat Hui Hui well and marry Hui Hui for the rest of his life. He would listen to Hui Hui after marriage, and was willing to sign a prenuptial agreement to give all his assets to Hui Hui. Just now, I saw Ling Hui go in to find the man from Zhou's family. He was so anxious that he was jumping up and down here like a donkey pulling a millstone. Why did he run away now? He may have drunk too much water, and is a little anxious. Lung Chong stammered to help explain. In private, Xiaoqiao sent a message to Hanyu. Humph! Lung Hui rolled her eyes in anger, and felt her nose hurt again. She took out a mirror, and observed carefully. Fortunately, the tip of her nose was still a little red. Why was that man like an iron plate? In the pavilion, Lung Chong was helping Hanyu to touch up and say good things. Hey! The treatment device is here. Where did you bump into? Hanyu muttered to Ling Hui. Lung Chong sighed, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just said it. This person shouldn't be so unreliable. So, you went to get the treatment device. You didn't even tell me. Hui Hui. Didn't you just say your nose hurts? Let Hanyu help you. After saying that, she winked at Hanyu, asking him to go and comfort him, and she got up and left. Chang Yi saw this and also left the pavilion with a tactful look, leaving the space for them. She had completed the main purpose of coming to the banquet, and was ready to leave. Thinking of the promise she made to Yang Qianqian to go back together, she went to the small pavilion in front to see if she was still there. Bauer, are you looking for me? Before she saw anyone, Chang Yi was embraced in a warm embrace. Qianqian, I'm going back, are you leaving? Chang Yi gently hugged her back, then loosened his arms, and left her embrace. Okay. We go back now. How did you get here? I flew here. Then take my car back. As he said that, he took Chang Yi's hand and walked towards the parking area. Before leaving, Chang Yi sent a message to Leng Hui, but no one replied. She might be busy. For gifts for others, Chang Yi entrusted robots to deliver them to save herself from embarrassment. In the next few days, there was no news from Leng Hui. She must be busy with love. Chang Yi went to class on time every day to listen to the class. Don't mention it, there was a little difference in the actual class. Today, let's try to refine the array device. You take out the number 6 material package. The class teacher Xiaoxiu said to the students in front of her. Seeing that everyone was preparing to start refining, she walked to Chang Yi. You start. Let me see how you refine it. He. Murong Xian's projection was distorted with laughter. Mu. Rong. Xian. As soon as Xiaoxiu said this, Murong Xian immediately shut up and dared not laugh again. With such a bad friend, Chang Yi had no choice but to quietly open the refining cauldron and start putting materials in. Put the ore in first, and then put the other materials in after refining for a while. Chang Yi obediently took back his hand, ready to continue putting in, and started refining with a small fire. A large fire for ore is fine. Chang Yi looked at Xiaoxiu and asked with his eyes, Are you sure? Xiaoxiu glared. What are you hesitating about? Hurry up. Okay. You are the teacher, and you have the final say. Chang Yi temporarily gave up his brain, and began to transform into Xiaoxiu's refining machine. You can put the remaining materials in. Change to high heat. It should be almost done. Just turn down the heat and wait. The furnace should be fine. After Xiaoxiu's personal guidance, Chang Yi's refining this time is progressing smoothly. Okay. Students who are still refining continue. Other students who have failed can observe the refining of successful students and compare with their own. Xiaoxiu gave instructions and prepared to leave the class. As soon as she stepped out of the classroom door, firecrackers started to be set off in the classroom. Bang! 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 My refining furnace. Cough, 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 cough. It's okay. It's okay. The furnace exploded. Which class doesn't have this problem? Xiaoxiu adjusted her expression and returned to the class. Students who didn't explode, calm down and don't be disturbed by other students. Before leaving, only 1 in 10 furnaces exploded, but now only 1 in 10 survived. Seeing that Chang Yi's furnace did not explode, Xiaoxiu nodded. Her guidance was still useful. Puff! 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 Before she nodded, Chang Yi's furnace began to emit black smoke. Bang! Very good, no one has to wait. Chang Yi. During the holographic class, everyone's 5 senses were open. Once Chang Yi's black smoke came, the whole class was wiped out. Chang Yi covered her mouth and nose and ran outside the class. She was also innocent. She followed the teacher's steps completely and did not move a thing. Teacher, your face. When the classmates saw Xiaoxiu's face that was smoked to charcoal, they gritted their teeth to avoid laughing. The other students in the class were small, so they were not smoked much, but they were covered with a lot of dust. Chang Yi ran fast because she found something wrong, so it was okay. Only Xiaoxiu stood at the front to observe more conveniently, and the black smoke was sprayed directly on her face. Xiaoxiu looked at Chang Yi with an innocent face and wanted to speak, but she didn't know what to say. She waved her hand and let them clean up and try again in the afternoon. She needed to go back and sort it out. Was there something wrong with her own guidance? Chapter 113. During the afternoon refining, the classmates tacitly stayed away from each other, and those who were in holographic class directly turned off the synchronization of their 5 senses. In the morning, under the guidance of the class teacher, Chang Yi's furnace was directly burnt, but at least it did not explode. She started again step by step according to the steps in the morning. She added a lot of water to the bottom for fear of burning again. The school only gave enough refining materials for 1 batch, and everyone had their own materials in the afternoon. Chang Yi wanted to succeed once, and basically used the same materials as those issued by the school. If there were some parts that were not available, they would find similar substitutes. The classmates were still frightened by Chang Yi's black smoke, and looked at Chang Yi's refining furnace from time to time to remind her whether it was burnt. The result of this distraction was that Chang Yi's refining furnace did not burn before their own furnace exploded. The younger ones were so angry that their eyes were red. Bai Ningning was cleaning up the furnace that had just exploded, while dropping gold nuggets. Are you okay? I have some candy I made myself. Do you want some? Chang Yi picked out a candy with a long-eared animal pattern for her. The little girl had a stern face and silently shed tears. She looked so pitiful. Bai Ningning sniffed, her eyes red, and said crab, with a strong nasal tone. As soon as the little girl opened her mouth, her leaky teeth were exposed in front of people. She was at the age of changing teeth, and was missing 2 front teeth. When she found that her teeth were exposed, the tears that had just stopped flowed out uncontrollably again. The little girl was busy covering her mouth with both hands, and had no time to take the candy. Although she laughed so hard in her heart, in order to maintain the little girl's self-esteem, Chang Yi controlled the expression on her face, and said calmly, I made this candy myself. Let you try it. Bai Ningning saw that Chang Yi didn't laugh at her, wiped away her tears, reached out to take the candy, quickly opened it, and stuffed it into her mouth. Very good, some. It was hard for her, so she kept her mouth shut and replied to Chang Yi. After comforting the little girl, Chang Yi continued to refine. She felt that the water in the cauldron seemed to have dried up again. She opened the refining cauldron and added a lot of water. The sky began to darken, and the people in the class finished refining and left one after another. Did your furnace succeed? Murong Xian's own furnace had already exploded, and she was bored, so she waited with Chang Yi. It should be possible. At this time, there was no one in the class, only the two of them were left. Chang Yi didn't want to wait any longer, so she directly extinguished the fire and sprayed water mist on the furnace cauldron to quickly cool it down. The white steam mist rose quickly, centered on Chang Yi's position, and spread around. The humidity and temperature in the class rose rapidly, and Chang Yi had to retreat outside the class. Your furnace won't let you break it. The class was now foggy, and it was pitch dark, and nothing could be seen. Murong Xian left the class and video called Chang Yi alone. Chang Yi? What did you do? Qiao Xiu, who was originally studying the teaching plan in the office, received a notice that there was an abnormal situation in her class. She hurried over and saw Chang Yi squatting at the door of the class chatting with someone. She looked into the class and saw a vast expanse of white. Is there anyone else in there? Where did this fog come from? She was about to go in and take a look. Teacher Qiao. Chang Yi stopped her. There is no one in there. This is just a little water mist. It will dissipate soon. Water mist? Where did such a big water mist come from? Is this a water array device being refined? Chang Yi touched his nose embarrassedly, his eyes drifted to the side, and he did not dare to look directly at Qiao Xiu. I want to cool down the refining furnace faster, so I sprayed a little water. Chang Yi's voice was not loud, and she was still speaking vaguely in her throat. Qiao Xiu had to work hard to hear clearly, and tapped Chang Yi's head. Hurry up and clean it up for me. Every day she was always looking for trouble. Qiao Xiu took out the optical computer, logged into the school security network, first canceled the abnormal registration in the class, and then turned on the ventilation system in the class to speed up the discharge of the mist. It's almost dispersed. Go and see if it's successful. When Qiao Xiu walked away, Murong Xian spoke. Her recent refining was also bleak, and she was trying to avoid the class teacher. The quality of the refining furnace was good, and there was no cracking. After the water mist baptism, it seemed to be much cleaner. The cooling furnace tripod was a little cold, and the tripod cover was carefully removed. What is this? Murong Xian had never seen the formation device that Chang Yi took out. A large one looked like an empty frame, with many slots at the top and bottom, and a horizontal bar in the middle. There are also 10 small ones, which are prismatic with pointed ends and a round shaft in the middle, which can roll. They are made of jade and look shiny. Facing this set of things, Chang Yi couldn't figure out what it was used for. She was never a clever person. It seemed that this set of arrays could only be collected. One day, she would meet a weaver girl and maybe use it. Things that neither you nor I can use. Okay, the refining is over, I'm going back to the dormitory. She and Yang Qianqian had an appointment to have dinner together, and time was running out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cooled the furnace in this way. Qianqian. I'm ready, can you leave now? Bauer. Hello. I'm already in the restaurant. I send you the location. Just come over. Bauer. What do you want to eat? As soon as she sat down, Yang Qianqian handed over the menu and poured her some juice. After opening the menu, Yang Qianqian found that the dishes she ordered were all her favorite flavors. Do you like sweet and sour flavors? You like it too, what a coincidence, Bao. We even have the same taste in food. Yang Qianqian looked at Chang Yi opposite her. It was great to be able to look at Bauer like this. It would be even better to be able to touch the real Bauer. Yuan. I will give you a doll, okay? It's called Ziqing, and you will let it accompany you from now on. Thank you, master. I will take Ziqing with me every day from now on. The little girl named Yuan solemnly took the wooden doll from the master's hand and nodded to promise him. Ziqing. Ziqing. You have to stay with me all the time. From that day on, Yuan would take Ziqing with her every day, eating, sleeping, and studying. This was her first meeting with Yuan. At that time, she was trapped in the doll, and her consciousness was blurred, but she knew that Yuan's hands were warm. Before Yang Qianqian's hand touched her, Chang Yi's face slightly turned to the side. Is there something on my face? Oh, there's a little dust here. The smile on Yang Qianqian's face froze. She tapped her left cheek, leaned forward, and returned to her original position. Dust? Didn't you wipe the fry clean? Changyi brushed it off and asked, are there any more? No more. The food was served. Try the seafood soup, it's very fresh. Yang Qianqian scooped a full bowl and gave it to Changyi. Thank you. You eat too, don't worry about me. Throughout the meal, Yang Qianqian kept feeding Changyi. Changyi wanted to pay the bill, but was told that Yang Qianqian had already paid. Back to the seat, Changyi scolded, you said I pay, why did you pay the bill? You treat? I pay, what a good combination. Yang Qianqian smiled and teased. Chapter 114. Unable to do anything with her, Changyi followed her words and said, then you treat me next time, I pay. Okay. It's my honor. Yang Qianqian performed an exaggerated gentleman's salute and winked at Changyi. Poochie. Stop playing tricks, let's go. Before leaving, Yang Qianqian asked the waiter to pack a dessert in the back. She just saw that Changyi liked this dessert very much. When she came, she thought she would not stay for a few days, but because of Yang Qianqian, this treasure roommate, who accompanied her every day and made delicious food for her in different ways, Changyi didn't even think about going back. Shan Mufeng was also busy. He talked to Changyi every day and heard that she was very happy in the college. He didn't have time to accompany her when he went home, so he simply let her play in the college for a while longer. Yee! M370 planet, are you going hunting? The missing person finally appeared. You remembered me after the blind date. After receiving Ling Hui's communication, he counted on his fingers and found that it had been more than a month since this person had a blind date. Oh! Just say you're going or not. Across the star network, Ling Hui blushed at Changyi's words and deliberately spoke in an angry tone. Today was a day off, Changyi didn't go to class and didn't get up to eat. Yang Qianqian brought her food and she ate directly in the room. Changyi felt that if Yang Qianqian continued to spoil her like this, she would become a useless person. She opened the curtains to let the light in, leaned against the window, and looked at the busy robots on the road outside. Why do you want to go hunting on the M370 planet? Whose team is it? Ling Hui was silent for a while, and quickly said, the Han family. Changyi pulled back his wandering soul. The Han family? Is it appropriate for you to take me with you? Suitable. Especially suitable. It is said that there is a younger generation in his family who is in the same class with you. He didn't form a team with you last time, and has always wanted to form a team with you again. This time, Han Yu specifically asked me to ask you to help him fulfill a wish of the little boy. Silence is Cambridge tonight. I don't think it's that suitable for me to go. Thinking of Han Lu's little tsundere, Changyi wanted to back out. Last time, they also tricked the Han family elder. If they meet now, it seems a bit awkward. Go! You accompany me. I'm embarrassed to go alone. What happened between you last time is over. Besides, my brother was also involved, it's okay. Unable to resist Ling Hui's persuasion, Changyi agreed to go with her. After being in the academy for so long, Changyi planned to go directly back to Qihong Star after the hunt. After being taken care of by Yang Qianqian for so long, Changyi had already eaten up her own reserve supplies, and the nutritional supplies she brought with her. These are all from later. Shan Mufeng asked someone to bring them to her. The rest are mostly seafood, and it is estimated that if you add one piece, it will be about 10 pounds. There are only about 3 pounds of kuei pork, and she took out another half a pound of Polygonum odoratum leaves, packed them into a big gift box, and carried them downstairs to find Yang Qianqian. Qianqian, are you there? I didn't hear any movement in her room, so I don't know if she is there. If not, I will find her again in the evening. Bauer, are you hungry? There is a snack in the kitchen, I will go get it for you. Yang Qianqian's voice came from behind Changyi. Yang Qianqian's words made Changyi a little embarrassed. Was she too greedy, coveting Yang Qianqian's good skills? She came this month, and directly gave her the supplies, and shared with her. No! Don't go, I'm not hungry. Changyi turned around and held her, pushing the gift box in his hand forward. I'm going hunting in a few days, and I may go back to Qihong Star directly. This is for you. Thank you for taking care of me this month. Yang Qianqian didn't take the gift box, and asked with a lonely look, when will you come back? Ah? Changyi really hadn't thought about this. I don't know. I usually have holographic classes, and don't come to the academy very often. Yang Qianqian heard this, pouted her mouth, and said aggrievedly, Bauer, I can't bear to leave you. We can video chat and meet on the Star Network. That's different. Yang Qianqian murmured. I don't come to the academy very often, but I'm not going to come all the time. Besides, you can also go to Qihong Star to play with me. The words woke her up. Yes. She can go to find Bao Bao. What did you give me? Such a big bag. Yang Qianqian took the gift box, weighed it twice, it was quite heavy, and held it with one hand. Nothing. Just some ingredients. After the things were delivered, Chang Yi prepared to go back to the room to pack up. Lang Hui made an appointment with her the day after tomorrow. She would pack up in the evening to see if there was anything missing, so that she could make up for it tomorrow. I go upstairs first, see you later. Yes. See you later, Bao. The next day, Chang Yi didn't see Yang Qianqian in the dormitory. She went to talk to her class teacher first, and prepared to go hunting with the Han hunting team, and then went back directly. After asking for leave, she was planning to go to the trading city to buy some potions for future use. She seemed to be a little lacking in potion-making skills. From her memory, she seemed to have made this kind of liquid potion before, but she just couldn't remember it, probably because it was too long ago. When Xiaoxiu heard Chang Yi say that she was going out to buy potions, she laughed and scolded, "How can I have such an honest student like you? There are many girls in the Talented Master Academy, and there are always some who are scheming against each other. There are always some who act cute and sneaky with the teachers, and take advantage of them every year. The teachers are trained to be strong. It is rare to see such an honest child." So Xiaoxiu asked in the teacher group, "How many potions do you want? Do you have materials to exchange?" Capable talented masters are not short of interstellar coins, but prefer to have refining materials or nutritious ingredients. Speaking of materials, Chang Yi thought of something. "Teacher Qiao, can you help me see what this is? Where did you get this thing?" Xiaoxiu took the stone with both hands, and repeatedly checked it in her hands. "Come with me." The class teacher held the stone, and called Chang Yi to follow her into the studio. She fixed the stone under the detector and turned on the detector. Drip, drip, drip. "Teacher, is this thing useful?" She hadn't touched the stone she had taken from the big fish, except for a few pieces she had given to Kue Pig last time. Now, seeing the teacher's reaction, maybe this thing is still a good thing. Xiaoxiu didn't know what to do. If it was really that thing after the test, she was already tired of being jealous. Wait. Ding. After the test, Xiaoxiu displayed the data on the instrument. Chang Yi didn't understand it, but saw the conclusion of the last line, suspected to be original ecological concentration incense, data matching degree 99.99%. Xiaoxiu finished reading the report, and then looked at Chang Yi's eyes, which became a little complicated. Chang Yi suddenly felt a little cold, and sneezed. Yawn. Rubbing his arms, he leaned over and asked, "Teacher? This report?" Xiaoxiu ignored Chang Yi, signaled her to shut up with his eyes, took out a set of delicate tools, carefully scraped some powder from the stone, placed it in the incense burner, and lit it. Chapter 115. The tiny shreds of tobacco slowly floated up, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. I don't know how to describe this smell. The more I tried to figure it out, the harder I smelled it, but there was no smell. When I felt that there was no smell, and when I gave up, this strange fragrance went straight into my mind. Xiaoxiu scraped very little powder, and the smell dissipated in a short while. "Teacher, what is this smell? It's so special. You could only experience this smell yourself, and everyone smells a different smell. Some people say this is a smell after the rain, some say it's the smell of seawater, and some say it's the fragrance of flowers blooming. Is it so magical? Have you heard of the soul-nourishing liquid?" Xiaoxiu asked leisurely, rubbing the stone in his hand. "What does this have to do with the soul-nourishing liquid? Why did you mention it suddenly?" Chang Yi nodded in confusion and replied, "I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. It is said that it is a magic medicine made by the great gifted Master Lan. It is currently the only medicine that can effectively repair mental breakdown. There are only 10 bottles in the entire galaxy. It is stored in the Imperial Star Treasury." "Yes, you know a lot. Then do you know what the soul-nourishing liquid is made of?" "This is a secret. It is said that no gifted master has ever made it except Lan." Chang Yi shook his head in confusion. Xiaoxiu looked up at Chang Yi's back, as if looking through her to see someone. After a moment, he continued, "Your stone is the raw material for the soul-nourishing liquid." "What?" Chang Yi exclaimed. "The soul-nourishing liquid is made of it. Such a precious soul-nourishing liquid is actually made from the feces of a big fish." Chang Yi asked carefully, "Then how do I refine it? Can you tell me?" Although Xiaoxiu was her class teacher, the refining techniques of the gifted master were not within the scope of teaching. "Refining?" Xiaoxiu snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "No need to refine, just soak it in water or light it. No need to refine." "Are you sure? I have never heard of potions being used directly without refining." "Put it away first." Xiao Xiu asked Chang Yi to put away the concentration incense and took her back to the living room. Took out a tattered manual for her. It was hard to believe that in this era, such a primitive paper notebook could still be seen. Chang Yi flipped through the pages. This notebook was a training manual for 3 gifted master apprentices. The front recorded very common refining materials and formulas. Only 2 people were left to continue recording. As the master's ability improved, the materials and formulas in it gradually became more valuable. Seeing this, Chang Yi stopped flipping through the notes and looked up at the class teacher. Whose notes are these? Is it okay? This is mine and my friends. It's okay, take a look. Xiao Xiu seemed to be in a low mood. Flipping to the back, Chang Yi saw the records about the stone and the nourishing spirit liquid. The class teacher and another gifted teacher in the notebook accidentally found a milky white stone while fishing in the sea and brought it back. They thought its fragrance was very special, but they didn't know what it was used for, so they went to find their mutual friend Lan. After studying it, Lan told them, "This is just an ordinary stone, it has no value." And when they asked her to return the stone, she said that she had thrown it away. But not long after that, Lan announced that she had refined a soul-nourishing liquid that could repair the collapsed mental power. With this, she became famous, and was awarded the title of Great Talent Master. For a while, she was the talk of the town. Xiao Xiu's friend, because she liked the scent of the stone, kept a part of it before sending it to the teacher for testing. Later, because she was injured by a monster while hunting, her mental power showed signs of collapse, so she asked Lan for help and wanted to ask her for a soul-nourishing liquid. But at that time, Lan didn't want to see them the most, so how could he save her? Without the soul-nourishing liquid, she was about to become a madman. She couldn't sleep day and night, so she ignited the stone powder on a sleepless night. Miraculously, the fragrance could actually repair her mental power that was about to collapse, and she told Xiao Xiu the news. After Xiao Xiu got the news, she was puzzled. The fragrance of the stone could repair the mental power that was about to collapse, and Lan's soul-nourishing liquid was so strange. To verify her doubts, Xiao Xiu asked someone to get a portion of the soul-nourishing liquid at a high price. After testing, she found that the soul-nourishing liquid was water mixed with stone powder. After finding out the trick of the soul-nourishing liquid, Xiao Xiu and her friends felt disgusted with Lan's actions. Before Xiao Xiu could settle accounts with Lan, her friends heard the news of her death. The moment she received the news, Xiao Xiu couldn't believe it. Her friend's mental power had just stabilized, so how could she volunteer to go hunting? As a gifted teacher, how could she leave the hunting team alone and enter the beast group alone? The departure of her friend was a fact, but Xiao Xiu didn't believe it was just an accident. She asked around to find the truth. Unfortunately, she only received one warning from above, asking her not to damage the reputation of the great gifted master again. She did not find the truth, but she did find the truth. Later, she came to the Gifted Academy to be a teacher. The last page of the notebook has a small portrait of 3 people. After reading it, Chang Yi said angrily, "Such a person is not worthy of being a great gifted master." Unlike Chang Yi's anger, as a witness of the incident, she has long been indifferent. What if she is not indifferent? It will only make herself unhappy. "Teacher, can I ask you for a favor?" Xiao Xiu waved her hand without comment, asking her to talk first. "Soul-nourishing liquid is so rare. What do you think about us making a concentration incense? I will use the concentration incense to exchange for my potion this time." Chang Yi became more and more excited. "It's okay. But your safety." Xiao Xiu was afraid that Chang Yi would get into trouble like her friend. Chang Yi is not too worried about the safety issue. She will be back to Qihong Star soon and... "Teacher, you can live broadcast the production process of the concentrating incense. The reason why the soul-nourishing liquid is precious is naturally its efficacy. The fact that no one can replicate it is the most precious of all. You young people have ideas." Xiao Xiu kept nodding, and the original safety issue was solved. "Not only that, teacher. You can also announce the production of the soul-nourishing liquid in the video. In that case, you will lose money." "No, I am not giving the concentrating incense away for free." Although she was angry about the experience of the class teacher and her friends, she wanted to help them vent their anger, but she would not be a good person and do something that would lose money. The rare thing about the concentrating incense is not the complicated production process, but the raw materials. As long as she doesn't tell them, no one can know what it is and where to find it. The few people who know it don't know how much raw material she has. Even if they know that it is the feces of a big fish, it is not so easy to find it. Chapter 116. What price do you want to sell the concentrated incense at? Xiao Xiu saw that Chang Yi was prepared, so she didn't say anything more. Chang'e thought for a moment and said, sell it at half the price of the soul-nourishing liquid. Okay. Xiaoxiu now likes Chang'e more and more. I have a few packets of spiritual fruit seeds here. They are the benefits given to teachers by the academy. I can't use them, so I give them to you. Seeds again. Why does the class teacher like to give seeds so much? Her talent for farming is really not bright. Seeing Chang'e's mouth flat, Xiaoxiu pretended not to see it and continued, I'm asking you to buy a portion of concentrated incense. Just charge it at the price of the soul-nourishing liquid. The concentrated incense has not officially started selling yet, but as soon as Xiaoxiu released the news, many people wrote to inquire and find out the truth. When Chang'e left Xiaoxiu's dormitory, he took away a lot of medicines and materials. These were prepaid by the class teacher. After the official sale, he would give them to her. Chang'e asked Xiaoxiu to say during the live broadcast that the raw materials were the relics of her good friend. M370 is a planet with abundant resources and many hunting teams. Chang'e saw that Han Lu had been in front of her for no less than 10 times, so she called out to Han Lu who was peeking at her, Are you okay? Han Lu stopped, turned to face Chang'e, and looked up at her eyes. This time doesn't count. Chang'e thought about it for a long time before reacting. This is to say that this team formation does not count as the last time we agreed on it. Why not? Originally, it was something I agreed to last time to coax a child, and it would be better if I could fool her this time. Han Lu saw Chang'e say this, and her face was as angry as a pufferfish. You came here to accompany her. Pointing at Leng Hui on the side, he said loudly. Leng Hui didn't expect that this had anything to do with her, so she waved her hands frantically to distance herself from the matter. She didn't know how to coax a child. Chang'e poked Han Lu's angry face and replied, But you are on the same team with me now. You? Han Lu was so angry that she stamped her feet, knocked off Chang'e's mischievous hands, and shouted with her hands on her waist, It doesn't count. It doesn't count this time. The child couldn't help being teased, and her eyes were red before she did anything. Fearing that she would really cry, Chang'e quickly coaxed her, Okay. It doesn't count. I will find you to form a team next time. Okay. Hurry up and stop crying. I'm not crying. You want to break your promise. Han Lu stubbornly retorted. After getting the answer that Chang'e would fulfill his promise, Han Lu wiped her tears and took out 2 candies from her pocket and gave them to Chang'e. Here you go. The child's hands were relatively small, and the 2 candies filled the entire palm. Really give it to me. Do you have any more? Who is she looking down on? Han Lu grabbed Chang'e's hand, put the candy in her palm, and took out a piece of candy from her pocket, peeled off the package, and stuffed it into her mouth, so that Chang'e could see clearly that she was a rich child. The little rich woman is treating us. Come! Eat one. Chang'e and Leng Hui each got one, which was not bad, containing a little nutrition and energy. Han Lu was really a rich child. Since they had eaten candy together, Chang'e and Leng Hui moved to the side and made room for Han Lu. The child was young and didn't have so many thoughts. Leng Hui and Han Lu got a lot of gossip about Han Yu in just a few words. There were a lot of true and false rumors about Han Yu. For example, Han Lu said that Han Yu spread the news in Leng's house that he wanted to arrange a blind date for Leng Hui. She rushed back home from the academy overnight and asked the elders to discuss the marriage that night, which made the elders in the clan very upset. Chang'e whispered to Leng Hui, teasing, What kind of magic potion did you give Han Yu that worked so well? Shut up. Leng Hui blushed with embarrassment. Han Yu came over to remind her, It's almost time. Get ready. I know, uncle. Han Yu and Han Lu's father are cousins. Okay. Leng Hui's voice was so gentle that it could squeeze out water. Huh? This dog food was unexpected. Chang'e pulled Han Lu away, letting them continue to be affectionate. The two people in the period of passionate love could not tolerate a light bulb. Is your uncle usually so cheesy? Han Lu held the candy in her mouth, looked back, secretly held Leng Hui's hand, and shook her head decisively. He was possessed by a demon beast. After getting off the flying ship, she saw many hunting teams like them from a distance. The popularity of the resource star is different. The Han family members are all very impetuous. Men, women, old and young all wear combat uniforms, which are neat and tidy. For the sake of safety, Han Yu took them to choose a larger road to go in. This road should have been walked by many people, and the surrounding supplies were looted cleanly. There are more and more forked paths on both sides. Han Yu always chooses the main road to move forward, and the soil under his feet begins to become wet. Han Yu stopped and raised his hand to signal. The next road is full of swamps. Now everyone should change into light shoes before going in. Before coming, Lang Hui notified Chang Yi to prepare light shoes. It seems that Han Yu has been here many times. After changing shoes, the ground feels light and fluttery, just like walking on water. The road ahead is not full of swamps, but a swamp, and there is no solid ground. As they walked, the air around them became very humid, and the thick fog formed by water vapor made it difficult to see the distant scenery. Unknown small animals in the fog flashed fluorescent spots. Okay. We're here. Han Yu turned around and told everyone to start and disperse. Chang Yi stood there, not seeing what supplies there were in this place. Looking around, she saw the people of the Han family, in groups of 3 or 5, sitting on a small boat, paddling, and reaching out to find something in the mud from time to time. Are you going with us, or with my uncle and the others? Han Lu looked up and asked Chang Yi. Chang Yi looked at Han Lu's small boat, and wanted to refuse. She looked up at the 2 people who were sticking together, and said, I go with you. Walking on the mud, what's in it? Chang Yi sat on the boat, looking at the mud below, and asked, You haven't been here before? This is the secret base discovered by our Han family. Han Wu, a soldier of the Han family, who was on the same boat with him, asked with a smile. Brother, stop here. As soon as the boat stopped, Han Lu immediately leaned out half of her body, hung on the edge of the boat, put on gloves, reached into the mud, fumbled for a while, and held out a lump of mud. Brother. Look, mine is big. Han Lu showed off to the Han warriors on the same boat. Han Wu should have water-related abilities, and let out a small stream of water. After a simple wash of the mud, the green melon skin underneath was exposed. Chang Yi widened her eyes in shock. This turned out to be a watermelon. She always thought that watermelons grew on the ground. Huh? You are surprised by what you have never seen. Han Lu raised her chin and looked at Chang Yi. The Han family was generous. She took advantage of Lang Hui today. Following Han Lu's example, she put on gloves and reached into the mud. It was all sticky and muddy. Hey! I found it. Chang Yi happily took it out. She didn't even need Han Wu to help her wash it. She dug it out twice and realized it was not a watermelon. It was a piece of stone. Chapter 117. Wow! Ha ha, brother. Look at her. She treats a stone as a treasure. Han Lu laughed wildly beside her. Bang. Chang Yi threw the stone heavily, splashing mud on Han Lu's face. You did it on purpose. Han Lu wanted to wipe the mud off her face, but her hands were all covered with it. She looked up and saw Chang Yi laughing, so she lowered her head and rushed towards Chang Yi. Don't come over here. Chang Yi saw that the situation was not right, so she stood up and wanted to run, but it was too late. Han Lu hugged Chang Yi's waist, buried her face in her belly, and rubbed it all over. Chang Yi, who failed to defend himself, retaliated by smearing Han Lu's back with his hands. After separating, the 2 of them became mud monkeys. When Han Lu was looking for the watermelon, she covered it up in various ways and deliberately didn't let Chang Yi see it. The Han family generously brought her to touch the watermelon, and Chang Yi was not good either, and asked others how to find it. She could only grope her way by herself. After touching many stones, Chang Yi found a trick to find watermelons. She only thought that watermelons were big, so she touched the big fixed objects, but forgot to find the vines. She carefully searched in the mud with both hands, and felt the silk thread hooked on her fingertips. She followed the silk thread, wrapped her hands around it twice, and then slowly pulled it up. The black vines could not be distinguished in the mud. No wonder she didn't see anything after looking at it for so long. Pop! She pulled the vines and the melons out of the mud together. Ha ha! Finally she found one. Han Lu, look! Han Lu saw that Chang Yi finally found a watermelon, and curled her lips and said, Cut! There is only one, not as big as the one I just found. What's the first one? She turned her head, and worked harder to find the melon. She happily picked her first fruit. There was still a section of the vine in the mud. Chang Yi was curious about what the roots of the watermelon looked like, so she pulled the vine, and continued to pull it up. Hey! No, why is it so heavy? She couldn't pull it anymore, so she reached down and felt it. Hey! There are still watermelons on the vine. She let go of the hand pulling the vine, held the watermelon with both hands, and slowly lifted it up. This watermelon is bigger than the previous one. Chang Yi held it, and put it next to the previous watermelon. This one is a full circle bigger than the first one. Chang Yi pulled the vine more vigorously. Where did you get so many watermelons? Han Lu looked at the basket full of watermelons, and was petrified. She didn't look at it for a while. How could Chang Yi have so many more watermelons than her? I picked them myself, Chang Yi said in a relaxed tone. Oh! If I didn't pay attention, the basket would be full. She is really awesome. Han Lu wanted to cry. Why? She was just looking for stones. You cheated? Why did I cheat? There are only 3 of us. Did you cheat for me, or did your brother cheat for me? Little brat, you are so competitive. Han Wu heard the conversation between the two, turned around, and was shocked to see Chang Yi's harvest. There are many watermelons here, but it is not so easy. It is lucky to pick so many in such a short time. Okay. Han Lu, you should hurry up and pick 2 more. I will definitely get more than you. Han Lu turned around, returned to the original place, and continued to grope. Just when they were looking hard, the 3 of them suddenly heard a scream that broke through the sky. I go and take a look. Don't move. Han Wu felt something was wrong, left a word, and immediately rushed to the direction of the sound. Han Lu and Chang Yi hurried back to the boat and looked around nervously. Chang Yi was afraid of death, so he turned on the protective shield directly. After Han Wu left, the nearby warriors also rushed in that direction one after another. When Han Wu and others arrived, the atmosphere was strange. The Han family's superpower warriors were scattered around, and no one approached the central area. In the central area ahead, there was a hunting team fighting with a level 3 monster, and blue fireballs kept shooting out. The protective shield that was touched instantly appeared, as if it was corroded, and holes of varying sizes appeared. The people in the hunting team were forced to retreat continuously, and the protective shield was useless. The warriors could not get close to the monster, and their attack power was not enough, and they did not even hurt the monster's fur. Yes, EP91, hey! Han Wu licked the corner of his mouth, a little moved. We don't have enough supplies to deal with this thing. Don't mess around. Observe first. If something goes wrong, we will retreat. Han Yu's eyes were as cold as ice. If the situation was wrong, he would take people away immediately. It's not that they would not help, but they were powerless. He had to consider the other people in the team. Not good. They are going to let it go. Han Wu saw that the hunting team's evacuation direction had changed, and he cursed anxiously, this bunch of bastards. The hunting team in the central area obviously knew that everyone was not going to help, and they were deliberately attracting the monsters. Go back and inform them to be ready to evacuate at any time. Han Yu ordered Han Wu to go back and inform others to prepare for evacuation. He himself led other warriors, and stepped forward to block the hunting team's retreat. Okay. Han Wu agreed and hurriedly turned around to gather the other people in the team. Things were urgent, and there was no time to say more. Han Wu ran all the way back to the swamp, shouting to inform everyone to pack up and prepare to leave. Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? You're leaving right after you got here. What a shame. I haven't found a few yet? Who hasn't? Many people grumbled and complained, but their hands were not slow. Emergency situations like going out happen from time to time. Supplies are important, but life is more important. After a cup of tea, everyone packed up and followed Han Wu back to the flying ship. Did something happen? Chang Yi wanted to ask if Leng Hui had any gossip. I don't know either. Leng Hui shook her head. She and Han Yu were looking for watermelons just now. Not long after, there was a loud noise. She asked the person next to her to take care of her, and she left to check and never came back. Later, they were notified to come back. A hunting team encountered EP91. That wicked thing, let it go to us. An ant of the Han family cursed while speaking. A good collection, but those wicked people forced us to go back early, and we didn't even get the money back. 1,000 feather flying yuan? Everyone's heart was excited when they heard that it was this thing. 1,000 feather flying yuan, a level 3 magic beast, has an energy core in its body, which can adjust the temperature within a range of 500 meters around it, so that it can always be kept between 28 and 35 degrees. The back feathers can effectively maintain constant temperature and keep warm, and it is a must-have in the cold season. Leng Hui sighed. It would be great if we could get the energy core of 1,000 feather flying yuan. Do you dare to think about it? The ant of the Han family smiled and joked, talk to Han Yu, maybe. He can really bring one back for you. Leng Hui shook her head embarrassedly. A level 3 magic beast is not so easy to deal with. As they were talking here, Han Yu and his friends came over, talking and laughing. Han Yu. How is it? Where is the magic beast? Han Wu and others surrounded him, and asked. With Han Yu here, it won't take long to defeat the monsters. The warrior behind Han Yu came forward to talk to Han Wu, using gestures to let him know about Han Yu's heroic deeds. Chapter 118. Your hand. Leng Hui looked at Han Yu's arm, and asked with concern. His right arm was burned with a palm-sized cut, and the surrounding skin and flesh were burnt black. Han Yu carefully wiped Ling Hui's tears, raised his right arm, and waved it up and down twice. Look, it's okay. This minor injury will heal quickly when you go back with the treatment device. When they were fighting, he was accidentally hit by Qian Yufeiwan's fireball. How can it be okay? Such a big cut. Lang Hui held him hard and stopped him from moving. Han Yu's eyes flashed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes were reluctant to leave her for a moment. Okay. I listen to you. Han Yu, when did you become so delicate? Such a small injury, you still need someone to help you? What do you singles know? Go! Don't disturb people's love. Han San drove all the people who were watching the excitement aside. Are we leaving now? The leader went out to have a love affair. What should they do now? Chang'e approached Han Wu and asked. What else can they do if they don't leave? The place where Qian Yufeiwan was killed was too close to where they were picking watermelons. It was easy to get into trouble. The main reason for changing the place this time was to allow those with weak abilities in the family to gain more. There were not many strong fighters in the team, and most of them were the old, weak, women and children without any fighting ability. No matter how rare Qian Yufeiwan was, it was necessary to catch it alive. After discussion, they decided to set off and return. Shaking her head in frustration, Chang'e was still very greedy for Qian Yufeiwan's energy core. With it, she didn't have to worry about it throughout the winter season, but the one who had contributed said that she wanted to go back. What could she do? Not long after the flying ship took off, it turned back again. What's the matter? Everyone squinted their eyes, and was about to take a nap when they found that the flying ship suddenly changed direction. Good news! Han Wu shouted excitedly. What good news? Can we pick watermelons again? It's not a bad thing to just leave and come back again. It can only be this. More than watermelons. Han Wu waved his hands in disdain. What is that? You kid, tell me quickly, don't sell lawsuits blindly. And Han grabbed Han Wu and patted him on the back twice. Han Wu avoided twice in a meaningful way. Oh. Aunt, don't hit me, I tell you now. Avoiding Aunt's iron sand palm, Han Wu continued. Let's go back and dig out Qian Yufeiwan's nest. Really? With us, digging out Qian Yufeiwan's nest, it's better to send people food. Han's eldest sister didn't believe it and sneered. Oh! Sister, listen to me. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Han Wu explained anxiously, there is a team from the military hunting nearby. Han Yu has contacted them, and is ready to work together to deal with Qian Yufeiwan. You should have made it clear earlier. Where did I put the tools I just collected? I need to find them quickly. The eldest sister of the Han family slapped her thigh, stood up, and began to organize the tools she had just put away. Chang'e muttered in her heart and moved to Han Wu's side. Do you know which team it is? Kahangsing, the first team, the team of Ling Hui's brother. Han Wu saw her asking, and casually told her the team he had just heard about. Fearing that she didn't understand, he also mentioned Ling Yu. It was the first team, but she didn't know whether Shan Mufeng and Chang Song went on a mission together. This time when she went to the academy, she hadn't seen them for more than a month. The flying ship that had gone back and forth stopped again at its original position. Because of Qian Yufeiwan, many hunting teams had evacuated. Before getting off the flying ship, Lang Hui, who was full of smiles, came to find her. Shan Mufeng is here too. Oh! Why aren't you surprised at all? Lang Hui came over eagerly to tell her the good news, but she reacted like this. Han Wu just came over and said that he would cooperate with the first team to hunt. She was still a little surprised, but not much. Okay. It turned out that someone had leaked the news in advance. I still have to thank you, a busy man, for coming to give me the tip-off. Lang Hui pinched the soft flesh on Chang'e's waist in dissatisfaction, and said coquettishly, Young master, you are so sarcastic. The two of them walked off the flying ship with laughter. Your one is waiting, go quickly. As soon as they got off the flying ship, they saw Shan Mufeng waiting next to them. Lang Hui was not embarrassed, and said goodbye to Lang Hui generously, and said with a smile, I'm going to find my husband. You can also find your brother Han Yu. You? Chang'e. Lang Hui's face was not as thick as hers. She stamped her feet in shame, and looked around vigilantly, praying in her heart that not too many people would hear this. Chang'e trotted all the way to Shan Mufeng, who was not far away, and plunged into Shan Mufeng's warm embrace, snuggling tightly and refusing to let go, whispering softly, I miss you. Shan Mufeng hugged the woman he hadn't seen for a long time in his arms, letting her head rub against his arms. Do you miss you? I see you had a lot of fun in the college this time. I didn't even see you say you wanted to go home. Chang'e raised her head from his chest, looked at the man's handsome face, and said with a smile, "Hee. I'm very happy this time. I made new friends. I didn't like going to the academy before because I couldn't stay there because I didn't have anyone to accompany me. This time, with Yang Qianqian accompanying me, I feel that it's not bad to go to the academy. You are so heartless. You don't know how to go home once you go out." Shan Mufeng scratched her nose and said dotingly, "How could that be? I was planning to go home after hunting with Leng Hui, okay?" She didn't bear the accusation. She was obviously a good home-loving baby. You were right. If she didn't go home again, Shan Mufeng had already prepared to go to accompany her after a while. He was worried about leaving her alone in the academy for so long. Didn't my brother come? Looking around, there was no shadow of Chang Song. Shan Mufeng touched Chang'e's hand and felt a little cold. He took out a cloak and put it on her. Your brother didn't come this time. I'm not cold. Okay. There is a kind of cold that makes your husband think you are cold. Chang'e gave up resistance and let him tie the belt for her, and even put on her hat. Here. These are for you. Chang'e lowered her head and took out a box of energy liquid for Shan Mufeng, all of which she had extracted recently. Shan Mufeng's eyes flickered slightly, her extraction ability increased again. This box was full of 50 or so, and they were all large doses of energy liquid with attributes. Is that enough? If not, I still have a little. She had never fought a monster, so she didn't know how much stronger a monster was than a monster. Touching Chang'e's head, his wife was so cute. That's enough. Keep some for yourself, don't give me too much. Chang'e nodded, stopped taking the energy liquid, and thought of something, raised her head and asked him, "Do you want potions? My class teacher gave me a lot of potions this time." "No, if you need them, I ask you for them again." Shan Mufeng looked at his busy wife, thinking in his heart, his little wife is very likable. When did the class teacher of the Talent Academy become so generous that potions can be given away for free? Chapter 119. The warrior set out to hunt, and the rest of the people returned to the watermelon collection point. After learning to look at the watermelon vines, look at the muddy ground. The little sharp corners on it are all melon leaves. Following this small sharp corner, grope down, pull up the melon vine, and you will get something in 9 out of 10 cases. Yee! You are really discouraging. Leng Hui can no longer remember how many watermelon strings Chang'e pulled up. It is considered good if they can touch a big melon with their melon vines. Sometimes they can only find a melon the size of a fingernail after searching for a long time. Chang'e is good, she doesn't need to move much, just stand there and pull a melon vine, pull it up, and she has never had 3 big melons. This one is even more exaggerated. She has already got the 5th melon, and each one is as big as a wash basin. Hee hee. I also think I am lucky. Chang'e looked at her melons from behind, compared them with theirs, and replied bluntly. Leng Hui was shocked and moved forward, not standing with her. Han Lu, who had said that she wanted to compete with Chang'e, was already far away from her because of the stimulation, and no longer mentioned the word of comparison. Shall we go a little further? This area had been plundered by them, and Chang'e, who was good at finding gourd babies, had no harvest. The boat rowed forward. The vegetation in the swamp was actually quite rich, except for the leaves of watermelon vines attached to the mud. There were many short plants, among which the gourd-shaped green plants were the most numerous. The leaves on the top were in the shape of water drops, and the stems at the bottom were gourd-shaped, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, and the stems were hollow. Puff! 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 This thing is quite fun. Chang'e picked one up and played with it in her hand. Let's stop here. Going further, the vegetation inside was too lush, and it was not convenient to find the watermelon vine. Yee! Help me choose a location. Envious of Chang'e's good luck, Leng Hui asked Chang'e to choose a location for her. Han Lu and the others didn't say anything, just looked at Chang'e silently, with twinkling eyes. Chang'e put his hands on his forehead and squinted his eyes. Over there, walk 3 steps forward, see the red pointed corner, pull that one. Okay. Leng Hui agreed loudly and walked quickly to the place Chang'e pointed out. Is it this one? No, it's the one on your right. That's it. Chang'e directed Leng Hui to find the watermelon vine. Han Lu and the others stood still and stared at Leng Hui, wanting to see if she could pull up the watermelon string like Chang'e. Leng Hui picked up the tip of the melon vine, which looked no different. She trusted Chang'e and continued to pull. Got it. The first melon appeared. Leng Hui felt the size and pulled it with one hand for fear of breaking it. She let go of the vine and used both hands to pull the melon out. Leng Hui turned around and gave Chang'e a thumbs up. It was indeed different. The size alone was much bigger than the one she had before. She dragged the basket over and put the melon in it. She turned around and continued to pull the vine. There was another one. Lun Hui smiled. Her best friend was so reliable. She finally realized the joy of pulling a bunch of melons at a time. She didn't have to search around in the muddy ground for a long time to find a raw melon. Han Lu kept rubbing her fingers. The tip of her ears was red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Chang'e. She murmured, "Can you find one for me too?" "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Chang'e teased her deliberately by picking her ears. Han Lu mustered up her courage, looked up, closed her eyes, and shouted, "Can you help me find a watermelon vine?" "Sure. Call me good sister." Chang'e clasped her fists and waited for her. Han Lu opened her mouth happily and shouted happily, "Good sister. Help me find a watermelon vine." Turn back and walk with big strides. Han Lu turned around obediently and raised her feet to walk forward. "Stop. Squat down and see the connected tips. That's it. Pull it up." The watermelons on this vine grew close. Han Lu couldn't pull it the first time. The second time, she mustered up her strength and pulled it back hard. Snap. The vine broke, and the recoil made Han Lu stagger back 3 steps and sit on the ground. Bang! She fell hard, and the mud was centered on her buttocks with lines. "Hey! Are you okay? Come on, get up quickly." The ants who were waiting for Han Lu to pull a watermelon nest nearby did not expect this to happen, so they hurried forward to help her up. "Why can't you even pull a melon vine?" Han Wu also came over and said something sarcastic to Han Lu. Han Wu saw that Han Lu's eyes were red, and she was about to cry, so he quietly put his hand on her buttocks and didn't want to rub it. He walked to the place where Han Lu pulled the melon vine and felt around. The exposed melon vine was torn off, so now he could only feel it. He didn't touch the melon vine, but he touched a big melon. He held the melon and lifted it up with force. Good guy, no wonder Han Lu couldn't pull it up. This is not just one melon vine, but 3 melon vines wrapped together. Han Wu hasn't even lifted it up completely, but there are 3 big melons. This is mine. Han Lu's buttocks didn't hurt anymore when she saw the big melon. She was afraid that Han Wu would snatch it from her, so she spoke out to claim her sovereignty. "Yours, it's yours." Stingy guy. The good mood that had just risen was extinguished by a single sentence. In order to protect her melon, Han Lu didn't care whether it hurt or not. She trotted forward and followed Han Wu to pull the melon vine. The vine was too heavy, so she closed her lips tightly, held her breath, and dragged hard. Han Wu glanced at her and didn't tell her not to pull. In the interstellar era, if you want to have a good life, you have to rely on your own efforts. With these 2 shining examples in front of them, others also stepped forward and asked Chang'e for help. Chang'e turned into a full-time melon hunter. Everyone tacitly gave her half of the harvest as a reward. With Chang'e's guidance, the speed of picking melons increased more than a little bit. In less than a while, the watermelons here were picked cleanly. Are we going inside? Going further inside is not a place they are familiar with. Han Wu looked inside, at the lush vegetation. "I go in and take a look first." It was still early, and today there was Chang'e, a melon hunting expert, so it would be a waste to go back directly. They had never been inside, but they had been to this swamp many times, and had never encountered any large monsters, so there shouldn't be any danger. The further in, the denser the vegetation. The vines of watermelons were hidden under these vegetation, making it even harder to find them, but there was no danger. Han Wu was inside, patrolled a circle, did not encounter any large monsters, confirmed that it was safe, and withdrew to notify others to come in and collect. "There are too many weeds here. How can we find them?" "If you look carefully, you can still find them." The 2 ants of the Han family were worried about the weeds everywhere. "Wait, a few of us will simply clean up the weeds. You can look for them here first." Han Wu heard the complaints of the ants, looked at the weeds in front of him, there were a lot of them, and discussed with the other 2 soldiers to clean them up first. Chapter 120. There are a lot of weeds in the swamp, all kinds of them, and the grass vines are intertwined. Han Wu and the other 2 did not use their special powers for fear of damaging the watermelons below. Using a long knife as a rake, they cut off the grass stems above, gathered them together, and threw them aside. As he cleaned up, the watermelon vines below were exposed. Because of the perennial vegetation, the length of the vines emerging from the mud was longer than that outside. This made it much easier to find, and everyone could pick the vines with thick vines and large leaves without Chang'e's special guidance. Chang'e did not need to lead everyone to find the vines, and she went to the field again to pick the watermelons. It felt good to pick the melons by herself. The vines were easy to find, and with Han Wu and the others' advanced sweep, there was no problem with safety. The originally compact team gradually dispersed. Although Han Lu no longer had the intention of comparing with Chang Yi, she still thought that she could not be too much less than her, so she picked the big vines. Gradually, the light in front of her eyes dimmed, and before she knew it, she seemed to have left the area that Han Wu and his team had just cleared. Han Lu was still busy pulling the melon vines. The melon vines here were particularly thick, and the melons were many and large. If she continued like this, she might be able to harvest more than Chang Yi. She was immersed in the joy of the harvest, not knowing that the danger ahead was waiting for her. Huh? She was tired of sweating after pulling the melon vines for too long. Han Lu wiped the sweat off her face and looked at the full fruit basket beside her with a smile on her face. It was a bit hot, and there was a big rock in front of her, just right for resting her feet. Han Lu sat on the rock and rummaged through her fruit basket. This one is quite big, this one is even bigger. I wonder if it can be bigger than Chang Yi's. Turning over her own melon, she thought to herself, I will compare it with Chang Yi's later to see whose melon is bigger. The green vines crawled around the stone, sensing the breath of prey, and grew a thin vine, extending upward along the stone, slowly approaching the source of the breath. Han Lu scratched her, but, feeling a little itchy, the fall had not healed yet. The tip of the vine touched Han Lu's hand, and fearing that it would scare away the prey, it quickly retracted, disguised as an ordinary vine, and continued to crawl on the edge of the stone. It had been almost a day since she came out, and Han Lu felt her throat was a little dry. She picked a watermelon, wiped it clean, cut it open, and ate it with a spoon. It was crisp, refreshing, juicy, and just the right sweetness. The more she ate, the more she wanted to eat. She was seen holding the melon, sitting on the stone, kicking and shaking her legs, otherwise leisurely. Huh? Why did I feel something touching her from behind again? Han Lu turned her head to look behind her. Nothing, just a few vines. Turning back, she continued to eat the melon, wondering if there was a vine on the stone just now. She hadn't finished eating the melon yet, but her ankles were itchy, as if she had touched something. She tilted her head to look around. When did the vine wrap around her feet? Han Lu put the melon aside and leaned over to pull the vine. Feeling the external force pulling, the vine was afraid that the prey would break free, so it wrapped tighter. Ah! Han Lu couldn't help but scream out as the vine suddenly tightened. At this moment, she realized something was wrong and began to panic. She pulled the vines on her feet with both hands, trying to tear them apart. The vines, which should have been fragile, became unusually tough. The vines that were originally crawling behind it waited for an opportunity to move, climbed up her back, and wrapped around her arms. The strong vines wrapped around her limbs, fixed her, and made her powerless to resist. Help! Help! Brother Han Wu. Han Lu's movements were controlled, and she kept twisting her body, but she couldn't break free, and the vines made her entangled tighter. With no way to save herself, she could only scream for help, praying that they could hear her cry for help. Did you hear any sound? An aunt of the Han family asked her companions next to her. What sound is there? You must have heard it wrong. Yes. There are only a few of us, and no one else. How can there be any sound? The other people all thought she had heard it wrong. The aunt shook her head. She was tired and confused, and she was hallucinating. There was only their hunting team here, and they heard the cry for help. Bending down to continue pulling the melon vines, no. She seemed to have heard a cry for help. She straightened up and looked around. The cry for help seemed to come from inside, but none of them had gone there yet. No! Aunt Han's eyes shrank sharply. How could there be traces of someone entering? Han Wu. Han Wu. Aunt. I'm here, what's up? Hearing someone calling his name, Han Wu put down the melon vine in his hand, followed the sound, looked at the aunt who called him and asked. The more Han's aunt listened, the worse the situation became. She was so anxious that she waved to Han Wu and asked him to come over quickly. Han Wu. Listen quickly, is there anyone calling for help in here? Hearing someone calling for help, Han Wu took a long step and ran over quickly. The five senses of the superpower warriors were more sensitive than those of ordinary people. As soon as he got close, Han Wu could clearly hear the cry for help. Come over quickly, something happened here. Han Wu called the other two warriors to help, and he took the lead and rushed to the place where the cry for help came from. Who's in trouble? Who's not here? 3 soldiers rushed in to rescue people, and those outside urgently counted the number of people to see who was in danger. Where's Han Lu? Han Lu. Han Lu. Where was she just now? Everyone kept shouting Han Lu's name, but no one answered. Go! Run! Han Wu, who was running in front, shouted until he was hoarse, his eyes were bloodshot, and the two soldiers behind him were in a mess and looked nervous. Han Lu lay on Han Wu's back like a rag doll, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Her exposed arms and legs were covered with shocking red marks. The confused people turned around and ran obediently. The prey that was about to be eaten was rescued, and the vines were very unhappy. They issued orders to the surrounding vines that the prey must not be allowed to run away. The vines around seemed to come alive. Countless vines moved quickly. Ah! Help! People were constantly tripped and dragged by the vines, and cries for help kept ringing behind them. Chang'e tried to use the hoverboard to escape, but this time the escape weapon was useless, and the hoverboard could not be used in this area. There was no choice but to run desperately. She glanced at the vines behind her, and they were no longer as harmless as before. They were all man-eating monsters. Oh no! No! She was tripped by a protruding vine, and was about to fall. Chang'e staggered forward 2 steps, steadied her body, and did not fall. Unfortunately, she was caught up by the vines behind her when she paused. The vines, as thick as a thumb, wrapped around her ankles and pulled back hard. Entangled and dragged by the vines, Chang'e lost her balance and fell to the ground. At the critical moment, Chang'e twisted her body and tried her best to ensure that she would not fall to the ground shamelessly. Her protective shield was already open, and nothing would happen in the short term. The people around her were busy with their own affairs, and the reinforcements would not arrive so quickly. She told herself to stay calm. What should she do? She didn't want to die yet? Chapter 121. The crazy vines dragged everyone to the main vine quickly. The vines are thin, fragile, and easy to break, but the vines in the center are made up of 5 or 6 vines, each of which is as thick as an adult's arm. It looks like a towering tree from a distance. The light around is very poor. With it as the center, there are huge nets woven by vines all around. Several people have been hung upside down on it, and there is no movement. I don't know if they are still alive. The weird scene makes people feel creepy. In a panic, Chang'e touched the energy gun that Shan Mufeng stuffed into her. She has not used a gun much, so her aim is not good. She fired 3 shots in a row, but none of them hit the point she wanted to hit. Fortunately, she didn't miss, and helped the person next to her shoot down the vines on his feet. Chang'e tried to keep steady. This time she aimed directly at the middle, entangled vines and shot. The vine shot by the energy gun broke with a sound. Unfortunately, in less than 1 minute, new vines were immediately replaced. Attack the vine in the middle together, someone shouted. In a hurry, people's subconscious actions were faster than their brains. The energy guns that were originally shooting separately immediately turned around and concentrated their firepower to shoot at the vine tree in the center. For a moment, energy beams of various colors and sizes continuously hit the tree trunk. Boom! Different energies collided with each other, and the violent explosion made people's ears buzz and temporarily lose hearing. Cough! 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 Puff! Pooh! The main vine sensed the danger and retracted the outer vines to block the front. The broken vines flew all over the sky and splashed everywhere. Are you all right? I'm fine. How about you? Everyone asked each other about the safety of the people around them. The ground was full of broken vines, and the madness was gone. A black hole was blown out in the middle of the main vine trunk, and the vines on both sides seemed to have lost their vitality and became limp. Is everyone okay? There was no way to catch up for the time being, so everyone didn't dare to stop. Once they resumed their actions, they immediately ran away. Is everyone there? Seeing that these vines were not in danger for the time being, Han Wu immediately counted the casualties. Little sister, wake up! The elder sister who spoke had tears in her eyes, and she couldn't stop shaking, with a strong nasal tone in her voice. Auntie Awang, please answer me. Sister, sister, get up quickly. The people on the ground kept shaking, and they wanted her to respond. What should we do? They don't seem to be in a good state. They checked the breath of the unconscious people, which was very weak, but they all had heartbeats. But no matter how they called, most of the unconscious people didn't respond. Let's go! Let's go back to the ship first. The treatment device is there. There are many injured people, and so many people are unconscious, so they decided to leave this place as soon as possible. The uninjured people supported the injured, and the 6 unconscious people were carried away in groups of 2. How long have we been walking? About half an hour. Has it been so long? Then why haven't we arrived yet? Everyone who was rushing to get going realized that they seemed to be lost. It was supposed to be a journey of more than 10 minutes, but now they have walked for half an hour and still haven't arrived. Are we lost? Obviously yes. Isn't the vine dead? No, the vine just stopped attacking them. They didn't know whether it was dead or not. Has it recovered in such a short time? Everyone took out their energy guns and looked around vigilantly. Bayou! Bayou! Too nervous, someone slipped and shot at the surrounding bushes. The gunshot sounded like the horn of battle, and the vines hiding in the dark no longer hid their figures. Shoot quickly. This time the vines became smarter, scattered, twisted their bodies, and avoided the attack of the energy gun. The aim was not accurate to begin with, and these were even more inaccurate. Shoot around. Don't let them get close. Seeing that no one could hit the vines, Hanwoo simply asked them to attack the surrounding areas for differentiation, as long as they didn't let the vines get close. After a round of shooting, both sides temporarily ceased fire, and the vines were controlled at a distance of 1 meter away from them, forming an encirclement. Hanwoo asked everyone to get as close as possible and send out a distress signal. This place was weird. The hoverboard and other things couldn't be used, and the signal couldn't be connected. Fortunately, the energy gun could still be used normally. Lung Hui took out a defense array and embedded an energy stone in the center of the array. This array should be able to hold out for a while. They're moving again. The Han family's warrior pointed at the vines that were ready to move and issued a warning. I don't know if Lung Hui's defense array can withstand the attack of the vines. Everyone looked at the vines that started attacking again with a nervous look. Snap! 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 The thick vines kept hitting the defense array, and ripples appeared on the protective shield, but fortunately, it withstood. Great! This should be a high-level defensive array. The person who spoke was envious. Talented masters are good. They can save lives at critical moments. The array is powerful. Everyone relaxed and sat on the ground, looking at the vines outside the array, still whipping hard. Hui, how long can this array last? There are too many vines. Now they can't see the situation outside. They can only see the vines all over the sky. Lung Hui shook her head. This array was given to her by her elders for self-defense. The level is not low, but it is the first time she uses it. When do you think the hunting team can come and find us? Trapped in the array, the vines can't hurt them for the time being, and they can't get out. The waiting time is unbearable. Although everyone doesn't show it on their faces, the strings in their hearts are always tense. Is the light of the protective shield on this array device getting weaker? The person close to the protective shield felt that the light of the protective shield seemed to be dim, and turned to ask others. Hurry up and check your array. Is there not enough energy stone? Hanwoo asked Lung Hui after checking it out. Oh! Lung Hui hurriedly took out the array to check. Sure enough, the energy stone pressed in front had turned gray, and the energy inside was about to run out. Hans and stopped Lung Hui's hand as she was about to replace it. Use mine. The array is precious. People have taken it out to use it. We can't let them pay for the consumed energy stones. Lung Hui glanced at her, said nothing, nodded, took the energy stone and replaced it. After replacing the energy stone, the originally dim protective shield was restored to its original appearance. At this time, the thin warrior stared at the vines outside with concern and said, "This is not a solution. What if the rescuers don't come for a long time?" Another warrior standing by sighed helplessly and responded, "Yes. But there are only 3 of us who can fight here. If we don't wait, what can we do?" Chapter 122. Hanwoo also knew that waiting in vain was not a solution. Only 3 of them had the strength to fight, and the others were women and children who had no strength to fight. If they went out, what would the others do? There seemed to be no other way except to continue waiting for rescue. Not good. The protective shield can't hold up. Everyone's eyes followed the man's finger and looked at the protective shield. The originally smooth protective shield now had a small crack on the upper left. Hanwoo saw this, clenched his weapon in his hand, and called the other 2 soldiers. Get ready, you 2 follow me out. We can't let these vines attack anymore, otherwise if the protective shield is completely cracked, then they will be in danger. Chang'e was a little hesitant. She hadn't used this set of jade shuttles yet, and she didn't know if it could be used. I have a new array device here. I don't know if it can be used. Do you want to try it? What array device? It's better to have an array device than for them to go out and fight. Chang'e took out the jade shuttle and handed it to them. This is it. Do you know how to use it? Hanwoo picked up the jade shuttle and saw that it had a formation eye, so it should be a formation device. He injected a stream of energy into the jade shuttle, and the roller in the middle of the jade shuttle started to rotate rapidly. Hanwoo asked Chang'e, the master, how to use the formation device, how to use it. If it can be imported into the formation device, it must be a formation device, but it is so small that it is useless to just rotate it in the middle. Chang'e spread her hands, helpless. She didn't know how to use it. You import energy, direct it, and try to smash it directly on the vine. Hanwu narrowed his eyes and thought about whether the method of smashing it directly would work. What if it breaks? It's broken, so it is. The formation device is made to be used, and it is only a matter of time before it breaks. The attack of the vines outside is too fierce. While talking, several new cracks appeared on the protective shield. Hanwu raised his hand to introduce energy to the Jade Shuttle. Without any fancy moves, he threw it directly into the vines. The Jade Shuttle, carrying everyone's hope, first fell in the middle of a vine, and the vine was swung randomly, pulling it to the other side. In this way, the Jade Shuttle was pulled back and forth in the middle of the vine, and it did not attack the vine at all. Are you sure it is an offensive formation device? Hanwu asked suspiciously. Just when Chang'e was about to say that she was not sure, the next moment, the situation outside changed. The Jade Shuttle was originally pulled back and forth by the vines, and somehow a vine wrapped around the roller in the middle of it. Now the Jade Shuttle started to work officially. The 1-foot-long Jade Shuttle automatically adjusted, stretched, and narrowed to fit the size of the vine. The roller in the middle rotated crazily, and wound the vine in the opposite direction. At some point, saw teeth grew on both sides, scraping off the outer skin of the vine, leaving only the white vine core in the middle. The vines that were wrapped by the Jade Shuttle had obvious intentions to retreat, but the Jade Shuttle would never let it go. The roller rotated faster, following the vines at a very fast speed. Wherever it went, it followed, and it seemed that it would not stop until it was wrapped up. Hanwu asked Chang'e, "Are there any more array devices?" He had never seen such a strange array device, but it was fine as long as it worked. The scene in front of them gave them hope of victory. Yes. Chang'e agreed, and then took out the remaining Jade Shuttles directly. They are all here. Hanwu couldn't introduce energy to 3 Jade Shuttles, so the remaining ones were just right. The other 2 soldiers were responsible for 3 Jade Shuttles each. With a previous demonstration, they deliberately controlled the vines to wrap around the rollers of the Jade Shuttles. The 9 Jade Shuttles were busy winding outside the protective shield. The first vine that the Jade Shuttle was wrapped around was broken. The vine of the first Jade Shuttle suddenly broke, and it didn't react. It was stunned in the air and isolated for a while before flying back into the protective shield. What should we do now? Can the vine core on it be removed? There are still many vines outside. If the formation device goes on strike after solving one, the crisis will not be resolved. Chang'e reached out to grab it, but it dodged to the side. Chang'e looked at it in confusion. What does it mean? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered something. There is also a weaving frame that comes out of the same furnace as the Jade Shuttle. Take out the weaving frame, place it on the ground, walk around it, find the hidden slot in the corner, and press the energy stone. Click! 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 The weaving frame starts to move, and the Jade Shuttle flies around it up and down. After a while, the weft is tied, and the vine core is gone. The first Jade Shuttle found that it had run out of raw materials, so it flew to the middle of the vine and picked a thick one to provoke it. It kept poking the vine with its pointed part several times, and finally angered the vine, making it chase and whip. Finding the right opportunity, it faced the head of the vine, forced through it, and wrapped around it. The second Jade Shuttle took over its work after the first one left, and continued to weave. In this way, with the efforts of the 9 Jade Shuttles, the vines around continued to decrease. Later, the vines that surrounded them were all pulled out by the Jade Shuttle for weaving. When the material was insufficient, the Jade Shuttle began to attack the vines inside. Are you all okay? Suddenly, Leng Yu's voice came. Leng Hui heard the voice, and looked back at the familiar figure. The tears that had been forced to fall instantly fell. Brother! You are finally here, Wu-Wu. Wow! She cried more and more aggrieved. Han Yu was more anxious than Leng Yu, the brother, and wanted to get closer, but the protective shield had not been retracted, so he could only stand outside and comfort her helplessly. Don't be afraid, I'm here, don't cry. The more he comforted, the louder Leng Hui cried. When the protective shield was retracted, people rushed into his arms, like bullets. What are you doing? Leng Yu asked, and Han Wu on the side came immediately after receiving their distress signal. But looking at the scene, it seemed that there was no danger, just a few strange array devices, weaving something. They looked embarrassed in the protective shield, as if they had experienced a fight. We encountered a mutant vine. Han Wu told everyone what happened just now, with lingering fear. You are not injured, right? Sean Mufing searched for Chang'e in the crowd. After finding her, he hurried forward, grabbed her hand, and looked her up and down carefully. After confirming that there were no obvious scars on her body, he was slightly relieved, but still asked worriedly. Chang'e shook her head gently. I am not injured. The hunting team came, and the team members acted quickly, sending the injured people one by one to the flying ship for emergency treatment. Chapter 123. The array device ran inside. They couldn't just leave it alone. The others went back to the flying ship to rest first, and Chang'e followed the hunting team, and went to the center main vine along the path where the vines appeared. The two sides that were originally covered with vines were now in a mess. They walked in circles for half an hour, and it only took them 10 minutes to go back and find the location of the main vine easily. The vines with fangs and claws kept shrinking under the siege of the Jade Shuttle. The black hole on the main vine that was blown out has been repaired, and the new vine is younger in color than the old one. Lung Yu touched his chin, looked around, and said, It's this thing that hurt so many of you? I don't see anything powerful. It's like a coward, just trying to protect its main vine. How can it be as majestic as it was just now when it chased them? The hunting team pressed the formation, and the Jade Shuttle was more efficient in extracting the vine core. The branches and vines next to it were extracted cleanly, and they began to attack the main vine. The main vine shrunk into a ball, defending tightly, not letting the Jade Shuttle find any of its vine tips. The Jade Shuttle that took the initiative simply used brute force to crack it, combining 3 vines into one, aiming the tip at a point, and spinning rapidly. This array is good? Han Yu looked at it, and praised the Jade Shuttle that was about to succeed. Snap! The main vine couldn't help it, released its defense, and took the initiative to attack. Sean Mufing hugged Chang'e, and retreated to avoid being hurt. Do you believe it now? Han Wu said to Lung Yu. The main vine in the attacking state is completely different from the timid and curled up just now. The vine is as thick as an adult man's thigh, and every bombardment can make the ground shake. After retreating 10 meters away, the shock was not so strong. Sean Mufing helped Chang'e stand steady and told him, Stay here and don't move. The protective shield is on. After explaining, Sean Mufing waved his weapon with him, trying to help Yusuo. Yusuo and vines fought back and forth, and the fight was evenly matched. The sudden attack of the soldiers broke this balance. The vines had to be careful of the Jade Shuttle's core extraction, and avoid the soldiers' attacks. They looked forward and not backward, and there was a flaw in the vines, allowing the Jade Shuttle to catch, approach, pass through, and wrap around. Wrapped by the Jade Shuttle, this vine had no possibility of escape. The main vine is the vine core, not white, but mysterious purple. When a main vine was wrapped around, the movements of other vines began, with obvious lags, not as flexible as before. Not good. It wants to shrink back again. Seeing that the other main vines had the intention to retreat again, Han Yu called on others to launch a more fierce attack. Various energy bombs continuously attacked the vines, blocking its retreat. The panicked vines created an opportunity for the Jade Shuttle. The remaining vines were all wrapped around the Jade Shuttle, and the core was pulled out. The Jade Shuttle that failed to grab the vines surrounded the vines, ready to take over the work of its companions at any time. After pulling out the vine core, the Jade Shuttle wove a circle of purple flower vines around the white cloth in front. It's beautifully woven. All the vines were destroyed, and everyone gathered around the cloth on the weaving machine to watch. It's not so appropriate to call it cloth. It's about 5 centimeters thick, and the middle is woven with ordinary vine cores. It's not pure white, but the kind of misty white. The circle of purple flower vines on the outer edge is not in the shape of a plant vine, but it may be the original shape of the vine. Han Wu pointed at the small hole in the middle and said, Is there a missing piece here? Lung Yu glanced at the small hole and said, Such a small hole will not affect anything. The cloth woven by the formation device itself has some minor flaws, which can be forgiven. After the matter was resolved, Lung Yu picked up the weaving machine and called the Jade Shuttle back. The Jade Shuttle did not follow him, but turned around and circled around the place where the vines had just grown. Unable to bring the formation device back, Sean Mufing had to go out and bring Chang'e in to let her see what happened to the formation device, and why it refused to go back. Chang'e walked over and took the weaving machine from Lung Yu's hand to watch. Well, this is a beautiful rattan mat. It must be very comfortable to sleep on it. The only flaw is that there is a small gap in the middle. Chang'e walked up to the Jade Shuttle and asked them, Are you leaving? The 9 Jade Shuttles turned around anxiously, and circled around the place where the vines grew several times. Seeing that Chang'e still didn't understand what they meant, they began to use themselves as shovels, digging the soil below one by one. Is there something underneath? Can you help me dig it up? It would take forever to dig with the little tip of the jade shuttle alone, so Chang'e asked Leng Yu and the others for help. Leng Yu carried a shovel and said happily, "They are trying to eradicate the roots." The efficiency of digging a pit with a shovel is higher than that of the jade shuttle. A big pit can be dug in a few strokes, but the strange thing is that there is no root system of the vine underneath. The vine can still run away if there are only some roots left. I thought it could be done in minutes, but after 15 minutes of digging, there was no trace of it. This thing should have run away. Leng Yu used the shovel to stomp the mud pit under his feet, looked up and said to Chang'e, "Still digging? Forget it. It should have run away." Chang'e stood at the edge of the pit, carefully poked his head and looked down. Leng Yu and his men had dug a 1-meter-long pit in this place, which was as deep as an adult's waist. "Forget it. Let's not dig anymore." After digging for so long, there was nothing. It would be a waste of time to dig further. Chang'e turned back to coax Yusua. "It should have run away. Let's forget it." After coaxing for a long time, he was barely fooled. The people in the pit jumped out. The pit they had just dug was now to be filled up again. They were doing useless work every day. "Let's go!" After filling the pit, Leng Yu patted the dirt on his hands and asked everyone to leave. Chang'e looked at the destroyed vegetation around and took out the ash with medicine residue, sprinkle some, so that it can recover quickly. In addition to the dangerous vines, there are still many good things here, such as the watermelons they picked. It would be a pity to destroy them like this. Don't touch other places. Chang'e did it himself and sprinkled a circle in the center of the hole that had just been filled. "Done, let's go!" Turning around again and preparing to leave, Han Wu saw the seedling running towards Chang'e and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Be careful!" Shan Mufeng picked up Chang'e with one hand and took a step to the right, and attacked the seedling behind Chang'e with a fireball. "What is this?" Accompanied by a cry of surprise, a dead tree root with a strange shape was rushing towards Chang'e with great momentum. The root that rushed towards Chang'e was a dead tree root, and there was actually a tender seedling growing on it. Leng Yu asked, and his hands continued to attack. The seedling flexibly dodged left and right, cleverly avoiding their continuous offensive, and moved quickly towards Chang'e with a clear goal. Just when he was only 10 feet away from Chang'e, Shan Mufeng, who had been guarding beside him, was quick-witted and sent out a strong fire snake. The blazing flames turned into a ferocious python, which rushed straight towards the dead tree root with its fangs and claws bared. With a loud bang, the fire snake accurately hit the tail root of the dead tree root. However, what was unexpected was that the seedling did not hesitate to abandon the root part that was hit, and the whole body flew towards the weaving machine held tightly in Chang'e's hand like lightning. "Huh? Doesn't it want to attack us?" Chang'e was secretly surprised. But seeing the seedling rushing into the weaving machine so quickly, Shan Mufeng was afraid that it would hurt Chang'e, so he quickly reached out and grabbed the weaving machine and threw it out with force. Chapter 124. The weaver that was thrown out did not fall to the ground. It was spinning 720 degrees in the air, then stabilized and suspended in the air without any movement. Shan Mufeng approached carefully and knocked with the tip of his gun. It did not attack him. He moved closer. The spear in his hand was always on guard. As long as there was a slight abnormality, he would attack. After making sure that it would not attack, he retracted the spear in his hand, grabbed the weaver, and observed it carefully. The hole in the middle of the blanket on the weaver was patched up, and the seedling was stuck in the small hole in the middle, just right. The roots at the bottom of the seedling were somehow woven together with the white vine core. The pure white was mixed with green veins, extending all the way around and connecting to the purple pattern on the edge. The weaver began to automatically remove the thread, making a clicking sound. Shan Mufeng was startled, let it go, and took 2 steps back. Nothing happened. The blanket above was separated from the weaver and floated independently in the air. Chang'e's worried voice came from behind. "How is it?" "Nothing." Shan Mufeng replied to her first, then stepped forward and put away the weaving machine. The flying carpet suspended in the air, without him to pick it up, flew to Chang'e's position by itself. Shan Mufeng found the direction it was flying, stretched out his hand to grab the edge of the flying carpet, and pulled it to prevent it from moving forward. The flying carpet struggled twice, but failed to break free, calmed down, and waited for his follow-up actions. Shan Mufeng's heart moved slightly, and he tried to roll up the flying carpet. There was no resistance, and he rolled it up smoothly. He was still worried, and tied it with the silk thread given by Chang'e. "What is it? Do I have to be so careful?" Leng Yu asked curiously when he saw his cautious look. Shan Mufeng replied without even raising his head, "I don't know, It should be the root of the vine. It ran to the middle of the carpet. Be careful, go back and see. After saying that, he put the tied flying carpet into the storage space. It didn't fit in. He tried again, and it still didn't work. Sean Mufing could only take the flying carpet in his hand. Let's go back. Sean Mufing packed up here, and the hunting team set off again, rushing to the flying ship. Lung Hui stood at the door of the flying ship, pacing in place. Seeing them coming back, she quickly stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" Lung Yu nodded at her and replied, "Nothing. I'm fine. Why didn't you go back to the ship to rest?" Han Yu waited for Lung Yu to finish replying, then hurried forward, stood in front of Lung Hui, and grabbed her hands in front of her. Lung Hui lowered her head shyly, and struggled twice with her hands tightly held by him, but couldn't break free. "What are you doing? There are people here." "Oh, that. We can't see them," you guys continue. Han Wudong paused as he walked to the front, turned his head, didn't look at them, and ran away. The others had already dispersed, not disturbing them. "What should we do with it?" Chang Yi pointed at the blanket in Sean Mufing's hand and asked. "Put it in a separate room first, and wait until we go back, and then see what it is for and whether it can be used. Until it is confirmed to be safe, this thing will never be released again." Chang Yi nodded. "It is inconvenient to do anything outside. This thing is weird, so you have to be careful." Sean Mufing chose a small room to place the flying carpet. He did not release the flying carpet, but added a confinement array outside it, just in case. Chang Yi waited outside the door, and when she saw Sean Mufing come out, she asked, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry, it's okay. Let's go back to the room and check if you are injured. There are quite a lot of injured people today, and the treatment equipment is used by those who are seriously injured. They can simply deal with these minor scratches by themselves and wait for the treatment equipment to be empty before treatment." After washing up, Sean Mufing carefully checked Chang Yi's body. Fortunately, most of them were just minor scratches. The ankle that was tied with vines was the most serious and had bruises. "I use an ice pack to cool you down first, and wait for the treatment equipment to be empty before treatment." The large area of bruises was particularly dazzling under the symmetry of the surrounding white skin. "It's okay, it will be fine in 2 days. Take a look at your ankle, it's pretty ugly, hiss. Don't move." Sean Mufing pressed down Chang Yi's foot that was trying to retract. "You will feel better if you apply cold compress, otherwise it will swell more severely later." Hiss. The moment the ice pack was attached, even though she was mentally prepared, Chang Yi couldn't help shivering. How are Han Lu and the others? During the day, those who were unconscious had not woken up, but fortunately their vital signs were stable. They haven't woken up yet. The Han family has sent someone to pick them up. Maybe their mental power was injured. The external injuries of those people were not serious, and they were almost healed under the treatment of the therapeutic device. They haven't woken up yet, so it can only be that there is something wrong with their mental power. Can they recover? Mental power injuries are notoriously difficult to recover, and I don't know what will happen to them. If they can't recover, it would be too tragic. Hearing this, Sean Mufing raised his head and glanced at her with a complicated look in his eyes. "Your class teacher has recently launched a kind of concentration incense, which has a miraculous effect on restoring mental strength." "Really? The class teacher started selling it so quickly?" It had only been a few days since they had discussed it that day, and I didn't expect that the class teacher was so efficient. With Chang Yi's reaction, could this concentration incense still be related to her? Sean Mufing lowered his eyes and concentrated on applying a foot massage to her. It was just launched, and she did a pre-sale customization, saying that the quantity was limited and the sales were limited. The class teacher was awesome, and she even used hunger marketing. She had seen countless small amounts of money rushing to her. Hee. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Chang Yi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Seeing her like a kitten stealing fish, Sean Mufing asked with a smile, "Your class teacher is making money. Why are you so happy?" "Ah? Didn't I tell you?" Hearing him ask this, Chang Yi realized belatedly that she seemed not to have told him that this concentration incense was essentially her business. After the cold compress was almost done, Sean Mufing wiped the water stains on her ankles and stuffed her into the quilt. Slowly walked to the bed, sat down gently, then stretched out his arm, gently hugged Chang Yi's shoulders, lowered his head slightly, and asked softly, "What do you want to tell me?" Chang Yi moved her body slightly, adjusted her posture, and found a comfortable position in his arms. "That's it. This concentration incense is mine." Hearing her words, Sean Mufing's eyes flickered, his face looked unusually calm, and he just responded lightly, "Oh, it's yours?" The tone was as calm as a calm lake, without the slightest ups and downs. As if it didn't matter at all to whom this so-called concentration incense belonged. This reaction was too calm. Chang'e turned over, changed to lying in his arms, looked up at the man's face. Why don't you ask me how I got this concentration incense? Lala covered her with the corner of the quilt that slipped down. He allowed his wife to have her own little secrets, and the private vault could give people a great sense of security. He lowered his head and asked softly, "Do you want to tell me?" Chang'e stared at him without blinking, making sure not to miss any of his expressions, and asked him back, "If I don't tell you, will you be angry?" Chapter 125. Shan Mufeng looked into her eyes, and said seriously, "You don't want to tell me, it's my problem. I didn't give you enough sense of security, what right do I have to be angry?" Okay. This is very much to her liking, even if it's a lie. Chang'e played with the buttons on his pajamas, and then said, "The concentrated incense is the stones I took from Dayu last time, and the soul-nourishing liquid is also made from this thing." Oh! He was not surprised by this. Not many people knew about the incident that year, and he happened to have heard a little about it. "Don't be afraid. You have me." Chang'e looked up in surprise, unconsciously tightened his collar, and asked, "I'm not afraid. You know about that incident?" Shan Mufeng nodded and replied, "Yeah. I happen to know a little. The truth is indeed in the hands of only a few people." He turned over, let go of the wrinkled collar, and played with his slender fingers instead. Chang'e liked his hands very much. They were slender and strong, with distinct joints. Chang'e couldn't help but sigh. My class teacher's friend is so miserable. Betrayed by her friend, backstabbed, and finally died in an unclear way. Shan Mufeng told her a little secret. Lan's title of great talent was later stripped away, but it was not announced. Really? Then why? This news was a bit explosive. Chang'e raised her head a little too hard, and hit Shan Mufeng's chin. A heavy bang was heard. Ouch! The one who was hit didn't scream yet. The one who hit him held his head, and tears welled up. Shan Mufeng hurriedly sat up and asked, "Does it hurt?" "Let me see." Take away her hands that were holding her head, gently push the hair on top of her head, no blood is seen, and gently massage the place where he hit with his palm. "Why are you so excited? Did you bump into someone?" The place where she bumped into someone hurt for a moment, but it stopped hurting after a while. However, Chang'e did not stop Shan Mufeng from continuing to rub her. His palms were warm and comfortable. "I just don't know, can the title of Great Talent Master be cancelled? If it is cancelled, why not announce it? Tell people the truth." In response to Chang'e's question, Shan Mufeng smiled and said, "If it can be given, it can be cancelled naturally." He saw that Chang'e's expression should not hurt anymore. Her next question was actually easy to understand. The trust of the star people cannot be lost, and the reputation of the talent master cannot be ruined. Chang'e pouted, and what she said was high-sounding. "Isn't it just that the people above are too proud to save face?" Shan Mufeng stopped Chang'e from continuing to complain. "Okay. I won't let you encounter such a thing. Don't be angry about other people's things. Now take a rest. There are so many such things in the interstellar era. They are not the first to encounter them, and they will not be the last." Xiaoxiu and her friends had no power and influence at the beginning, so they naturally had no one to complain to. They had to endure the loss in silence, but he would never let his wife suffer such a loss. Shan Mufeng accompanied Chang'e, and after she fell asleep, he informed his family, roughly meaning that he didn't want those people to get their hands on the Ningxian incense this time. As the cold season approached, the temperature in the early morning was already a bit chilly. She was worried about the injured people, so Chang'e didn't sleep well that night, and woke up early, and the morning fog outside had not completely dissipated. The first thing she did after getting up was to ask Shan Mufeng, had the unconscious people woke up? Chang'e rarely got up so early. Shan Mufeng brought the freshly prepared breakfast to the table, pulled out a chair, asked her to sit down, and replied, "Not yet, they were taken back for treatment at midnight yesterday." After not seeing each other for more than a month, Shan Mufeng felt that Chang'e had lost some weight, so he specially made a bowl of health-preserving porridge for her in the morning. "Come, drink this porridge first." Seeing Chang'e start to drink the porridge, he sat down opposite her and continued to tell her about the situation of those people. It has been confirmed that their mental power is damaged, and it can be treated with the concentration incense. I also contacted your class teacher last night. She said that for your sake, there is no limit on the purchase of concentration incense for them to ensure their recovery dosage. Seeing that she finished this bowl, Shan Mufeng took the empty bowl and refilled it for her. I can't finish so much. Chang'e didn't have a big appetite, and the porridge had a medicinal taste. She didn't want to drink it very much, so she wanted Shan Mufeng to give her less. Shan Mufeng ignored her and continued to fill the bowl. If you can't eat more, give it to me, eat first. You have lost weight recently. Touching her chubby face, Chang'e felt that he was lying. She felt that she had gained a lot of weight after being fed all kinds of food by her roommates this month. Chang'e ate the second serving of medicinal porridge bit by bit. The morning side dish was good, sour, crispy, and very appetizing. She ate 3 chopsticks in a row. It was a bit salty when eaten alone, but it was just right with the porridge. Seeing Chang'e continue to eat obediently, Shan Mufeng continued the previous topic. Your class teacher asked you how to give you the supplies you received. Crack, crack, crack. She bit the side dishes with a loud crunch. When she heard this, her eyes lit up with little stars. Are there a lot? Eat less pickled ones. Shan Mufeng picked up some fresh vegetables and put them in her bowl. Seeing her money grubber look, he said lovingly, your class teacher said it's a lot, enough for you to use for half a year. Knowing that ancient incense is a good seller, she didn't expect it to be so popular. It's not easy to get supplies. Chang'e said nonchalantly, just ask her to send it to me. From what she said, we knew she didn't know how tempting her supplies were. I asked the military to take them back for you. Is that okay? Isn't that too much trouble? Chang'e was a little embarrassed to always take advantage of the military, afraid of being criticized. His wife was a little timid. This kind of thing was just a side job, everyone did it. Shan Mufeng comforted her. It's okay, I arrange it. Since she was worried, then when the time comes, just pay the military some transportation fees. Okay. Chang'e nodded. If he said it was okay, then it was okay. She didn't understand this kind of thing. She still concentrated on her meal, saying that she couldn't finish it, but she finished it unknowingly with some pickled vegetables. She was a little full. Shan Mufeng was about to leave with the hunting team, so he had no time to accompany her to digest the food. He could only tell her to move around by herself. Wait a minute, go outside for a walk. Chang'e looked at Shan Mufeng's busy figure. Are you going to look for the 1,000-feathered one today? Yes. I be leaving soon. Time was a bit tight, so Shan Mufeng simply packed up and was about to leave. Although she was very curious about how they hunted the 1,000-feathered one, she knew that there were many places like this that a weakling like her should go to. She could only see if she could do something within her ability. Do you still have any energy liquid or something? His wife was so honest that it made people feel embarrassed to bully her. No. I haven't used up the ones you gave me yet. Shan Mufeng rubbed her soft hair and said goodbye. Wait for me to come back. After catching the 1,000-feathered one, we will go home. Chapter 126. Chang'e's injury is healed. Leng Yu's words were obviously ironic. Yesterday at midnight, the injured were taken away, and as soon as the treatment device was vacated, Shan Mufeng came to get it. It was just a minor injury, so it didn't matter whether it was used or not. Both of them were slaves to their wives. Shan Mufeng was like this, and Han Yu was also like this. He was even more excessive. He took the treatment device, and didn't dare to knock on Leng Yu's door. He stood at her door, and acted as a door god all night, just to treat her first in the morning. Shan Mufeng had nothing to say to his carefreeness, and didn't respond to his words. Are you ready? Speaking of business, Leng Yu put away his sloppy look and said seriously, we are all here and can leave at any time. The living area of Qian Yufei 1 is completely different from the swamp where Chang'e and the others went. Unlike the swamp, there are no particularly tall trees, and the vegetation is relatively short. Because of the characteristics of the 1,000 feathers flying one, the temperature here is suitable all year round, and the land is fertile. There are towering trees dozens of meters high everywhere, and the smallest tree trunk is as big as 2 people. Yesterday, they did not face the 1,000 feathers flying one head-on, but just came in to explore the environment and understand the terrain to prepare for today's formal battle. After entering the activity area of the 1,000 feathers flying one, the hunting team became cautious and took the lightest steps. The further they walked, the taller the surrounding trees became, and the fewer places for light to shine in, but the temperature did not change much, and it was still so comfortable. The characteristics of the 1,000 feathers flying one are really suitable for the cold season. He looked around vigilantly. Because it is suitable, before the cold season every year, the hunting team will set out to look for the 1,000 feathers flying one. Shan Mufeng warned, remember, avoid more than 3. Although their combat power is not weak, if they provoke too many 1,000 feathers flying one at the same time, casualties are likely to occur. They discussed yesterday that they would only engage in small-scale battles, and not provoke large tribes. Shan Mufeng told the warriors, who were going to go and act as bait, according to yesterday's discussion, You are responsible for leading them over. Remember not to be greedy. Wind warriors, natural scouts, 5 warriors nodded and accepted the order. The people who stayed behind ambushed the battlefield that was found yesterday. This place is located in the southeast corner of the Thousand Feathers Flying One area, surrounded by mountains on all sides, which increases concealment and makes it easier to set up an ambush. How many do you think they can bring back? Squatting and being bored, Leng Yu chatted with Han Yu beside him. I don't know. Guess. Han Yu replied stiffly, I can't guess. What can't be guessed? Just guess. Leng Yu's obsession made Han Yu unable to resist. If it were someone else, he would have let people know that men should do more and talk less, but this is Leng Yu's brother. 3. Leng Yu turned his head to look at him, touched his chin and said, I guess 1. At the beginning, they didn't have the courage to provoke 3. Do you think I'm right? Han Yu nodded without comment and said, oh. Don't say oh. Do you think I'm right? Han Yu is a wooden man. Except for being a little human to Leng Hui, he is too boring at other times. Stop making trouble. Pay attention. There seems to be movement in front. Shan Mufeng's words saved Han Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the Wind Warrior who had just gone out appeared in front. With graceful movements, he moved quickly in the air and entered the set ambush circle in the blink of an eye. I told you. There must be only one. The thousand-feathered one following the warrior spread its wings and kept a distance from him. From time to time, it sent 2 wind blades at him, as if urging him to run faster. The Wind Warrior saw the agreed signal, turned around suddenly, leaned over, and rushed to the ground. The thousand-feathered one following behind him folded its wings and followed, fearing that the prey would run away, and fired several wind blades in succession. The Wind Warrior was unable to dodge, and was scratched on the right shoulder by the wind blade. A thin line of blood floated in the air. Go! With Shan Mufeng's order, the warriors hidden in the forest attacked the thousand-feathered one together. The thousand-feathered one, who found that something was wrong, spread its wings again, and wanted to return to the familiar sky, but it had no chance. The Thunder Warrior used lightning to delay its action, and the Fire Warrior attacked its wings. The wings that Qian Yufei was so proud of became tattered under the attack of the warriors, and the burnt feathers gave off an unpleasant smell. Be careful. Don't damage its back feathers. The back feathers of Qian Yufei are excellent insulation materials, and it is most suitable to use them to make insulation items. Got it. The warriors laughed and replied. Seeing that the Qian Yufei was about to be obtained, everyone was in a good mood. Look, someone is back. This one was almost done, and another Wind Warrior, who went out came back with prey. Leng Yu looked at the figure approaching quickly, and asked the warriors to speed up. Everyone, hold on tight and prepare to welcome the next one. There are people coming over there too. Good. Cheer up and solve it together. 2 Wind Warriors approached one after another, each with 1,000 feathers flying phoenix. Oh my god, they are back too. The warrior who was just waiting to show off his skills, with a smile saw the 2 Wind Warriors, who followed closely behind him. His face changed, and he exclaimed. Everyone, divide into 2 teams. You follow Colonel Lung over there, and the rest of you follow me. Shan Mufeng quickly made arrangements, letting Leng Yu and Han Yu lead the team to deal with the first 2, and he led the 2 who came later to the southern call. The Wind Warriors who served as baits saw the signal they sent, and split into 2 groups to distance themselves from each other. The leading warrior ran to the ambush, with 1,000 feathers flying phoenix as planned. The 2 warriors who came later temporarily changed their direction of advance, and followed Shan Mufeng's instructions to the middle of the southern call. When they arrived at the call, the Wind Warriors used the trees inside to cover their bodies. The Qianyu Flying Wan, who was following closely in the air, thought the trees were an eyesore, and kept sending out wind blades to the trees they were avoiding. The tall trees could not withstand its wind blades. Treetops were constantly being shot down, and the Wind Warriors increased their speed to the fastest, using the trees to hold the Qianyu Flying Wan and delay the ambush of Shan Mufeng and his men. Retreat! With the order to retreat, the 2 Wind Warriors deliberately revealed their figures, so that the Qianyu Flying Wan could find the place accurately. They looked at the Qianyu Flying Wan in the sky, tightened its wings, and swooped down at a very fast speed, about to tear them apart with its huge claws. The 2 warriors looked at each other, and tacitly dodged to both sides at the same time to avoid their fatal blows. Shan Mufeng issued an order at the moment when the Qianyu Flying Wan was about to land. Attack! What greeted the Qianyu Flying Wan was a fierce attack. The wind blades released in panic did not cause any damage to the hunting team. Under the successive bombardment of numerous supernatural powers, The 2,000 feathered phoenixes only lasted for a short 10 minutes before closing their eyes in unwillingness. Chapter 127. Shan Mufeng gave Qian Yufei the last blow, ensuring that they could not die anymore. The battle here was declared over. The trees in the middle had been blown up, and not even many stumps were left. White smoke was coming out of the charred trunks. They walked through the broken branches on the ground and walked to Qian Yufei. The young warrior looked through the remains of Qian Yufei. Look. This one storage bag is so big, there must be a lot of energy cores inside. The energy core of Qian Yufei grows under its huge beak. The energy cores grown by each Qian Yufei are not fixed, and there is no pattern. Every time you touch the storage bag, it's like a lottery. Okay, hurry up and clean it up. Try to catch more today. I don't know if Colonel Ling is done. Boom! The red light that shot up into the sky came from the southeast. Looking at the direction of the explosion, the soldiers looked solemn, not good. There is a monster self-destructing over there. The joy of victory was dispersed by the strong light in the sky. Shan Mufeng simply left instructions, assembled personnel, and rushed to support. Leave 5 people to deal with the aftermath, and the others will follow me to support. Okay. The soldiers quickly got ready and followed him to another battlefield. Lung Yu was caught off guard by the self-destruction of the 1,000-feathered Luan. 2 soldiers were knocked unconscious by the blast wave, and another soldier had his legs broken. Fuck you. Looking at the soldier's broken leg, Lung Yu couldn't help but frown and cursed. Just as they were about to deal with the 2,000 feathered Luans according to the plan, they didn't expect that one of them pretended to be dead and self-destructed when they approached. It's okay, Colonel. Just go back and lie down in the treatment chamber. This time, I must choose a more expensive one. The one last time was too old and too small. There was not enough repair fluid inside, and I had to add more in the middle. The young soldier joked with Ling Yu, but his face became paler and paler. Don't talk, drink the medicine first. I will definitely choose a good one for you this time. Ling Yu helped him and poured the repair potion down. After simple treatment, the bleeding of the soldier's broken leg stopped, and he was pressed to drink 3 bottles of potion in a row, and his face had a trace of blood. Shan Mufeng arrived, looked at their miserable state, and asked, "What happened?" The beast pretended to be dead and exploded. Lung Yu looked at the wreckage and gritted his teeth. He hated himself. It was not the first day he went out hunting. Why didn't he remind them just now, and make up a blow first, and then go to check? Shan Mufeng gave orders to arrange the injured people, let the medical soldiers take the wounded and retreat to the back. Then they redeployed and waited for the next wave of 1,000 feathers flying Luan. Their original plan was to do it in small quantities and multiple times slowly. Now, it was impossible to do it slowly. They could only take a big wave at once and leave. Shan Mufeng asked someone to notify the flying ship to get ready. Han Yu. Contact the others, and ask the flying ship to be ready to return at any time. Then ask them to bring Chang Yi over later. Remember to remind her to bring her storage space. Under normal circumstances, 1,000 feathers flying Luan will not hunt collectively, but except for special circumstances, when the safety of the tribe is threatened, they will choose to go out at the same time. The self-explosion of the tribe members is one of the signals. The message sent by the self-explosion of the 1,000 feathers flying Luan just now will soon attract many 1,000 feathers flying Luan. Lung Yu asked Shan Mufeng in confusion about his arrangement. Don't you want to avoid it first? A group of level 3 monsters, or birds, their combat power is no joke, just comparable to a small energy cannon. Shan Mufeng glanced at him, threw him a box of things, and ordered, take it and share it with them. Lung Yu took the box and opened it. It was full of energy liquid. There were probably hundreds of tubes, and most of them had attributes. With these energy liquids, no matter how many 1,000 feathers flying Luan came, they could leave them. Where did you get this? Did the Admiral secretly supply it to you? Lung Yu asked with a grin while holding the energy liquid. Get out. Shan Mufeng raised his foot and gave him a blow. Go and share it quickly, let them be prepared, don't hold back, just use supernatural powers to bombard them directly. Okay. Wait and see if we don't bomb these guys to death. With sufficient energy liquid, they don't have to be stingy and save it. Since they decided to do something big, they didn't clean up the remains of the 1,000 feathered Luan in the middle, leaving it in place to continue to play its positioning function. Oh Valley! Oh Valley! The unique cry of the 1,000 feathered Luan came from the distant sky. Better be prepared. After Shan Mufeng's combat readiness order was issued, all the soldiers opened the energy liquid and took it, holding their weapons tightly. The weapons of the superpower warriors are all kinds of strange. The most common ones are swords, knives, guns, halberds, etc. Shan Mufeng used a pear blossom spear. When attacking, the spear head is opened, and the energy introduced is strengthened by the gun body, and then ejected from the spear head. This was bought by him at an auction, which can increase the attack power by 15%. The first few thousand feathered phoenixes that arrived kept circling over the wreckage, chirping but not landing. The soldiers were patient, and did not dare to make a sound. The air was not suitable for them to fight. Oh! The next 1,000 feathered phoenix made a long cry, flew over the tribesmen in front, and flew over the wreckage. After circling for a circle, it bombarded the surroundings with wind blades. The soldiers crouching in the front row did not move at all, even though the trees and grass in front of them were chopped off. Several soldiers were hit by the fallen trees, but they endured it, and did not hold up the protective shield to resist, for fear that they would find something wrong. The 1,000 feathered phoenixes behind followed the first one's steps, and continued to attack the surroundings indiscriminately. Fortunately, the trees here are tall and dense, which blocked a lot of damage for them. Finally, after the bombardment, under the leadership of the leader, all the 1,000 feathered phoenixes except the 3 responsible for vigilance landed. Charge! The battle horn sounded. To deal with EP91, the fire and thunder systems were the main forces. The water system could not cause any damage to it. Its wings were covered with a special layer of oil, which would not get wet. What about the wind system? It was impossible to break its defense, because it was originally a wind-type monster, and was immune to the wind system. This battle lasted for more than an hour. It's so exciting. It feels so good to use the energy bombing at will without considering the consumption of superpowers. Do you think the energy liquid today is of high purity? The warrior with peach blossom eyes asked his comrades around him. Yeah. His comrades nodded in agreement. Today's energy liquid is good. I don't know which talent master made it. Can I ask her to buy some when I go back, and keep it in stock? Usually, if you take ordinary energy liquid and launch attacks continuously, you will obviously feel the lack of follow-up in less than 3 minutes. Today, the high-intensity superpower attack here was not noticed until 10 minutes later, when he emptied his superpowers. Chapter 128. The 3,000 feathers flying one that were on guard in the sky joined the battle, and were also destroyed. After the battle, Shan Mufeng asked Han Yu to notify the flying ship and bring people to clean up the battlefield. Han Yu. Notify them to come. Han Yu nodded and replied, okay. Lung Yu looked at the nest of the 1,000 feathers flying one and asked him, I'm going to take a look, are you going? Shan Mufeng turned his head and looked in that direction, saying, if you want to go, go, just a little, go quickly, and come back quickly, so as not to delay everyone's progress. Lung Yu replied, okay. I take a few people to take a look and come back soon. Turned to Han Yu, urged him to go with him. In the end, Lung Yu successfully persuaded 6 people to go to the nest of the 1,000 feathers flying one to search for treasure together. The nest of the 1,000 feathered one is on a cliff. Standing at the foot of the cliff and looking up, unlike the lush trees below, there is no green on the upper part of the cliff, and it is all bare stone. The wind warriors used their powers to wrap their bodies, and took them to the top of the cliff and landed on a platform. A bloody stench mixed with animal feces filled the surroundings, which was irritating to the eyes. After landing, several people unconsciously covered their mouths and noses, took out gas masks, and put them on, and dared to breathe at ease. Shall I go over there and take a look? Then I go to that cave and take a look. Remember, there are only 15 minutes, don't delay too long. After discussing where they were going, they ran to the caves they chose to search for treasures. Before they separated, Ling Yu emphasized the time issue to them again, and they should not affect the actions of the large army. Adult 1,000 feathered one are large and aggressive, so they are not suitable for domestication. But if you start raising them from the time they are young, you might get a natural flying machine that is obedient and easy to use. The entrance of the cave that Lung Yu chose is only wide enough for one person. After walking a dozen steps inside, the passage begins to slowly expand. When you walk into the cave, the space is even larger, and the stench in the air is much lighter. After entering the cave, the first thing that catches your eye is the huge haystack in the middle. On the right side, there is a half-eaten animal skeleton. Judging from the shape, it should be a 4-legged animal. For the sake of caution, Ling Yu took out his weapon, an energy sword, and held it across his chest. He bent over and looked around vigilantly. The rock walls in the cave were smooth and flat, and he did not see any other passages or caves. He carefully approached the grass nest in the middle and looked around. His luck was not very good. There were no 1,000 feathered one cubs in this nest, only 2 eggs covered with dry grass. Lung Yu turned the grass nest over and over again, but there were nothing but weeds. The cave was originally good, but he made the ground full of hay. Time was too short, and he had no chance to search for other caves. He could only take the 2 eggs and return the same way. The baby-faced soldier held 2 brown phoenixes in his arms, and showed them to Ling Yu. "Look, Colonel, these 2 are cute, aren't they?" After showing them, he asked Ling Yu, "What color is yours?" Ling Yu glanced at the cub in his arms, and replied lightly, "Yeah. Not bad." Then, he walked away, not giving him the opportunity to continue showing off. From Ling Yu's reaction, it was clear that he was not as cute as him. The excited soldier turned around and asked about other people's cubs. "How about yours, Han Yu?" Han Yu didn't say anything, and directly opened the front of his clothes. A furry white little head poked out from inside. The red fluff on the top added 3 points to its beauty. This was its unique mark. The warrior who went to the cave to search for treasure just came over and saw it, and wanted to exchange with him. "Wow! Han Yu, you are so beautiful. Can I exchange with you? I want to give it to someone." As soon as the voice fell, Han Yu stuffed the little guy's head back into his arms, closed the collar, and stopped them from looking at it. "No. I want to give it to someone too." The warrior quickly stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and entangled Han Yu. He was also a warrior of the Han family, and was considered Han Yu's cousin. "Ah, don't be like that. Who are you going to give it to?" "I'm going to give it to my fiancé, good brother. Can you help me? I trade with you 2 for 1, how about that?" Brothers couldn't do it either. Han Yu coldly refused. "Not much, I'm going to give it to my fiancé too. My family doesn't seem to agree to marry my sister to you yet." Ling Yu's voice came from behind him like a ghost. Han Yu scratched his head and smiled at him. "Hui hui. You should like it, right?" He couldn't wait to see. Ling Hui saw the little guy's surprised expression, and couldn't help urging others, saying, "Go back quickly." "Yeah." Ling Yu responded without comment. On the way back, everyone was happy, looking at other people's cubs from time to time, comparing whose appearance was the best. Only Ling Yu did not participate in a single discussion throughout the whole process. He was the one who instigated and led the search for cubs, and as a result, everyone else found cubs, only he had 2 eggs. When we returned to the battlefield, Chang Yi and his men had just arrived. Seeing them coming back, Shan Mufeng greeted them. "You're back. Help me fill up the transport truck first, and let Chang Yi put the rest in the storage space." The soldiers who stayed behind knew that they were going to the nest of EP91 to look for cubs, and they all gathered around to ask, "Did you find them? How many did you find? What color are they? Take them out and let me see. Do you have any extra ones? Give me one." "I only found one. I can't give you one." The soldier who was asked shook his head and refused. "I found 5. Do you want to raise them? I can give you one." The one who spoke was a wind-type warrior. He was quick and found 2 caves. He couldn't raise so many by himself, so he could share them with others. "I raised them. Give me one." The soldier who had just asked if there were any extra ones hurriedly responded, and squeezed in front of him with his hand raised. "They are all here. Which one do you want? Choose it yourself." The cloth covering the cage was lifted so that he could see clearly. The 5 puppies brought back by the wind warrior came from 2 nests. 3 of them were brown with black hair, and the other 2 were black, white and gray. "I choose this one." The last warrior to ask for it picked a cub with brown feathers all over its body, except for the tail which was black. Seeing that he had chosen, the wind warrior asked him to take the one he had chosen away. "Okay. Take it." He let others pick the extra puppies, and he was left with a black back, white belly and gray tail. Chang Yi wandered around to join in the fun, watching them happily share the puppies of EP91, and gave them advice on the side, but she didn't want any. She didn't have that much patience, and couldn't raise such a fragile little thing. Ling Yu, who usually loved to join in the fun, was uncharacteristically standing far away and silent today. Chang Yi was curious about what kind of pup he had found, so she ran over to ask him, "What about yours?" Chapter 129. The more you don't want to talk, the more some people want to know. Ling Yu was startled by Chang's voice. He turned around and saw that it was her. He moved his position and continued his actions, pretending that he didn't hear it. Chang Yi thought he didn't hear it clearly, so he leaned closer and asked again, "What color is the cub you caught? Can you show it to me? Is it over?" Ling Yu glanced at her and said, "You want to raise it? Go ask someone else, I won't give it to you." Chang Yi shook her head and waved her hand to deny, "I won't raise it. I just want to see what the cub you caught looks like." "I don't want you to pester me," Ling Yu complained crazily in his heart, but kept a cold face. If you don't raise it, then go away, I won't show it to you. Lung Yu's attitude today is too abnormal, there must be something fishy. What's wrong with seeing it? Don't be so stingy. Show it to me now. Lung Yu impatiently drove her away. If you don't want to show it to me, then don't show it to me. Stay upstairs, and don't disturb me while I'm working. Chang Yi's curiosity became even stronger. According to Ling Yu's personality, this shouldn't be his reaction. Hesitantly asked, you didn't catch any? Lung Yu was choked by this and laughed awkwardly, ha, ha. He touched his nose with guilt and defended himself. How could I not catch any? It's just that the cubs are so good looking. I took them out because I was afraid that you would snatch them from me. Really? Why did she not believe it? I don't want yours. Can you show me one look? Just one look. Not even one look is enough. I want to take it back and give it to my wife. I can't show it to you. Lung Yu had said so much. Chang Yi could only temporarily put away his curiosity. He would know when he asked Ji Shuao later. At this time, the incomplete 1,000-feathered one were packed up and loaded onto the transport vehicle. Shan Mufeng asked her to go over and put the remaining supplies into the space, and pack them up to go back. Thank God. This troublesome master was finally sent away. Lung Yi looked at her back as she walked away, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and sighed. She came with the Han family's team, and separated from them on the return trip. Except for Han Yu and a few people who had to count the supplies together, the rest of the Han family's hunting team took the flying ship they came on and returned the same way. Chang Yi and Shan Mufeng took the military's flying ship to return to Qihong Star. This planet is close to Qihong Star. The flying ship that came this time is not big and does not provide a separate lounge. Everyone can only sit back together. In the cabin on the return trip, the soldiers were discussing this harvest. How many energy cores do you think we can find this time? I don't know if it's enough for us to share. The round-faced soldier said worriedly. The Wind Warriors, who acted as bait, were full of confidence in this harvest. Even though the transport truck was full, there were still so many left. Of course we can. We killed a group this time. Yes. This year looks more than last year, so it should be enough to share. As ordinary warriors, they did not ask for a nuclear energy from a large energy source, but only hoped that the warm clothes made of back feathers could be distributed to them. The women and children at home really needed to survive the cold season. Those rotten hands last year must not be touched this year. The warrior who spoke stared at the two people who took action last year and seriously dragged down the delivery rate. Then it didn't grow, and it can't be blamed entirely on us. As he spoke, the soldier himself was not so confident, and his voice became softer and softer. He didn't know why he had such a bad luck last year. Normally, his luck was not bad, otherwise he would not have been asked to touch the energy core. But who knew that after he really started, it was like being possessed by a demon. 9 out of 10 times he failed, and the only one he touched was only the size of a grain of rice, and the energy inside was not enough to last for a week. Don't blame you, yes. 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 It's not your fault. The soldier next to him, thinking of his record last year, advised earnestly. Right? You think so too? Finally someone understood him, and he was not finished with his touching words. Then he heard the person next to him change the subject. That's it. Please don't do it this year, don't touch it. It's best if you don't even look at it, just go home and wait. Crack. The young man heard the sound of heartbreak, widened his eyes, looked up at his comrade in disbelief. Why? How could you do this? His comrade pressed down the finger he pointed at, and said earnestly, Be good. You have to be obedient. This is for the good of all of us. The chat over there was heated, and everyone watched them play tricks during their rare leisure time. Chang Yi looked at the soldier who looked very blessed. Why was he so unpopular? Leaned sideways on Shan Mufeng's shoulder, and asked quietly, Was his luck so bad last year? Shan Mufeng opened a can of juice, carefully inserted a straw, and let her hold it to drink. He looked at the soldier, turned back and smiled at her and said, It's not that bad, but he has been on the team's luck blacklist since that time. He was never asked to do such luck-related things again. According to their private saying, if you do the opposite of him, you will definitely get a lot. If you follow him to find it, you won't get a single hair. So amazing. Chang Yi was amazed. This guy is the living light of the world. I wonder if I can win every bet with him. Would you like to touch it after you go back? Shan Mufeng knew that Chang Yi liked to join in the fun. It was very lively to touch the energy core of Qin Yufei one every year, so he just took her to play. Is it fun? Shan Mufeng told her about the activities in previous years. It's quite lively. They hold some strange rituals every year, saying that they are used to enhance luck. In the end, the person who gets the most gains can get some extra rewards. It sounds interesting. Chang'e wants to go, but she is afraid of being tired. If she starts right after returning, she will have to work all night, which she will definitely not be able to handle. When does the activity start? Will it start as soon as we return home? How long will the entire activity last? Shan Mufeng gently gathered her somewhat open collar and softly answered a series of questions in her mind. Don't worry. Go back tonight and have a good rest, sleep, and get enough energy. I take you there tomorrow. If you are tired, you can go home and don't have to stay there all the time. He has experience in this matter. Tonight, all the materials will be transported to the warehouse one by one, and the next task waiting for them to complete is to carefully count and properly organize these materials one by one. There is no doubt that this is destined to be a long and hard night. But people like Chang'e who just want to touch the energy core do not have to participate in such heavy work tonight. Just wait until the nighttime material sorting work is completed, and then go there tomorrow. Besides, he can't bear to let Chang'e work all night. If she is really exhausted, it will not be easy to recover. Chapter 130. If she doesn't have to stay up all night or work non-stop, then she will be fine. She is afraid that she will oversleep, so she asked him to remind her. Okay, remember to pick me up tomorrow. Seeing Chang'e rubbing her eyes and nodding her head, Shan Mufeng asked softly, Are you sleepy? Chang'e nodded and yawned, Yeah. After a busy day, she was a little sleepy, and her eyelids were already fighting. Go to sleep. I call you when I'm here. Shan Mufeng gently picked up Chang'e and put her on his lap. He made her sit sideways like a child, patted her back, and coaxed her gently. Chang'e leaned her head on his arms, found a comfortable position, closed her eyes, and rested peacefully. Leng Yu came over, saw this, lowered his voice, and asked in a low voice, Are you asleep? Shan Mufeng nodded slightly, but did not make any sound. Then he raised his eyes to look at Leng Yu, asking with his eyes what he was doing here. Leng Yu felt Shan Mufeng's gaze and quickly said, Nothing, just came to tell you, I just received a message saying that you should bring Chang'e to his place when you have time. Hearing this, Shan Mufeng just nodded again lightly, indicating that he already knew it, and didn't say much. However, Leng Yu was obviously full of curiosity about this arrangement, and he couldn't help asking, What does the general want to see Chang'e about? Recently, I haven't heard that Chang'e has done anything earth-shattering, and it even alarmed the general to talk to her in person. Facing Leng Yu's series of questions, he directly gave Leng Yu 4 words. It's none of your business. Then he waved his hand to signal Leng Yu to leave quickly. Seeing that Shan Mufeng had no intention of clearing up his confusion, Leng Yu could not say anything more, and could only turn around and leave in a huff. At this time, Shan Mufeng lowered his head, and stared at Chang'e's sleeping face quietly. For a moment, he could not help but be stunned. His little wife. She was always so unexpected. As for the reason why the Admiral looked for Chang'e this time, he could guess 80% to 90%. It was probably for that thing. The biggest audience of the concentrating incense was the sergeants. The sergeants who fought on the front line of the battlefield for many years were the group with the most mental damage. Before the concentrating incense came out, how many sergeants tried their best to accumulate military merits in order to get the soul-nourishing liquid, for fear that one day their mental power would riot, and they would not have enough military merits, and could not get treatment, and become a monster with no humanity, and finally be destroyed by humanity. Thank you. My baby? Shan Mufeng couldn't help but kiss her on the top of her head. Everyone thought that his union with Chang'e was just a momentary curiosity, to find some fun in his long life, and they were sure that they would not live long. But they didn't know that their fate was earlier than they all thought. Since he was a child, people around him kept telling him that he had to keep getting stronger, study hard, train hard, and protect the peace in the future. This was his innate mission. From the beginning of his memory, everything he got was used to make him stronger. Ordinary people's fun was just a waste of life for him. The year he officially joined the army, his family held a banquet for him, and announced to everyone that he would officially guard the place from that day on. Everyone at the banquet was wearing a false mask, coping, trading, and clinging. Just when he was looking at those fake people and felt bored and ridiculous, he found Chang'e, who was holding a plate and slipping into a corner, eating heartily. He didn't know how she had the courage to get an extra-large plate in such an atmosphere, fill it up, and naturally run to the side to enjoy the food. As if by some strange coincidence, from the first time he saw her, he couldn't bear to look away. He avoided those who came to talk to him, walked through the crowd, and walked in front of her. At that time, he was very sure that he didn't say a word, just stood in front of her, watching her eat quietly. Chang'e couldn't stand it anymore after he stared at her for a long time. She looked up at him, forced a smile, found a small cake, stuffed it into his hand, and wanted to get rid of him, saying, "Here, here, let's eat together, it tastes very good." After that, she ignored him, and just lowered her head to enjoy the food again. It was obviously prepared by her own chef, but it was just a cake made of primary nutritious ingredients. Normally, it would not be served to him, but that day, he felt that this cake was particularly fragrant and warm. The girl in front of him ate sweetly. He saw that there was not much food on her plate, so he couldn't help asking, "Do you want more?" The girl stopped eating. Because she swallowed too quickly, she choked and blushed. She punched her chest with her fist, but still didn't swallow it. She pointed at the drink on the table anxiously, motioning him to help get it. He had never encountered such a situation before. After understanding what the girl meant, he picked a glass of juice and handed it to her in a panic. The girl took his juice and poured it into her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The sour taste in her mouth made her frown, and after swallowing the pastry in her throat, she did not take the second bite. "Thank you." "No thanks." The girl looked at him with an inexplicable expression, and the thank you was a little reluctant. She had reason to suspect that this man was deliberately making fun of her. Shan Mufeng saw that her face was not right, but he did not know what he did wrong. It was not until the girl left that he realized that the juice he gave her was used to flavor other juices. It was sour juice, and it tasted sour when drunk alone. It was hard for her to swallow it. After the banquet, he asked someone about the girl's situation and learned that she was a branch of the Chang family and a remote star. She came with her elders that day. In the days that followed, he actively participated in various banquets for a period of time, hoping to meet that person again, but he never saw her again. After many years of separation, when they met again, the girl who gave him pastries proposed to him with energy stones this time. No one knew that the joy in his heart at that time, when he was young, that sweet pastry would soon belong to him alone. Chang'e was half asleep and half awake, and she felt as if her body was held by a pair of strong arms and moved slowly. A familiar breath made her feel at ease, and continued to sleep without even opening her eyes. She asked vaguely, "Are we there?" He leaned down softly, leaned close to Chang'e's ear, and coaxed her in an extremely gentle voice. "Yes. We are home, you continue to sleep." Shan Mufeng held her gently, walked into the room, walked to the bed, gently put the person in his arms on the soft bed, and then carefully pulled a quilt for her, looking at Chang'e's quiet sleeping face. After making sure that Chang'e had fallen asleep peacefully, Shan Mufeng stood up. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to the door. He reached out and dimmed the lights in the room. In this way, if Chang'e woke up in the middle of the night and needed to get up, he would not be dazzled by the bright light or bump into others. He could then quietly close the door, leave home, and go to the military headquarters. Chapter 131. Warm light, from the window through the warm curtains, awakens the person who is still sleeping in bed. Chang'e gently rubs her eyelids, moves her feet, and stretches in the quilt. Ah, a shrill cry, wakes up with one click. Lazy people are not suitable for stretching. She has finished the assessment, and her legs are cramping. The person is completely awake. Chang'e rubs her legs while brushing her teeth and grins. The feeling of cramps is really uncomfortable. Beep! 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 The communicator rang, hello. Shan Mufeng heard the voice in the communication, with a nasal tone, and asked nervously, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. It's just a cramp in my calf. Just after she finished speaking, she pressed the tendon again, and she gasped in pain, hiss, oh. Wait at home, I'll be back soon. Shan Mufeng was still worried and decided to go home, just in time to pick her up to the military headquarters. Later, the activity of touching the energy core of Qian Yufei 1 will begin. Okay. Hanging up the call, thinking back to her own reaction just now, Chang'e felt that she was becoming more and more hypocritical. People who are spoiled by others will always be spoiled. When she secretly watched her master teach magic, she was discovered by her master, and was punished to be locked in the reflection room for half a year. She suffered the punishment of whipping her soul every day, but she never told anyone about her suffering. The main reason was that she knew it in her heart, and no one would care if she told him. After rubbing for 2 minutes, it was barely not so painful. Chang'e limped out of bed, and opened the floor-length curtains to let the light from outside in. She liked this feeling of dispelling the haze. It's another beautiful day. She encouraged herself, washed up, changed her clothes, went downstairs to have breakfast, sat on the sofa, massaged her legs, and waited for Dan Mufing to pick her up. The treatment device can't cure cramps. It's really unscientific. Sean Mufing went home and saw Chong Yi sitting there rubbing her calf. He looked serious and walked up to her quickly, squatted in front of her and asked, "Why do you have cramps? Let me rub it for you." While speaking, his hand was already on her calf, kneading it gently. Seeing that he was so worried, Chong Yi pretended to be indifferent and said, "It's much better now. It doesn't hurt much anymore." Moving his feet confirmed that what he said was true. Sean Mufing's sudden increase in strength made her cry out in pain. "Hiss, oh oh oh! Be gentle." Hearing her cry of pain, he eased his strength and rubbed it gently. "You call it not painful?" Chong Yi smiled at him flatteringly. He. "It won't hurt if you don't touch it too hard. You should just rest at home today and don't go, okay? Will the event continue tomorrow? If the delivery rate is not high today, it will continue tomorrow. In other words, if the delivery rate is good, there will be no excitement tomorrow. My feet are fine, it won't hurt later." She wanted to go to the rare excitement, but if she missed it, she would have to wait another year. Dan Mufing couldn't do anything with her, so he scratched her nose and told her to be careful. "Then you should stop touching the ground today, okay?" Yeah. Seeing that he agreed, Chong Yi was very upset. In order to be more convincing, she raised her hand and swore to him that she would not move if she could. Dan Mufing carried her into the car, and he never let her feet touch the ground from home to the military headquarters. "Put me down. I am embarrassed to do this." Chong Yi was not thick-skinned enough. She was carried around like a child, and her face quickly turned red. She felt that everyone along the way must be talking about her. Sean Mufing raised his eyebrows, smiled slightly, and asked, "Excuse me?" Yeah. Chong Yi nodded vigorously, expecting him to put her down and save her from social death. But Sean Mufing just adjusted his posture, changed to hugging her with one hand, and put the hood of the outer cloak on her with a free hand, turned her head and pressed it against his chest. This way no one can see it. What a trick of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Chong Yi under the cloak widened her eyes in disbelief, wanting to look up to see if he was serious. The hood of the cloak was a bit big, blocking her vision, and she could only see the gap between his chin. On second thought, this is also quite fun. Anyway, she can't see others. As long as no one sees, it's nothing. Just lie down and enjoy the special car pickup. Yo! It's a night of rest, and you can't even walk. You can tell it's Leng Yu from this mean voice. Sean Mufing motioned him to say less. Chong Yi was embarrassed in the first place. "You are India's. India's useless. No one hugs you." Chong Yi took off her hat and showed her little face. She raised her sweet smile and smiled at Leng Yu. Her rosy face made people jealous. They hadn't closed their eyes for a day. Leng Yu looked at her legs and teased, "What? You are disabled after not seeing each other for a night?" Chong Yi rolled her eyes and pouted back. "You are disabled? A dog can't spit out ivory. His surname is in vain. He is the one who talks the most every day. Not disabled? You don't even get off the ground? I don't believe it. Come down and walk a few steps for me." Chong Yi struggled hard to get off the ground in Sean Mufing's arms. However, Sean Mufing hugged Chong Yi tightly and had no intention of letting go. He carefully adjusted her posture to prevent her from moving around, and gently placed her on the chair. After doing all this, he looked up at Leng Yu and said, "Don't provoke her. She just had a leg cramp." Hearing this, Leng Yu couldn't help but sneer and mocked with disdain. "Cramp? Ha ha. You are really a 3-year-old baby. In the interstellar era, nutrient solution has been drunk since the mother's womb, and I have never heard of adults having cramps. This kind of thing only happens to 3-year-old babies and dying old people. This person's mouth today is like poison." Chong Yi didn't want to pay attention to him and asked casually, "Has the event started? Where is it held? I don't see anyone here now. You are the kind of person who can get cramps even after sleeping? And you come here to touch the treasure? Aren't you afraid that you will touch a zero and waste precious resources in vain?" Hearing this, Chong Yi's eyes widened with anger and retorted, "You are the one who touches a zero? You touch 2 zeros. Chong Yi's words hit the point. Leng Yu was choked and retorted with ridicule. Just like this, the two people quarreled like childish children, going back and forth, neither of them giving in. Sean Mufing, who was standing by, saw them quarreling and wisely chose not to get involved. He said calmly, "This year's opening ceremony will be held in the auditorium in the east. They are still preparing there, and it's very chaotic. When they are almost ready, we will go there." In the auditorium, they were preparing for the opening ceremony. There were many people, and he was afraid that he would go too early and hurt her, so he simply waited until the arrangements were made before letting her go over to take a look. Wait here for a while. I go get something and come back. Sean Mufeng asked Ling Yu to stay indoors with her, while he went to get her a means of transportation. Chapter 132. I heard from them that in previous years, the launching ceremony was full of various ways to select the people to do the work, which was very lively. She was curious because she had never participated in it. Tired of arguing, she temporarily stopped fighting with him and asked him some serious questions. Is there anything fun today? There are so many fun things, and you don't have to participate if you go through the back door. If the delivery rate is not good later, be conscious and stop early. Don't waste resources in vain, understand? Lung Yu's attitude today will not be good. It's hard not to quarrel with this guy with his broken mouth. He doesn't think highly of her. Don't look down on me. Maybe I can find out something big? Besides, how can I take the back door just to find the energy core? Am I not also on the mission together? Lung Yu curled his lips in disdain. Going on a mission doesn't mean you can find the energy core. Is this matter so important? Isn't it common to go on a mission together and participate in the processing of harvested materials? Why is it special? Chang'e asked in confusion. What do you mean? You don't need to know, anyway you can do it. Lung Yu put on a cold attitude, drank tea, and replied indifferently. Without hearing the answer, Chang'e felt like a cat scratching her heart, and pushed him, saying, Hey! You're boring now. Lung Yu put down the teacup, and rubbed along the edge of the teacup with his fingers, raised his eyes, and asked her, Do you really want to know? Chang'e urged impatiently, Tell me now. If I really took someone else's place, then give it back. She was just a person who wanted to join in the fun, not someone who had to take up a place. Lung Yu felt much better when Chang'e said this. He had been unlucky these 2 days, so he would confront everyone he met, like a powder keg. He picked up the teapot on the table, brewed a cup of tea, and pushed it to Chang'e, and took a sip of the cup himself. Then he said slowly, The delivery rate of energy cores is related to everyone's living conditions in the cold season, so every year we select a person with the best luck and then start. Halfway through his words, he stopped and glanced at Chang'e, as if she had taken the position that should have been the chosen one. Chang'e swallowed the tea in his mouth to moisten his throat. After arguing with him for so long, his mouth was really a little dry. He looked up at him. Go on. How did you select the best player? There are so many ways. One is to ask the Suga family to help look at the face, and pick out the person who looks lucky. Speaking of this, Lung Yu didn't know what he thought of, and stopped again, picked up the teacup and took a sip. He remembered that last year, the few people who were selected by the Suga family, the luck black hands with deceptive looks, opened 20 nuclear storage capsules, and got 2 energy cores the size of rice grains, which was a big loss. After putting it down, he continued, the second type? The simplest, those who want to participate, report their names, and the numbers will be drawn randomly. Chang'e lowered his voice, sneaking around for fear of being overheard, and asked, for the first type, did anyone ask the Suga family to cheat? The first type only selects 10 people. The Suga family has to be proud. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Chang'e, his eyes full of disgust, thinking of going astray. Your second type, there is no secret operation, right? It's no wonder that Chang'e thought badly. Whoever touched the energy core himself, whether he could find it or not, he himself could get an energy core. Can't you think better of us? You took the back door yourself, and you think everyone is the same as you. If there is no chance, then there is no chance. Why are you so excited? Lung Yu's words were particularly sharp today, like he was taking bullets. These 2 methods didn't seem very reliable either. Anything else? There is a third method, guessing the points. This is unfair. The higher the level, the easier it is to guess, right? Listen to me first. The third method is to close the 5 senses. That's more like it. Only these few? No more. One of the last 2 methods is for people like you who use the back door. Chang'e touched her nose. It was boring to keep talking about the same thing. What about the other method? Before Lung Yu could finish her words, someone had already given her the answer. There is another method, which is to take the right to the back door by actual means. Hearing this familiar voice, Chang'e turned and looked at the door. You're back. So where's my quota? The person who just entered the door was Sean Mufeng, who had gone out to find a means of transportation for Chang'e. Sit still, don't move. Sean Mufeng saw Chang'e, and wanted to land without noticing. It's okay, I don't feel any pain now really. She shook her cap to prove to him that she really felt better. It was just a cramp, not that serious. But Sean Mufeng didn't listen to her. Don't move. I found you a means of transportation. See if you like it. Mysteriously, what means of transportation? Changyi looked behind him and didn't see anything. Come in. As soon as Shan Mufeng finished speaking, the flying carpet that flew in from the door suddenly stopped in front of Changyi. Changyi took a deep breath, pointed at it, and asked, "What is this?" It looked familiar, but it didn't seem to be. The purple flower vines surrounded the edge, and the middle was full of tender green leaves. Pulling away the leaves, the white stems were woven underneath. The vines in the middle were winding upwards. At an arm's length, several vines were woven into a green round cover, which was open like an umbrella. Shan Mufeng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile, and laughed softly. "How is it? Can't you see it?" Leng Yu walked forward and looked at it carefully. After seeing the object in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and asked in surprise. Is this the flying carpet woven with vines?" Seeing Shan Mufeng nod and figure out that there was no danger, Changyi asked, "How to control it? With such a cool travel tool, she won't have to drive when she goes out in the future." At this moment, there was a muffled sound of thump. A small green figure suddenly fell from the vine crown above the flying carpet. Looking closely, it turned out to be Mr. Bai, who had not been seen for a long time. It turned out that Mr. Bai was stationed at the military headquarters during the month when Changyi was away. Last night, when the hunting team came back, Mr. Bai didn't know why he looked at the flying carpet. When Shan Mufeng found it, the flying carpet had changed a lot. Mr. Bai also got into the vine crown and made a comfortable nest for himself. "Mr. Bai?" Changyi called out in surprise when he saw it for a long time. The turtle shell on the green vine, the green hair on its back, and the green vines complemented each other, and it was so natural that it was difficult to distinguish, as if it was born to belong to this green world. Mr. Bai really likes this turtle shell. After struggling for a long time, it finally turned over. During this period, it had lost its head several times in the turtle shell. It had stretched its head through every hole. Now it can adjust the angle much faster than before, and its skills are much more sophisticated. Squeak! Finally finding the right exit, Mr. Bai stretched his neck and called to Changyi, as if he was meeting a good friend and asking her whereabouts. Chapter 133. Changyi jumped down from the chair. It's okay, but my calves are still a little uncomfortable, but it's still bearable." Shan Mufeng was frightened by Changyi's action. He jumped up from the seat with a panicked face, put his arm around her waist, and picked her up again, with a helpless tone. "Be careful, don't move so much." "I'm really fine, don't be so nervous, relax." Then, patted Shan Mufeng's arm, and asked him to take her to the flying carpet. Sitting on the green leaves of the flying carpet, there is no prickly feeling as imagined. The leaves below are soft. Sitting on it is like sitting on a fluffy blanket, very comfortable. It feels good, nodded with satisfaction. Squeak, squeak. Bai grabbed the corner of her clothes, and climbed up with all his strength. Changyi felt its movement, picked it up by pinching its shell, and placed it in her palm. "Long time no see. Master Bai. Did you miss me?" After saying hello, they talked about the past. She turned around and studied her new toy. "How do I operate it?" Changyi couldn't wait to try this new toy that had just been unlocked. Shan Mufeng first took out an energy stone and approached the vine in the middle. The vines that were originally tightly entangled together cracked from the middle, and a thin vine stretched out, sweeping away the energy stone in his hand. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that the vines that had eaten the energy stone had an inexplicable sense of intimacy, just like the atmosphere that a salesperson felt when seeing a big customer. "Give me your hand." Shan Mufeng took Changyi's hand and covered the vine together. Boom! Changyi was frightened by the picture in her mind, and almost ran away. The giant vine tree that they had destroyed suddenly appeared in front of her again. Sensing Changyi's nervousness from her tense hands, Shan Mufeng gently soothed her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here, take a look." The vines were quietly crawling, and with Shan Mufeng's comfort, Changyi obediently closed her eyes and relaxed her nerves. As she relaxed, she heard a particularly flattering voice. "Dear, your most loyal Niu Qianbian is at your service." Perhaps sensing Changyi's previous resistance, the vine that called itself Niu Qianshe retracted the vines that covered her mind and shrank to a height of about 1 meter. "You are?" The sudden appearance of the voice made Changyi's nerves, which had just relaxed, tense again, and she asked it carefully and tentatively. "Dear, I am the most majestic, brave, almighty, loyal, and reliable in the universe, the most." This series of mosts made Changyi dizzy. She interrupted its endless boasting without caring about being nervous. "What on earth are you? Get to the point." She held back its unfinished self-introduction and shouted quickly and loudly, Your best partner, Nyo. Qian. Bien. This middle school self-introduction made Chang Yi's nervous mood relax a lot, and she didn't want to listen to Nyo Qianbian's nonsense anymore. She opened her eyes and asked Shan Mufeng, "What is it for?" "At present, we only know that it can fly freely according to your command and consumes 1 energy stone a day." This is what he learned after communicating with Nyo Qianbian yesterday. Its top speed is comparable to the latest aircraft, and it is not affected by magnetic fields and can fly in any environment. Yesterday, after getting off the ship, he remembered that he had locked up the flying carpet alone and was going to send it to the testing room to have them help test what it was and what it was used for. Unexpectedly, it actually took the initiative to contact him, entered his sea of consciousness, and talked to him a lot. The central idea is that it is very useful and easy to keep alive, so don't abandon it. At first, he didn't believe it. After coaxing it out of his sea of consciousness, he immediately sealed it in a container and sent it to the testing room. After a night of tossing and turning, he finally figured it out. It was originally a seed bred by the origin of the planet M370. It should have grown into the tree of life on the planet, providing shelter for all creatures on the planet, but when it just broke out of the ground, it encountered a series of things such as ground fissures, tsunamis, and lightning strikes. It saw those towering trees fall to the ground and disappear in an instant, and 100 years of growth became nothing in a day. On the contrary, those inconspicuous grass vines survived and continued to grow because they were small and inconspicuous enough. From then on, it resisted growing into a towering tree from the deepest part of its soul, and wanted to become a grass vine that could survive tenaciously. The power of the star source, feeling its changes, took back the power of the star source given to it, abandoned it as the tree of life of the M370 planet, no longer taking special care of it, and reselected another tree of life. It lost the power of the star source, and its newly awakened mind returned to chaos. It took nearly 100 years to slowly recover its spiritual wisdom. In order to grow better, it kept capturing all the energy around it for its own use. This time, it suffered heavy losses from them. It wanted to hide secretly, and wait for these people to leave, and then develop secretly. Unexpectedly, it changed its mind in the end, because of Chang Yi's energy-rich medicine furnace ash. It had already hidden deep underground, felt the energy from the medicine furnace ash, and after struggling for several times, the desire to become stronger finally prevailed, and hurriedly absorbed the energy from the furnace ash. This was the most delicious food it had eaten since it became intelligent. Seeing that they were about to leave, it was reluctant to give up the delicious food. It felt the breath coming from itself, chased after them, and attached itself to them. It had already thought about it. As long as she could feed it delicious food every day, it could help them catch the prey they needed. It had seen strange creatures like them catching all kinds of prey on the planet, even those low-level plants and trees. But it didn't expect that it was stopped by the strange man just as it approached, and no one communicated with it, so it was directly locked in a small dark room. If it hadn't been thinking about the delicious and powerful food in its heart, it would have demolished the room long ago. So when the man who locked it in the small dark room appeared, it immediately entered his sea of consciousness and communicated with him. "You are quite smart. You know that the end of calling it the Tree of Life is always bad." After listening to Shan Mufeng's story, Chang Yi praised Nyo Qianbian in the sea of consciousness. After receiving Chang Yi's affirmation, Nyo Qianshi couldn't help but proudly shake the crown of his head. It also felt the same way. It was the most intelligent being on the planet M370. Chang Yi asked curiously, "Do you really like what I sprinkled? Did you feel uncomfortable after absorbing it?" Her talent as a plant killer has been with her for 2 lifetimes, and no plant has ever survived after being in her hands. "I like it. I like it. I like it very much." The joyful voice kept echoing in her mind, making her head buzz. Chang Yi quickly stopped Nyo Qianbian, who was shaking like a madman, and said, "Okay, okay. I already know that you like it very much. Don't say it anymore." Chapter 134. Nyo Qianbian's voice is so powerful that it has its own sound effects. If she lets it go on like this, her head will explode. Lung Yu just received the communication prepared by the auditorium. He turned to look at the 2 people who were still studying the flying carpet and asked, "Are you ready?" The auditorium said, "Get ready and start." Hearing Lung Yu's words, Chang Yi looked up at him and asked, "Are you ready?" After getting a positive answer, Chang Yi turned his eyes to Shan Mufeng on the side and asked, "Then should we go now?" Hearing this, Shan Mufeng smiled and nodded and said, "Yes. Go." Then, he turned to look at Lung Yu and nodded slightly, saying, "Let's go together." Sitting on the flying carpet, Chang Yi invited them, "Do you want to come up?" She wanted to try Nyo Qianbian to see if it worked. Lung Yu responded with a hint of sarcasm, okay. As long as you don't drive us into a wall. Hearing this, Chang'e glared at him unhappily and replied angrily, then don't come up, walk by yourself, we take the flying carpet. If you don't let me sit, I sit anyway. Lung Yu said, as he walked forward quickly, as if he was really afraid that Chang'e wouldn't let him sit. Cheap. She only had these 2 words to say to him. Chang'e controlled the flying carpet and lowered the altitude. Come on. Patting the seat next to him, he invited them to get on the carpet. The 3 of them sat cross-legged. Lung Yu sat at the front, Shan Mufeng in the middle, and Chang'e sat at the end, just sitting face to face with Shan Mufeng. Hold on. Chang'e waved his arm and shouted, let's go. The flying carpet flew out of the room with a whoosh. Niu Qindian, who was eager to show off, pulled the speed to the maximum and flew whoosh, whoosh. The 3 people sitting on the flying carpet were so fast that they just managed to stabilize their bodies from the strong push on their backs, but they were unable to open their mouths because of the wind. Chang'e pursed her lips, closed her eyes, and quickly contacted Niu Qindian, slow down, slow down. Don't go so fast. In her sea of consciousness, Chang'e felt the wind pouring in, and she felt dizzy. Ouch. Chang'e was too slow, and they had already arrived. Niu Qindian braked urgently, and the 3 people collectively enjoyed the reverse push on their backs. Chang'e followed inertia and threw herself into Shan Mufeng's arms, her nose hitting his chest, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Today was really. Lung Yu, who had just sat at the front of the flying carpet, was even worse. He flew directly from it, flipped twice in the air, and finally managed to stabilize his body. He almost hit the wall. As soon as he landed, Lung Yu turned around and went to the driver to argue. Just tell me, did you do it on purpose? Chang'e raised her head from Shan Mufeng's chest and looked at him with tears in her eyes. She covered her nose pitifully, tears welling up in her eyes. Okay. Seeing her like this, Lung Yu took back what he had just said. Well, don't ride your flying carpet next time. It's not safe. As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Qindian shook the treetops frantically, stretched out a vine as thick as a pin, and whipped in front of Lung Yu, separating him from Chang'e and preventing him from moving forward. What? You are not good at business, so you don't let me talk about it. Fortunately, he was agile, otherwise he would have let it whip him right in the middle. Niu Qindian ignored it. It only wanted Chang'e, the vine used to whip people, but it completely changed in front of Chang'e. The vine was pointed, tentatively touching her fingers, and seeing that she did not object, it boldly circled a section, entered the sea of consciousness, and chatted with her. I didn't mean it. I won't do it next time. Don't listen to his instigation. Don't want me, okay? It also made a sobbing sound. I don't know where it learned it from. It cried like a resentful woman who was abandoned. The voice in my mind was full of grievances. My nose was still hurting, but Chang'e couldn't say anything more to it, which had a good attitude of admitting its mistakes. At most, I wouldn't ride the flying carpet unless necessary. I don't want you. Don't worry. Shan Mufeng was not so soft-hearted. He took the initiative to connect with its sea of consciousness, came up, and attacked it. After the attack, he said coldly, if there is a next time, you know the consequences. I know. I know. I promise there will be no next time. I promise you believe me. Niu Qindian was much more obedient in front of Shan Mufeng. He didn't pretend to be obedient and agreed in front of Chang'e to gain sympathy. Last night, it was this man who imprisoned it in a transparent box and roasted it with fire for 3 hours. It almost died. Finally, it couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to communicate with them frankly and offer the handle, which finally saved its life. It was afraid of Shan Mufeng's aura, so Chang'e was better. Niu Qindian took the initiative to talk to Chang'e about its improvement plan. I can add a windproof thing on the flying carpet. What style do you want? Any style is fine? She didn't want to give up such a cool flying machine, and this was the only plant that was not afraid of her destruction. God knows how much she wanted to grow something. Yes. 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 It must be okay, and it must serve her well. It doesn't want to face that terrifying man. Then I want this. And that. The flying carpet outside kept changing its shape as the two discussed. The vines on the crown hung down and wrapped the entire flying carpet, turning it into a green rattan ball. No. No. In this way, people sitting inside can't see outside. No. The airtight sphere was rejected by Chang'e. Niu Qindian turned it into a smaller version of a flying ship and asked her, is this okay? It can be, but it feels no different from other flying ships. And the whole green feeling is weird. If she is not satisfied, How can it work? Then let's try this and see if it works. In order to please her, Niu Qianshi took out the treasure at the bottom. You hold this branch and imagine what you want. The branch that Niu Qianshi gave Chang'e was not one of its ordinary branches that can grow at will, but a branch of its origin, another existence of it. Is this really possible? Chang'e looked at the tiny branch in her hand and expressed doubt. Don't worry. It's okay. Just think about it. Niu Qianshi promised her. Chang'e stared at the branch in her hand and began to imagine the shape of the flying carpet she wanted. The green canopy covered the entire flying carpet, with a circular opening in the middle. The tiny branches were woven into mats and hung around to block the outside view and the strong wind during flight. Chang'e made a swing at the tail, and a low table, and 2 rocking chairs in the front. Is this okay? When she asked, Chang'e felt a little guilty, as if she wanted too much and there was not enough space. No. Just put up the curtain to block the wind. At the beginning, Chang'e was still considering the rationality and feasibility, but later, she just did whatever she wanted. If she hadn't retained some rationality, she would have even thought about the location of the refining furnace and placed it on the left. Chapter 135. Okay, why not? Your satisfaction is my greatest honor. Niu Qianshi was so flattering that he didn't know where he learned it. While talking, Niu Qianshi controlled the outside to become what Chang'e wanted, and even processed it on her. The curtains on all 4 sides, I don't know how it was done, but there was a round window in the middle. If you look closely, it's not empty, but the vines in this part have become transparent, which is beautiful and does not affect the vision. The swing frame at the back is dotted with purple flowers, and safety vines are carefully left on both sides. The tree canopy is different from the original umbrella surface. Another layer is added, which is like a loft. The extra layer is shorter, and looks like it should be prepared for Mr. Bai. The front and back vine tops of the lower layer have been changed to transparent, which is convenient for lighting and observation, and these can be changed at will during use. Originally, Niu Qianshi also made the bottom transparent, but Chang'e asked him to change it. She is afraid of heights, and she dare not sit if the bottom is transparent. Chang'e's favorite is the 2 lounge chairs placed in front. Both chairs are woven from a vine, smooth and knotless. The whole lounge chair has vine-shaped patterns, and the woven seat surface is flat and delicate. When you see it, you want to lie on it and shake it. There is a low table in the middle of the lounge chair, and there is a bunch of blooming flowers on the table. On the right side, it has made a flower climbing frame, which seems to be convenient for Bai Yi to go up and down. To become like this, the original size is definitely not enough. Fortunately, all the materials of the flying carpet come from Niu Qianshi. Now it is integrated with the flying carpet, and can control its changes at will. Because it was not convenient to grow too big indoors, Niu Qianshi made a miniature model. Chang'e saw her initial idea, which was gradually presented in front of her. She was so happy that she forgot the pain at the tip of her nose. This thing can also transform itself. A familiar voice came from behind her. Chang Song hadn't seen Chang'e for a long time. Knowing that she would come here today, he was ordered by his mother to wait here to inform her to go back to her parents' home for a meal. Brother, are you here too? Chang'e looked back at him and greeted him happily. This time, Chang Song had other tasks and did not go with her. Before she went to school, he was also hunting outside. After counting, they had not met for several months. I am waiting for you here. Your parents asked you to come home for dinner when you are free. If he hadn't been waiting for her, he would have gone home earlier. He had just come back from hunting and was anxious to go home to rest. He conveyed the task assigned by his parents, looked up and down at Chang'e, and then nodded with satisfaction. Shan Mufeng took good care of her. Her face was ruddy, and her eyes were bright. She looked 2 points better than at home. Well, okay, I know, I will go home for dinner tonight, she responded. She missed her parents a little after being out for so long. Even if Chang Song didn't say it, she would go home and stay for a few days. How did you get this time? He looked dusty and a little tired. He should have just returned from a mission. Don't mention it. The logistics officer was so angry when he came back from us. He pointed at Xiao Mao and scolded him for an hour. When Chang Song mentioned the harvest of this hunt, he couldn't help shaking his head. They lost everything this time and didn't even give back the capital. It was only an hour of scolding, that's okay, the loss is not much. Lung Yu listened from the side, interrupted, and casually made his own comments. Going out hunting is not always a good harvest, and it is common to lose money. It only depends on how much you lose. Based on their understanding of the material officer, This level of scolding means that the basic preparations for the departure are gone, and the loss is not too much. What are you all doing here? Xiao Mao, who had just escaped from the bombing of the material officer, came out to take a breath and saw them standing outside the gate like door gods chatting. Is this a new formation device? Xiao Mao approached and saw the completed flying carpet. He looked at this new thing and asked them. Now this flying carpet is no longer as simple as before. After the upgrade, it is a micro-landscape. If it actually flies, it looks like a small moving garden. Is the flying carpet considered a formation device? Xiao Mao's question stumped them. Leng Yu asked Chang'e, the owner, is it a formation device? Yes. Chang'e nodded affirmatively. It is. Why not? Aren't formation devices tools driven by energy? Although Niu Qinbian has his own consciousness, doesn't he also need energy to drive it? At most, it can be considered a formation device that opens up spiritual intelligence. Xiao Mao looked around. The formation device was very delicate, like a fine work of art. He asked, what kind of formation device is this? Flying formation device, a must-have for travel. It only consumes 1 energy stone a day to take you across the sea of stars. Chang'e heard Xiao Mao's question and introduced it like a salesman. Who made it? She can't sell it. The introduction was quite enthusiastic. Xiao Mu liked the shape of the array device. If the price was right, he wanted to buy one and give it to someone to play with. Girls would probably like the shape. Chang'e, who was introducing the product, was stunned by the customer's question. She didn't know how to explain it. Before she could finish her words, Leng Yu interrupted her and replied. It's made by herself. There's only one. If you want it, ask her if she wants to sell it. It's made by herself? He could understand these words separately, but he didn't understand them together. Is there an array device that can be made by herself? If array devices can be made by themselves, then the gifted master will lose most of his income. Speak human language. He thought Leng Yu was joking. This is the truth. If you don't believe me, ask them if they made it by themselves. Leng Yu replied with a smirk. Xiao Mao's suspicious eyes swept across their faces. The two who knew the situation nodded in unison. Leng Yu's words were correct. Chong Song was just like him, confused and out of his mind. You refine it yourself, right? Then let it refine one for me, and let me see. Xiao Mao still didn't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang'e felt that Niu Qinbian secretly connected with her. I refine it for him, and he pays for the energy stone? You want to give him the branch just now? Greedy guy, Chang'e thought he was going to sell the branch just now. Niu Qinbian denied that the branch could not be sold. He only had 2 branches. One was given to Shan Mufeng as a token of loyalty, and the one he just gave to Chang'e would be returned after use. He hid it for himself. It was impossible to give it to others. That kind of branch was not acceptable, but ordinary ones were still okay. He said, no. I prepared it and sold it to him. Ask him if he wants it. A him. Chang'e cleared his throat and pointed at Niu Qinbian and said to Xiao Mao, it asked you, do you really want it? What price are you willing to pay? A short silence. Chapter 136. How much does it cost? Xiao Mao suspected that Chang'e had made it, so he said this on purpose. 100 energy stones. Chang'e quoted Niu Qinbian's price. This newly unearthed plant was just ignorant. A formation device, like it would cost at least tens of thousands of energy stones. It was really a loss to spend only 100 energy stones. Xiao Mao stared at Chang'e. When he heard her offer, he just raised his eyebrows without changing his expression. He readily took out 100 energy stones and gave them to her. Selling it so low, aren't you worried about losing money? I can't help it. They made the offer themselves. I'm just a mouthpiece. Chang'e shrugged and spread her hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with her. It wasn't a formation device she made. It was up to them to decide whether to lose money or not. How long will it take? After giving the energy stone, Xiao Mao asked about the delivery time. The refining of the array device is very troublesome. The same talented master may not succeed in refining the same array device every time. He was mentally prepared. He might have to wait for a year or 2. 3 hours. Chang'e's answer was not so sure. It seemed that Niu Qinbian's transformation did not take long. Most of the time was spent on discussing it. It would take so long to copy one. 3 hours? Are you sure? Hearing the time given by Chang'e, Xiao Mao asked back and confirmed with her that it was 3 hours, not 3 months or 3 years. Chang'e thought the time was too long, but the time was set by Niu Qinbian, the refiner, and she could not change it. She could only nod and say, "Well, just 3 hours, wait until the event is over, and you can get the array device you want." Okay. At this time, Xiao Mao was more sure that it must have been refined by Chang Yi, and there must be more than one. He would wait until the event was over and go home to give it to him. "Let's go! Let's go in. They're urging us to go in." Seeing that they had made a deal, Leng Yu urged everyone to go in. Walking into the venue, it was very festive. In the center was a stage in the shape of an interstellar coin. The whole room was decorated as a sea of red. It was the first time that Chang Yi saw so many strange costumes. Regardless of gender, age or status, they all wore objects and shapes that meant good luck. The soldiers who usually looked serious were now wearing red, green, and all kinds of strange shapes. She even saw Mr. Bai's style in it. In order to look more like him, the man dyed his hair green. Looking around, it seemed that the few people who were dressed normally were not so normal. Do they do this every year? It was too crazy. She couldn't believe her eyes. After asking, she turned around to see their denial. As a result, she just turned around and saw Xiao Mao taking off his coat. He was actually wearing clothes for receiving lucky dolls. "You?" Chang Yi was stunned by his move. "You are surprised by what you have seen." Xiao Mao came back late and missed the quota grabbing last night, so he could only grab other quotas. With Xiao Mao in front, Chang Yi thought she would not be surprised when she saw Leng Yu taking off his coat, but she was silent when she saw him put on the coat. Leng Yu cosplayed the shape of a green-haired turtle shell, which must have been planned in advance and customized in advance. The turtle shell was made very similar, and he looked like a turtle prime minister after putting it on. Dear family members, the annual fortune-bringing event is about to begin. Are you all ready? On the middle stage, the host, played by the material officer, opened his voice to warm up the audience. "Ready!" The people below also responded enthusiastically. "Let's get started." "Okay. It seems that everyone can't wait, so let's not talk too much. Let's start today's first group, the selection of the 10-member group of Fukumimen." As soon as he finished speaking, an image of a thin man appeared on the stage, and the logistics officer introduced the position of the image sideways. "This year, we are honored to invite Mr. Zhuge Mingxiu to select the Fukumimen personnel for everyone." Everyone expresses a warm welcome. He was responded by sparse applause. Fortunately, the logistics team was well prepared and released the atmosphere special effects prepared in advance, and the exaggerated salute rang 6 times in a row. "Why do you seem to be not interested in this, Mr. Zhuge?" The first one was a bit cold when he appeared on the stage, and Chang Yi asked them puzzledly. "Why is it him again? Can't you change someone?" Chang Yi's question has not been answered yet, and the people below have already questioned the host on the stage. The logistics officer was a bachelor, so he asked Zhuge Mingxiu directly, "Can you predict the outcome this year?" The handsome man, who looked like a sage, was so shocked by his question that his ears instantly turned red. He pretended to be calm. "Don't worry, there will be no problem today. I passed the face reading class this year, and I have shown my transcript to the military. Can the logistics officer testify for me?" The logistics officer reluctantly nodded after receiving his look for help and testified for him. "Passed? Could it be that he didn't pass last year?" Shan Mufeng nodded, confirming her thoughts. People in the Zhuge family learn the mysterious arts from a young age. When they grow up, they can become special masters of the mysterious arts and provide support for everyone in the field of the mysterious arts. They are divided into many subjects, and they have to conduct assessments every year. Only after passing the assessment can this person put the mysterious art of this subject into his own order project. Zhuge Mingxiu is considered to be the best among his peers. He basically passes every subject in the annual assessment. When they asked him to read the face last year, the results of the Zhuge family's annual assessment had not yet been released. Because of his previous reputation, the military also spent a lot of time to invite him to help. But who knows, something went wrong last year. Among the 10 people he picked, 5 had mediocre luck and only got 1 energy core each time. The other 5 people were even more unlucky. Together, the 5 people got a normal-sized energy core. The combination of good fortune turned into a combination of bad luck. Later, they complained to the Zhuge family and learned that he failed the face reading class that year. Although he finally returned the reward for that year, the military was still very dissatisfied. Originally, they didn't plan to look for him this year, but he had a lot of performance points deducted because of the military's complaints last year. This year, he came to them and volunteered to work for free. He also provided the report card of his face reading course, and the military reluctantly agreed. Seeing the material officer nod his head to testify, The discussion below was a little smaller, and the glares were not so blatant. Okay. Now, the first group of people who signed up, get ready, count down to 5. The material officer said, walked off the stage, and made room for the images below to roll. Shuga Mingxiu closed his eyes, and began to wait. The people around him began to show their magical powers and pray. It was normal to close their eyes, and clasp their hands to ask for the blessing of the ancestors, and there were also people who asked their pets for good luck. The countless images on the stage began to rotate, and Chang'e couldn't bear it after watching for a few seconds. The speed was too fast, and the people watching were dizzy. No wonder Zhuge Mingxiu in the middle had to close his eyes. Chapter 137. Stop! Zhuge Mingxiu called for a stop, and the first group of selected people appeared. The 3 people who stopped in front of him had very distinctive looks. The first one on the left had a round face, long ears, a bald head, and a beard occupying half of his face. This face did not look full of blessings, but rather full of banditry. The one in the middle was actually a little kid, who looked only 5 or 6 years old. The koi shape only revealed a pair of big round eyes, which made him look full of spirit. Why is there a little kid? Chang'e asked them in a low voice. All military family members can sign up. Xiao Mao got her answer. The third one was a girl, holding a staff, wearing a black cloak, and a wide hat covering most of her face, and only the area below her mouth could be seen. None of the 3 people could see their full faces. Zhuge Mingxiu had a hard time passing this first level. Zhuge Mingxiu's face was visibly embarrassed when he saw the 3 images. He cleared his throat and asked, "Are you 3 at the scene? Can you come up and let me see you?" "I'm here." The koi doll was the most active. He let his parents carry him on their shoulders, raised his arms, and walked onto the stage, but he still didn't take off the koi headgear on his face. "I'm coming." The man with a full beard spoke with a hoarse voice. The remaining girl walked onto the stage silently, and stood in the corner without saying a word. People did go on stage, but no one took the initiative to let Zhuge Mingxiu see their full faces. The doll said that he had the best luck this way, and refused to take off the headgear. It was only after his parents persuaded him that he reluctantly took off the headgear, let him look at it for 2 seconds, and then quickly put it back on. The bearded man, in one word, his beard is his destiny. Well, at least we can see most of his face, so let's just make do with it. The third lady, who was thought to be the most talkative one, took off her hat, and found that she was wearing half a mask inside. She refused to take off the mask. Zhuge Mingxiu had no choice but to make do with the 3 people's faces. Who do you think is the most blessed? The professionals on the stage were reading faces, and the non-professionals below were also discussing heatedly. "I see that baby, his eyes are round and rolling non-stop, and he looks energetic, so he must be blessed. I think that lady, with a round and fleshy chin, must be blessed." There were people who supported everyone, but the bearded man was not very popular, and only a few people supported him, and these few people might be relatives and friends, supporting him out of friendship. The discussion below was extremely heated, and the stage was quiet. Zhuge Mingxiu's calculation was not slow, and he handed the answer to the host in just a quarter of an hour. The material officer took the answer he gave, and looked up at him, asking with his eyes, "Is it correct?" Zhuge Mingxiu lowered his eyes slightly, and nodded in affirmation. He calculated the result 3 times, fearing that he would make a mistake. If there was a problem with this order today, he would not be able to do this face-reading business anymore. The first one has come out. According to the old rules, the result will not be announced for the time being. We will announce it together with the next group and move on to the next group. This group of face reading is not determined at once. It takes 10 groups of 30 candidates to announce the results after all of them have passed. Repeating the above steps, 3 more people were selected and Zhuge Mingxiu looked at them. With the proof of the first group, he calmly looked at the people wearing masks and hoods, and whose facial features could not be seen clearly. Soon the remaining 9 groups were selected, and among the people who were finally selected, the bearded man was selected in the first group. The second type, the 10 people selected, are called the chosen group, and are selected by a simple lottery. All candidates first write down their lucky numbers randomly, upload them to the Star Network, and then put the numbers into the lottery machine. The 10 people selected in the first type will be drawn in turn, and then 10 people will be selected. If there are repeated numbers, they will directly play rock paper scissors to determine the winner. The third type is guessing the points. At first, Chang'e felt that this method would definitely be advantageous for people with some skills, until he saw the dice they made on the spot. The throwing tool was made on the spot with a common ingredient like radish, and the people who did it were the 10 people in the second group of the chosen group. I don't know if they did it on purpose. The dice they cut were big and small, and the shapes were also strange, and no dice were square. Chang'e apologized for her previous doubts. With the tools in such a state, there was no skill to speak of. Even if you don't close your 5 senses, you may not be able to guess. The person who guessed correctly must be extremely lucky. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the first person who came up with this idea. Can such dice really roll out points? Seeing that person cut the dice into a thorny ball, Chang'e couldn't help but ask. You can guess it even if there are no points. It's just a matter of luck. Xiao Mao and others squeezed forward to grab the quota. Now only Shan Mufeng and Chang Song accompanied her, and watched the fun from the side. Brother. They all went to grab it. Why didn't you go? At first, Chang'e thought that only those who were on the mission and their families could participate. Later, she heard that all the military personnel and their families could participate. She knew it too late, otherwise she would definitely help her family members sign up. As this was being said, the projection in the middle actually showed the image of Chang's mother. A familiar figure suddenly appeared, and Chang'e asked Chang Song in surprise, "Did you sign up?" "Yes." He was afraid that he would not be able to make it in time, so except for himself, everyone in his family had signed up. He did not expect that Su Huamin was so lucky that she was selected even though she did not come. She was selected, but she was not at the scene. Chang'e asked him, "Is your mother at home?" Chang Song nodded to her, turned around and walked out. "I will pick her up now." "That's great, so no matter what, my mother's family will definitely get an energy core, and I don't have to worry about my family this winter." The last 10 places, the backdoor snatching battle, had been selected in advance. Last night, a group of military ministers fought and used all kinds of tricks to sign for the places, completely ignoring the usual brotherhood. Lung Yu had already grabbed the place, but Dan Mufeng took away the place with a black tiger heart-piercing blow, and he vomited. I don't know if it's because of his appearance, but the green-haired guy who imitated Mr. Bai actually guessed the number correctly in one go, and was selected. Lung Yu, who dressed up as Prime Minister Turtle, also got the number, but Xiao Mao unfortunately missed the chance to participate. After selecting the candidates, they were about to enter the formal grand prize drawing stage. Chang'e kept looking towards the door anxiously, wondering why Chang Song and the others were not there yet. If they were late, their places would be voided. Here they are. Seeing the 3 people coming from the door, Chang'e's eyes lit up, and she ran to greet them. "Dad. Mom. You are finally here. Are we not late?" Su Huamin got down from Chang's father's arms, and asked as soon as she met them without bothering to greet them. She was afraid of being late when she came, so she was carried in by Chang's father at this distance from the door. "No. Just right." After saying that, she ran with Chang's mother. They were already 1 step behind, so they had to hurry up to line up and take a good position. With so many tricks in the front, Chang'e thought that the final formal stage should be very grand. Chapter 138. After so many tricks, Chang'e thought that the final formal part should be very grand. She took the red apron handed out by the material officer. She thought that vulgarity is elegance. Vulgarity is elegance. She couldn't convince him. It was really ugly. She didn't want to wear it. Woo, rebirth, I am a worker in the interstellar world. Isn't this just an assembly line, screwing in screws? Su Huamin didn't hear Chang'e's muttering clearly, and leaned back towards her. "What did you say?" Nothing?" "Mom, have you started?" She had to wear it no matter how ugly it was. If she didn't wear it, she wouldn't get good grades. The kind material officer would turn into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and eat her. "Not yet, I'm going to wash my hands." "Do you want to wash your hands?" Su Huanin saw a lot of people praying and dancing, which she didn't know, so she just went to wash her hands. Chang'e felt that she was a little out of shape today, and couldn't keep up with their pace. Why did she have to wash her hands again? "Let's go wash our hands together." Su Huamin didn't wait for her to agree, and hurriedly pulled her, got up and walked to the side. She followed her in a daze, and watching the fancy moves of others, she understood a little. After washing her hands and returning to her position, influenced by the surrounding atmosphere, Chang'e took out the Pichio and took the initiative to give it an energy stone, placing it between her and Su Huamin. Officially started working, the nuclear storage capsule had been processed cleanly, and the full basket of nuclear storage capsules looked no different. She picked one out at random, cut a small hole in the capsule mouth with scissors, and began to squeeze it with both hands. Bang! A good start. The first energy core that came out was good, the size of a child's fist. The crimson energy core, warm, and comfortable to hold in the hand. Keep pushing, boom. Another energy core came out, almost the same as the first one. After squeezing out 5 energy cores in succession, no matter how hard she squeezed, no more energy cores came out. The first core storage capsule produced 5 in total. She didn't know whether this result was good or bad, but it shouldn't be the worst. Chang'e had a special affinity with the number 5 today. She opened 5 cores from each core storage capsule, regardless of size. The most outrageous one, she thought there was no more, and was ready for the next one, but she found a rice-sized one, making up 5. Chang'e has good luck with this number. Xiao Mao and other unlucky people were in the next room, watching the rankings. Those who were selected are lucky. Shan Mufeng didn't care much about whether the luck was good or not. It seems that she will continue in the afternoon. Xiao Mao was chatting, while eating melon seeds, and finding something to talk about. Hearing this, Shan Mufeng took it to heart. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. His brows were slightly wrinkled. His slender fingers subconsciously tapped the table rhythmically. It was enough to experience the fun of doing this kind of work for half a day. There was no need to be really tired for a whole day. He thought that Chang'e's harvest was in the middle. He would ask her what she thought in the afternoon, or she would not come and rest at home. Touching the energy core in the morning was actually a selection. If the performance in the morning was not good, she would be persuaded to quit in the afternoon. Touching the energy core was exciting at the beginning, but it became boring and boring later. From squeezing it with her hands at the beginning, she directly found a rolling pin to roll it later. Don't say it, once the tools were changed, the interest that had been declining rose by 3 points. Once the mouth of the bag is opened, good luck will come. Once the mouth of the bag is opened, good luck will come. Special music sounded, implying the end of the morning activity. Su Huamin stood up and stretched her muscles. Chang'e took her arm, leaned her head on her shoulder, and complained with a pout, "It's so boring." Boring? I think it's interesting to touch this thing. I just don't know why. Today I opened even numbers, and there was no odd number. Isn't it strange? As an ordinary person, her previous jobs were simple jobs with no technical content. Now, she has adapted well to them. Since arriving at Kahangsing, everyone in the family has been busy working and studying. Only she hasn't gone out to work for a long time. Shan Mufeng and others calculated the time, came out from next door, and waited at the door. Seeing the mother and daughter coming out, they hurried forward to greet them. Chang'e looked listless, and he was worried that she was tired. He looked at her with worry in his eyes. Tired? Chang'e shook her head, smiled at him, and said, "Not tired. Just a little bored." Tired or not, it's just that this kind of boring work is too boring to do. Then we won't come this afternoon. Is that okay? Yes. Sure, just let me know. Mom, are you coming this afternoon? Chang'e didn't answer directly, but turned to ask Chang's mother. If I come, you don't have to come. The pay for this job is good. Su Huamin is willing to do it. Don't you want me to accompany you? Su Huamin laughed and tapped her forehead. I'm not you. I don't need someone to accompany me. Have a good rest at home this afternoon. After chatting, everyone went to the military restaurant to order food. Today we have freshly roasted venison. Let's go and try it. Chang Song suggested. There were many of them, so they went up to the large private room on the second floor. As soon as they sat down and prepared to order, Dan Mufeng's communication rang. After he finished the call, he looked up and said to everyone, "Sorry. The Admiral has something to ask us, so we won't eat with you today. We make an appointment next time." After that, he walked to Chang'e and leaned over and said, "The Admiral asked us to go to his office. He has something to ask you." Chang'e pointed at her nose and asked in confusion, "Looking for me? Isn't he looking for you?" Shan Mufeng shook his head and nodded, "Looking for you." Although Chang'e was full of questions, she didn't dare to delay, fearing that there was something urgent, so she quickly stood up from her seat and followed him out. The two walked side by side, and soon arrived at the door of the Admiral's office. Shan Mufeng first raised his hand politely, and knocked on the door, making a crisp and orderly dong-dong-dong sound. Then, a man's deep and magnetic voice came from the room, "Come in." After getting permission, Shan Mufeng gently turned the handle, and pushed open the door, then stepped aside to let Chang'e enter first. When Chang'e stepped into the office, she was surprised to find that it was not as solemn as she had imagined. On the contrary, the whole room was decorated simply but elegantly. There were several pots of vibrant green plants placed by the window. The sun shone through the window on the ground, forming patches of mottled light and shadow. The man in military uniform heard the door open and looked up at the door. Seeing that it was them, he greeted them, Come on. Come and have some, the roasted venison just arrived. Except for the information on the Star Network, this was the first time she saw the Admiral in person. He looked more majestic and had a stronger aura than in the information. His facial features were clearly defined, his eyes were deep, and he had a kind smile on his face, which made people respect him but also feel at ease. Chapter 139. Shan Mufeng guided Chang'e to sit inside, and sat down opposite the Admiral. If you hadn't called, we would have already eaten. It can be seen that the two of them usually have a good relationship, and Admiral Yang laughed and scolded. You kid, you blame me for this? Facing the strongest guardian of this planet, Chang'e was unconsciously a little nervous, and didn't dare to move her hands. She sat upright like a kindergarten child, with her hands honestly placed on her knees, and asked timidly, Admiral, are you looking for me? The other two people in the room saw her uneasiness, and Shan Mufeng grabbed her hand on her leg, and gently held it to give her strength. Don't be nervous. I don't eat people. To ease her nervousness, Admiral Yang joked and personally picked up a piece of venison, and put it in her bowl. Try it. If you like it, let Mufeng take some back later. Shan Mufeng smiled and replied, Not a bad harvest. You are willing to give it away, so we will take more back later. No matter how little, you won't miss it. The venison brought back by the second squadron this time was not much. It was put in the canteen today just to make everyone happy. After that, he turned to Chang'e and said kindly, Don't be shy, let's eat and talk. Chang'e didn't move her chopsticks, but said sincerely, Why don't you talk first? After you finish, I can eat more comfortably. You kid. General Yang paused for a while, put down his chopsticks, sat up straight, and said seriously, Then I won't beat around the bush with you. I heard that your class teacher is selling concentration incense recently. Although it was a question, he must know the inside story, otherwise he would not have come to her. Yeah. Chang'e nodded, not denying, but not picking up his words, looking up at him, waiting for the follow-up. This kid is a little dull in his honesty. Chang'e didn't pass the conversation to him, so he couldn't continue. He raised his eyes, and motioned Shan Mufeng to help blow the wind. Shan Mufeng avoided his eyes early, and focused on serving food to Chang'e. Uncle is not as important as his wife. He came with him because he was afraid that his wife would suffer, but he didn't come to hold his wife back. Seeing that he was unreliable, General Yang could only clear his throat and go on his own. Your class teacher has too few places to sell to the outside world, so I want to ask if I can ask you to order a batch. The raw materials of the concentrating incense were provided by Chang'e. The forces above heard some rumors, but they were afraid of the power of the Shan family, and did not dare to reach out directly. Those who took the side door were chopped off by the Shan family. No choice, General Yang could only find Chang'e to see if he could give up his old face, and ask the younger generation for some face. How much do you want? Chang'e is willing to do her part for the soldiers who guard the planet. After all, her family is also a beneficiary. Without the immigration plan of the military, she would not be where she is now. After experiencing the destruction of the planet, she hopes that Qihong Star will become stronger. She does not want to abandon her family and flee again. As many as you can get, Admiral Yang said anxiously. This appetite is a bit big. You think it's beautiful. Do you think Ningshengxiang is a weed on the roadside? Grab a handful, as many as you can get. Shan Mufeng broke his delusion. You can continue to be dumb. Admiral Yang said to him unhappily, turned to Chang'e, smiled, and said gently, Talk to your class teacher, the more the better. The military will give according to the market price, and will never take advantage. And we can give her a promise that as long as it is not a matter that endangers interstellar security, our Qihong Star garrison is willing to help her unconditionally once. The unconditional help of a planet's garrison is a heavy promise. Chang'e estimated the inventory in her mind, and after thinking for a moment, she replied, Before the end of the winter season, a maximum of 30,000 copies can be provided to the military. Do you think it's okay? If it's not enough, she can add another 10,000 copies at most, which is almost all she can take out. Yes, why not? Why don't we sign a contract now? Admiral Yang was afraid that she would regret it, so he notified his adjutant to prepare the contract on the spot. Seeing Chang'e's stunned expression, Admiral Yang knew that he might be too excited and a little scared, so he quickly lowered his voice and said, Sorry. My voice is a little loud. Look, do you want to contact your class teacher? After all, Ningshengxiang is the thing of Chang'e's class teacher on the surface, and it is a bit strange for her to make such a direct decision. Oh, I contact him right away. After Chang'e finished speaking, she took out the communication to contact the class teacher. This was originally her own thing, and the communication was just a formality. When the class teacher received Changyi's communication and heard her say this, he had no opinion at all. When he heard that he had received a promise from the military for nothing, he was so happy that he wanted to hug Changyi and kiss her. This student is so awesome. Her exaggerated laughter could be heard through the communication. She informed the class teacher on this side, and Shan Mufeng helped her to ask for compensation from General Yang. You are so embarrassed to take advantage of the juniors like this. You just pretended to be deaf and dumb and pretended that you didn't exist. Don't pretend now. The juniors nowadays. Each one is like an old fox, not cute at all. Whether they are deaf or not depends on their needs. Shan Mufeng was not guilty at all. General Yang had no way to deal with his rogue appearance, so he should let those people who were obsessed with him outside see his current character. Give her the 100 acres of land behind your house. We are not good at farming. He did not like this reward, and neither he nor Changyi were good at farming. This was something General Yang did not expect. People did not like the prepared reward. Wasn't it just because they were not good at farming? It was easy to solve. Just like the land in front of you, the military will send people to plant it for you, and you just need to wait for the harvest, and you don't have to give the military a share. This was barely acceptable, and Shan Mufeng nodded his head to agree after hearing this. Changyi, who had just returned from the communication, saw that the atmosphere between the two was strange, and asked, "What are you talking about? The general gave you another 100 acres of land." Shan Mufeng stood up and helped her pull out a chair so that she could sit down. "Ah? Send me land? Why do you want to send me land? I don't know how to grow it. As for growing land, she really has no talent. Why do these two like to send me seeds and land?" General Yang was convinced today. It turned out that the couple didn't like his gift today. It was a pity that he and the material officer discussed it for a long time. He thought that with Dan Mufeng's strength, they would not like ordinary materials, and it was not enough to send some materials for such a big event. Send them other scarce materials. The military is also short of them. After thinking about it, he thought of the last time the medicine furnace ash was discovered and implemented by Changyi. He thought that she must have some talent in planting, so she gave them land. Originally, he was only going to send 50 acres, but the amount given by Changyi was much more than he expected, so he temporarily increased it to 100 acres. Who would have thought that these two people didn't want this gift? Chapter 140. Changyi, do you want to come to the military to work? General Yang knew that she was persuaded to quit by the military. Luck is also a kind of ability. Such a good talent, why don't they cherish it? If the talent for refining is not good, you can work hard the next day. No. Changyi waved her hand and refused hurriedly, shaking her head like a rattle. She is like this now. She can refine when she wants to refine and play when she wants to play. It's good. She doesn't want to work as a slave in the military. Are you worried about the refining task? It doesn't matter. I tell you. It doesn't matter if the refining task can't be completed or not. You just need to follow when the task is done. Seeing her refusal, thinking that she was worried about not completing the refining task, General Yang thoughtfully helped her remove obstacles. No, I just don't want to work. She was oppressed and worked as a slave all her life, and finally squeezed out the last bit of value. Now she doesn't want to work as a slave at all. Genius teachers don't have to come to work every day, you just need to put your name on it. General Yang continued to increase the stakes in lobby, saying that if you don't want to go to work, it's easy to solve. Changyi couldn't resist his enthusiasm, and secretly pulled Shan Mufeng's him for help. After receiving his wife's distress signal, Shan Mufeng stopped General Yang from talking and stopped him from continuing. Okay. My wife has said that she doesn't want to go to work anymore. Are you suspected of moral kidnapping? Shan Mufeng had said so much, and he couldn't force it too much. But such a good mascot was left unused. General Yang felt like a cat's claw in his heart. Finally, he struggled and tried hard to say, you don't have to come to work, you can just put your name on it, and the benefits will be the same as theirs. I will have someone send you tasks in the future. If you are interested, you can participate. It was hard to refuse after all. Changyi nodded and agreed. Anyway, she would go on missions sometimes, so this request would not affect her. After the discussion, the three of them could finally concentrate on enjoying the food. Although the venison was good, it was too nutritious for Changyi to digest. After eating 2 pieces, she dared not eat any more. She felt that she might have a nosebleed if she ate more. There was a health-preserving soup on the table, which should have been specially ordered for her. It was light and sweet. Admiral Yang called Shan Mufeng to add another bowl for Changyi. Drink more of this soup, It's suitable for you ladies. It's good for your health. The Energy Corps site is the most lively place in the military today. Knowing that they were all there in the morning and Chang'e also participated, Admiral Yang asked casually, "How is the harvest in the morning? Are you going in the afternoon?" Shan Mufeng replied to Admiral Yang's words, and kept serving food to Chang'e. "I won't go in the afternoon. Her harvest in the morning is average. It's good to experience it in the morning." Hearing what Shan Mufeng said, Admiral Yang nodded and said, "It's good to go back and rest in the afternoon. I just came back from outside, and I need to relax for 2 days." Then the two talked about some military affairs. Chang'e closed her ears consciously. She didn't want to listen to what she didn't understand, although there were many secrets that could not be told in front of her. While eating, Chang'e didn't know where her thoughts drifted to. She wondered if she didn't go in the afternoon, so should she give the Pichio Jade Pendant, the mascot, to Su Huamin? After all, their harvest in the morning was good, and she didn't know if it had any credit. When she came to her senses, she had finished her meal. After the meal, Dan Mufeng prepared to send Chang'e home first. General Yang gave Chang'e some supplies, and asked them to go to the supply officer to get them. "I just arrived at the supplies department, and ran into the supplies officer before entering the door. I don't know why he is in such a good mood today. His enthusiasm is a bit unbearable." "Chang'e, come on. Everything is ready for you. It's all here. I'm going to wait for the meeting over there to end, and then have someone send it to you." Chang'e waved her hands repeatedly. She couldn't stand such enthusiasm and couldn't resist. "No need to send it. No need to send it. We can just take it home now." The supplies officer liked Chang'e today. Whatever she said, he thought it was okay. It's better to send it back first, so that you don't have to come back to get it after the meeting. It will waste time. Or I have someone send it back for you, so that you don't have to go back and forth. Chang'e rejected the good intentions of the supplies officer and said to him, "No trouble, I go home later, and I won't come over in the afternoon." Hearing Chang'e's words, the supplies officer suddenly raised his voice by 8 degrees, which made people's ears hurt. "What? You won't come in the afternoon? Why?" Shan Mufeng, who was checking the supplies nearby, was also startled by his voice. "Don't be so startled, it's scary." "No." The supplies officer pulled the corner of his mouth, tried to control his emotions, and asked Chang'e in the most gentle tone, "You were fine in the morning, right? Why didn't you come in the afternoon?" Chang'e couldn't say it directly. Sitting there and repeating the same action was a bit boring, so he could only refuse tactfully. "I have been feeling around and there are only 5, so I won't waste resources. Let someone with better luck do it. There will be more." "No waste. How can it be a waste? You are so lucky, I will give you the most suitable one. No one else can do it." The material officer wanted to hold Chang'e and not let her go, wanting her to start working right now. The material officer's reaction was a bit abnormal. Looking at the ranking list, Chang'e's harvest in the morning was only in the middle tier, so he shouldn't have this reaction. Shan Mufeng thought that if there was no problem with the quantity, then there could only be something wrong with the quality. Is her quality good this morning? More than good. The material officer swallowed the second half of his sentence, looked around vigilantly, and continued to whisper to Shan Mufeng when he saw that no one was around. Each of the energy cores that Chang'e opened in the morning is fully charged. Hearing this answer, Shan Mufeng's eyebrows jumped. If that was the case, it would be difficult for Chang'e not to come in the afternoon. What is fully charged? A fully charged energy core can be used continuously for nearly 6 months, covering an area of 500 meters. According to the current population settlement area of Chihong Star, only 5,000 such energy cores are needed. If it is only for the military, only about 800 pills are needed. Chang'e alone opened 150 pills in the morning. If she opened another 150 pills in the afternoon, the amount she opened alone would be enough for nearly half of the military's use in the entire winter season. If this is still considered bad luck, then no one will be lucky. Shan Mufeng counted it in Chang'e's ear. She didn't know there were so many things to say, but she was really tired of sitting for another afternoon. "I take you home. You take your time. There's no rush." Knowing that Chang'e thought it was too boring to sit all the time, the logistics officer immediately accommodated her and changed his approach. "What the hell is taking you home? Bringing work home? Not only no overtime pay, but also having to work overtime when you get home. This is absolutely not allowed. She doesn't want to be exploited so badly. I come in later this afternoon and leave early." She chose to work overtime at the company, so that the boss can still see her hard work. "Okay. No problem. As long as she is willing to come, this is a small problem." The material officer readily agreed. Chapter 141. Chang'e agreed to continue in the afternoon, and the supply officer happily introduced the supplies given by the admiral to them. As he spoke, he opened the supply boxes given by the admiral. The first box was a relatively rare nutritious fruit. Judging from the size, it should be specially selected for her. In addition, 2 boxes of low-level energy stones and primary refining materials were given. This is what the admiral said for you to practice. If you run out, tell me and send you more. The military took advantage of her this time, so she could only remember to make up for it slowly later. After all, Chihong Star is a remote small planet that has just been settled, and the military is not rich. Among the things sent, the most valuable ones are the 2 whole snow deer, which are as big as calves. They can be exchanged for a lot of good things in the trading city. If you count interstellar coins, it will cost at least 1 million. The main reason is that this thing has a price but no market. No one will sell it openly. It's a favor to sell it privately. The remaining box of snacks is just a bonus compared to these. Are these all for me? There were a lot of things, and even she, who didn't know the value of the things, could tell that they were expensive, so she'd better ask to be assured. Yes, basically all of them were ordered by the admiral, so I just added some snacks for you. You can keep them without worry. For her morning harvest, it was reasonable for her to enjoy some special treatment, and besides, these snacks were usually prepared for the genius engineers in the department. Whoever made contributions to the military department would be given them, no problem. Since the leader said it was okay, she was a little karami, so she just kept it with peace of mind. Chang'e picked up a plate of animal milk, put in a straw, and drank it for fun. The small bottle of animal milk, 120 milliliters per bottle, was finished in a few gulps, and the price was ridiculously expensive. It was all used to coax children. She didn't buy this stuff often before, only bought 2 bottles when she was craving it, and now there is a whole box in it, so she can drink as much as she wants at once. Drink less, you won't eat well later. Chang'e likes to eat snacks, but her appetite is not big. Every time she eats too much snacks, she won't eat well. Dan Muffin often looks at her. Well, I won't drink after drinking this version. She is not a real child. She knows what is right and wrong, and nods obediently. Why are you talking to her? If she likes to drink, just let her drink. You are reluctant to give up these little snacks, but I am willing to give them up. I am tired all morning, so I need to make up for it. While talking, the material officer brought 2 more boxes to her, supporting her with actions, making sure she is happy and in a good mood, so that she can have good luck. Shan Mufeng had nothing to say about his behavior. Anyway, he didn't stop Chang'e from drinking. As long as she didn't delay her normal meals, she could eat these snacks however she wanted. However, since the material officer brought them to his door for free, he had no reason to refuse. He took them and loaded them into the car without saying a word. The 2 of them went home with a car full of gifts. As soon as they opened the door, they saw 2 Nyo Chindian trees standing in the middle of the living room with almost identical appearances. Chang'e widened her eyes and walked slowly around the 2 Nyo Chindian trees in disbelief, carefully looking them up and down several times. She leaned in to observe the subtle lines on the trunks and gently stroked the leaves to feel their texture. She didn't find any difference in appearance. Chang'e couldn't help but exclaimed, "Amazing. Nyo Chindian, they are really exactly the same. Nyo Chindian, where are you?" Unable to tell them apart, Chang'e reached out her hands, holding up the vines with one hand, and used her sea of consciousness to sense them. A slight rustling sound was heard, and the vine on the left stretched out its soft branches and gently wrapped around Chang'e's fingers. "Is it you? Nyo Chindian." The familiar appearance of Nyo Chindian appeared in Chang'e's sea of consciousness. The one on the left was undoubtedly the genuine one. "It's me! It's me! Can't tell them apart? Are they exactly the same?" It was the first time it was traded with someone, and in order to satisfy the customer, it took a lot of thought. Yeah, they look exactly the same. It's impossible to tell them apart just by looking at the appearance. At least she couldn't tell them apart. Chang'e was more curious about the Nyo Chindian number 2 on the right. Can the replica, the vine in the middle, communicate with people like you? Nyo Chindian has special experiences to have intelligence. It is much more difficult for other plants to open up intelligence than animals. If Nyo Chindian's branches can all open up intelligence, then it would be amazing. No, it's just a container for energy stones. It has lived for so long, how could it be so stupid to do a loss-making business? It might be able to give plants intelligence when it has the power of life, but that would also cost a huge price. Now it is good enough that it can give itself intelligence, but it can't give other plants intelligence. What about its other functions? Hearing this, Chang'e nodded in understanding. That's right. Intelligence is not something that can be opened casually. Other functions. It can fly. 1 energy stone can fly for a day. It said the first half of the sentence vaguely, and Yo Chindian replied with the second half, as a matter of course. 100 energy stones. What other functions do you want? Chang'e nodded at first, but then she felt something was wrong, and she always felt that Yo Chindian's voice was a bit guilty. She really couldn't tell the difference in appearance. As for the rest, Yo Chindian was right. When he introduced it to Xiao Mao, he said it was a flying array device, 1 energy stone a day, extremely fast, cheap, and easy to use. Chang'e carefully looked at the replica on the right again, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, and she asked tentatively, that replica, how big can it be at most? Well, it's just that big. The voice that usually has a built-in speaker now sounds like a mosquito. Please tell me clearly, how big is that big? Chang'e knew there was something fishy when she heard this voice. Oh, that big is that big. Don't you like to say that what you see is what you get the most? I'm not lying. Being asked angrily by Chang'e, Yo Chindian's voice unconsciously became louder to cover up his guilty conscience. Chang'e understood. Fortunately, she had said in her heart that it was ignorant and didn't understand the market. It turned out that it was much smarter than her. It was playing tricks on others. When Xiao Mao saw Yo Chindian, it shrank to a size of only half a meter square. Now if its replica can only be this big, then it is not a flying array device, but a children's toy. You are fooling people like this. Aren't you afraid that they will go back on their word? These guys at home are more business-minded than her. At this point, Yo Chindian instantly stood up. No refunds will be made after the goods are shipped. No matter if he goes back on his word or not, he will never return the energy stones anyway. He has already spent all the 100 energy stones. Moreover, it is a replica made according to what they saw and introduced. How can it be a lie? It has invested a lot. Chapter 142. It itself does not have the ability to fly, but because of the shuttle weaving bonus, the shuttle refined by Chang'e will weave a pattern with certain abilities according to the characteristics of the raw materials when weaving. It has been trapped in one place and has always longed to fly freely, so the blanket woven with its vines has the ability to fly. In order to meet customer needs, it paid a huge sum of 10 energy stones to let the shuttle help weave, instead of weaving it casually by itself. It is already a conscientious merchant. It must be said that its explanation is similar to what many merchants say, that the final right of interpretation belongs to someone. Chang'e couldn't help but applaud it. Great. Really great. Shan Mufeng put away the things he brought back, and saw Chang'e still chatting with Yo Chindian in the living room with vines, looking at another Yo Chindian, who looked exactly the same and asked. This is the formation device Xiao Mao wanted. It's ready so quickly. Yes, can you see anything wrong? Chang'e asked him to take a look first, and see if he could find anything wrong immediately. After hearing what Chang'e said, Shan Mufeng released his supernatural power to sense the replica. After a moment, he retracted his supernatural power, and said to Yo Chindian, it's okay to charge him 100. Did you see it? Do you think Xiao Mao will be angry when the time comes? Shan Mufeng was not worried about this. He is not that stingy. It's good to give it as a small toy to others. This price is not a rip-off for him. The basic appearance of Yo Chindian's replica is still quite restored. You can't see it from the outside, but you can tell the problem as soon as you get it. Although the replica is not a real flying array, the materials used are all real, and it is worth the price even as a toy. Okay. Shan Mufeng said so. Chang'e only hopes that Xiao Mao can be calm enough after getting it, and not be so angry. Chang'e originally went home to prepare for a nap, but after getting home, she couldn't sleep at all, so she simply dragged Shan Mufeng out to go around their new land. Yo Chindian knew that they were going out, and waited at the door very actively to send them over. Later, Bai Yi rode the little Kuwait pig over and asked to go with him. In the end, the two-person trip turned into a family trip. Yo Chindian, how big can yours get? Lying on a rocking chair, eating delicious food, drinking tea, and looking at the scenery outside, it's so comfortable. The flying machines in the sky are the coolest no matter how you look at them. As long as there is enough energy, you can grow as big as you want. It grows very fast. As long as there is energy, it can continue to grow. Master Bai smelled the fruit and rushed down from the second floor. He used Kuwait pig as a step to jump onto the table. He picked a big fruit from the plate and picked it up to eat. Kuwait pig beside the table could smell it but couldn't eat it, so he kept humming anxiously. Master Bai was too busy to take care of his little friend. Chang'e couldn't stand it anymore, so she took a fruit and threw it to it. The fruit was too small for Kuei Pig. It caught the fruit with its big mouth and smashed it twice. Before it could chew it, it had swallowed it. After eating it, it looked up and continued to look at Chang'e and hummed, "I threw 2 more to it." After it finished eating, Chang'e let it pretend to be pitiful and hummed, and didn't give it any more. Its appetite was too big, and it couldn't afford it. How do you feed it when I'm not around? If it's all nutritious food, the cost is too high. It's better to kill it, and eat the meat as soon as possible. Dan Mufeng saw that Chang'e was usually very nice to Bai Yi, and thought that she should also like Kuei Pig very much. After returning, she kept it as a pet. Unexpectedly, she was willing to kill it for meat. Ordinary tender grass, or some ordinary food. Most of the time, it follows Bai Yi and comes back only after eating. To be honest, he didn't care much about the little things at home. Bai Yi was smart, and Kuei Pig followed it and ran around without causing any trouble. He didn't care about them. Anyway, their chassis of activities were limited to the military and home. Kuei Pig is an omnivore. In fact, it eats everything. Whether it is nutritious food or not, it just tastes different. It will eat ordinary food without any good taste. After hearing that it can be raised with ordinary food, Chang'e nodded and temporarily stopped the plan of eating meat. The cost is acceptable, so he can continue to raise it first. After eating his fill, Master Bai finally remembered his friend. He took a fruit and hid it in his mouth. He secretly glanced at Chang'e, thinking that she didn't notice. He quickly jumped on the head of the little Kuei Pig, took out the fruit and stuffed it into its mouth. At the end, he patted its head, as if to say to it, "Master Bai is still good to you." Chang'e pointed to several plots of land planted with crops and asked, "Are those plots owned by someone?" The general said that the 100 acres given were based on the extension of his back garden, so that it would be easier for them to take care of it. But now looking at the planting situation on the land, it is obvious that some of them have already been owned. So does her 100 acres have to be divided? Shan Mufeng followed her line of sight and said, "Yeah. That should be it." Before he finished speaking, Chang'e pouted with disappointment on her face, muttering, "Then won't our land be divided?" She was not good at planting, and got such a large piece of land. Originally, inspired by Niu Qindian, she wanted to expand her garden and let Niu Qindian contribute some branches to create a private park. Now there is someone else's land in the middle, so this plan will not work. Don't worry, listen to me. The 20 acres of land in the middle has an owner, but the general has already negotiated with them to change the place for them. After this crop is harvested, we can use it normally. Is that so? After listening to Shan Mufeng's words, Chang'e became happy again, holding his hand and telling him about her plan, which was to let Niu Qindian plant a vine and build a vine rack so that they can cool down under it when the weather is hot. She was going to dig a pond over there and raise some fish so that she could fish for fun at home in the future. She was also going to build a small rockery there and a pavilion on top so that she could take a walk and enjoy the scenery in her spare time. According to her plan, she didn't plan to use most of the 100 acres of land for planting. Chang'e was imagining the future here, imagining how comfortable it would be to play in her private garden after it was completed. Over there, Mr. Bai and the little Kuei Pig ran up to the ground without knowing when. "Don't touch the crops in the field, come back to Mr. Bai." Seeing that Mr. Bai was about to take Kuei Pig to other people's fields to destroy the crops, Chang'e shouted at the top of her voice, and at the same time directed Niu Qindian to chase after them and stop them. Fortunately, Mr. Bai didn't destroy the crops planted by others, but ran to the edge of the field, where there was a short wild fruit tree with a lot of wild fruits hanging on it, but they looked small and sour. Chapter 143. The little Kuei Pig walked to the wild fruit tree, but did not eat the fruit. Instead, it turned its head, facing the tree with its hind legs slightly apart, squatting down, and its chrysanthemum shrank suddenly, and the freshly baked Kuei Pig pooped. Chang'e, who was about to pull them away, stopped, covered her mouth and nose, and took a step back. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted to go to the toilet?" "Really?" She was so disgusted that Niu Qindian was so excited that he flew over the fruit, stretched out his roots, and snatched the little Kuei Pig's poop from the fruit tree. When Bai Yi saw it, he jumped on the little Kuei Pig's head anxiously, and kept chirping. Niu Qindian then reluctantly returned a trace of energy to the wild fruit tree, and helped catalyze it. The little wild fruit tree, which was only 30 centimeters high, continued to grow taller under their noses, and stopped when it grew to about 1 meter high. The small and sour fruits in front of us began to swell, and become full and pearl-sized. The fruits were so heavy that they bent the branches. Some bunches of fruits were even connected to the ground. The color of the fruit also changed from white to various colors. The fully mature wild fruit was different from the single color of other fruits. This wild fruit had red, purple, green and blue fruits in a bunch. It looked very cute, but I didn't know if it tasted the same. The effect of Nyo Chindian plus the feces of the little Kuei pig was comparable to the Qingmu Ju in the world of cultivation, or even better. Changyi swallowed unconsciously and asked, "Can this fruit be eaten? Although I know that the crops are all dependent on the manure, but this process is happening right in front of you, there is still a little psychological barrier." She was still hesitating and asking if she could eat it, but Master Bai and little Kuei pig were not as entangled as she was. They had already stepped forward, moving their claws and mouths. Master Bai's claws were small, and he couldn't snatch the big mouth of little Kuei pig. He would cheat from time to time, and deliberately turn around and poke it with thorns when it was about to bite. Shan Mufeng was quick and grabbed a few bunches of fruits from them, picked one, threw it into his mouth, chewed it twice, and it tasted sweet and a little sour, which made it not so greasy to eat. It's still a mid-level nutritious fruit. After eating it without any problem, he gave all the fruits in his hand to Changyi. "It tastes good, you try it." After saying that, he turned around and joined the scramble again. With him as a robber, Master Bai got even less. It took a long time after picking the fruits. On the way back, it kept scolding Shan Mufeng. "You said, is the feces of all Kuei pigs okay? Or is it only this one?" Changyi didn't say anything more. Dan Mufeng had already made a plan for this question. "Wait, I take Nyo Chindian to the place where Kuei pigs are raised in the military." Hearing what he said, Changyi nodded, and said nothing more, and changed her mind to replant her land. Since her friends have such powerful abilities, her original private garden can be modified to become a more practical private manor. When they arrived at the military headquarters in the afternoon, others had been working for more than an hour. Changyi's seat was left empty for her. The logistics officer sent someone to help her clean up. The new chair was obviously more comfortable than the one in the morning. Not long after Changyi sat down, a sergeant brought her a box of snacks, including the animal milk she liked to drink in the morning, and left a message. The commander said that if you have any needs, just let us know, and we will do our best to meet them. Changyi nodded and thanked the sergeant, and replied, "Okay, if you need anything, I tell you. Please thank Adjutant Qian for me. The logistics officers in the military are pretty good. Why are the rumors that they are stingy?" Someone also sent Su Huang a box of snacks in the afternoon. She looked at them, and found that they were all nutritious snacks containing energy. The price was not low. She was thinking about giving them to Changyi when she got back. She liked to eat these snacks. "Right. I think so too." Hearing this, Changyi nodded in agreement. She also felt that the logistics officers in the military seemed to be quite generous to her, not as stingy as others said. "Didn't you say you couldn't come this afternoon? Why are you here again?" Changyi explained helplessly. "I can't help it. I have to thank you for what you have received." The material officer said that what I opened this morning was full of energy and good quality, and asked me to come again in the afternoon to open for a while. "Oh, then you can work harder for a while. I just happened to give you the snacks here, so I don't have to send them to you later." After that, she turned around and took her box of snacks to give to Changyi. "Oh, Mom, eat it yourself. Don't I have some here too? These snacks are nutritious ingredients, good for your health. Keep them for yourself." Changyi refused and didn't let her push the snack box over. This is what parents do. When their children are grown up, they still think about leaving something for their children. "I don't like it either, but you like it. Keep it for yourself. She is so old and doesn't eat these snacks anymore." "Mom." There was no other way. Changyi could only put on a sullen face and pretend to be unhappy, and said impatiently, "If I tell you to eat it, then eat it. If you don't want to eat it, then throw it away. Anyway, I don't want yours." After saying that, he turned around and ignored her and started working. "You kid, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat, but you're still making trouble with me." Looking at the snack box in his hand, Su Huaman asked again without giving up, "You really don't want it?" "No. Don't disturb me while I'm working." Changyi answered very firmly. With the experience in the morning, Changyi moved much faster in the afternoon. While she was working hard, Shan Mufeng and Nyo Chindian went straight to the place where the military raised Kuei pigs. There were quite a few small Kuei pigs brought back last time, but now there are only 3 left in the military. The others were all killed. These 3 also looked malnourished and might not survive this cold season. Shan Mufeng didn't know how to raise pigs, but the half-free-range pig at home looked much more energetic than these pigs. "How do you raise these Kuei pigs? They don't look very healthy." Hearing this, The sergeant in charge of raising pigs was helpless. Wild animals are not easy to raise, and these three are the best they have raised. We strictly follow the breeding manual given to us by the gifted master. He took out the breeding manual and showed it to him, pointing to the contents on it, and said, temperature, humidity, and feeding standards, we raise them strictly according to the above. Sean Moofing looked at the manual, and then looked at the temperature and humidity control instruments in it. They looked very professional at first glance, but when he looked at the 3 Kuwait pigs in the pen that were getting thinner and thinner, and then looked at his family's crazy play with Master Bai all day long, feeding them all by themselves outside, he looked a lot fatter. Well, the breeding method of the military has always been formulated by the gifted master. After so many years of verification, it should be more reliable than ordinary people. His family's irresponsible breeding method cannot be used as a reference for the public. Chapter 144. Sean Moofing didn't know anything about breeding, so he didn't dwell on this topic and just skipped it and asked, where is the excrement of the Kuwait pig? Excrement? The sergeant thought he had heard it wrong, and he hesitated and repeated it. Sean Moofing nodded calmly, confirming that he had heard it right. He was asking about excrement, yeah. Where is it? The sergeant didn't understand why he asked this, but he answered honestly, well, it's all over there, and it's processed in a centralized manner. The excrement of the alien beasts will be automatically cleaned by the robot. The breeding pen is clean, and the front has been cleaned up without even a residue left. That can't be verified, so it seems that he can only wait for fresh food. Nyo Chindian knew that he had to wait for the Kuwait pig in the pen to give him delicious food, so he kept turning around above, and from time to time, he would lower his head to check the Kuwait pig's buttocks. The sergeant in charge was a little confused. He felt that Colonel Sean was a little abnormal today. He came and said that his Kuwait pigs were not well raised. Then, the array device he brought kept staring at the Kuwait pig's buttocks, asking for fresh feces. Was he looking for new strategic research? Faced the sergeant's eyes like a monster, and waited for nearly half an hour, and finally waited for a Kuwait pig to poop. Nyo Chindian stretched out his roots to absorb it before the robot cleaned it up. As soon as it touched it, Nyo Chindian retracted its roots and hid far away. It was smelly and useless. What kind of garbage was this? Seeing its reaction, he knew the result of the experiment without asking. The feces of other Kuwait pigs would definitely not work. He decisively turned around and said hello to the sergeant in charge, and left with Nyo Chindian. The sergeant was left confused and at a loss. After get off work in the afternoon, Chang Yi followed Su Huamin back to Chang's house. Nyo Chindian sent them there. Su Huamin thought the flying array device was quite novel. She walked around and asked, did you refine this array device? I guess so. What do you think? Nyo Chindian's 2 reclining chairs are really good. They fit the human physiological structure perfectly. If you feel uncomfortable lying on them, they will automatically adjust. The daughter's refining ability is getting stronger and stronger, which means her body is getting better and better, so that she can live longer. Su Huamin nodded and praised, very good. After that, she also imitated Chang Yi and lay on the rattan chair. When she just sat down, she felt a little uncomfortable in her back. She moved and felt very suitable again. The discomfort just now should be because she didn't adjust her posture well. As soon as she laid down, Bai Yi came down from the second floor, took out the wild fruit he had just picked from his own space, held it in his claws, and brought it to her for her to eat. Oh! Is this for me? Su Huamin took it with a look of surprise, and thanked it at the same time, with a very exaggerated tone, the same voice her mother used to coax them when they were young. Thank you, Master Bai. This fruit looks delicious. Seeing this scene, Chang Yi couldn't help but widen her eyes, wondering in her heart, when did their relationship become so good? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Chang Yi asked, Mom, why is Master Bai so good to you? You don't know, we picked a few of its fruits, and it kept cursing for a long time. After hearing this, Su Huamin held Master Bai and gently rubbed its belly with her fingertips, turned her head, and glared at Chang Yi, saying strangely, why are you picking its fruits? It's not easy for it to find a fruit. Chang Yi was shocked by her mother's reaction. Moreover, Bai Yi actually crawled out of the turtle shell, just to let Su Huamin rub its belly. In her impression, Bai Yi has never come out since he crawled into the turtle shell. Is this still the mother who forced snacks on her? This changed too quickly. She needed to eat something delicious to calm her nerves. It was just wild fruit. Who didn't have any yet? She snatched the fruit. She would snatch it again next time. Thinking about her movements of eating fruit, she became heavier. The 2 people who were kissing each other next to her were too annoying. After arriving home, the 3 of them had already put aside their past grudges, and sat in the living room together to drink tea and chat. Bai Yi was coaxed to take out a lot of fruits from the bottom of the box. Some of the fruits Chang Yi and the others had never seen before. As they were chatting happily, Chang Jingtai came back from outside, holding a white-haired beast's hind leg. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the mother and daughter, plus Bai Yesan, sitting in the living room feeding each other fruits, very harmonious, and asked with a smile, "It's so lively, what delicious food are you eating? Is there any for me?" "Dad, you just came back, we are eating wild fruits, come and try them. There is only one wild fruit tree, and the yield is limited. They have eaten most of it, and the rest are specially left for a few men." "Okay. I put down my things first, and come over later." Chang Jingtai responded with a smile, and first sent the beast in his hand to the kitchen and put it away. Chang Jingtai sat down on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, drank it, and then picked up a bunch of wild fruits, looked at them and asked, "What kind of fruit is this? There are so many colors. How does it taste?" Chang Yi smiled and replied, "You will know if you try it." Chang Jingtai was happy when his daughter came back. He picked a purple fruit and put it in his mouth. "It's quite sweet." Chang Yi stared at his expression and urged him, "Try other colors and see which one you like best." She likes red fruits the most, which are not so sweet and have a bit of sourness. Mother Chang likes purple ones, which are the sweetest and have no sourness. Chang Jingtai followed her and tasted one by one, and finally chose another color, the green fruit, which was half sour and half sweet. "Huh?" Chang Yi shook her head, amazed, and didn't understand his taste. "How can you like such a sour taste?" "Sour? I think it's okay, the others are too sweet." As he said that, he picked another green fruit and put it into his mouth, smacking it, and the taste was just right. He liked sour food, so Chang Yi gave him the few green fruits they had left. "If you like, I give them to you." Chang Jingtai sat with them for a while, then got up and went to the kitchen to work. "Tonight, we have a barbecue. I go and prepare the meat first." Chang Yi was afraid that something might happen to them, but the cold season was coming soon, and they had to take good care of their health. "Are there enough supplies at home? If not." As she said that, she got up and walked towards the warehouse at home. "There are enough, don't worry about it." Knowing that she wouldn't believe it unless she saw it with her own eyes, Chang's mother got up and accompanied her to the warehouse to check. Chang's mother opened the warehouse and showed her the full supply inside. "I didn't lie to you." Chang Yi walked around inside, patted the cabinets containing smuggled goods, and said dissatisfiedly, "Didn't you eat anything? There are only so many in total, you don't see less." She saw the kueh pork in a frame again. "Why do you keep this? Are you going to eat it after the energy is lost?" Chang Yi was really a little angry now. Why did she work so hard to follow the mission? Wasn't it so that they could eat peacefully, keep healthy, and accompany her for a long time? Chapter 145. Chang's mother saw that she had a droopy face and didn't dare to provoke her. She just nodded and said, "Eat it. We will eat it in 2 days." Chang Yi didn't believe her words. She took the basket and dragged the kueh pork out. "Let me do it. It's too heavy. You can't drag it." Chang's mother wanted to help, but Chang Yi turned around and avoided her hand to prevent her from touching her. "No need for you, I do it myself." The stubbornness came back. "No one can help now." Chang Song and Shan Mufeng saw this when they came in. Chang Yi was pursing her lips and sticking her butt out in front, dragging the storage basket. Chang's mother was circling around her, wanting to help but not daring to intervene. "Let me do it. Do you want to take it to the kitchen?" Shan Mufeng arrived at the right time. Chang's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone could help. When her stubborn donkey got angry, it was really scary. She quickly asked him to carry the basket to the kitchen. "Hey! Right. Just take it to the kitchen and eat it in the evening." Shan Mufeng came over and picked up the basket. "I do it. You go and take a rest." Chang Yi didn't object. She nodded and let go. After she stood up, she turned to Chang's mother and didn't say a word. She just closed her mouth and stared at her with wide eyes. This naughty child is asking for death. He stared at her, which made people feel scared. Chang's mother said helplessly, "Eat. In the future, we will eat good things every day. After eating, forget it. If it's not enough, I will go to your house to search, okay?" "No, you can't go to my house to search. I also want to eat." Chang Yi still needs to make it clear. After all, she has her own small family. She can't just take care of her mother's family and ignore herself. Okay, we won't go to your house to loot, we just eat and forget it, okay?" Chang Yi nodded reluctantly in agreement, and was planning in her mind whether she should go on another mission before the winter season. If she ate everything in the material warehouse, it seemed that it would only be barely enough. Because of Chang Yi's insistence, there was an extra portion of kuei pork for dinner, so the meat originally prepared was more, and Chang's father could only quietly keep some of the white-haired beast meat and pack it up for her to take away later. At the dinner table, Shan Mufeng also brought good news. The rewards for their lucky draw activity were distributed. Chang Yi performed outstandingly, and in addition to the energy core given by the military as usual, she was given 2 more, and both were full of energy, so that she could live comfortably in this winter season. Chang's mother was also lucky. Although the energy cores she opened were not as full of energy as Chang Yi's, there were more than 10 full of energy, and the number was not small. The energy core given to her by the military was also full of energy, and she was given another small energy core, which was suitable for carrying around. The atmosphere was just right. Chang Jingtai happily raised his glass first and suggested, "Come on, let's raise our glasses together and toast to the 2 great contributors, thanking them for making our winter season no longer cold this year." When the meal was almost over, Chang Jingtai threw out a bombshell, "I'm going out hunting with my family next week. You 2 brothers and sisters should pay more attention to family matters." Pa! Hearing what he said, Chang Yi slammed her chopsticks on the table, making a sound. "Say it again, who are you going hunting with?" Chang Yi thought she must be crazy and hallucinating, and she actually heard such an outrageous thing. The smile on Chang Jingtai's face froze, and he lowered his head guiltily, and dared not look at her. He pretended to be calm and explained for himself, "It's not your grandfather and his team, it's the team formed by our family. It's not good not to go. Not good at all. Not good." If the person sitting opposite her wasn't her father, she would have given him no care. She suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to communicate with him calmly. "You are now directly under the combat team of the military, not the combat team of the family, and you don't have time to participate in their hunting." Seeing that his daughter's tone was still calm, Chang Jingtai thought the risk was over and blurted out, "I just came back from hunting and happened to have a day off. I have already informed the higher-ups, and they agreed. You don't have to worry about this." "Very good. This is already prepared. Just inform them." Chang Yi stood up suddenly. The chairs rubbed against the ground, making a sharp and piercing sound. She said stiffly with a straight face, "We are full, so we will go back first." After that, she turned around and rushed to the door with her head down. Shan Mufeng hurriedly got up and chased after her, and hurriedly turned back to greet the 3 people who were stunned. "Dad! Mom! We will go back first, and come to see you next time." A good meal was broken up by a word from Chang's father. Not to mention that after Chang Yi and the others left, Chang's mother complained to Chang's father, knowing that her daughter would definitely be unhappy to hear the news, and she couldn't say it at the dinner table, which made everyone upset. On the other hand, Chang Yi went home and was so angry that she locked herself in the refining room and refined medicine all night. Shan Mufeng felt that the family had set off firecrackers all night, and they didn't stop until dawn. After hearing no more noise from inside, Shan Mufeng knocked on the door and went in to look for her. I'm coming in." From the medicine dust everywhere in the room, it can be seen how busy she was last night. Shan Mufeng found Chang Yi, who had become a refugee, in the corner, leaned down, picked her up, lowered his head, and coaxed her softly. "Are you tired? I prepared your favorite seafood porridge. Let's go out and drink it, okay?" Chang Yi nodded and said, "Okay." In fact, after a night of digestion, the anger in her heart had almost disappeared. Looking at the dark circles under the man's eyes, she said embarrassedly, "I'm fine. I'm sorry. I made you not rest well all night. I know I'm sorry, but don't abuse yourself like this next time. Your body is your own. No one is worth hurting you, understand? Don't do it again." Fortunately, she figured it out herself. Otherwise, if she didn't come out again, he would force his way in. She was the one who was going to accompany him for a long time, and he would never allow her to ruin her body. I know, there won't be a next time. She could understand Chang's father's thoughts to some extent, just like her at the beginning. The closest person hurt her, and she told herself every time that there would be no next time, but she would still be soft-hearted when she met him again. "If you don't want your father to go over to the Chang family, I can help." If Chang Jingtai was not Chang Yi's father, he would have intervened yesterday and prevented him from going. "No, if you refuse this time, there will be a next time. If he wants to go, he can go." She figured it out. They are her father's family. As long as he is happy, that's fine. Dan Mufeng saw that Chang Yi really seemed to have figured it out, so he stopped talking about it and told her about their new neighbor. "We have a new neighbor moving to our right. They said she is your classmate. You should go visit her when you have time." "My classmate?" She hadn't heard that any of her classmates were coming to their planet. Who would come to her poor place? Yes. She even sent an invitation specially. She said she would wait for you to come home and asked you to go visit her. Chang Yi's classmate moved in suddenly. Dan Mufling only knew about the new neighbor when he received her invitation before leaving. Chapter 146. Let me see, who is so formal and has an invitation. As she said, Chang Yi clicked on the invitation to check. As soon as the beautifully made invitation was opened, a cute version of Yang Qianqian popped out, wearing a handsome uniform and bowing to her. The little guy spoke in a sickening voice. Dear baby, are you surprised to see me? Are you very happy? Please allow me to introduce you solemnly. From now on, I will be your best neighbor. I will be at home, waiting for you, and you must come, baby. The signature is a delicious cake. Dan Mufling had remembered the name Yang Qianqian for a long time. He regretted that he didn't open the invitation to see it when he heard that it was Chang Yi's classmate. If he had known it was this person, he would have thrown the invitation away. Your classmate has a lot of tricks? Why does this sound a bit harsh? She is more fun. After leaving the college, I thought it would take a long time to see the chef, but I didn't expect that she actually moved here and became her neighbor. Do you like her very much? When asking this question, Sean Mufling's eyes flashed with a gleam, and his tone was a little careless, but the slow movement of his hands revealed his concern for the answer. Her cooking skills are really great. I bring it to you to try next time. Thinking of being able to continue to eat delicious food in the future, Chang Yi swallowed shamelessly. Fortunately, she just likes Yang Qianqian's cooking skills, which is easy to deal with. Sean Mufling smiled and said, the little fat man's family seems to have launched a new dish recently, which tastes good. I take you to try it tomorrow. Okay. Although the price of the little fat man's restaurant is a bit high, the chef's skills are really good. The next day, Chang Yi's communication was very busy. It kept ringing since the morning. Chang's mother sent a message to say good things to Chang's father. Chang Jingtai sent a message himself. He didn't know how to ease the relationship with her. He told her that he had saved a portion of white-haired beast meat for her, and had already sliced it. She asked her to take it back to cook hot pot. In addition, Xiao Yuqing and others sent messages to invite her to get together and go out to play. Chang Yi was in a bad mood. She didn't agree to any of them, and refused them all. She took her friends, and sat in Yo Chindian to plan her new land. Last night, she refined medicine all night. She didn't refine medicine for human consumption, but she refined a lot of medicine for non-human consumption. Master Bai, come here, I give you something good to eat. Chang Yi shook the medicine bottle and gently tempted Master Bai. She didn't know that her expression now was like a wolf grandmother who abducted Little Red Riding Hood, with bad intentions written all over her face. Master Bai was smart, and didn't fall for it. He hid in Yo Chindian's small nest on the second floor, and vowed to never come out. Tester number 1 didn't want to, but it didn't matter. She still had tester number 2. The little Kuei pig, who was sleeping soundly in the nest, suddenly had his mouth opened, and a sour and bitter pill was stuffed into it. Puff puff puff. The little Kuei pig sneezed, shed tears, and kept retching, but couldn't spit out the contents in his mouth. The medicine melted in his mouth. Master Bai, save me. Save me. I'm going to be poisoned to death. A simple and miserable male voice came from the mouth of the little Kuei pig lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Yeah. Hearing the little Kuei pig speak, Chang Yi excitedly applauded herself. The cayenne pill was successfully refined. She was really smart. Hearing this strange voice, Master Bai poked his little head out from the second floor and carefully inquired. His mung bean-like eyes met Chang Yi's eyes, and his eyelids flickered, as if asking her what she did to the little Kuei pig. How about it, do you want to speak? Today, don't be so rude, just beg. Please beg me now? She knew that no little monster could resist the temptation to speak, which was a symbol of reaching a new level. Gigi. Master Bai carefully chose to ask his little friend for confirmation. I'm not dead? Isn't this poison? The taste in his mouth gradually faded, and the little Kuei pig shook his head and fluttered to his feet. I can speak now. Roar! The little Kuei pig got excited, and the original cry came out again. Master Bai saw that the little Kuei pig was really fine, and he bowed to Chang Yi in a flattering way. The turtle shell hindered its performance, and it took the initiative to crawl out from it, swung along the vines to Chang Yi, tried to stand up, and held its 2 front paws and kept swinging. Are you wishing me a happy new year? It's still a little early, and the new year hasn't arrived yet. Chang Yi deliberately made fun of it, and pretended not to understand. Bai Ye's eyes rolled around, and he turned to look at the little Kuei pig running wildly with joy, and then looked back at Chang'e with a smirk on her face. He wanted to not beg her, but the temptation to speak was too great. There was no way, he had to bow his head. Bai Yi dug out and dug from his storage space, and gave her the seeds. Bai Ye's paw was very small, and 3 or 5 seeds filled his entire paw. Seeing that Chang'e didn't take it, Bai Yi was anxious and kept chirping. He held the seeds in his little paw and pushed them forward desperately, asking her to look carefully. This is a good thing. Bai Yi said that eating this fruit is good for the body. The little Kuei pig, who had calmed down a little, ran over to translate for him. It was convenient to be able to communicate. Chang'e pointed at the seeds on Bai Ye's paw and said, "The fruit is useful, but it's just a seed, and I don't know how to plant it." Gigi. Gigi. After calling out, Master Bai stopped and looked at little Kuei pig, waiting for it to translate for Chang'e. Little Kuei pig also said tactfully, "We plant them for you." After saying that, little Kuei pig stared at the seeds and drooled. "Okay. Then I reluctantly accept your deal." After saying that, Chang'e stopped teasing it, and poured out a cayenne pill for it. As soon as the cayenne pill came into his hand, Master Bai immediately took it. With its unique taste, it also wanted to cry for help. "Isn't this really poison?" Master Bai was much smarter than little Kuei pig. He took out a sweet fruit, and chewed it to suppress the strange taste in his mouth. "It's too disgusting." Usually cool Master Bai spoke in a coquettish lowly voice. "Wow! Master Bai, you're actually a girl." Master Bai's private parts have always been well protected. They have never seen it, but seeing his active personality, everyone assumes that he is a boy. Bai Yi, who realized that he had just spoken, covered his mouth in surprise, but then reacted and put down his claws. "I am a girl." It tried hard to make itself look more imposing, but this coquettish voice only made people think it was acting like a spoiled child. "What should I do, Bai Yi? I really want to hug you and kiss you like this." Bai Yi's voice was so fascinating that Chang'e stretched out her claws while she was speaking. Bai Yi avoided it vigilantly, quickly retreated his body, and after avoiding her claws, he quickly slipped back to his nest. "You can't kiss me." It was determined to defend its innocence to the death. Mr. Bai acted as if she was some bully who forced a good woman into prostitution. "Okay. If you don't want to kiss me, then don't kiss me. Where are you going to plant the seeds? You can't deny my payment just because I paid you." After making sure that he would not be caught by Chang'e, Mr. Bai carefully poked his head out from the gap between the vines and replied, "I'm not denying my payment. You can go now. Go now." The little Kuei pig jumped on the spot, very excited. Chapter 147. Chang'e wanted to know what the fruit tasted like, which was so precious to Master Bai, and so much missed by little Kuei pig. She asked, "Can we plant it in the garden?" The procedures for the newly allocated land had not been completed yet. The land originally given was also used to plant crops. Only the flowers and plants in the garden at the back had died after being touched by her. It was just right for Master Bai to plant. "Sure." In order not to let his voice drag down his momentum, Master Bai began to adjust the number of words he spoke, trying to be concise. "Then I let the planting robot clean up the land first." As he said that, Chang'e connected to the smart housekeeper at home and prepared to give instructions. No need. Master Bai was too frugal with words. He asked her to guess even after he could speak. "Don't you need to clean it? It's not easy to plant like this." "The cow will clean it," he answered quickly. It would be better if he could say a few more words. "Can't you say a few more words?" It seems that using cayenne pills is not very useful to Master Bai. Silent protest is the best answer. "Okay. You mean Yo Qiandian can clean up those dead grass roots without robots, right?" Thinking about it, it seems reasonable that Yo Qiandian has this ability. If there is no need to clean it, then there is no need to clean it. Chang'e cancelled the command she was about to issue. No answer is the best answer. She still wants to continue playing the guessing game with it. "Then let's go!" After saying that, Chang'e took the lead and turned around and walked towards the garden. The most active one is the little Kuei pig. I don't know what he is excited about. He ran towards the garden with his hooves, and kept shouting, "Go! Go! Go!" Looking at the cheerful little Kuei pig, she asked, "Little Kuei pig, can I give you a name?" It was originally brought back as a reserve of food, so she didn't want to give it a name, fearing that it would be difficult to start with a name. The little Kuei pig, who was jumping happily in front, stopped when he heard this, turned his head and asked in confusion, "Name? Has Mr. Bai given it a name a long time ago?" "Yes." "How about giving you a name?" "I have a name." The little Kuei pig replied and continued to jump forward. "You have a name? How come I don't know it? Who gave it to you? What's it called?" Chang'e didn't remember giving it a name, and no one else in the family said they had given it a name. Mr. Bai gave it to me, and my name is Zhu Er. The little Kuwait pig answered without turning his head. Zhu Er? This name is both reasonable and sloppy. Well, very good, Zhu Er, nothing wrong. Chang'e muttered in her heart, a pig should be the second, not the boss. As she spoke, she walked to the center of the garden. The lush flowers and plants in the garden were now only some dead branches and leaves. If there was a little cold wind, a leaf would be rolled up and floated in the air, and with some airy music, it would be very desolate. Sean Mufeng spent tens of millions of interstellar coins to build a garden, but it looked like this in just a few months. This was the result of Chang'e's strict control of herself, and trying not to fertilize and water them. Chang'e waved her hand and said generously, "We are here, the flowers and plants inside are not needed, you can do whatever you want." Hearing her words, Bai Yi rode Zhu Er to inspect, and Yo Qindian flew to Chang'e and asked her to help it fertilize and replenish energy. Chang'e liked this request. The more plant killers there are, the more they have a heart for planting. Chang'e couldn't wait to take out the bag of medicine ash and asked, "How do I apply it? Sprinkle it directly on your vines?" Niu Qinbian told her with practical actions that it was not like that. It chose a position in the center of the garden, and drew a circle on the ground with branches. Bai Yi stretched his neck from the opposite side to remind him. "Sprinkle it in a circle, don't sprinkle too much," it shouted in time. Chang'e hadn't sprinkled the medicine ash on her hand yet. She retracted her hand that was about to put it in the middle, and sprinkled it along the circle instead. After sprinkling, she looked up and asked, "Is this okay?" Bai Yi looked at the severely uneven circle of medicine ash below, and said helplessly, "Water it." "Yes, watering can make it absorb faster. The water needs to be brought back. Niu Qindian is a foreign plant, so it should not need ordinary water." She had no water in her hand, only energy liquid, which was liquid, so it was the same. Master Bai, who happened to turn around, saw her action and was so excited that he didn't care to lower his voice and shouted, "Stop!" The sudden word scared Chang'e's hand, and she drank half a bottle of energy liquid directly. Zzz, the energy liquid started to smoke as soon as it touched the medicine ash. Chang'e looked at the obviously different soil awkwardly, and said to them a little at a loss, "I said I didn't mean it, do you believe me?" Then she looked up and asked Niu Qinbian guiltily, "Are you okay?" A few fallen dead leaves told of its pain. Alas! Master Bai stared at her face and said angrily, "I said watering, not energy liquid." "Oh! Yes, watering." Chang'e realized it belatedly and hurriedly ran to fetch a bucket of water to pour it down, hoping to save it. With the pouring of clean water, the green smoke on the ground finally dissipated. "Do you want the rest?" She still had half of the energy liquid in her hand. Master Bai didn't dare to let her mess around anymore, so he personally instructed her to fetch a bucket of clean water again and let her pour the energy liquid into the water. "Just pour it along this circle with a ladle, don't pour too much." Chang'e followed his instructions obediently, looking up at Master Bai every time she poured a little, and waited for him to nod before continuing. In this way, she poured a little bit with a ladle, and finally there was no more smoke. After pouring the water, they all climbed onto the flying carpet to watch Niu Qinbian absorb nutrients. If there were people at this time, they would see a man, a pig, and a thorn ball, all lying on the green grass in the air, stretching their necks to look down, with their eyes wide open. "Wow, Niu Qinbian, you are so awesome. It is simply a large soil-turning robot." I saw Niu Qinbian first extended many thick roots, and pierced into the fertilizer circle. The medicine ash on the surface of the soil quickly disappeared, and then it began to turn the soil with its own roots. The roots that extended into the ground turned into earthworms, constantly arching up the hardened soil below, breaking it up, and then gathering it together. In just a quarter of an hour, the originally hardened soil became soft and delicate, and the color of the soil deepened a lot, making people feel that the soil was very fertile. After the garden that Niu Qinbian had tidied, all the dead branches and leaves were turned into nutrients in the deep, and the stones turned out were used by it to divide the path. The ridges were also ready, and waiting for people to sow. "Shall we go down and plant now?" Chang'e seemed to see that her title of plant killer would become history from today. "Yeah." Bai Yi nodded his little head twice, rode on Zhu Er, and let it take him to jump off the flying carpet. Chang'e hurried to catch up with him. "Hey! Wait for me." Chapter 148. After she landed, Master Bai took out the seeds he had shown her before, and put them in her hand. "Take them." Chang'e nodded excitedly after receiving the seeds. "Okay. Where do we start planting?" She couldn't wait to try. Master Bai ignored her, but turned around and directed Pig Lao Air to start digging a hole. After digging, he said to Chang Yi, "Give it to me." Chang Yi looked at Master Bai's open paw. "What do you want?" Does she owe him something? Seeds. Master Bai held his paw in front of her again, signaling her to give him the seeds quickly, so that he could plant them earlier and eat the fruits earlier. Chang Yi pointed at her nose and asked in disbelief, "Didn't you ask me to plant them? Hurry up." Chang Yi saw a strong disdain in its little eyes, as if to say, "Don't you know what's going on with you?" She reluctantly returned the seeds to it. Bai Yi took the seed and threw it into the hole that Zhu Er had just dug. Zhu Er then used his front hoof to help cover the soil, and then planted the next seed. Chang Yi was just a seed passer throughout the process. I don't know what magical effect her hands have. Bai Yi stubbornly put the seeds in her hands before planting each seed, but he didn't let her plant it. It was the last seed. Chang Yi clenched her palms and asked Bai Yi, "Let me do this one." Bai Yi looked at her seriously and said seriously, "It will die." "Do you mean that if I plant it, this seed will die?" Chang Yi asked cautiously. She didn't believe it. She didn't do anything else, just put it in the hole and cover it with soil. It wasn't that serious. Seeing that Chang Yi insisted, Bai Yi didn't argue with her. He moved aside and let her plant the last seed. Anyway, they had planted a lot of seeds. One less was one less. It wasn't a big problem. Chang Yi herself was unsure and did not dare to do any more steps. She followed Bai Ye's example and put the seeds into the pit, covered them with a thin layer of soil, patted the soil on her hands, and stood up. Done. How long will it take for the fruit to grow? With the previous example of wild fruits, she was confident in their ability. Very soon. Bai Ye's very soon really meant very soon. After planting the seeds, Chang Yi went back to the house to clean herself up. Bai Yi and the others divided the work and worked together to water the seeds with life-saving water. This water was prepared by Niu Zhan Bian and looked faintly green. When Chang Yi cleaned up and came to the garden again, the fragrance of flowers was fragrant. The seeds that had just been planted had grown and started to bloom. How is mine? Chang Yi didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to know if she could stand up from today. Reality told her, no. It won't work. Why? Chang Yi looked at her branch that was out of place compared to the others with disbelief. Looking at the bright side, the tree she planted finally sprouted this time. Although it was just a dry branch, it was an improvement, and it would survive next time. She was mumbling to herself, comforting herself, and Bai Yi came over and pulled out the branch. What are you doing? It's not dead yet? Her branch was completely hopeless now. Mine. Bai Yi looked at her strangely. What was the matter with this dry branch being dead or not? What do you mean yours? This is the fruit tree I planted. No. After saying that, Bai Yi ignored her and left with the branch. He was going to mark it so that Zhu Er could fertilize it later. Wait, explain clearly, what is not and what is not? Chang Yi was heartbroken that she had planted the first fruit tree, and she couldn't even save the residue. That's not the fruit tree you planted, it's the branch that Master Bai broke from Master Niu, yours didn't sprout. Zhu Lao Er kindly helped her to clear up the confusion. This explanation is worse than no explanation. Snap! Chang Yi seemed to hear the sound of her own heart breaking. No sprout, no sprout. Looking around, the whole garden was full of healthy fruit trees, but there was no one that belonged to her. So what's wrong with one more for her? Niu Qiandian, tell me, do you like me to fertilize you? She needed to find some confidence again. Don't be sad, you just need to plant me well, I plant the rest for you. Niu Qiandian was still a bootlicker. Why can't I plant it? She was really curious about this question. Others said they couldn't plant it, but at least they could plant some, but she would die wherever she touched. Don't you know? Chang Yi asked in confusion, what should I know? You are a natural plant energy source. Niu Qiandian's statement aroused her curiosity. Please elaborate. In short, you are a natural energy mine for us plants. Isn't that right? With enough energy, shouldn't I be able to grow whatever I plant? But your energy is too much. Ordinary plants can't stand it if they are in contact with you for too long and they die. This explanation is strange. It turned out that he died of gluttony. Then he thought, then why are you okay? I'm not an ordinary plant. Speaking of this, Niu Qiandian's tone was very proud. Although its life force was taken back, it was an existence that was nurtured by life force after all. Chang Yi didn't completely believe what Niu Qiandian said. Her inability to plant was not just a matter of this life. She had been like this in the previous life. At that time, she was young and sick at home without any friends to play with. Her family was afraid that she would be lonely, and raising animals was also afraid that she would be allergic and injured. So they got her a lot of flowers and plants to raise, but they could not last more than a few days. The memory was too long ago, and some things she had long remembered were not so real. Now, trying to recall, her illness at that time seemed to have started from a strange fruit. Could it be that the fruit was problematic? Seeing that Chang'e was in a trance and stayed there without any reaction, Niu Qiandian thought she was still sad about not being able to plant, so he comforted her. You plant me well, and leave it to me to plant anything you want. What I plant is equal to what you plant. Okay. Then I will give you all the land to plant in the future. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Now, the important thing is to grab this free labor for your own 100 acres of fertile land. While they were chatting, the fruit trees in the garden began to shed their flowers and bear fruit. Red, white, yellow, pink petals of various colors fell with the wind. This scene was particularly beautiful. Chang'e turned on the video function to record this beautiful scene. Chang'e stood under a fruit tree more than 3 meters high and asked, Master Bai, what kind of fruit is this? The leaves of this fruit tree are very special, heart-shaped, half blue and half red. The fruit on the tree is a bit scary. On the white and red fruit are a lot of facial makeup, with different expressions on the face, some laughing, some crying, some squinting, some opening their eyes, vivid and lifelike. Master Bai didn't know when he climbed up the fruit tree. When he heard her question, he turned his head to look at the fruit tree where she was, and replied lightly, Wabao fruit? I planted it for you. Chapter 149. Hearing this, Chang'e searched for information about the baby fruit in her mind. Her eyes were dark, and she stared at the fruit on the tree motionlessly, muttering to herself, Do you have any more seeds? Yes. You still want? Bai Yi thought she wanted to plant another one, so he took out the seeds and showed them to her. That's good. Chang'e's words seemed to be a reply to Bai Yi, but more of a soliloquy. She didn't look at the seeds that Bai Yi took out, but took out the medicine ash, walked towards the fruit tree step by step, and murmured, I help you fertilize it. The medicine ash in her hand scattered with her voice. The fruit tree that was still fine just now, in the blink of an eye, the leaves turned yellow, and the fruits on the tree kept falling and hitting the ground, making a muffled bang. You don't like it? Bai Yi planted this fruit tree to give it to Chang'e. He knew that many humans were looking for this kind of fruit and wanted to have babies. Like it? Thank you. Don't plant it anymore. Chang'e's expression was a little strange, as if he was smiling but not smiling. The baby fruit was once named the only hope of the interstellar world by the superpower warriors. As the name suggests, this fruit can increase the chance of fertility. It can ignore the superpower level. As long as you take it, you will have the opportunity to give birth to offspring. When it first appeared, it was snapped up by everyone, especially those superpower warriors above S level. It did live up to everyone's expectations. That period was the peak of the fertility rate of high-level superpower warriors in the interstellar world, but it was also the peak of the mortality rate of women due to childbirth. Later, the baby fruit trees in the wild were robbed too much, and it was difficult to find them. All the artificially cultivated fruit trees were declared failures. Since then, the craze for baby fruit has gradually faded, but the superpower warriors had never given up looking for it. For thousands of years, whenever there is news about it, it always stirs up a huge wave regardless of whether it is true or false. I haven't seen any baby fruit? You are not allowed to plant it again in the future. Chang'e's words were extremely serious. Bai Yi nodded his head. He couldn't understand the complicated thoughts of humans. He planted this fruit tree because he thought she would like it. Now that she doesn't like it, then he won't plant this kind of fruit tree. Anyway, this fruit is not delicious. It tastes terrible, so he doesn't like it. The baby fruit tree died completely. Chang'e asked Niu Qiandian to collect all the fallen fruits and bury them deep underground. They were used as fertilizer to ensure that no fish escaped. Except for this unexpected fruit tree, the other fruit trees are still very good, and some of the fruits are very interesting. One is called voice-changing fruit. After eating it, it will change a person's voice. The taste is a bit like soft candy, cute and bouncy. Don't pick them all, leave some for me. Chang'e's words did not slow down Bai Yi, but instead accelerated his actions. Bai Yi protected this kind of fruit tightly. When he saw a ripe one, he flew over to pick it and hide it. Eat something else. After eating the voice-changing fruit, Bai Yi's voice changed from a little girl's to a deep and mellow male voice. One fruit can only last for 1 day, so he needs to save more for emergency use. Isn't your original voice also very nice? Why do you need so many voice-changing fruits? Under Bai Yi's strict defense, Chang'e used the method of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west to successfully grab 5 fruits, and left before Bai Yi collapsed. Chang'e saw the little Kuei pig hiding aside and feasting. Zhu Er. Is that fruit delicious? The fruit that Zhu Er was eating was the size of a fist, and the color was bright red like blood. When Zhu Er heard her voice, he looked up at her. Just when he was about to open his mouth, a mouthful of jam flowed out of his mouth. The scene was too weird. Chang'e waved her hand to tell it not to open its mouth, and she picked one herself to try him. In terms of eating, the best eater is the pig. This fruit has a dense texture and melts in the mouth. It is as sweet as honey and has no core. Break the thin outer skin and slurp it all into your mouth. One person and 2 beasts ate the fruit as a meal. The neat burp sound came from the third one who was lying down to digest the food. Master Bai, there are too many fruits. We can't keep them. Let's give some to others. Although Chang'e couldn't tell the grade of these fruits, she knew from the taste that there were definitely no ordinary fruits. There were 7 or 8 trees planted in the yard. From the branches bent by the fruits, it can be seen that the yield is extremely high. They can't eat so much by themselves. It's a pity to keep the fruits. It's better to give some to friends. When she said to give it to someone, Master Bai immediately replied, Aunt Chang. Don't worry, that's my biological mother, and she will definitely not be left out. Do you have anyone else to give it to? During the time she was away, Master Bai and the others followed Chang Song home, and Chang's mother was responsible for taking care of them. Now the relationship between the two is closer than that of her biological daughter. Junjun. Mr. Bai called out a name again. She had never heard of this name before. Junjun? Who is this? You want to give him fruit. Do you have contact information? Not bad. There are really new friends. Zhu Er and I will go find Junjun. After saying that, Mr. Bai turned over and climbed from Zhu Lao Er's belly to his head. Find Junjun. Find Junjun. They should all like this person very much. When Zhu Er heard what Mr. Bai said, he retracted his spread limbs and stood up, and the short tail on his buttock swayed. Where are you going to find someone? The military. The 2 little ones answered in unison. Oh! This answer was expected. Apart from their home and the military, they only knew these 2 places. Do you want me to go with you? No. They refused, and Chang'e did not insist. They were already familiar with such a short distance, and with Niu Qinbian's strength, they believed that there would be no problem with safety. After sending them out to find their partners, Chang'e called several people she knew and asked them to pick some fruits for her home when they were free. Not long after the call was made, someone came to the door. The first one to arrive was the new neighbor Yang Qianqian. As soon as Chang'e opened the door, she gave her a tight bear hug. Baby! We can meet often in the future. Are you happy? Ahem, happy? Can you let go now? This person hugged her too tightly, and she was almost out of breath. Yang Qianqian hurriedly let go of her hand, gently stroked her back, helped her to breathe, and asked with concern, I'm sorry, baby. Are you okay? It's okay. It's okay. Come in and sit for a while. Chang'e took 2 steps back, separated her hand from continuing, and led her to the living room to sit down. At the same time he said to her, I also called a few friends. Let's wait for everyone to arrive together. Don't worry, baby. Yang Qianqian smiled and said to her, I brought some freshly made cookies. Try them. Do you like them? Yeah. Very delicious, thank you, Qianqian. Chang'e put his hand down, quietly rubbed his round belly, smiled politely, and picked the smallest piece to eat. If you like it, I will make it for you next time. Getting Chang'e's affirmation, Yang Qianqian smile deepened. Master, a guest is coming. The smart housekeeper's reminder saved Chang'e, who quickly put down the biscuits in his hand, stood up and walked out. I go open the door first. Chapter 150. I miss you so much. What day is today? Both of them are so passionate, as if they have taken medicine. Let go quickly, I want to vomit. Xiao Yaqing's hug pressed Chang'e's bloated stomach. Her stomach rolled for a while. She pushed her shoulders hard and leaned back to save herself. Hearing her words, Xiao Yaqing let go suddenly, took a step back, and asked with concern, Are you okay? Chang'e burped, suppressed the impulse in her stomach, waved her hands, and said, I'm fine, I just ate too much. I didn't expect this answer. Xiao Yaqing asked stupidly, What is so delicious? Chang'e took her hand and walked into the house, saying as he walked, You will know later. This is my new neighbor, and also my roommate in the college, Yang Qianqian. This is my friend Xiao Yaqing, also a gifted teacher. Chang'e made a brief introduction to the two. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yaqing knew Yang Qianqian. I know you, the new gifted teacher, right? Yes. Hello. Please take care of me in the future. Yang Qianqian stood up and greeted her. Changyi looked at Yang Qianqian in confusion and asked, Are you working in the military? Yes. I applied to join the military, and I seem to be assigned to the second team. Yang Qianqian's arrival just filled a gap in the second team. Then you will be colleagues in the future. Although they are not in the same team, they belong to the same military department. The three gradually became familiar with each other, and when they were chatting happily, Shan Mufeng came back with a large group. They didn't pay much attention to Changyi's invitation communication, thinking that they only planted 1 or 2, and each of them would get 2 to eat. Until Master Bai and his friends went to the military supplies department to look for Junzi, but couldn't find him, and then went to the conference room to look for him. Master Bai also sent Junzi a few samples. When the samples came out, everyone who saw them couldn't sit still. They were high-quality nutritious fruits. Just smelling the fragrance of the fruit told them that the energy was not bad. Not to mention that Changyi gave them away for free. Even if he sold them, they were all very grateful. With such a large group of people coming suddenly, the house instantly became lively. Is it over so early today? Changyi thought he would have to wait for a while, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Looking at the time, it was not yet his usual time to go home. Sister-in-law. Sorry for disturbing you. Please accept this little gift. The person who spoke was Junjun in Master Bai's words. His full name was Junzi, and he was a clerk in the logistics department. Changyi saw the sudden increase in the amount of money in her account, and looked at Shan Mufeng at a loss, and replied unnaturally, Hello. Don't bother me. What do you mean? She had never seen this man before, and he gave her 1 million interstellar coins when they just met. She didn't know what this meant. She didn't spend money like this. She felt uneasy to receive money that she didn't know. Shan Mufeng gently put his arm around her shoulders, and whispered in her ear, It's okay. Junzi took the lead, and the 3 unfamiliar people who followed behind also transferred interstellar coins to Changyi, and the 3 of them smiled at her flatteringly. Shan Mufeng asked them to sit down. Okay. Don't stand, sit down and talk. After sitting down, the unfamiliar people fiddled with each other in private, and finally pushed Junzi out as a representative. Sister-in-law, can you sell us some of your fruit? Mr. Bai didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't speak in the military department. He communicated with them with gestures as before. Junzi roughly guessed that he was asked to pick fruits at home, but he didn't have the guts to do so. If he wanted to pick them for free, he wanted to buy more. The other 3 were not invited. They just happened to come and didn't want to miss the good things, so they followed. No, you can pick them later. Just leave some for me to eat. Although there were a few more people than expected, she was not so stingy. It was unreasonable to change her mind when she agreed to give land, not to mention that she had just received a gift from someone. That's so embarrassing. The man sitting on the left of Junzi was talking. He seemed to say that it was called Fei Fu just now. This name was special, so she remembered it. Changyi smiled and replied indifferently, It doesn't matter. If the fruits are ripe, they will go bad if they are not picked. It's not a waste to give them to people. She was going to chat for a while before leaving, but seeing that they were all absent-minded, Changyi simply stood up and led them to the garden. Changyi walked in front with Xiao Yaqing on her left arm, and Yang Qianqian on her right arm. She thought of something and turned back to ask them with a smile, Do you have anything to carry the fruit? When she asked, the others remembered that they came directly from the military, and didn't bring anything, otherwise they wouldn't have directly transferred her interstellar coins as a gift. Sister, do you have any? Lend it to me. Junzi was quick-witted and thick-skinned. He rolled his eyes, and approached Changyi to borrow tools, even changing his name. Lend me one too. Xiao Mao had already seen the fruit trees in the garden, and quickly signed up to borrow tools. Did you plant all these? Xiao Yaqing looked at the fruit trees in front of her, unable to believe it. She stood under the first fruit tree, swallowing her saliva wildly, unable to move. Sister. From now on, you are my real sister, the kind of real sister. The gentleman's mean man laughed wildly in his mind. He was so lucky. He just played with Mr. Bai a few times out of boredom, and got such a big bargain. Changyi had no opinion, but Chang Song disagreed first, pushed him and said with disdain, Don't try to be related, my mother only gave birth to the 2 of us. Another lively and self-acquainted person, I didn't plant this, I'm just a tool. It was planted by Bai Yi and the others. Although Changyi also hoped that she had planted it herself, unfortunately the reality was cruel. Don't pick the one in the corner, the others are up to you. Wait for the basket, I get it for you. The basket that Chang'e was talking about was the one that Niu Qindian was going to weave with vines, but Niu Qindian asked her to give it the shuttle, saying that the shuttle was faster to weave. Okay. Here you go. She herself hadn't used the shuttle much, but Niu Qindian was getting more and more comfortable with it. The woven fruit baskets didn't look big, each could only hold about 20 kilograms of fruit. Sister, your formation is amazing. Everyone went to visit the fruit trees, only Junzi followed her, so he saw the whole process of Niu Qindian and the shuttle weaving together. It's okay. It's not very useful, it can only weave some small things. Chang'e said this not out of modesty, she really didn't know what Feisua could weave. Every time they decided on their own, today she originally planned to let Niu Qindian weave a few baskets, but unexpectedly, at the last minute, they would divide the work and cooperate. Here. The first one is for you first. For the first basket, Feisua didn't know what to think, weaving it according to the appearance of Zhu, and the lid was closed and round, looking exactly like Zhu. Thank you, sister. Junzi grinned and held the basket he had just received, liking it more and more. Huh? This is... Junzi found a small groove at the bottom of the basket. Chapter 151. Chang'e took a look and blurted out without thinking. This should be the place to put the energy stone. The groove looks exactly like Niu Qindian number 2, so it should have the same function. Put the energy stone? A basket can also hold the energy stone. This is not a formation device. Junzi was puzzled and immediately took out an energy stone and pressed it. The appearance of the basket did not change at all. It seems that it has not changed. Junzi took the basket and looked at it over and over again, but could not see any difference from the previous one. Let me see. Chang'e took the basket from him, looked at it inside and out, and took out the energy stone at the bottom of the basket to study it, but there was no change. Shouldn't it be? The two people were puzzled by the basket. Could it be that the card slot was just for viewing? No. Chang'e suddenly had an idea. Pick a fruit and put it in to see. There is no change when pressing the energy stone, so what difference will there be when putting the fruit in? While saying this, he honestly picked a fruit from the fruit tree next to him. After putting the fruit in the basket, Junzi waited for 2 seconds and saw that there was no change. He turned his head and said to Chang'e, there is no change either? Cover the lid and feel it again. Junzi obediently covered the lid, still nothing. No. How can I feel nothing? It is abnormal to have no feeling. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Junzi took off the energy stone at the bottom of the basket again and felt it carefully. This time, he could clearly feel the fragrance and energy from the fruit in the basket. Too excited, he pressed the energy stone twice before pressing it back. Junzi hugged the basket tightly, stared at Chang'e with burning eyes, and asked sincerely, Sister, do you want to sell the basket? No, I give you this basket. Junzi was so happy that she was going crazy. This sister had to admit it. Thank you, sister. You are really my sister. What are you doing? I told you, I don't have a brother like you. Chang Song, who came back from shopping, just happened to hear his shameless words again. Are you back? The baskets are almost done. You can take one each, and I give you a basket. You can choose whatever you like. Niu Qindian and Feisua were very efficient. In such a short time, they made more than 10 baskets. Wow! There are also shapes so cute. Xiao Yuqing was holding a meow-shaped basket, and was reluctant to put it down. There were only 5 baskets with shapes, and the others were all regular rectangles. What's the use of being cute? You can see that they can't hold many. Lungyi looked down on these baskets that looked good but were useless, and picked a rectangular one to leave. Xiao Mao also wanted to choose a rectangular one, but Xiao Yuqing wouldn't let him. She insisted that he choose a cube one, saying that it would be nice to take home. Xiao Mao had no choice but to let her choose the one she liked. One of the remaining 2 baskets was picked up by Han Mutingren, who was asked by Junzi to take it home to give to his sister to play with, and the remaining one was taken by Yang Qianqian. After choosing the baskets, everyone prepared to pick fruits. Wait a minute, you put energy stones in the baskets first. Junzi kindly reminded. What energy stones are in the baskets? Having said that, Lingyu still picked up the basket in his hand and looked for a place to press the source stone. Junzi, where can I press the energy stone? Are you kidding us? It's at the bottom of the basket. Don't you see the groove? No. Those who didn't find it, upon hearing this, simply turned the basket over, but still couldn't find it. I found it here. Xiao Yuqing was the first to find it. Her groove was in Miao Miao's mouth. I found mine too. Mine is here. Several people with styles found the grooves one after another. Why don't we have it? How could she know what he was asking, since it wasn't her basket? If it doesn't, then it doesn't. It's all baskets. It's okay as long as it can hold things. She really didn't know that the baskets were different. They thought there was nothing wrong with Changyi's words, and they didn't dwell on this issue. The baskets that could press energy stones didn't seem to have changed. After everyone left, Junzi deliberately lagged behind by 2 steps, stood beside Changyi and whispered, "Are they really the same?" He didn't believe it. Changyi glanced at the basket in his hand and said lightly, "Can you protect it?" When they found something wrong, the ladies' baskets would definitely be safe, but the ones in their hands would be hard to say, and it was not ruled out that someone would suppress them with force. Very good, Junzi decisively shut up and stopped talking about it. He joined the picking team with a basket in hand, and his movements were very agile. He wanted to finish picking early and leave early. Xiao Yaqing came out holding her stomach, and the burps were all full of fruity fragrance. "Come and hug one." Changyi opened his arms and gave her a wicked smile. "No, don't touch me." Xiao Yaqing now understood why Changyi was so full just now. No one could control their mouths in the face of these sweet and tempting fruits. The fruits were too energetic, and they would be full after eating a few of them. The fruit yield was high, and they only picked less than half of it, and there were still a lot left on the tree. Changyi thought about it, and said to them, "You pick some for the general and the adjutant Qian." The leaders of the military department always took good care of her. Lung Yu nodded and said, "Okay. How much are you going to give them?" Changyi didn't know about this, so she threw the problem to Shan Mufeng and asked him to deal with it. Shan Mufeng asked Niu Qinbian to get 10 baskets again. This time, the baskets were all of the same shape, all with Paw Patrol. Changyi looked at the baskets he picked and reminded, "Put the energy stones on them." Shan Mufeng raised his eyebrows, said nothing, lowered his eyes, and suppressed the doubts in his heart, and put energy stones on the baskets one by one. "It's really troublesome. It doesn't matter whether it's installed or not." Lung Yu pouted and muttered. The fruits for the general and others were also picked. The fruits on the tree looked much sparse. Changyi planned to keep the remaining ones for them to eat slowly. "Sister, I'm leaving first. I come to play with you next time." As soon as the fruits were picked, Junzi came to say goodbye to Changyi. Changyi knew his worries, nodded, and sent him out. "Your companion? He's fine. He go back to the military with us." Han Yuding said that the basket was for his sister, and no one would snatch it from him. Lung Yu turned around and didn't see Junzi, so he asked casually, "Is your brother gone? This kid is weird today. I always feel that he is sneaky." "Yeah." Changyi nodded and said nothing. Zhang Zisheng also finished picking, and came over with a basket. "That kid likes to be in the crowd. Why is he willing to leave so early today?" Changyi said that the one in the corner is not allowed to be picked, and everyone ran to take a look with increasing curiosity. "What is your strange fruit tree?" With such a strong curiosity, it is not impossible to satisfy it. As long as you don't regret it, you want to know? Go and try it yourself. Zhang Zisheng asked, "Don't you say that you don't allow people to pick it?" Changyi smiled wickedly and said to them, "If you like, you could all go and try it." Chapter 152. Junzi also joined in the fun. "What is the use of that fruit? You will know if you eat one. It tastes very good." Changyi smiled and took out a fruit and put it on the table. The round fruit was shining with colorful light. "I'm not curious, you give it to him." Zhang Zisheng retracted his curiosity in time. His intuition told him that this was not a good thing. Lung Yu grabbed the fruit and played with it in his hand. Except for the color, there was nothing else unusual. "Isn't it poisonous?" Changyi leaned over and pretended to take the fruit back, reaching out to grab it. "Give it back to me if you don't want to eat it." "Who said you don't want to eat it?" Lung Yu threw the fruit into his mouth neatly and chewed it twice. "This fruit has no taste?" After carefully savoring the taste in his mouth, he said, "The taste of this fruit is not as good as others. It's too light and tasteless. It's not as good as others." It seems that Changyi didn't let them pick this kind of fruit this time, purely because the fruit tasted bad. Shan Mufeng picked up the teacup and covered the smile at the corner of his mouth. "Pick 2 and keep them. They might be useful the next time you go out. Take a few more. They'd be very useful." After saying that, Zhang Zisheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. With him leading the way, the others couldn't help laughing. Only Lung Yu looked at them in confusion. A bunch of people were laughing strangely. What he just said was so funny. "What are you laughing at?" "Well, nothing." Xiao Mao clenched his fist and coughed twice. "It's almost time." Let's all go back first. Everyone stood up and said goodbye to Chang'e. Ah! Yes, we should go. Leng Yu went home with his new look. As soon as he entered the house, you? Ji Shuao pointed at him with a trembling hand, covered her mouth with one hand in surprise, and asked in disbelief, "Why did you become like this?" Along the way, Leng Yu did not find anything wrong with himself. Seeing her reaction, he lowered his head and looked at himself again. What's wrong? Ji Shuao shook his head, holding back his laughter, and took out the mirror. Look for yourself. I see. Leng Yu looked at himself in the mirror, made a sharp explosion, and immediately contacted someone without stopping. Chang'e. What did you give me to eat? He finally knew what the people in front of him were laughing at. His whole head turned green, even his hair. The call was picked up after a single ring, and the first thing she said was, "Hey! Let me make it clear first, you asked for it, don't blame me." On the other side of the video, Chang'e laughed non-stop since she answered the call. Things need to be made clear, and she won't take the blame. Besides, don't worry, it's not poison, it's just a color-changing fruit, it will disappear soon. Leng Yu took a deep breath, bit his back teeth, and asked word by word, "How soon is it? How can it disappear?" "Don't worry about it, it will be fine tomorrow." Is there any way to make it disappear earlier? He was going crazy thinking about having to carry this green head for a day. The real version of the green man, with good-looking facial features, and changing color is not ugly. There is a green man on the other side of the sea and the mountain, no way. I can only wait for it to disappear by itself. Leng Yu was so angry that his face turned blue, but he couldn't do anything about her. He held back his anger, and said in a rough voice, "Okay. I know." Wait! Chang'e remembered something, and asked him not to hang up the phone. Anything else? Leng Yu was not in the mood to chat with her now. That's right. This fruit changes color from the head to the bottom. If you haven't finished it tomorrow, don't worry. Okay, I'm done, bye. Without giving him a chance to speak again, Chang'e decisively hung up the phone. She rolled around in Shan Mufeng's arms with joy. You say, is Leng Yu going to explode now? I'm so sorry for Shu Yao. I have to sleep with a green man tonight. Maybe? Shan Mufeng protected her to prevent her from falling to the ground. He didn't care much about his brother's feelings. Anyway, there was no harm, just a change of color. You said there are so many colors. Why did he choose green? It's fate. Maybe he likes this color. After Leng Yu left, they created a small group, and Chang'e explained that the color of this color-changing fruit is random, generally changing according to the environment, and it only lasts for one day. Leng Yu stared at the hung-up call, unable to accept this bad news for a long time. What she meant was that not only his head would turn green, but his whole body would turn green, and the veins on his forehead kept beating. Seeing that Chang'e was in a good mood, Shan Feng asked carefully, "Your father said he would leave tomorrow. Do you want to go and see?" His words aroused the anger in Chang'e's heart, and the smile on her face disappeared. No, he can do whatever he wants, I won't interfere. This is her family affair, and Shan Mufeng can't intervene too much. He skipped this topic and talked about other things. I've booked a table at the restaurant. Go pack up, and we be there soon. Chang'e touched her still swollen belly and asked, "Can I cancel? I'm so full, and don't want to eat at night." "Next time, don't eat so much at once." Dan Mufeng's eyes swept over her round belly, and his warm palm gently rubbed her abdomen, saying lovingly, "Then I take you out for a walk to help you digest the food." Okay. It felt bad to be full. Chang'e nodded, got up, put on her coat, and went out with him. They didn't have any destination, so they went out for a stroll, walking along the land behind the garden. A cool breeze blew by, and Chang'e couldn't help shrinking her neck. It feels a bit cold today. Seeing her like this, Dan Mufeng took off his coat and put it on her. It's expected to enter the cold season next month. So soon? Chang'e stood still obediently and let him adjust her collar. Every day, she was busy preparing for the cold season, but it was really coming, but it still felt so sudden. The cold season in the interstellar era is the same for the entire star field. From the first day, the temperature drops by about 20 degrees every day, and generally stabilizes at around -230 to -260 degrees in the later period. At that time, each inhabited planet will open the protective shield to maintain the basic needs of everyone's life, but the temperature will also be around -100 to -150 degrees, and ordinary heating equipment is useless. Those who have the conditions will prepare various fire energy cores for heating before the cold season, such as the energy core of Qian Yu Fei One that they harvested this time. Those with less conditions can buy energy arrays refined by talent masters. Compared with energy cores, this kind of array is easier to obtain, but it is more likely to be damaged, and the purchase price is not low. In previous years, the Chang family bought arrays. In order to save consumption, the family bought small arrays to ensure the needs of her and her mother. Chang's father and Chang Song are often half frozen half of the time. Chapter 153. If the poorer families really don't have the conditions to keep warm, they can apply for asylum from the Planetary Management Agency, but this can only guarantee your basic survival, and it is not free. The fees for use must be returned in the next year. If not, the conditions for applying for asylum will be lost in the next winter season. It's quite fast. This year it's nearly 20 days earlier than last year. When saying this, a trace of solemnity flashed in Shan Mufeng's eyes. The winter season is hard to endure. This year it's so early. Many families are afraid that they don't have enough supplies. Are you going out recently? The winter season is approaching, and there is not much time left for everyone to prepare. Maybe I have to go out again. This year, with Chang'e, the lucky star, here, the material reserves of Qihong Star are much better than originally expected. Thinking of this, Shan Mufeng closed his interlocked hands and asked, "Do you want to go to Central Star this winter season?" After they got married, Chang'e had only seen his family on the Star Network, and had not met them formally. The conditions in the Central Star during the winter season are undoubtedly better than those in the Sailing Star. Even ordinary citizens there don't need to apply for asylum, because once the interstellar shield is opened, the temperature of the planet can be maintained at around -60 degrees. I don't want to go, do you want to go? There is no place like home, and she doesn't want to go to the Central Star to experience the feeling of living under someone else's roof. I'd be where you are. It didn't matter where he lived before, but now, he wants to be with her in his own little home. Thank you. Another reason why Chang'e didn't want to go to the Central Star was that the Chang family's main family was also on the Central Star. During the winter season, everyone was idle at home and had nothing to do, so they were keen on holding various parties. If she went, she would inevitably have to show up. She caught a glimpse of a low shrub on the edge of the field. Hey! Look, is that the wild fruit we picked? Shan Mufeng followed her instructions, found the shrub, squatted down to check. It should be the same as the one we picked. Let's dig it back. This kind of fruit tastes good. If she had picked some fruit before, it would have been fine. Now that she has a friend who is good at planting, her desire to plant is high. Okay. You move aside. Shan Mufeng agreed to this small request. She didn't expect this when she came out. Without a handy tool, Shan Mufeng found a relatively flat stone on the side of the road and used his supernatural power to fix it. It was barely usable. The conditions were limited, and many roots were broken when digging. Chang'e couldn't help looking at it, and was a little worried. Do you think it can be planted after taking it back? It's okay, give it a try. If it doesn't work, don't dig it next time. After taking a walk, she took a fruit tree home. Master Bai, come and see. Can this fruit tree be planted? Before entering the door, Chang'e started calling her friends. When Master Bai heard the voice, he glanced at the fruit tree in Shan Mufeng's hand and said, "Give it to me." Shan Mufeng gave him the fruit tree that was several times bigger than it. After he took the fruit tree, he could no longer see it. He could only see the fruit tree moving constantly. Chang'e raised her foot to follow him. When the communication prompt sounded from the optical brain, she paused and answered, "Hello." After that, she didn't speak for a long time. She stood by the window, motionless, looking forward without focusing. Not knowing what was said on the other end of the communication, Chang'e came back to her senses and replied politely, "I won't go. Just help me take care of my father." "Thank you." Shan Mufeng walked over and stood behind her, whispering in her ear, "What's wrong?" Chang'e couldn't hide the sarcasm in her eyes, and said in a light tone, "Tell me, why do some people always like to make up for their mistakes?" Shan Mufeng turned her body around, facing her, and smoothed the worries between her brows with his fingertips, and slowly said, "Wrong is wrong. No matter how much you make up for it, it's still wrong. My father is leaving tomorrow, right?" She didn't need to answer this question, so she continued, "Can you help me send him something?" Shan Mufeng didn't say anything, but replied gently, "Okay. I don't know what else he lacks, but the energy liquid can always be used, and there is this box of medicine, which was sent by the class teacher. We can't use it for the time being, so let's take it to him." A little bit of this and a little bit of that, and finally a large box of things were scattered. Chang'e herself was amused by her own behavior. It was so funny. Baozi's heart is indeed hereditary. He tilted his head and asked, Am I disappointing people? Sean Mufeng touched her head lovingly. Silly. How could that be? We are human beings, and it is human nature to be soft on those who love us. Chang Yi felt better after he coaxed her. She didn't want to look at these things, and was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable again later, so she pushed him out to send them over quickly. Go quickly. I wait for you to come back and sleep together. Watching Sean Mufeng leave, she turned back and went into the study, found the records of her childhood life, and started reading. She saw her childhood self, who was in poor health and picky. At that time, only Chang's father had an income in the family, and her grandfather was partial to them. They lived a very tight life, and the nutritious ingredients in the family were basically eaten by her alone. She remembered that one winter season, the family did not have enough reserves, and Father Chang was afraid that they could not survive, so he shamelessly took them to stay at his grandfather's house for a winter season. At that time, she did not know what was going on, and naively thought that although her grandfather was partial, there was still some blood relationship. It was not until later that she learned that in order to let them spend the winter season at their grandfather's house, Father Chang promised to do 3 months of tasks for them for free after the winter season. During the time she lived in her grandfather's house, she had a dispute with Chang Xiaojiu and the others and started fighting. That was the first time she saw her father, a good man, blush with others. She still remembers that Father Chang protected them alone and scolded everyone in the old house. He is not a master, he is your father. It is not shameful to be soft on him. Wiping away the tears on her face, Chang Yi walked out of the study with red eyes. Seeing that Dan Mufeng had not returned yet, she went to the garden to see the fruit trees she brought back. They had just been planted, and there seemed to be no changes. Master Bai, are you asleep? Come out and chat. Chang Yi, who had nothing to do, began to harass her friends. Master Bai? Ju Er? She called several times, but no one answered. Are you asleep? She walked towards Master Bai's nest. Why not? There was no trace of Master Bai in the exquisite nest on the second floor, and there was no trace of Ju Er either. Where did Niu Qinbian and the others go? Master Niu stretched out a branch to lead the way for her. Following the branch all the way east, the strong smell of alcohol made her realize that something might be wrong. Sure enough, she found Ju Er, who was drunk beside the wine jar, but Master Bai was still nowhere to be seen. Ju Er, wake up! Where is Master Bai? No matter how she pulled it, it would not wake up. It would occasionally hum twice, turn over and continue to sleep. Chapter 154. Chang Yi gave up on the drunken pig, and would settle accounts with them tomorrow. Master Bai had not been found yet. She stood up and looked around. The ground she had just turned over during the day was now free of weeds. There was no weed on the ground. She also looked around the trees, but could not find any trace of him. Master Bai. Master Bai. Where are you? Answer when you hear me. After returning home and not seeing Chang Yi, Sean Mufeng heard some noise in the garden and came to look for him. Is Master Bai missing? It and Ju Er dug out the wine in the yard and drank it secretly. Now I don't know where it is gone. Don't worry, let the housekeeper look for it. That's right. Let the supervisor look around and you know. She slapped her forehead with her backhand. She was so anxious that she was confused. The smart housekeeper at home is equipped with thermal sensing recognition. As long as it checks, it can know whether Master Bai is still at home. It is much better than her looking blindly by herself. Finally, they found Master Bai in the wine jar. His little body was swollen like an inflated ball, lying on the wine pool with his arms and legs spread out, sleeping soundly. Master Bai, who was fished out of the wine jar, was full of the smell of alcohol. The 2 little drunkards were packed and thrown back into their nest. Chang Yi asked Sean Mufeng to keep the remaining half jar of wine. This was evidence of their crime. If Master Bai and Master Bai didn't explain themselves tomorrow, she would see how she would deal with them. As soon as she woke up in the morning, Chang Yi woke up the 2 little drunkards and tortured them. Tell me, who got the wine out? I didn't think about it last night. The wine jar was sealed, and they buried it more than 1 meter underground. The 2 little ones shouldn't have found it. Master Bai was loyal. He tilted his little head up and replied with his neck stiff. I got it out, and I accompany you. Chang Yi was amused by its appearance. She poked its little head with her fingers, bit by bit, like playing whack-a-mole. Ha! You are so arrogant. You want to pay? Pay now. Mr. Bai was not afraid. He took out a pile of stock and showed it to her. All these are for you. That's enough. Chang Yi looked at the pile of fruits in front of her. She had a rich family background. You are drinking wine. What's the point of having fruits with me? No, I want my wine. Mr. Bai stared at her face, observing her reaction, and asked hesitantly, "How many interstellar coins?" "I'd buy them." Chang'e raised her eyebrows. During her absence, she had become rich and powerful. "Buy? Do you have interstellar coins?" "Pa!" Mr. Bai actually took out a light computer and clicked on it. "Give me the account number, I transfer the amount to you." There really was some. Even the light computer was used. Chang'e poked her head and took a look. "Wow! It's not a small amount. There are actually 10,000 interstellar coins. Where did you get these interstellar coins?" "Mine." Mr. Bai covered the light computer vigilantly, not allowing Chang'e to see it again. She had no credibility. "I know it's yours, but I don't want it. I just asked you how you made it, so I can make some too." Mr. Bai was still very alert, and replied to her after closing the page, "Selling fruit." They went to the trading place in the material warehouse with Junzi. There were many things there. When they saw others taking things, they followed suit. At first, they took one or two low-value ones, and others treated it as coaxing children and didn't care. Later, Mr. Bai saw a medium-level nutritious fruit and ran to take it too. The man was unwilling to do that, so he caught it and took it back. Mr. Bai, whose fruit was stolen, was so angry that he bit people. Junzi explained to it for a long time before it understood that it had to take things of equal value or exchange them for interstellar coins. Later, Master Bai and Zhu Er also set up a stall there and sold fruits. They ate all the fruits they got in exchange. They kept the interstellar coins because they wanted to buy sweet juice. After figuring out the source of their interstellar coins, Chang'e continued her debt collection journey. She must make them remember the lesson this time, and not dare to waste things casually in the future. "Your interstellar coins are not enough to buy my wine." Master Bai felt that Chang'e was bullying them, but they were in the wrong first, so he could only bear it, and took out a piece of wood for her, exchange. As soon as the wood was in hand, Chang'e couldn't take her eyes off it. It didn't matter whether she taught him a lesson or not. "I return the fruits to you, and the remaining half jar of wine is yours too." I didn't expect that Master Bai had such a good thing. The black wood didn't look big, only about 30 centimeters, but it was heavy in the hand. The pattern on the black wood was very special, like a ball of silk threads entangled together. If you stare at it for a long time, your head will feel heavy. This wood is called soul wood in the cultivation world. It can store spirits, and is the favorite of ghost cultivators. This matter was considered over. Chang'e turned back and warned Niu Yi, who was shrinking on the side. "Niu Qinbian, I warn you. Don't touch the remaining wine jars, understand?" Although Bai Yi was loyal and didn't betray his companions, he didn't have the ability to do bad things. Among the three, only Niu Qinbian had this ability. He must have found the wine jars when he turned the soil yesterday. With the soul wood, Chang'e couldn't wait to go into the refining room. She wanted to refine something to save her life. She didn't know how long it would take to refine this time. Before going in, she sent a message to Shan Mufling to report so that he could rest assured. A section of soul wood, green jade, white flower, vine, leaf, lotus. According to the recipe and memory, she placed the materials neatly on the workbench one by one, and she started to work after checking again and again. The soul wood refining is quite special. It does not require a refining furnace, but is refined by itself. Chang'e used the energy stone to make a strange pattern, sitting cross-legged in the middle, pinching her fingers, and the soul wood in front of her automatically floated in the air. Green silk threads continuously came out from her body, wrapping the soul wood and turning it into a green cocoon. One person and one cocoon maintained this state for a long time without any movement. Her face gradually turned pale, and spots began to appear on her body. At this time, if someone used their hands to detect her breath, they would find that her breath was so weak that it was almost undetectable. It had been a day and a night since she entered the refining room. If it weren't for the communication before she entered, Shan Mufling would have prepared to break through the protective shield and force his way in. On the third day after she entered, Shan Mufling received an emergency transfer order from the military and needed to go out, but Chang'e still didn't come out of the refining room. He could only leave her a message and told Chang's mother to come and see her every day. Chang'e in the refining room finally opened her eyes sparkling, and she whispered, "It's done." She turned her hand and spread it out, her slender finger slightly hooked, and the black bell that was floating in front of her fell into her palm obediently. The low-profile soul-catching bell was completed. This thing was not a decent object, and the original function was not suitable for the current era. She modified it a little. The function was a little weak, but it was just right for self-defense. After 3 days and 3 nights of refining, she consumed a lot of physical energy. The moment she stood up, Her legs were numb, and she fell back. It took a long time before she stood up again and slowly moved out of the refining room. Chapter 155. She had just opened the door and stepped out of the refining room, waiting for Chang's mother in the living room. When she heard the noise, she immediately stood up and turned her head, quickly scanning her from head to toe. She looked a little embarrassed. After all, she hadn't washed for 3 days, but fortunately her face was normal, her eyes were bright, and she looked very energetic. Chang's mother walked up quickly, stretched out her hand to support her, and kept looking her up and down. After confirming that there was no problem, she breathed a sigh of relief and chattered with concern. "You kid, why did you spend so much time refining this time and didn't even leave the door? You should at least send us a message every day to make us feel at ease." Chang Yi's previous refining had never been like this. She hadn't seen anyone for 3 days and 3 nights, and there was no movement in the refining room. She lay outside the refining room every day to listen for movement. "When you come out, send a message to Shan Mufling to let him know you're safe." Mother Chang carefully helped her sit down on the sofa. After giving her instructions, she turned around and went into the kitchen. After watching her mother go into the kitchen, Chang Yi picked up the tea that she had poured for her on the table and moistened her throat. She hadn't spoken for a long time and her throat was a little dry. She opened the light brain and saw the message Shan Mufling left for her. She knew he was out again, so she sent him a message on the light brain. He might be busy and didn't reply. When she smelled the fragrance of rice coming from the kitchen, her stomach protested. She hadn't eaten for 3 days. Although she had those medicinal plants to replenish her body, she was still very hungry. Mother Chang didn't let her wait too long. After a cup of tea, she came out with a bowl of soup. The soup bowl was steaming hot. She carefully protected it for fear of spilling it. She put the soup on the table first, then turned around and called Chang Yi, "Come, drink some soup to warm your stomach. I don't know when you will come out, and I thought you would be hungry when you come out, so I prepared some for you every day. The meal will be ready soon." "Thank you, Mom. It's great to have you." After taking a sip of warm soup, her hungry stomach finally felt a little relieved and stopped rumbling. Seeing her drinking happily, Chang's mother smiled and turned around to bring her other food. After eating and drinking, her eyelids were fighting. Seeing her like this, Chang's mother hurriedly urged her to go upstairs to rest. Chang Yi returned to the bedroom and lay on the long big bed. She rolled around in the quilt and wrapped herself up like a big dumpling. She closed her eyes and felt safe. Soon, her snoring sounded on the bed. After Chang's mother went upstairs and saw that she was asleep, she quietly closed the door, cleaned up, and cooked a bowl of health porridge for her, so that she wouldn't get up hungry in the middle of the night. Chang Yi slept very soundly and slept well until noon the next day, when she was awakened by the ringing of the phone. She squinted her eyes, sat up sleepily, and pressed the answer button like a wandering soul. "Hello." Junzi heard that the voice on the other side seemed a little wrong, and asked in a low voice, "Sister, it's my sister, are you resting?" He didn't expect this. Chang Yi was still resting. Chang Yi gently patted her cheek with her hand to wake up, and pulled back her wandering consciousness. Her scattered eyes stared at the pattern on the quilt and began to gather. "No, I'm going to get up too. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Sister, we are going to the mining star, are you going?" "If you go, I take you with me." Junzi was very concerned about this new sister, and never forgot her when there was anything good. He got the news that a new mining star was discovered. While not many people knew about it, he made an appointment with a few friends to go there to hunt for treasures, and the first person he thought of was his sister. Mining star? Why go there? Gambling on stones? As the name suggests, mining stars mainly produce energy stones. Many people want to get rich overnight. Generally speaking, on the developed mining stars, there are many powerful forces. If you don't have a background, you will only be slaughtered. It's more realistic to dream about picking up bargains. No, it's a brand new mining star. Let's go find new veins. Junzi shook his head, denied, and said anxiously, "Veins?" Chang Yi widened her eyes in shock. "Are you kidding?" She was so young and weak that someone actually asked her to be a miner. "Oh! Sister, you misunderstood. It's not what you think." Seeing Chang Yi's reaction, Junzi knew she wanted to fork. He hurriedly explained, "I got the news that there are many mineral veins on this new mining planet, but the exact location has not been found yet. We should go there first while few people know about it. Maybe we can find a big mineral vein if we are lucky. If we can't find a big one, we can find a small one. Is your news accurate? Don't let others do the wedding dress. This kind of gossip is heard every year." There are not so many new mineral veins waiting for people to pick up the bargains. They are all scammers. Don't worry, the news is definitely reliable. Even if we can't find the mineral veins, we can just treat it as going out for fun. Although it was the news given by his good brother, he didn't dare to guarantee it completely, and left himself some room in his words. New mining planet, mineral veins that have not been found. Chang'e was a little moved by what he said. Who are they? Can they be trusted? Me, and the 3 people who came to your house to pick fruits last time, and the talent master Xiao Yuqing and you, are all acquaintances in the military. Don't worry about safety. There will be absolutely no problem. Knowing what she was worried about, Junzi patted his chest to guarantee. Hearing that Xiao Yuqing was also going, Chang'e's worries were relieved a lot, but she still didn't agree directly. I see if I can spare the time and give you a reply later. Okay, sister, I wait for your reply, at the latest before leaving tomorrow. Okay, I tell you when I decide. After ending the communication with Junzi, Chang'e checked with Xiao Yuqing whether she was really going. Yes, this mineral star was just discovered recently. Many people have been going to Tabala during this period. Even if we can't find a large mineral vein, it's good to find a small one. Xiao Yuqing was looking forward to this trip. Mineral veins. Who doesn't want to find one? If a gifted master can find a large mineral vein, at least her reputation will be guaranteed for 100 years. Chang'e asked her back with a smile. Aren't you afraid of not finding it? From the tone of her words, it seemed that the mineral vein was there waiting for her to find it. What are you afraid of? If I found it, it's because I'm gifted and blessed by the interstellar gods. If I didn't find it, it's normal. The important thing is to participate. She was still a little rational. As long as she understood it in her heart, Chang'e nodded. Then I go for a walk too. Her trip to the gambling stone street had directly exhausted her mental strength. After that, she never touched gambling stones again. She didn't know what it would be like to find a vein this time. Since she had decided to go, Chang'e didn't delay and immediately sent a message to Junzi. She didn't have much confidence in finding a vein. There were few people in the team this time, so she was light. She didn't bring anything else. Bai Yi and Yo Yi said that they would stay at home to manage the newly acquired land and would not go with her. She asked Bai Yi to take back the turtle shell. She didn't have any other good defensive array devices for the time being, so it was more reassuring to bring this one. She took some time to walk around the garden at the back. It couldn't be called a garden now. During the days when she was in seclusion, Bai Yi and the others had already started to build a private manor, as she said. Chapter 156. The next day, just after dawn, Chang'e had already gotten up and packed up, sitting in the living room waiting for Junzi and the others to come and pick her up. This time, she was in the mood to participate, so she didn't bring much supplies, and was ready to go back after a round of fun. Sister, come up quickly, they are already waiting at the dock. The dazzling red aircraft landed in front of her door, and Junzi poked his head out and shouted into the room. Chang'e, who heard the shout, immediately got up and walked out quickly. Before closing the door, she looked back and looked around, always feeling that she had forgotten to bring something. Sister, are you ready? Junzi outside the door urged again. I'm here. Chang'e responded loudly while closing the door, mumbling in her mouth, defense device, energy liquid, mining tools, I brought them all. Sister, get in the car. Junzi saw her coming out, opened the car door in advance, and asked her to sit down. Have they all gone? Chang'e's own driving skills were limited, so she agreed to let Junzi take her. Seeing her sitting down, Junzi started the aircraft, set the destination, and turned around to ask, Sister, have you had breakfast? I had breakfast before I went out. If you haven't, do you have some porridge? She got up too early in the morning and had no appetite. She packed up the porridge that Chang's mother prepared for her and planned to eat it later. No, sister, I brought it myself. As he said that, he took out his breakfast, a whole leg of alien beast meat, opened his mouth wide, bit off a large piece of meat, wiped his greasy hands, took out a bottle of juice, and handed it to Chang'e. He had something in his mouth and spoke vaguely. Sister, you eat this. Chang'e stared at his palm, which was still shiny even after wiping it, and took the bottle cap with 3 fingers. Thank you. No, His mouth was too busy, so he replied vaguely, lowering his head to concentrate on chewing his breakfast. The sound of him chewing non-stop all the way made Chang'e a little greedy. She unscrewed the bottle cap and drank a mouthful of juice. Did you squeeze this juice yourself? As soon as the juice entered her mouth, she realized that something was wrong. The purity of the purchased juice was not so high. Well, I only squeezed a few times, and I have more. After swallowing the meat in his mouth, Junzi took out 2 more bottles of juice and handed them over. This time Changyi didn't take it, waving her hand to refuse. I haven't finished it yet. Sister, why are you being so polite to me? I still have more. Just keep these 2 bottles for you to drink. Junzi stuffed the juice into her hand without saying anything, turned around and quickly finished the rest of the breakfast. Changyi looked at the juice that was forced into her, and smiled helplessly. She really didn't mean that. She just felt that the price of the juice was not low when she drank it, and wanted to ask how much it was, and she would pass it to him. After he did this, Changyi couldn't say that she would transfer interstellar coins to him, as it would seem too polite. Do you like seafood? Junzi, who had just eaten, couldn't help but sip when he heard this. Who doesn't like seafood? This year, we can eat so many seafood thanks to you. Unfortunately, it's almost all gone now. He was in a low position, and didn't get much seafood. He was greedy. He ate a lot every day in the first 2 months after he got it. When he thought about controlling the amount, there was not much left. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smack his mouth and recall the happy time. I give you 2 kilograms later. Shan Mufeng had a high position, and Changyi was the provider of bait. They got a lot of seafood. The 2 of them ate as much as they wanted, but only ate a small part. Really? Thank you, sister. Seeing her nod, Junzi hummed a little song happily. After arriving at the dock and transferring to the flying ship, Changyi met all the people who were on this trip. In addition to Junzi and Xiao Yaqing, there were 3 other soldiers. Last time, there was a baby-faced but expressionless Han Muting, a wind and water warrior, who took the payment for the last basket. The last one was Qi Shan, an earth warrior. He was the youngest of the 3, but the most stable one. What do you think, if we find a large vein of ore? Will no one come to rob it? Before it got dark, Junzi started dreaming. Don't worry, if you really find it, the admiral can flash immediately. It's not that easy to find a large vein of ore. There are only a few of them. It's good enough to find a small mine that they can dig for themselves. Dreams are good to have, just in case they come true. Junzi held his chin and continued his beautiful dream. The news they got this time came from the underground trading city. This is a newly discovered mining planet that has not been developed yet. According to interstellar rules, whoever finds it will own it. As long as they find a vein, they will make money no matter how big or small it is. The excitement only lasted until they landed. They thought they were well informed. After the flying ship landed, Changyi looked at the flying vehicles that kept coming in the sky like migrating birds and asked, "Are you sure that not many people got the news?" Junzi scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. It seems that there are a lot of people. It's not like, it's really a lot. Xiao Yaqing really thought that they could pick up a big bargain this time. Looking at this situation, haha. The probability of returning empty-handed is higher. With this amount of people, this is probably an open secret. Anyone with a little ability has heard the news and rushed over. Changyi pursed her lips, and the idea of secretly getting rich could be stopped. Fortunately, she didn't have much hope in the first place, and didn't want to stand there stupidly. She pointed to the place where the crowd gathered in front and said, "It looks quite lively there. Let's go and have a look." The news was bought by Junzi to share with them. He had the greatest hope, and now he is also the most disappointed. It's probably impossible to pick up the bargain. The plan has changed. In this situation, they can only take it one step at a time. Junzi and the others hung their heads, protected them in the middle, and walked towards the crowd. The closer they got to the crowd, the colder their hearts became. There was a gambling stone street here, and they still thought that no one knew about it. What a broken news. Don't let him meet that bastard again, he must beat him up. A group of people followed the flow of people, and walked slowly. Some people on both sides looked confused as they saw the situation, while some people should know the situation and have a purpose, so they walked in a hurry in one direction. Business people from ancient times to the present are always the most informed. The shops on both sides can be seen as temporary houses, but the goods inside are not less, and the categories are complete, no different from other old trading shops. Brother, take a look. The top-grade energy stone just dug out. The greetings of the shopkeepers on both sides were enthusiastic. Junzi still didn't give up. The person who sold the news said that the news had just been out for less than 3 days. For this, he paid a high price and bought out a week of time. He picked a friendly shopkeeper and approached him to ask, "Boss, how long have you been here? Have you dug out the energy stones? Didn't you say that you haven't found the vein yet?" "Ha ha. I haven't been here for long, only 10 days, but my talent master is awesome. He found the vein, and the energy stones he dug out are all top-quality goods. How about it? Come and take a look. After a few words, the shopkeeper started to promote his own energy stones again. Chapter 157. The shopkeeper's words were obviously false. If he had really found a vein, he would have sent someone to guard it immediately to prevent it from being robbed. Who would set up a stall here and make a living? Junzi smiled and waved his hand to refuse. Thank you. Brother, I go shopping with my sisters at home first. If there is any need, I will definitely come to your house first. He asked a lot of people and concluded that the news of this mined planet had been revealed as early as a month ago, but according to everyone's inference, a big force should have come to explore it earlier. After walking around empty-handed, the desire to find a bargain had already been hurt. Several people went into a tea house, sat down to rest their feet, and discussed the next itinerary. What should we do? Should we go back? It's a bit unwilling to pay. It's a long way to come here. Is it going to be a waste of time and go back empty-handed? I can do it. If I can't dig it, I can buy a few pieces to take back. Compared to finding a vein and digging it by himself, Chang'e is more confident in gambling on stones and finding a bargain. Qishan slowly said, Don't worry, I heard that there is indeed a mine here, and I haven't found the specific location yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Junzi immediately changed his position with the person next to him and asked, When did you find out? Is the information reliable? This was the first time he brought his sister out, and he didn't expect such a big mistake to happen. He didn't want to go back empty-handed. I guess this based on the information from those store owners, plus a little bit of my own guesses. Believe it or not, Qishan was a steady person and didn't say too much. Since we're here, let's take a look around before leaving. Fuli agreed. After discussing, the men still wanted to give it another try. Junzi turned around and asked Chang'e and the others, Sister, what do you think? I'm fine with it. Xiao Yaqing answered first. Chang'e put down the teacup and replied, It's fine with me. I just go with everyone. Okay, let's decide. We go around and go back if we can't find it. Since they decided to continue looking for the vein, everyone started discussing which direction to start looking from. The original plan was obviously not applicable now. I think we should go east. There are the most teams there. There must be a reason. Fuli's proposal was rejected immediately. Han Muting shook his head and said, I don't agree. There are many people over there. If there is anything, people would have found it long ago. It's definitely not a good direction to find it after searching for so long. Muting makes sense. Qishan nodded in agreement with him. The soldiers argued endlessly about where to start, and no one convinced the other. At this time, Junzi caught a glimpse of Chang'e who was discussing with Xiao Yaqing where to buy energy stones, and approached and said, Sister, you choose a road? Ah? Me? Chang'e didn't expect that this was her business, and pointed to her nose and said, I can't understand the map. She has a poor sense of direction, and she can't understand such a complicated map. It's okay, sister, we believe in your luck, just point to a place. Others nodded in agreement when they heard Junzi's words, yes. This is one of the luckiest players this year. Since there are problems with any choice, it's better to let her choose. Seeing that they all want to choose by themselves, Chang'e looked up at their faces and said the ugly words first. If the place I choose is not good, don't blame me. Don't worry, it won't happen. Others patted their chests and promised that they would not blame her. Chang'e then lowered her head and concentrated on studying the map. The map on the optical brain was very detailed, and even the flow of people in each direction was marked. The flow of people in the east was the most dense. Looking at the dense red dots on the map, they were almost connected into a piece. Even if a mineral vein was discovered in this place, there would be no shortage of competition. Moving down to the south, there were also many people here, just a little less than the east, and it was not suitable. The remaining north and west had much less people than other directions. The north was full of mountains on the map, and the west looked much flatter. Shall we go this way? Chang'e's hand pointed at a peak in the north. Junzi and others looked out and confirmed with her. This? Okay. Let's go here. Is there anything special about this peak? Xiao Yaqing held a bag of snacks in her hand and chewed non-stop. Don't you think this mountain looks like a money hole? After hearing what Chang'e said, everyone lowered their heads to study it again. If they didn't say it, they wouldn't think it, but it really does look like it. With a destination, they rested briefly and set off again. They had already wasted half a day, so they had to hurry. Let's stop here. Junzi chose a flat rock pile at the foot of the mountain as a foothold. Chang'e got off the aircraft, looked up and looked around. How do we find it next? She had never personally found a vein. She heard that it was like gambling on stones. The gifted master released his mental power to sense it, but in such a large area, if you sense it aimlessly, you may not be able to find the vein until you die. We brought this. Junzi proudly took out 4 latest models of detection robots. Let's test them first. Xiao Yaqing was not so optimistic about the detection robots. Changyi noticed something fishy in her tone. Is this thing useless? It's not useless. Xiao Yaqing stared at the robot that was standing still, tilted her head, and whispered in her ear, it can only detect the fluctuation of the energy stone 1 meter away from the surface, and if the fluctuation of the energy stone is too large, it will be garbled and scrapped. After listening to her explanation, Changyi looked at the robot again, and his eyes became complicated. Where did Junzi get the confidence at the beginning? Could he lead them to find the mineral vein with these unreliable robots? While they were talking, Junzi set up the program, and the 4 robots first performed simple detection around according to the settings. After the test was completed, they began to officially disperse to 4 different directions for detection after adjustment. Changyi saw that the robots soon disappeared and asked, what should we do now? Wait here for the robot to come back? There were only a few of them, and they couldn't just follow the robots separately. Junzi put away his optical computer, took out his knife, and replied, no, let's find a direction to explore. Don't worry about the robot. If they find anything, they will send me a message. The surrounding grass and trees were endless, and the way up the mountain was invisible. Several men held knives, and cut the road in front of them. The lady followed them step by step, and it was very hard. Gradually, the grass and trees that were taller than people turned into waist-high shrubs. Looking up, you can vaguely see the withered grass and trees on the mountain. Xiao Yaqing supported her knees with her hands, looked ahead with a dazed look, and asked with a heavy breath, where do you think this mineral vein will be? Aren't you looking for it? Changyi smiled bitterly. She regretted following these young people out without bringing Niu Yi. They had been walking for more than an hour, and didn't even see the shadow of an energy stone. Fortunately, there were no powerful beasts here. Chapter 158. Junzi heard their conversation, looked back at their condition, stopped and said, let's take a break here. Everyone drink some water, eat something and then continue. They are naturally strong warriors, so this distance is nothing for them. But the 2 ladies are obviously not able to do it. Hearing this, Xiao Yaqing immediately stopped, unwilling to take another step forward, drank a sip of water, panted and asked Changyi beside her, do you feel anything? I only feel that my legs tell me that it is tired. I really can't walk anymore. Panting with every step, Changyi didn't care about his image, sat on the ground, took out a bottle of drink and gulped it down to save his exhausted body. In this weather, he was sweating all over his forehead. After a while, he looked up and asked Junzi standing in front of him, is there any news about your robot? People are useless. I hope the robot can be more reliable. Unfortunately, after checking the information on the optical brain, he shook his head, and there was no good news about the robot. It was not a good idea to keep searching like this. She could not bear to keep walking like this. She turned around and asked Xiao Yaqing, who was also slumped on the ground, how far can you sense? After Xiao Yaqing pondered for a moment, she gave a careful answer, ideally, about 10 meters in a straight line. Very good, she understood. Considering the rock covering the outer layer of the energy stone, it was only 5 meters at most, which was worse than her. At their current speed, if they wanted to search the mountain, they would probably have to stay here for 3 to 5 years. She was sure again that she must have been bored and had a brain fog to come out with them to look for mineral veins. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. She should explore on her own. If there is no harvest, she should go home as soon as possible. After a short rest, they set out on their journey again. The men slowed down their pace to consider the women's physical strength and tried to walk on flat ground. But even so, they still had a hard time walking. After walking about 100 meters, Changyi suddenly stopped and pointed to one side. Let's go over there. Hearing this, the fatigue was swept away. Xiao Yaqing's eyes flashed with light, and she asked her expectantly, did you sense it? Changyi was not so sure, and said truthfully, I don't know what it is. I just feel that there is movement over there, not necessarily an energy stone. Xiao Yaqing also released her mental power to sense in the direction she pointed. The fluctuation is so small, it shouldn't be an energy stone, right? She also felt the energy fluctuation, but the energy was too subtle, and if she didn't sense it carefully, she couldn't sense it at all. No matter what it is, even if it's a spiritual plant, we have been walking for so long. She didn't have much patience. If she continued to search all over the mountains and fields without any gains, she would give up. The superpower warriors couldn't sense the fluctuations of the energy stone at all, so they didn't express their opinions and followed the instructions of the two women. They went wherever they were told to go. They turned around and walked towards the place where Chang'e pointed out. There was a hard gravel road under their feet. Because of the shade, the moisture was not easy to dissipate. There was a lot of moss on the road, and they slipped with every step. Fortunately, the men reached out and pulled them in time to prevent them from slipping. The road was difficult to walk on, forcing them to lower their heads and concentrate on their feet, fearing that they would not step firmly and fall into the mud. Stop! It's nearby. Chang'e felt the energy fluctuations, and was here. She said the place, and the superpower warriors started a carpet search with the place where she was standing as the center. The waist-high grass and trees were shaved into a flat head with one knife. Chang'e also took out a little trick, squatted down, stared at the ground, and while sensing, he followed the direction of the energy fluctuations, knocking and digging to find the energy stone. It doesn't make sense. It's right here? I clearly sense the energy fluctuations, but I just couldn't find it. I think I found it. After a while, Xiao Yaqing got the first harvest. Found is found. What do you mean by seam? Chang'e looked at her suspiciously, asking with his eyes what did she mean. Here, look for yourself. Is the energy you sensed it? In Xiao Yaqing's white palm, there lay a shiny energy stone, very beautiful, but a little mini. Chang'e looked at the energy stone that looked like rice residue, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. Her perception was really powerful. It was hard for it to find such a small fluctuation. This energy fluctuation is very familiar, it should be it, and turned to the few people who were still searching around and shouted, "Don't look for it, come back quickly." The few people who heard the voice quickly gathered and asked excitedly, "What's the matter? Did you find it? Where is it?" The mini energy stone was displayed again. The soldiers were more gentlemanly, and didn't say anything else. They cleared their throats and said, "Since we have found it, should we continue to go up or up?" Halfway through the words, Chang'e sensed the energy fluctuation again and hesitated whether to say it, fearing that it was this kind of small rice grain again. Xiao Yaqing saw her suddenly stop and asked, "What's the matter?" Sense in that direction. Chang'e pointed to the position in front of the rock wall. A trace of mental power extended to that direction. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. "Let's go over and take a look." As she spoke, Xiao Yaqing ran towards that location first. What is she doing? The soldiers could not understand their riddle. There are also energy fluctuations over there. Chang'e was not as excited as Xiao Yaqing. The energy fluctuations this time were larger than before, but not much larger. She was not optimistic. After replying, she walked slowly in the direction she left. Hearing that there was another discovery, Junzi and the others ran like the wind and surpassed Xiao Yaqing in the blink of an eye. "Wait for me." Xiao Yaqing, who was surpassed, shouted and ran, but her little arms and legs could not catch up. Even if her legs were full of wind, she could not catch up. Boom! The explosion sounded from the front. Judging from the noise, it should be Junzi and the others who were using their supernatural powers to attack something? Chang'e paused. The energy fluctuation was not a spiritual plant or energy stone, but a strange beast. She was suspicious and afraid of death. She took out the defense array and installed the energy stone in her hand to prepare. Fortunately, she asked Mr. Bai for the turtle shell in advance. The defense array alone was not safe. She took out the soul-catching bell she had just refined and held it tightly in her hand. Then she slowed down her steps, slowly approached, and caught up with Xiao Yaqing in front. She lowered her voice and asked softly, "Are they okay?" Xiao Yaqing, who was walking in front, was also frightened by the fighting. She stayed where she was, and did not move. She also held a defense array in her hand. The grass and trees here were too lush, so she could not see the fighting scene clearly. She did not see the figure of the strange beast. I think it should not be a particularly large one. Moreover, there were only a few of them who dared to fight, instead of turning back and running. It was estimated that the danger was not great. Xiao Yaqing was holding the formation device nervously. After hearing what she said, she turned around, frowned and shook her head in confusion, saying, "I don't know, probably nothing will happen. Let's wait here." Chapter 159. The two of them were just weaklings. Going up would only cause trouble. It was better to wait where they were. The two of them protected their formation equipment, and made up their minds to turn around and run away as soon as the wind was not right. They squatted down, stretched their necks, and kept looking in the direction of their battle. The fierce battle ended quickly. After about a quarter of an hour, there was no movement in front. Did they win? The two looked at each other and saw the same doubt in each other's eyes, so they turned their sights back to the front and opened their eyes wide to see clearly. Except for the vague figure, they could not see anything else. Junzi used his hands as a trumpet and shouted to them, "Come over. It's okay." After saying that, he stood there and waved at them. Seeing this, the two stood up, put away the formation equipment, and trotted along the path they had pressed out. After standing still, they looked around and did not see any strange beasts. The faces of the warriors were relaxed, not like they had just experienced a battle, and they even had some joy. There were still traces of their attack on the ground, the most obvious of which was a crack under the corner of the rock wall. It was pitch black all around. This was the trace of a fire-type attack. The crack was very small, only as thick as a pin. Fei Fu and Qi Shan were squatting there, constantly looking and gesturing. There had been a fight, but no strange beasts were seen. Chang'e asked Junzi, who was looking happy, what happened just now. He smiled foolishly with his big teeth bared. He didn't answer her directly, but winked and spread his palms, letting them see several energy stones of different sizes in his palms. Just grab them. There was excitement in his tone. Chang'e didn't understand why he was so excited about such a small energy stone. He tilted his head to look at his face, wondering what he meant. Steal? Steal from whom? Junzi laughed even crazier when he heard her question, and his back teeth could be seen. Stone days. Hearing this answer, Chang'e and Xiaoyaqing also joined his team, smiling. They really found the vein. He pointed his mouth in the direction of Qi Shan and the others and said, "These energy stones are what the stone days just ate. We were a step slower and didn't catch it, so it hid in the crack of the rock. Did it drill into that crack? What are we waiting for? Let's chisel it open quickly. Maybe the energy stone is inside." While he was still talking, Xiaoyaqing had already run to the rock wall and studied with Fu Fei and the others how to dig out the energy stone. Are there energy stones inside? Fu Fei and the others were waiting for them to come over to confirm. When they saw them coming, they immediately gave way so that they could explore whether there were energy stones inside. They studied the gap for a long time, but did not dare to act rashly, fearing that it was not a mine, but just a shelter that the stone-scale beast found in a moment of desperation. They were also afraid that there was a large mineral vein inside, and once it was opened, they would not be able to protect it. Xiaoyaqing stepped forward and released her mental power to perceive, and after a moment, she shook her head helplessly and said, "The rock wall here is too thick, I can't sense the situation inside." Since she couldn't sense it, everyone placed their hopes on Chang'e, the only one left, and turned to look at her expectantly. Chang'e was not hypocritical, stepped forward, closed her eyes, placed her hand on the rock wall, and condensed her mental power into a thin line, and probed into the gap. Yes, but it seems not much, very scattered. This answer is not good. According to her perception, they may not be able to get the energy stones inside. They are too scattered, one piece here and one piece there, and they are all very deep. If they want to dig, they may have to drill through the mountain and start digging from the middle. It's good to have them. They didn't take Chang'e's words seriously. Energy stones are not easy to dig. It's just a little deeper. It takes more time. After Chang'e gave them a general direction, Qi Shan and his friends took out their tools and followed the gaps to knock on the rock wall. With their strong arms, they held the pickaxe tightly, raised it high, and dropped it heavily. Every time the pickaxe touched the rock wall, it would spark dazzling sparks. The gap as wide as a pin became wider and wider as they knocked. Maybe the source stone was still missing. What they knocked out were ordinary rocks. The stone-scale beast hiding inside saw that its house was about to be demolished. It couldn't bear it anymore, and used its long tail to roll up the stone and hit them from inside. Unfortunately, its attack was too weak. These small stones were just like tickling the soldiers. They didn't even try to dodge, and their hands didn't stop moving. Seeing that the house was about to be drilled through by these people, the stone dace, unable to bear it any longer, flew out of the cave and rushed towards Qi Shan, who was closest to it, and bit his wrist. The teeth of the stone dace were very strong. Qi Shan, who couldn't dodge in time, was bitten on the wrist and bled. He used his other hand to accurately clamp its neck, and closed his 5 fingers to force it to loosen its tightly bitten mouth. Seeing that someone was injured, the other people stopped their actions, and came over to ask him with concern, "Are you okay?" "It's okay, it's just a minor injury. It was just a bite by accident." Qi Shan replied nonchalantly, without even frowning, as if the wrist dripping with blood was not his. He even had the leisure to tease the stone dace. "Little guy, your teeth are good and you are quite fierce. Chang'e has experienced accidental injuries." While they were talking, she had already taken out a small treatment device from the space capsule. "Here. Treat it quickly. You still have this." Junzi happily took the treatment device and turned to treat Qishan's wound. From the deep wound that could be seen through the bone, it can be seen how hard the stone dace bit down. It was trying to bite off his wrist. Qishan stretched out his hand for Junzi to help treat the wound. At the same time, he did not forget to change the direction of the stone dace, grabbing its tail instead, letting it hang upside down in the air with its head down. Qishan's wound recovered quickly after treatment, and the bleeding stopped, healed and scabbed. No matter how many times he saw it, he had to sigh at the advancement of modern medicine. His injury was fine, and everyone had time to play with the stone dace. Xiao Yuqing poked its sturdy forelimbs with her hands, and looked at its neat big teeth that were specially made for chewing or, and said with emotion, "It would be great if it could mine for us." "You are quite bold. Then you can discuss it with it, and see if it agrees," Qishan said, raised his hand to grab the stone dace's arm, and approached her. The big teeth suddenly approached, and Xiao Yuqing took a big step back and exclaimed, "Oh my god." The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Maybe it's really possible. When Chang'e heard her idea, an idea flashed through his mind, and he found the spirit beast pill and poured one into his palm. "What did you say?" Chang'e's voice was too low. Xiao Yuqing didn't hear it clearly, and turned her head to ask clearly. She poured out a pill, walked up to the stone dace, and pinched the pill and circled it under the nose of the stone dace. It worked. The stone dace fish, which had been struggling non-stop, curling up its belly and opening its mouth to attack Qishan again, smelled the scent of the spiritual beast pill, slowed down its struggling movements, and followed the scent with its nose twitching, its head following the spiritual beast pill. Chapter 160. It's good to have a reaction. Chang'e raised the corner of her mouth, slowly took back the spirit beast pill, and put a cayenne pill in her palm instead, using the same method to test its reaction. The strange beast without wisdom did not understand the charm of cayenne pill. Cayenne pill smelled bad. When the smell of spirit beast pill in the air dissipated, it began to struggle fiercely again. Qishan saw that the stone dace was struggling again. She was afraid of hurting her, so she changed her posture and used one hand to clamp its front limbs, and the other hand to control its hind limbs and tail together, and held it in front of her chest like a child. The movement of the stone dace was limited, but it was still determined to bite people. It showed its thick front teeth and kept turning its head to open its big mouth, opening and closing. Its bluffing appearance could not scare people. Chang'e seized the opportunity and flicked the cayenne pill into its mouth. The pill melted in its mouth and did not give it any chance to spit it out. "Let go! I bite you to death, ah bah! Bastard! Let me go! Ah bah!" The stone dace didn't notice the change in its voice, cursing and spitting. The taste of cayenne pill was too bad, and no normal beast would like it. "It can talk." Junzi, who was standing aside, heard the voice of the stone dace and exclaimed. The cayenne pill worked, and Chang'e pinched a spirit beast pill in front of the stone dace to tempt it. "Little guy, do you want to eat good things?" "No." Before the words of refusal were finished, the stone dace's big eyes stared at the pill in Chang'e's hand, and the big mouth that hadn't closed yet, drooling unconsciously, fell to the ground with a pat, soaking the soil. "If you help me dig out the shiny stones inside for me, I will give you this candy to eat." The ears under the scales of the stone dace moved slightly, and it was a little excited. It ate that kind of stone every day, but it had never eaten the candy of these two-legged beasts. It smelled so good and wanted to eat it. Its saliva was still dripping, but it did not open its mouth to agree with Chang'e's proposal. Instead, it closed its eyes and softened its body, as if it was about to faint. Han Yuding saw its situation and was afraid that it would really die, so he reminded Qishan, "Loosen it a little, don't strangle it to death." "I didn't use force. It's so easy to kill this thing with scales." Although he said this, Qishan still loosened his fingers that were stuck on its neck slightly, but did not loosen his hands that were holding its limbs. As Qishan loosened his hands, the head of the stone dace drooped down and became soft, and its body was motionless. "Is it dead?" Xiao Yuqing poked the scales on its back and asked worriedly. Seeing it like this, Chang'e curled her lips and smiled, looking straight at the stone scale beast pretending to be dead. It was pretending to be dead, and it would be more like it if its eyelids didn't move. She covered her lips with her fingers, signaling them to keep quiet, and she slowly put the spirit beast pill to its mouth. When the spirit beast pill was about to touch its nose, the stone dace suddenly opened its eyes and opened its mouth. With the speed of lightning, it ejected its long tongue and tried to roll away the spirit beast pill. Chang'e had been prepared and clenched her fist and retracted her hand at the first time, but its movement was too fast, and the back of her hand was unfortunately licked by its tongue, which immediately turned red and felt a burning pain. Looking for death. Qishan saw Chang'e was injured, and shouted angrily, and tightened his loosened fingers again, clamping the neck of the stone dace. Junzi glared at the stone-ling fish, whose eyes rolled back due to being pinched. Now, he didn't care whether the stone-ling fish would be pinched to death by Qishan. He stepped forward and asked with concern, "Sister, how are you?" "I'm fine, don't be nervous." Chang'e smiled and comforted them. Her hand was only scratched by the barbs on the tongue of the stone dace. It looked serious, but it was actually not a big deal, and would heal in a while. "Qishan, relax, just teach it a lesson. If it really strangled it to death, her cayenne pill would be wasted." Han Muting had water-based abilities, and he let out a thin stream of water to help her wash. After washing off the saliva on the surface, the red marks on her hand slowly faded. "Look, I'm really fine." Chang'e raised her hand, which had basically recovered, and spread it out and turned it over twice to show them that she was really fine, so that they could rest assured. After the back of her hand got better, she approached the stone dace again and asked, "Are you really not going to cooperate with me? Don't you want to eat this candy?" This time Qishan was more cautious, and kept holding its neck tightly with his hand to ensure that it could never hurt anyone again. The stone dace stuck out its tongue at her, making a hissing sound, trying to drive her away. "This is not trusting her. I can give you one first." Chang'e didn't mind its unfriendly attitude at all, but gave it a step, saying that she could pay first. Seeing that she was not scared away, the stone dace retracted its long tongue, did not say anything, but widened its eyes, and looked at her with a scrutinizing look. The two sides were deadlocked for about a cup of tea, and the stone dace spoke again. This time it was no longer a hissing sound, but a normal human language. "Eat first." "Okay." Finally he was willing to speak. Chang'e secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, thinking that she would meet a stubborn guy today, and there would be no result, so she readily put the spirit beast pill to its mouth. The stone dace stretched out its long tongue again, quickly rolled away the spirit beast pill in her palm. "Let me go." The voice of the stone dace was a cold male voice. Qishan heard this. Not only did he not let go, but he tightened his grip by 2 points, pinching it so hard that it had to raise its head and open its mouth to breathe rapidly. "Qishan, let it go." Chang'e looked up and said to Qishan, seeing the disapproval in his eyes, shook her head, motioning him to listen to her, and said firmly again, "It's okay, let it go." "Sister." Chang'e raised her hand to stop what they wanted to say. Qishan did not let go. She stepped forward and took the stone scale beast from his hand, lowered her body, let go and said to it, "If you want candy, exchange it with energy stones." The stone scale beast regained its freedom, and rushed to its cave like lightning, without looking back, without a trace of hesitation, and disappeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. "Yi! Your elixir is in vain." Xiao Yuqing looked at the afterimage of the stone scale beast, but it was a pity that her elixir could make the strange beast speak human language, and it was obvious that it was not cheap. "Not sure yet?" Chang'e is confident in his spirit beast pill, which has been verified by tens of thousands of beasts, and is the most popular pill. Since the stone dace did not allow them to mine, they could only continue to do it themselves. The warriors started to knock on the rock wall again, and the sparks flew everywhere. "It's so noisy." The cold voice was full of impatience. The stone dace could only support its body with its 2 short hind legs to hold the energy stone. It walked to Chang'e in small steps, and pushed the energy stone on its chest forward change. Except for Chang'e, the other few people had their eyes glued to the energy stone held by the stone scale beast since it appeared. They were reluctant to move away, as if it could run away in the blink of an eye. They held their breath, and dared not even breathe heavily, fearing that they were dreaming and dizzy, and the stone dace really came back with the energy stone. Chapter 161. It has taken the bait. Now, there is no need to worry that it will run away. Chang'e did not take the energy stone. Instead, he bent down and explained to it seriously, "No. 1 for 1, I will lose too much. 1 for 10 is better." The stone dace did not move while holding the energy stone. Its IQ is limited and it cannot count. It did not understand Chang'e's explanation. It just dug this piece because it felt that the energy of this energy stone was similar to the candy it just ate, so it dug this piece first to exchange. Now this person does not give a candy. Does it mean that it does not want it anymore? If the enemy does not move, I will not move. The boss cannot let the workers control him. Chang'e insisted on not giving in. Seeing the stalemate between the man and the beast, Junzi was afraid that the duck in his hand would fly away, so he quietly pulled the corner of Chang'e's clothes and whispered in her ear, "Sister, is your pill difficult to refine?" Chang'e was not worried that the stone-scale beast would run away. She was sure that it would be reluctant to give up the spirit beast pill before letting it go. Now, she had hidden the soul-catching bell in her hand, and it would be easy to catch it. She was already planning in her mind. If persuading it with kind words didn't work, then she would use extraordinary means. Continuing the stalemate was not a solution. She saw that the stone dace was stupidly holding the energy stone, and blinking his clear eyes. His eyebrows moved slightly. "This is 10 yuan. I give you a candy." Chang'e lowered her body, poured out another spirit beast pill, pointed at the energy stone it was holding, and then pointed at the pill, trying to explain it to it again. The stone dace smelled the fragrance of the spirit beast pill again, loosened the energy stone it was holding tightly, and rolled up the pill in her hand. This time it did not run away immediately. Instead, it closed its eyes to savor the taste of the elixir. After swallowing it completely, it opened its eyes, turned around, and flew back to the cave again in one go. It felt that this time it was even faster than last time. As soon as the stone dace left, Junzi and the others surrounded the energy stone and kept looking at it. Even Shishan, who was the most stable, smiled and said, "Sister, you are so amazing. This energy stone is probably level 4, right?" The energy stone dug out by the stone dace has had its outer rock shell eaten away, which saves the step of breaking the stone. Moreover, the energy stone they eat can retain its integrity to the greatest extent, which is better than artificial breaking. I only have 1 bottle of spirit beast pill. Chang'e was not so happy. She calculated the value of the spirit beast pill and the energy stone. This was different from her expectations, and she always felt a little bit of loss. There is only 1 bottle, so the energy stones that can be exchanged are limited, and this good thing will end before it even begins. Fei Fei asked anxiously, "How many pills are there in a bottle? Is it difficult to find the materials? Is it difficult to refine?" The materials are not difficult to find, and the refining is also simple, but there is no place to find them for a while. She was going to refine the spirit beast pill to coax the little ones at home. This kind of pill helps the growth of animals and open their minds. It's good that it's not difficult to find. Tell us the materials you need, and we will see if we can get them together for you. If we don't have them, we will find them. As they said this, they were eager to try, as if they were ready to find materials for her immediately. There's no need to be so anxious. Although there is only this bottle, there are about 50 pills in it, which should be enough for the time being. She brought this bottle of spirit beast pill out because she was afraid that if she left it at home, Mr. Bai and the others would eat without restraint and cause trouble. There are still quite a lot of them in it. After hearing the number, they became even more anxious to pay. 50 is not enough. We'd better find it for you as soon as possible. Mineral veins are hard to find, and energy stones are hard to dig, but these are not a problem for stone dace that feed on various minerals. They can naturally sense the existence of mineral veins, and mining is even easier for them. Now, they finally have the opportunity to exchange elixirs for energy stones. Such a cost-effective deal must be expanded and strengthened. Don't worry, I have a recipe. Maybe you can save some elixirs. Stopping several men from going out to find materials immediately, Chang'e had a plan in mind, took out a small basin, and said to Han Muting, "Put some water in me." Han Muting thought she was going to wash her hands, and he was in a hurry to find materials, so he raised his hand and made a big water ball, and the water in the basin was full and overflowing. Chang'e wanted to stop her hand, but she put it down halfway, touched her nose, and forget it. Is it enough? Han Muting didn't understand what Chang'e meant. Isn't it enough? But the basin can't hold it anymore. Enough. Enough. Chang'e waved her hands hurriedly, refusing him to continue. She didn't have so many basins. What do you want the water for? Xiao Yaqing lay on the basin, staring at the water inside. Suddenly, she clapped her hands and said, "Are you going to dissolve the elixir in the water?" "Yeah." "Pretty smart." Chang'e praised her first, and before she could show off, she continued, "Unfortunately not." Chang'e temporarily sold the lawsuit without saying it clearly, and the water in the basin was left there. Instead, she picked up a small hoe and searched around for something. She found a place with less gravel and softer soil, squatted down, set aside the small stones on it, and dug it. The fine mud was dug out, and put in a new basin separately. Others didn't know what she was going to do, and thought it was some special secret recipe. To avoid suspicion, they could only follow her from a distance and protect her. That's it. It should be almost done. Seeing that she had dug a full basin of mud, which was compacted tightly, this much should be enough. She nodded with satisfaction, put away the hoe, stood up, bent down and tried to pick up the mud basin. The basin was only a few centimeters off the ground, and it was too thick, so she had a bit of effort to pick it up. In order to avoid messing up halfway, she turned around and called Junzi behind her, asking him to come and help. Junzi, who had been following her for a long time, ran over immediately when he heard her call. "Sister, what do you want me to do?" Chang'e pointed to the basin on the ground and said, "Help me bring this basin of mud back." Okay. A basin of mud was a piece of cake for him, and he picked it up easily. TSK. It's different when you have more strength. Chang'e saw that he was holding it so easily, and she looked so weak in comparison. The place where they dug mud was not far away. They walked 2 steps back to where they were just now. She instructed Junzi to separate half of the mud in the basin, and then add water to it while kneading it, just like kneading dough, and knead it until the mud ball became smooth before he stopped. She grabbed a little mud, and tried to roll it into a ball in her hand. She took out the spirit beast pill to compare it. The size looked about the same. At this time, Chang'e called others to come and join her mud play. "Come here and help me make mud balls." Junzi looked at the mud ball he had just kneaded in the basin, and was hesitant to say, "Sister, you." He hadn't played with this thing for a long time. "What are you thinking about? Help me quickly, I need it. Just make each one about the same size as this." Chang'e gave them the mud ball she had just kneaded as samples. Junzi was not too stupid. Seeing her like this, he guessed about 80% of it. "Sister, you want to fool it with mud? Will it be fooled?" Chapter 162. While he was grumbling, Qishan and Fu Fei had already squatted down obediently, and started playing with mud. Someone was pinching the mud balls, so Chang'e took out another basin. This time, she didn't play with mud. She poured out 10 spirit beast pills from the bottle, crushed them hard, and ground them into powder for later use. Fine and fine, Chang'e ground them carefully, focusing only on the medicine powder in her hands. Xiao Yuqing glanced at the stone scale beast that was approaching quickly with small steps, and excitedly nudged Chang'e with her elbow, saying anxiously, "Ee! Yee! The stone dace is really back again." Chang'e was harassed by her, and had to stop the crushing action in her hands. She looked up, and looked in the direction of the stone scale beast. Before it came, she touched a handful of mud balls, threw them into the medicine powder basin, and rolled them twice. The stone dace stopped at an arm's length away from her, used its forelimbs to push the energy stone forward, opened its mouth and uttered the word change, and then stopped moving, staring at the pill in her hand, waiting there quietly. The mud ball was coated with the spirit beast pill powder, which looked like a chocolate ball coated with truffle powder. "I don't know if it can be fooled. Here." Chang'e stepped forward and gave it a reduced version of the spirit beast pill. It had not experienced the routine of profiteers, so it had no doubts. It sniffed and smelled the familiar fragrance. It happily gave her the energy stone in its arms, rolled up the reduced version of the spirit beast pill and ate it, and happily returned to the cave to continue its candy business. Seeing that the stone dace was really fooled, Junzi winked at Chang'e and gave a thumbs up, praising, "My sister is awesome." Others were more skillful in rolling mud balls, and most of them were energy stones. Paid has the most potential for profiteers. Next time, wrap less, just a little bit will be fine. Qishan kept looking at the mud balls, calculating how many energy stones they could exchange for. In the next day, they successfully exchanged hundreds of energy stones from the stone dace with these reduced spirit beast pills. The quality was all above level 3, and the highest one could reach about level 5. They also named it like I. As the sky gradually darkened, they were reluctant to leave such a precious place, so they simply repaired a flat open space on the spot to set up camp tonight. The space was limited, so they could only simply divide it into 2 tents for men and women. "You will make do tonight. The place is small, and there is no way to put a temporary house." Qishan was more careful, and explained it to the 2 ladies for fear that they would not be used to living in a tent. Neither of them was a pretentious person. "It's okay, this tent is pretty good." Chang'e was not just talking. The tent they set up was actually a simple mobile house. It was just a little smaller and shorter than a temporary house, and it was more than enough for the 2 of them. There were simple furniture prepared in the tent. She didn't mind anything else, but she couldn't get used to the strange bed. Fortunately, She brought a small single couch with her. She just changed into it. She was making her bed. She was familiar with the bed. In a strange environment, she had to change into her own bedding to sleep. Xiao Yuqing, who came in from outside, saw her making the bed. She also put away the original couch and replaced it with her own. The bed she brought was bigger, a pink and tender petal-shaped bed. Once the bed was put down, her room instantly lost space and became very crowded. She pouted, sat on the edge of the bed, kicked twice in the air with her feet, and kicked directly to the door. You are really smart. Look, I put the bed here, and soon I have no place to stand. Chang'e had already tidied up her room, walked to the living room, replaced the tea set on the table with her own, pulled out a chair and sat down, filled the teapot with water, boiled it, poured it on the tea wash, and carefully washed all the tea sets. Glancing at her big bed, she retracted her gaze. This brand is the same as the one she uses at home, and it will cost tens of millions. She said softly, I have a small couch here, do you want it? Hands kept moving, refilling the teapot with water, putting it on the tea stove to boil, putting it on the tea table to boil, and putting tea leaves in after the water boiled. Xiao Yuqing looked at Chang'e's small couch, then looked at her big bed, compared it in her mind, and replied, Forget it, I don't sleep well, and I will fall off if it's too small. It's still more important to have a good sleep. Chang'e smiled but didn't say anything. She just focused on making tea. When she saw that the tea was almost done, she called her over to drink tea together. The tea is ready. Come and drink tea. Xiao Yuqing, who was rolling on her big bed, heard her call, got up, and walked to the living room. As soon as she got close, she could smell the unique fragrance of bamboo leaf tea. She couldn't help but speed up her pace. She sat down opposite Chang'e, picked up the teacup, fanned it gently with her right hand, and took a deep breath. We must go and pick more next year. Okay. She liked this suggestion, blew it gently to cool it down, and when the temperature was right, she drank it slowly and nodded in agreement. I also brought you something good. Try this. As she said that, Xiao Yuqing took out an exquisite food box. Opening the food box, there were various candied fruits inside. Did you buy it? Chang'e picked up a yellowish candied fruit and put it in her mouth. There was too much sugar on the outside, so it tasted too sweet. She drank a sip of tea to suppress the sweetness. No, I made it. It's sweet, right? Xiao Yuqing also picked a favorite fruit to eat. From her squinting eyes, it was not difficult to see that she was very satisfied with her craftsmanship. It's quite sweet. The sweetness was already greasy. The fruits used to make candied fruit were all nutritious ingredients. The candied fruit made was not bad except for the sweet taste. Chang'e picked a small green fruit and bit it in small bites. It was just right with tea. Are you ready? Come out when you are ready and prepare to eat. Junzi's loud voice came from outside the tent. The harvest on the first day was gratifying. They lit a bonfire, paid and went down the mountain to the trading shop below to buy a lot of ingredients. Seeing them coming out, Junzi sat by the fire and greeted them warmly. Come on, the barbecue will be ready soon. Han Yuding, a handsome guy who was cool during the day, was now sitting in front of the grill, brushing oil on the ingredients on the grill with a serious face, as if he was doing something important. Seeing them walking side by side, Fei Fei had already put the chairs for them, pointed to the mushrooms on the rack, and said to them with a smile, We are lucky today. Someone just sold pine mushrooms downstairs. I bought them all and brought them back. This kind of mushroom is the most delicious when grilled. Are there any grilled ones? The smell of pine mushrooms was so tempting that Xiao Yuqing swallowed her saliva when she saw the raw ones, and asked Han Yuding, the chef. A few skewers are almost ready. The voice was as cold as ever. He didn't even raise his head when answering the question, focusing on the movements in his hands. Xiao Yuqing couldn't wait any longer, so she stood up, squatted by the grill, stared at the pine mushrooms and drooled, and asked from time to time, Are they ready? Can we eat them? Chapter 163. Her behavior made Han Yuding alert, and he focused his attention on her to prevent her from eating secretly. Pine mushrooms are poisonous before they are fully cooked, although it is easy to have hallucinations if you don't finish eating them. Xiao Yuqing, who couldn't wait, was ready to eat them. She stared at the pine mushrooms and swallowed her saliva, and asked unconsciously, Is it not ready yet? Pa! Han Yuding knocked down her outstretched claws, and moved the pine mushroom string to a different position, away from her, frowned and said, No. Yuqing. Come back and wait. The aroma of pine mushrooms became stronger and stronger, and the temptation became stronger and stronger. Even though Chang'e was far away, she began to drool unconsciously when she smelled the fragrance, not to mention that she was so close. How could she bear to leave at this time? She must eat it as soon as possible. When she heard this, she didn't move her eyes and replied indifferently, "No, I wait here." There was really nothing he could do to her. Han Muting could only quietly increase his firepower and try to let her eat the pine mushrooms as soon as possible so that she could leave and stop staring at her. He made her feel uncomfortable. "Okay." This voice was like a charge horn. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuqing, who couldn't wait any longer, had already grabbed the pine mushroom skewers. The freshly baked pine mushrooms were still steaming hot. After being roasted, their fragrance was even more overbearing. When you bite them in your mouth, the fresh fragrance is overflowing, and you can bite your tongue. She took a bite without caring about the heat. So hot! It was burned, but she couldn't bear to spit it out, so she could only open her mouth and blow air while chewing quickly. Finally, it was no longer hot. She savored this rare delicacy carefully, which was full of freshness and fragrance. Xiao Yuqing squinted happily and exclaimed, It's so delicious." Seeing her funny look, Han Muting's cold face showed a smile. "You have dimples." She had just swallowed the pine mushrooms in her mouth and was about to find someone to share the food. She caught a glimpse of his smile from the corner of her eye, pointed at his face, and exclaimed, "No!" Her exclamation scared Han Muting to withdraw his smile urgently, return to his cold face, and deny stiffly, but the action of picking up the skewers in his hands was a little flustered. Hearing the owner's denial, she scratched her head, wondering if she had seen it wrong, and murmured, "No, but I felt it just now." She felt that she should not have seen it wrong, but it was not an important matter. Xiao Yuqing took the skewers, and was about to find Chang'e to share them. Halfway, she stopped and turned back to say to him, "You look handsome when you smile. Remember to smile more in the future." After praising him, she also gave him a charming wink. There were 3 pine mushrooms on a skewer. She ate one and gave the remaining 2 to Chang'e, one each. Chang'e bit off one in her hand. Xiao Yuqing squinted and asked, "Is it delicious?" "Yes." Chang'e kept nodding and praising with a thumbs up. This pine mushroom lived up to its reputation and tasted great. No wonder so many people were poisoned every year and had to try it repeatedly. The soldiers took good care of them. There were not many pine mushrooms. After each of them tasted a bite, they didn't move and left them for the 2 of them. After the meal, everyone sat together, drank tea, and reviewed the game. They were more worried about the payment and the consumption, so they asked first, "How many pills did you consume today?" Although the pills behind were low-end versions of mud pills wrapped in powder, they still needed pills, and he was afraid that there would not be enough pills. Chang'e kept counting, and after swallowing the tea in his mouth, he replied, "I only used 15 pills. Don't worry, the amount is still enough for us to use for several days." Fei Fu lowered his head and pondered something, and said to them, "Let's make the mud balls smaller tomorrow." The stone carp did not eat the pills on the spot, but took them away and saved them, so that if they can shrink them a little, it should be okay. "You can try it. Save as much as possible," and his proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. Qi Shan made the final statement for the review meeting. "Tonight, go to bed early. Tomorrow, at dawn, we will find Lai Kai to start work." If they were not afraid of tiring Lai Kai, going on strike, and losing such an excellent employee, they would have wanted to turn into Zhou Baopi and work all night. After it got dark, Chang'e discussed with Lai Kai to suspend trading and continue tomorrow, at dawn. Extinguish the bonfire, carefully sprinkle insect repellent around the camp to prevent the little bugs from harassing at night. This insect repellent is a special effect version provided by Chang'e. After being well prepared, everyone said goodbye to each other, and went back to their rooms to rest. They got up too early in the morning, and didn't take a nap at noon. Today, they exercised a lot. As soon as Chang'e returned to her room, she simply washed up and fell asleep on the bed. Dong dong dong. The rhythmic knocking sound was particularly loud in the silent night. "Chang'e! Chang'e! Chang'e!" Junzi stood crouched under her window and called softly. Seeing no movement inside, he turned around and looked at the other people with his eyes to ask, "What should we do?" Han Muting pointed to the other side, Xiao Yuqing's window, and signaled him to call someone else. They didn't want to wake people up in the middle of the night. In fact, the workers were too enthusiastic, and the boss couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. Just now, they were half asleep when they noticed the movement outside. They thought it was some strange beast attacking at night, so they got up quickly, took their weapons, and went out to check. As a result, they saw a large group of gulls lying in the bushes, blocked outside the camp by insect repellent. Their big eyes, which looked cute and silly during the day, flashed a strange green light in the dark, staring straight at them, which made people's scalps numb. There was a rustling sound, which was the friction sound of the stone dace walking on the grass. The stone dace saw the people in the tent coming out, got excited, and wanted to get closer to them. The beautiful dream was forced to be interrupted. Xiao Yuqing sat up without opening her eyes, and asked the people outside in a daze, "Is it dawn?" Xiao Yuqing. "Wake up, it's me, open the window." Junzi's familiar voice came. Hearing the voice of a familiar person, his sleepy brain was half a beat slower, but his body reacted quickly, and he opened the window. "Is it dawn so soon? Why do I feel like I just went to bed?" After saying that, he couldn't help but yawning. He was too sleepy. He rubbed his eyelids that were still stuck together and looked out the window. Ah! A woman's sharp explosion broke the silence of the night. "Ghost! Don't scream! Don't scream! It's me, Junzi!" Junzi waved his hands in panic, not knowing whether to cover her mouth or his ears. The people behind him didn't have his worries. They all covered their ears to save their precarious hearing. The familiar voice made her soul return to its place. She opened her tightly closed eyes a little, and saw that it was really Junzi and the others in front of her before she let down her guard. Seeing that it was still pitch black outside, she angrily asked, "Are you sick? Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and coming out to scare people? What's that behind you?" Chapter 164. Xiao Yuqing kept taking deep breaths, suppressing the screams in her throat, and calming her frightened heart. Who could understand her? When she opened her eyes in the middle of the night, she saw rows of green lights illuminating the front. She was not scared to death, which was a good thing. Junzi forced a far-fetched smile. He didn't want to be the bad guy. He was forced to do it. Like I came so many and so suddenly. At first, they couldn't tell which one was Like I. If Like I from the daytime hadn't come forward to explain, they would have almost taken action. "Well, go and call Changyi. We can't wake her up outside." Junzi clasped his hands together and sincerely asked her. Xiao Yuqing tried hard to control her eyes from looking there, and focused her attention on Junzi's face. "At this time, why don't you sleep and look for her? It's not us who are looking for her, it's those Like I who are looking for her. He is just an intermediary. The Like I's have to work overtime." Han Yuding gave a simple answer. As the first people to be approached, they had already communicated with the Like I's. The cause of the incident was that Like I was too arrogant during the day and showed off his newly obtained candies to his family at night. Then, the candies were robbed and his family knew the source of the candies. The Like I's, conquered by the taste of the candies, decided to trade with them overnight to avoid more trouble. The eyes of the stone dace can see at night, and day and night are the same for them. After hearing Like I say that the candies at the beginning are more delicious, and the ones later are not so good, they are afraid that these people will not have enough candies, so they decided to trade early and eat the candies early. Changyi was awakened by a scream in his sleep. He sat up from the bed in a half-awake state, squinted his eyes, and listened carefully, but there seemed to be no movement. He thought he was just dreaming, so he laid down again, pulled the corner of the quilt, turned over and prepared to continue sleeping. Accepting the commission, Xiao Yuqing walked outside her room with her slippers dangling and a coat on, knocking on the door, dong dong dong. "Ee, wake up, ee!" Yawning as she called, leaning against the door, her eyelids drooping more and more, her body knocking on the door twice mechanically, calling twice, and her voice getting lower and lower. Before she fell asleep again leaning against the door, Changyi finally confirmed that she was not dreaming, and Xiao Yuqing was really knocking on the door outside. Worried that there was something urgent in the middle of the night, she quickly put on her coat, but she was so anxious that she didn't put on her shoes properly, and one foot was still bare, and she hurried over to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, she asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" The slightly hurried female voice drove away Xiao Yuqing's sleepiness. She stood up straight, patted her cheeks, tried to stay awake, and said to her sleepily, "Don't worry, nothing happened, it's just..." She chattered and told her the general situation. Knowing that nothing happened, Changyi felt relieved, tightened her clothes, and nodded after listening. "I know, I go out later, you also go back and pack up, don't catch a cold." Outside the house, Junzi and others saw the light in Changyi's room turned on, knowing that she was awake, so they went back to the tent to dig mud. They had to prepare the mud balls first. Although the stone dace should not be able to understand it, it is better to avoid it. The chill in the middle of the night was even worse. When she stepped out of the tent and felt the cold wind blowing, Changyi couldn't help shrinking her neck, rubbing her arms, shivering, stamping her feet twice, and running towards the soldiers' tents when she felt a little more comfortable. As she ran, her eyes unconsciously glanced at the green light outside the circle. Although she already knew that the green light in the bushes was the eyes of the stone dace, she still felt a little uneasy when she saw so many pairs of eyes looming in the dark. She retracted her gaze, quickened her pace, and rushed into their tent. The lights were on inside. The simple furniture in the living room had been put away, and 4 people were squatting in the middle playing in the mud. People really like bright places. With bright light, they can see clearly, and the chilly feeling will disappear immediately. Chang'e looked through the window at the green light outside and asked them, "Are you sure you want to dig overnight? Do you have enough pills?" As long as she can catch up, she can work the night shift. They didn't dare to agree to Like Hai privately, fearing that there would be trouble if there were not enough pills to share with so many stone dace. Chang'e took out the pill bottle, shook it in her hand twice. "Don't worry, there are still a lot, and I guarantee that every beast will have a share." She didn't have many spirit beast pills, but the materials for refining this kind of pills were ordinary materials, which were not difficult to find. If they were not enough, they could go to the market to buy materials, and she would refine them on the spot. If there were enough pills, nothing else would be a problem. Junzi wiped the mud off her hands and reached out to take the pill bottle. "Sister, give me the pill, we make it, you just go back and rest." This has been done many times during the day, they are already good at it, and they don't need her to stay here with them. If Chang'e hadn't been the only one with the pill, they wouldn't have woken them up so late. She didn't want to work the night shift either, and hearing this was just what she wanted, she nodded in agreement. "Okay. That's it, we switch with you during the day. The wild is more dangerous at night, and their fighting power is not good, so this arrangement is the best." Chang'e handed them the spirit beast pill, and reminded them with a worried look on her face. "Grind it finely, don't let the stuffing leak out, lest they find it. Be careful when cutting corners. You have seen the rest during the day, can you handle it?" "Don't worry, sister, I promise nothing will go wrong." When Junzi spoke, his eyes were all on the bottle of spirit beast pill. Han Muting stuffed a small sun-shining stone into Xiao Yaqing's pocket and watched them go out. "Slow down, watch your step." After giving instructions, he watched them enter the tent before turning back inside. Chang'e and Xiao Yaqing held each other's arms, yawning constantly, and walked towards the tent. They were really too sleepy. They said good night to each other, and went back to their rooms to rest. After they went back, Junzi and the others called Like Hai. There was no other way, but it could communicate. They negotiated the price, just like during the day, 1 candy and 1 energy stone. The more beasts, the greater the power. With Like Hai as the middle beast and translator, the large number of stone dace outside dispersed like a tide after receiving the news and disappeared into the night. When they appeared again, each stone dace was holding an energy stone. Some smarter ones even held one in their mouths, and they could exchange 2 at a time. The saliva did not affect the use, and Han Muting just had to flush it with some water. After they finished trading with the stone dace that arrived earlier, they found a bug. During the day, there was only 1 stone dace, Like Hai, and no matter what the quality of the energy stone it brought back was, it was only 1 pill at a time. Now, there are more stone dace, and the energy stones brought back by each one are uneven. It is not feasible to communicate with them about the quality problem. These guys are not counted, and they are also afraid that if they are too clear, Like I will find the problem. Chapter 165. They simply divided the mud balls into 3, 6, or 9 kinds of shapes and sizes by hand, and gave them out according to the level of the energy stone. At first, the stone dace that got the small pill refused and wanted to make a scene, but they were suppressed by force. Gabby explained with gestures, and finally made them understand that if they wanted big candies, they needed to find energy stones with richer colors in exchange. There were too many beasts, and the mud balls were in short supply. In just one night, they dug a pit in the middle of the tent. Thinking about the fact that she would change shifts with them in the morning, Chang'e got up as soon as the alarm clock rang, washed her face, and woke herself up. She walked out of the room, and saw Xiao Yaqing across the room, just stepping out of the door. The two said good morning to each other, and Chang'e spoke first. "You go and clean up first. I go out and talk to them." Pointing outside, in the direction of the soldiers. Xiao Yaqing rubbed her eyes, nodded, and responded listlessly. It was obvious that she didn't sleep well last night. After Chang'e went out, he looked at the grass outside the camp. At night, he saw the scary green light, but now, he saw it was a pair of windows of beautiful souls. I don't know how they trained the stone dace last night. The stone dace didn't run around, but lined up one by one. Pei was like a boss who received goods. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a stick in his hand. There were 5 short baskets in front of him. He used the stick to direct the stone dace to put the energy stone into the corresponding basket, and then take candy from him. He was the only one he saw, and the other 3 were not seen. Chang'e looked around and asked, "Where are they?" Fu Fei heard the voice, and looked up to greet her. "Wake up. Why are you up so early? Aren't you going to take a rest? They are behind the tent." He pointed to the back of the tent and said, "I know the place, I go and have a look." After that, Chang'e walked around the outside of the tent. She didn't see anyone directly, but saw a simple shed instead. She lifted the curtain and looked inside. 3 handsome guys turned into construction workers, working hard. Qishan, who was digging the soil, had taken off his clothes long ago, revealing his strong upper body. Every time he swung the hoe, he could bring up large pieces of soil. Han Muting was the one who added water and mixed the mud. He had a stern face and focused on mixing the mud in the basin. It can be seen that he is good at his craftsmanship. The mud he mixed is smooth and delicate, better than the dough made by other chefs. It feels like if he were to roll out noodles, the noodles would be very chewy. The tool for rubbing mud has also been improved. I don't know where they got the metal plate from, but the grooves on the upper and lower sides are just right, and they can rub more than 10 mud balls at a time. She looked at it with interest. The people inside were working so hard that they didn't notice her coming. She walked up and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet." "Sister, are you up?" Junzi heard her voice and turned around. There was a lot of mud on his face, some of which had dried up. He felt a little itchy on his face. He touched it, and the dry mud fell off and replaced it with new mud. "Well, get up, you've worked hard. Yaching and I will prepare breakfast first, and we will come to exchange with you later." After speaking, Chang'e turned around and looked at Qishan and the others, and asked again, "Is there anything you don't want to eat?" Taking the time to wipe the sweat off his face, Qishan smiled and replied, "No, you can do whatever you want, we eat everything." Han Muting also nodded to her to show that he had no objection. He kneaded the mud balls in the basin, picked them up and placed them next to Junzi. He then took a new mud basin from Qishan and began to add water and mud. Since they had no objection, Chang'e went back to discuss with Xiao Yaqing and decided to stew them in one pot. It was convenient, fast, and nutritious. The main reason was that neither of them was good at cooking. It was okay for them to eat. They could only make sure that the food was edible, and they didn't force the taste. The ingredients were prepared yesterday. They just had to wash them and put them in the pot. The soldiers consumed a lot of energy, so they put a lot of meat in their pot. They steamed a pot of rice as the staple food. They didn't know how to make pasta. After breakfast, Chang'e took over Junzi's work and started kneading mud balls. Xiao Yaqing took over and became the shopkeeper. Han Muting and Qishan had to bear with it. They had to wait until they had a good rest before they could take over. Fortunately, the superpowered warriors had good physical strength and didn't look tired even after not sleeping all night. Chang'e was not very skilled at using the new tool. When she applied force, the mud underneath scattered. It was too light and not formed. Seeing Junzi doing it so casually, she didn't expect that this was a technical job. After rubbing it many times, she finally found the feeling. The mud balls gradually took shape. After finding the skills, the speed was much faster. After forming muscle memory, the mud would not fall apart without watching it deliberately. She began to have the time to mind her own business. She turned her head and asked Han Muting next to her, "How many energy stones did you collect last night?" She saw that Xiao Yaqing was very busy. At first, she sat on a chair. Later, she was too busy and too tired to stand up and squat again and again. She also sat on the ground like the one in front of her who paid. Speaking of this topic, Han Muting looked back at the basket for collecting energy stones, and the corners of his lips slightly raised. "I don't know the exact number, anyway, the basket has been changed twice." Chang'e counted on her fingers. A basket can hold about 100 energy stones. They put 5 baskets of different sizes twice. There must be at least 2,000 energy stones. With so many energy stones, how many pills would it take to exchange? Chang'e quickly found the bottle of pills and opened it. Sure enough, most of it had been consumed. At this rate, she really needed to prepare some more. Seeing her checking the pill bottle, Qishan remembered that they didn't have much pills, and asked her anxiously, "Is it enough? How about I go find some materials for you now?" This time Chang'e didn't refuse directly. She covered the pill bottle and turned to him and said, "At the current speed, it will probably be enough for half a day. Let them decide whether to find materials and refine them. After all, no one knows how many energy stones this group of stone days can dig up. What if it's gone in a moment? Han Yuding was a little anxious when he heard that it would only be enough for half a day. He needed the mud a little faster, and turned to discuss with Qi Shan who would find the materials, and where to find them. They only had 4 warriors in total. After discussing for a while, they reached an agreement. Qi Shan asked Chang Yi, "Can you send us a list of what materials are needed? The refining recipes of the gifted masters are all confidential. Although they are superpowered warriors and cannot refine, they still have to be careful." Chang Yi was not worried about the recipe. The method of refining spirit beast pills should not be known by anyone else in this galaxy. Even if they knew all the ingredients, they might not be able to refine it. Moreover, the list she sent them was not complete. "I sent it to you. Can you see if you can get it all together?" Chapter 166. Qi Shan and the other man lowered their heads and opened the optical computer. After checking the list, they looked at each other and nodded. The materials are not difficult to find. The market below should be able to gather them. I will go down to buy them after I finish digging this. Chang Yi didn't care about this. She continued to roll her balls with her head down. Qi Shan filled the basket at his feet and set off to buy materials from the market below, leaving the 3 of them to continue working. Why hasn't Qi Shan come back yet? The mud balls have been rolled, and the people who went out have not returned yet. The 2 people who have nothing to do accompany Xiao Yaqing to help. Xiao Yaqing caught a stone dace in time. It actually wanted to put the small energy stone in its mouth into the big basket to exchange for big candy. It said, "Nothing will happen, right? There are no large exotic beasts here," and he went to the market to buy, not to hunt alone. "What can go wrong?" they replied while lying on the ground, half closed his eyes to rest. Seeing him say that, Chang Yi and the others regained their silence and waited, concentrating on dealing with the stone dace that were trading. These people who came to make money were getting more and more cunning. If they made a mistake, they would use the low-level energy stones to pretend to be high-level ones. At the beginning, they really succeeded a few times. The 3 waited for another half an hour, but there was still no sign of Qi Shan. Han Yuding became suspicious and sat up. He used the optical brain to call his communication. No one answered, and it turned to voice broadcast. "Didn't you hear it?" While asking this, Chang Yi also started to call his communication, but no one answered. The 3 of them were a little anxious now. "Don't panic. I go call someone to see what's going on." While Han Yuding was comforting them, he kept dialing Qi Shan's number. He walked, and then he ran. A moment after he entered the tent, Junzi and Fu Fei dressed up and came out with him. The 3 of them split into 2 groups. Fu Fei and Junzi ran to the market at the foot of the mountain, and Han Yuding strode towards them. "Have you contacted?" Before he got close, Xiao Yaqing had already met him and asked anxiously. Han Yuding shook his head expressionlessly, afraid that they would worry too much, and said, "I haven't contacted you yet, but there is no bad news. Don't worry too much. Sometimes the signal is not good on the mining star, and it is normal that you can't contact me." After traveling together for so long, it was the first time that Chang Yi heard so many words from him. They couldn't communicate, so they were anxious. They could only be patient and continue their work. They were worried and didn't work so hard. Xiao Yaqing divided the wrong pills several times. He happily took the big stone dace, but was afraid that they would take it back, so he put it away immediately. He made a sharp cry when he took the small stone dace, and jumped on the spot until they replaced it correctly. Fortunately, the stone dace may be tired of digging, or the energy stones nearby have been almost dug, so the frequency of exchanging pills has decreased a lot. Still can't contact? After sending away a stone dace that came for trading, no new stone dace came for the time being. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiao Yaqing turned around again and asked Han Yuding, who was always staring at the light brain. Chang Yi was also waiting for his answer next to him. This time was too wrong. When Han Yuding heard her question, his face was solemn, and he shook his head gently no. This time, his tone was no longer relaxed, because not only could he not contact Qi Shan, but also Junzi, who was out looking for someone, had lost contact with Fu Hu. This was not good news. Chang Yi frowned and suggested, "Let's pack up and go to the market." Yes. We pack up now." Xiao Yaqing kept nodding her head, expressing her agreement. Compared with the safety of her companions, exchanging energy stones was not that important. They both agreed to go find someone, and Han Yuding had no objection. He immediately helped to put away the basket containing energy stones. He didn't care about the things in the tent, which were not important. Chang Yi and Xiao Yaqing quickly ran back to the tent, put away their personal belongings, and came out to meet him. Going down the mountain was much faster than going up the mountain. After reaching the foot of the mountain, you can use the aircraft. Han Yuding sat in the driver's seat, staring at the display screen in front of him, hoping to see a familiar figure on it. Chang Yi was responsible for constantly dialing Junzi to see if he could get in touch. The light computer kept sending a busy tone. Xiao Yaqing looked up at Han Yuding, who was driving seriously in the front. She didn't dare to disturb him, so she could only whisper to Chang Yi, "Where do you think they are? There's not even any information. Could there be some powerful beasts?" Junzi's call went from no one answering to out-of-service area. Hearing the mechanical sound from the light computer, Chang Yi frowned and tried to dial again. Without raising her head, she replied, "Don't guess blindly, keep calling them." The beasts were fine, there was no signal. Chang Yi was worried that they might have encountered a man-made disaster. Beep beep. At this time, Han Yuding's display screen suddenly received abnormal information in 3 places. "Is it them?" Hearing the sound, Chang Yi and the other raised their heads and asked in unison. Han Yuding was busy receiving information and did not reply to them. "The light of protection is here." After receiving the information, the 3 messages on the display screen were all these words. The words without a beginning or an end really made Han Yuding's face change drastically. The moment he saw the complete information, he braked suddenly and stopped the high-speed aircraft. Chang Yi and the other 2 who had just stood up and walked towards him were unable to stand steadily due to the sudden brake and fell directly to the ground. Hiss, this fall was really severe. Chang Yi reluctantly supported her upper body with her arms. Just when she climbed up half of her body, she was thrown back to the ground by a sharp turn. Xiao Yaqing was even worse. Before she could get up, she screamed in a hurry at the turn. Her body was thrown out in the direction of the turn. Her legs hit the chair legs directly, making a loud sound. The snap was so loud that Han Yuding stared at the direction of travel and asked them loudly, "Are you all right? Go back to your seats and sit down. I'm going to speed up." The body was still in pain from the fall, but seeing his abnormal reaction, Chang Yi and the others didn't dare to disturb him. They were afraid that something really happened. They could only endure the pain, climb up, support each other, and return to their seats, and fasten their seat belts. As soon as they sat down and didn't have time to catch their breath, they shouted to Han Yuding, "Sit down." Hearing the answer, Han Yuding nodded, and then quickly operated the control panel with both hands. After a breath, the speed of the aircraft was obviously much faster. The aircraft turned around and headed towards the position of the robot closest to them, moving at super high speed. For some unknown reason, he didn't let the aircraft fly at high altitude, but kept it at a special altitude. Such an altitude was inconvenient to fly and would cause great damage to the aircraft. He couldn't take care of these now. Turning on the special mode of the aircraft and ignoring the obstacles outside, sitting in the cabin, they could clearly feel the impact sound caused by the breaking of grass and trees outside. Chapter 167. This form is very harmful to the aircraft. It is likely that after returning this time, the aircraft will be scrapped. The high-speed driving consumes a lot of energy stones. Fortunately, they have harvested a lot of energy stones this time. Han Yuding directly pressed a level 4 energy stone into it. Xiao Yaqing's face turned pale, and she held the seatbelt tightly with both hands, and her lips trembled. "We won't die here, right?" Chang Yi was also very scared. The more scared she was, the calmer her face was. She stared straight ahead and replied expressionlessly, "No, we will definitely survive." Han Yuding looked at the destination getting closer and closer, and began to slow down the aircraft. Before it stopped completely, he took out a bottle of energy liquid and swallowed it, and checked the status of the weapon again to confirm that there was no problem. After getting ready, he turned around and told them, "Turn on the defense array. I go down later. You stay in the aircraft and don't move. If something goes wrong, drive the aircraft away immediately." "Okay. We got it. You must also pay attention to safety." The aircraft stabilized, Chang Yi and the others unfastened their seat belts, followed his instructions, and each took out their own defense array, ready to be turned on at any time. This time the aircraft did not land, but stopped in the air. The passage opened, Han Yuding jumped, and the man approached the ground quickly. When he was about to reach the ground, he opened the levitator to protect himself and landed safely. The door of the aircraft closed automatically after he left. Fortunately, there was a real-time monitoring radar on the aircraft, which allowed them to see the situation on the ground. They saw the red dot symbolizing Han Yuding approaching the robot quickly. After they reunited, Chang Yi and the others received his safe text message, "Nothing, return." After receiving his message, The two people who were worried secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no one around who could fight, and they felt too insecure. The two used their unfamiliar driving skills to operate the aircraft to approach Han Muting's position, reopen the passage above him, and lower the access steps. They should not be in danger for the time being. Han Muting knew what they were most concerned about, and he told them the good news right away. He kept moving and quickly sat back in the driver's seat, operating the machine. This time, Chang'e and the others learned their lesson. As soon as he sat down, they also quickly found a nearby seat and fastened their seat belts. Where are they? The aircraft took off again and headed towards the new destination, and Chang'e asked anxiously. Han Muting answered irrelevantly. Someone saw the Stone Days communicating with Chishan. We can't go to the market now. They are waiting for us to fall into the trap. Gentleman's intention is to secretly send a message to the robot when he just found something wrong. No wonder their optical computers are out of service range. Someone must have used a blocker to prevent them from contacting. Where are we going now? Back to the original place. There is light-sized cave over there. Its cave can isolate various detections to a certain extent, and after their expansion yesterday, its cave can already allow one person to crawl in. Wait, you need to communicate with Like Eye and ask him to lend us the cave. That's no problem, they are one, I tell it. With Ling Shou Dan leading the way, I believe Like Eye will not refuse, but I don't know if he is there. While talking, Han Muting urgently sent a distress signal to the military. If they want to save people, they can't do it alone. Fortunately, those people should want to find out how they communicate with the Stone Days beast so that they can find the mineral veins. They will definitely not hurt anyone for the time being. He drove the aircraft back to the camp, let the two of them get off first, and set a new driving task for the aircraft before he came out. After landing, Chang'e looked back at the aircraft that took off again. The originally smooth shell was now bumpy and full of traces left by the collision. It looked like it was about to fall apart at any time. During the time they were away, Stone Days fish came to look for them one after another. Some left directly when they didn't see anyone, and a few circled nearby, looking for their breath. They wanted to find Like Eye, but it was nowhere to be found. They couldn't find it for a while. Time was not waiting for anyone. Chang'e had no choice but to feed the first Stone Days that she saw after landing with the cayenne pill. After seeing it eat it, she eagerly said, "Take us to your cave, and I will give you 3 big candies." To increase credibility, she directly poured out a normal spirit beast pill and fed it. The second Like Eye, as soon as he took the genuine spirit beast pill, immediately stopped wondering what the unpalatable candy was just now, and why he could suddenly understand the words of these two-legged beasts. He turned around and ran towards his own cave. Feeling that they were not keeping up, he stopped and turned back to greet them. "Follow me." Just now, the Stone Days ran away without saying a word. They thought that the cayenne pill was ineffective, and it could not understand what they meant. Now they heard it speak human language, and they felt relieved. They all ran and followed it. This Xian Like Eye was smart. He didn't take them to his own cave, but took the 3 of them to an abandoned beast cave. The cave was not very big, but it was bigger than the lair of the Stone Days. The outside entrance could accommodate one person to enter sideways, but the space inside was enough for the 3 of them to hide, saving them the time of laborious digging. After entering the cave, Chang'e paid the balance. The first spirit beast pill Xian Like Eye had eaten had not been digested yet, so he grabbed the 2 new ones with his forelimbs and quickly hid them under the scales on his chest. Only then did they see clearly that the scales on the chest of the Stone Days were actually a pocket with an opening facing upwards. Yesterday, the Stone Days took the spirit beast pills and ran away every time, but they didn't know that it had such a good place to hide things. Hiding in the cave without being able to see the outside situation is not good. Chang'e took out the spirit beast pill and communicated with it. "Help us go to the place we just came from and see if there are any two-legged beasts like us. If there are, come to us secretly, and don't let others find you." He gestured and repeated it many times to make sure it roughly understood. Han Muting installed a 720-degree camera on it, which does not need to be connected to the internet, and can be used in areas without signals. The waiting time was very long. After Xian Like Eye left, Han Muting went out to sweep away the traces of their entry, and cover the cave entrance with grass, wood and gravel to prevent people from easily discovering it. Just waiting in vain, the more they waited, the more anxious they became. Chang'e and Xiao Yaqing simply took out the energy stone to extract it. They didn't know if there would be a fierce battle later, so it was always right to prepare first. Han Muting sat facing the cave entrance, wiping his weapons on his hands, and his muscles were tense. The 3 of them were concentrating on the work in their hands without making any sound. The cave was eerily quiet, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Chapter 168. On the other hand, the situation on Chishan's side was far worse than Han Yuding thought. In the morning, Chishan went to the market alone to buy materials for refining spirit beast pills. On the way back to the city, he met a stone dace that had returned from mining. The stone dace recognized him as the person who exchanged candies, and excitedly blocked his way. Through the energy stones, he dug at his feet, and stretched out his claws to ask him for spirit beast pills. He didn't expect that he would be intercepted by the beast halfway. He didn't have spirit beast pills on him, so he tried to explain to it, and let it go to the original place to exchange. But he explained for a long time, but the stone dace didn't understand. Instead, the robbers who were ambushed nearby and had been looking for their traces understood everything. Suddenly, while he was not paying attention, they rushed up, tied him up, secretly took him to the station, and forced him to tell him how to drive the stone dace to dig energy stones. Fortunately, during the melee, the stone dace was clever and took advantage of the chaos to escape, otherwise they would have found the camp long ago. They tortured Chishan severely, even used contraband items to hypnotize him, but did not get any specific information, because they wanted to get the answer from him so that he could be saved and not completely destroyed. They did not ask for the secret method, and they were unwilling to give up, so they searched back and forth on the road where they met Chishan, looking for clues and trying to find Chishan's accomplices. In this way, they met Junzi and his partner, who came down the mountain later to look for Chishan. The two people who were not on guard asked them about Chishan's whereabouts. This gang pretended to have news about Chishan and tricked Junzi and his partner into going with them. They tried to find out the address of their camp by asking them about their sideways questions along the way. Fortunately, the two were quite alert. When they noticed something was wrong, Junzi secretly used the optical brain to contact the robot for help. The two took the initiative and attacked them, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, the other side was outnumbered, and they were caught before they ran far, and were taken back to their nest to accompany Chishan. Although the three people who were caught did not give out the specific address and method, the group still found clues from the place where they were caught, and the stone dace they met on the mountain. Here, Chang'e and the others should thank the smart stone dace again. The stone dace that Chishan met passed the message to the tribe after sensing the danger, asking the tribe to return to the cave and not to mine for candy for the time being. This is also the reason why Chang'e and the others feel that there are fewer and fewer stone dace coming to trade. Those who got the message have already hidden, and only a few who missed the message are still digging. Fortunately, a large number of stone dace fish hid their whereabouts, making it difficult for the gang to find them, which delayed time for them and gave them a chance to escape. While waiting anxiously, the three heard rustling sounds coming from outside the cave. Han Yuding stood up, holding his weapon tightly in both hands, pointed at the cave entrance, and stared at the source with cold eyes. Bang! The small stones used to cover the cave entrance fell to the ground, making a sound. The three people in the cave became more nervous. Chang'e held Xiao Yaqing, leaned against the rock wall, activated the defense array to block in front, and focused his eyes on the gap where the stone fell. Dong! Lai Kai rolled himself into a ball and rolled down from the high place of the cave entrance above, stopping only after hitting Han Yuding's feet. Chang'e's legs were weak, and he sat on the ground. After taking a breath, he propped himself up and came forward. Take it down and have a look. Han Yuding put away his weapon after seeing that it was Lai Kai who came. Without waiting for her to say anything, he squatted down and began to untie the imager tied to it. As soon as the imager was turned on, the picture projected made the dark clouds above their heads even thicker. Hundreds of unfamiliar faces turned their original camp into a mess. The good temporary house became fragmented, and the entrance to Light-Size Cave was directly bombed into ruins by them. The next picture was very shaky. This was the result of the new Lai Kai being discovered by them, and running quickly. After watching the picture, Chang'e turned around and asked Han Yuding, "Are you sure that the military has received our message? It can be clearly seen in the picture that these people brought a lot of prohibited weapons. If they met them, it would be really fatal." Han Yuding could not guarantee her question. Time was too tight. He only had time to send a distress message to the military in a hurry, and had not received a reply from the other side. Later, in order to hide his whereabouts, he set up an automatic driving and destruction program for the aircraft. After hiding in the cave, he turned off all electronic devices directly, fearing that he would be found. "Candy! Candy!" Light-Size's voice asking for reward interrupted their conversation. Chang'e, who was in a confused mood, just wanted to think quietly about how to avoid this crisis. He had no time to pay attention to it, and threw a spirit beast pill to it to shut its mouth. Light Eye, who got the reward, turned around and wanted to climb up the cave to leave, but Han Yuding grabbed his tail and dragged him back. "You come with us first." The tail was suddenly grabbed by someone, and Light Eye turned back reflexively and attacked the wrist that stopped him. Han Yuding held its head and controlled it to prevent it from moving around, and comforted it. "Be good, the people outside will kill you, don't go out first." Han Yuding's words reminded the other two of the danger of the gang outside. Light Eye, who was pinned down, not only did not stop, but struggled even more fiercely, and kept screaming, asking him to let go. Fearing that its screams would attract people, Han Yuding manually muted its microphone. Since reasoning didn't work, he directly took out a rope and tied it up like a zongzi, except for its eyes and nose, which were exposed outside, and the rest was wrapped tightly. It was much quieter now. "If they find this place, I will go out to lead them away, and you just run and find a place to hide, and wait for the military to rescue you." After Han Yuding finished his instructions, he shut up and stopped talking, and installed a video device he had just removed in the crack of the stone at the entrance of the cave. Things were still developing in the worst direction. The group found them before the military rescue. Through the video device, they saw that the group outside was madly preparing to take out large weapons and directly carry out indiscriminate attacks on this area. Han Yuding took his weapon and charged up his energy to break through the cave entrance and go out to fight for their chance to escape. Wait a minute. Chang'e hesitated for a long time. She had not officially used the soul-catching bell. She had only done simple experiments with Bai Yi and others at home, so she didn't know how effective it would be in actual combat. Han Yuding heard the voice, stopped, turned his head, and looked at her with confusion in his eyes. "I want to go out together." As soon as she said this, Han Yuding frowned, and looked at her with obvious disapproval in his eyes. He wondered how to persuade her to cancel this absurd idea. Seeing his expression, Chang'e hurriedly took out the soul-catching bell from her arms before he spoke, and quickly explained, "I won't make trouble. This is my newly refined array device. It can make people lose their mobility for a short time." Chapter 169. Although this array device is good, Han Yuding still doesn't agree with them to follow. It's too dangerous. There are too many people outside. Even with the help of this array device, he is not sure to protect people. Chang'e made up her mind to follow. She didn't think that if Han Yuding got into trouble, she and Xiao Yaqing could escape. It's better to go out together. My defensive array device can also stop them for a while. After her analysis, she finally convinced them. Han Yuding let them go out together to fight. The three negotiated and decided to follow the original plan. Han Yuding rushed out alone to attract their attention. Then they went out quietly. Chang'e used the soul-catching bell to attack and help Han Yuding fight. If the situation was not right in the middle, they would immediately hide in the defensive array device. After formulating the plan, Chang'e continued to explain the characteristics of the soul-catching bell to them. Every time this bell rings, people who hear the sound within the attack range will have a 15-second pause and cannot resist. "What about us?" Xiao Yaqing's voice had just fallen. Chang'e lowered his head, took out two leaf-like things from the treasure bag in his arms, and handed them to the two of them. "Put this on your wrist, and you won't be affected by it. With this array, we will be invincible." Xiao Yaqing took the magical leaf and looked at it repeatedly, and the tension in the past was swept away. How many times can it be used? Unlike Xiao Yaqing's innocence, Han Yuding had more experience with this kind of special array, and asked the key point as soon as he opened his mouth. It can be used 9 times continuously, and it takes a day to recover afterwards. Chang'e's words were like a bolt from the blue, shattering Xiao Yaqing's beautiful dream. Han Yuding lowered his eyes and said nothing. He turned his head to look at the picture on the recording device, calculating something in his mind. After a long time, he raised his cold eyes, looked at them, and said, "I only have 30% confidence. Do you still want to try?" Chang'e and the other person looked at each other, and nodded without hesitation. "Try. If they fight, they still have 40% chance of winning. If they don't fight, they will run for their lives by themselves, and I'm afraid they won't have even 10% chance." Seeing that they are determined, Han Yuding said no more, and silently equipped his weapon with a level 5 energy stone. This is the highest level energy stone in their hands. If the situation is not critical, he is reluctant to use it directly like this. Chang'e and the others also set the formation device to the highest level. Anyway, if they lose, they will keep it to make wedding clothes for others. If they win, they can find energy stones again. They will always find them again. After getting ready, Han Yuding hit the wind blade, broke through the gravel at the entrance of the cave, and shot out quickly. His body was covered by the dust that exploded, and he killed the person closest to him. Quick! There are people here! Someone exclaimed. The scattered personnel quickly gathered together, and collectively rushed to the location where Han Yuding was. For a moment, the fire was everywhere, and the dust was flying. Chang Yi stared at Han Yuding with wide eyes, paying attention to the battle situation at all times. When the group of people formed a circle around him, he immediately urged the bell. The crisp bell rang, and the invisible sound spread quickly in the air, forming a transparent air wave that spread layer by layer. Han Yuding immediately launched an attack as soon as he noticed their abnormality. He swept away the three people in front of him with a horizontal sweep. Xiao Yaqing was not idle either. At the moment when Chang Yi rang the bell, she began to use the energy gun to shoot at the outside of the cave, and she also successfully took away one person. Although the consumption was too large, they had a lot of energy stones, so they were not afraid of this consumption. After carefully stepping out of the cave, Chang Yi and the other man looked at each other, and were glad that they didn't choose to run away, otherwise they would have died right after they got out of the cave. 15 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The people who besieged Han Yuding looked at their companions in front of them, and lost their lives inexplicably. They were suspicious, but their hands didn't stop and continued to attack the people in the middle. Before the attack came, Han Yuding stepped away, and pulled away from them. After taking a breath, he sent out a wind blade to fight back. The fight on his side was fierce, and Chang Yi's side was also extremely dangerous. As soon as the two of them were exposed to people, many people changed their attack direction and came towards them. Fortunately, the turtle shell was powerful, and turned into 8 shields to protect them tightly. The green hair on the shell turned into sharp thorns. 2 people couldn't stop and hit them directly, which pierced their hearts. Chang Yi looked at their death, and suddenly felt that she didn't seem to be very miserable. At least she was still a complete person every time. Just as the crisis was resolved, Han Yuding was besieged again. Chang Yi broke through a gap in the defense, stretched out an arm, and rang the bell again. In this way, with the cooperation of the 3, dozens of people on the opposite side were strangled. The battle lasted until dark. The other side suffered heavy casualties, and had to retreat temporarily. Both sides entered a short period of calm. After the other side retreated, Han Yuding supported his body and stumbled towards them. He couldn't hold on for the last 2 steps and fell to the ground. At the moment he fell to the ground, Chang Yi burst out with amazing strength, rushed out of the defense formation, grabbed his clothes randomly, and quickly dragged him back into the formation. Boom! Sure enough, at the moment they entered the formation, their attack also arrived, and the place where Han Yuding fell was charred. Han Yuding? Han Yuding? Xiao Yaqing used the treatment device to treat his injuries, while patting his cheeks to wake him up. Chang Yi could no longer care about anything else. The outburst just now had used up all her strength. After she was exhausted, she felt severe pain in her limbs, and sat on the ground, unable to move. Do you have medicine? Give him 2 bottles. She saw that Xiao Yaqing, who was in a panic, only knew to use the treatment device to treat his external injuries, but did not give him medicine to treat internal injuries, so she reminded him. Oh. Xiao Yaqing responded twice, reacted, took out the medicine and poured it into his mouth. Sure enough, as soon as the medicine was poured, Han Yuding woke up slowly in just a moment. Are there any more? Give me another bottle. Yes. Yes. She responded with a sob, and took out another bottle of medicine in a panic, put it against his mouth, and poured it hard. Cough, cough, cough. He was choked by the drink, but he finally regained some strength, and could sit up by himself. Seeing him sit up, Xiao Yaqing's eyes were red. She was really afraid that he would die just now. How are you? As the only person who could move freely, Xiao Yaqing squatted down, and supported Chang Yi, letting her sit up with her. Don't worry, it's okay, just exhausted, it will be fine after a while. Chang Yi wanted to force a smile, but unfortunately, her face was out of control, and her cheeks twitched a few times. The recovery of the superpower warrior is fast. Chang Yi hasn't recovered yet, but Han Yuding can already walk normally. Of course, this is also inseparable from Xiao Yaqing's full support, who provided a lot of medicines and energy liquids. When will the military arrive? While chewing the porridge Xiao Yaqing fed her, she asked Han Yuding in the gap between swallowing. Chapter 170. The porridge cooked by Chang's mother played an important role at this time. Chang Yi felt that her mother's cooking skills had improved. A can of porridge, shared by 3 people, was enough for them to eat. Fortunately, Chang Yi and Xiao Yaqing were both food lovers. They brought a lot of cakes, snacks, fruits, etc., so that they didn't have to drink the unpalatable nutritional supplements. Han Muting held a can of juice provided by Chong Yi in his hand, and he laughed in his heart. He didn't expect that one day he would be able to enjoy the same treatment as a woman, with unlimited snacks and juice, and they were all nutritious ingredients. He looked at the crowd hidden in the darkness in the distance and sneered. He would definitely thank them for their help. It won't take too long. They will be here in about 3 hours. His action of taking out the light brain to contact must have been seen by others. The other party will definitely come again before their support arrives. He didn't look back and asked calmly, "How many times has the bell been used?" 8 times. Chong Yi looked at the bell in her hand with a frown. She had been very frugal. Only one chance left. Han Muting played with the empty bottle in his hand, looking forward, silently playing in his mind how to avoid the next wave of attacks. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Can't we not go out? Xiao Yaqing's eyes were red again, and her words were filled with tears. Her words reminded Chong Yi, who looked up and said to Han Muting, "Maybe we can try to take the initiative to attack. This 8-sided defense formation can be separated. Wait, you choose a piece to drill in and then this, and then that." Chong Yi pulled him and demonstrated with gestures. Han Muting was stunned by what she said. He held the turtle shell in front of him with his hand, thinking about the success rate of doing this. Xiao Yaqing heard what Chong Yi said, her eyes sparkled, and she raised her hand eager to try. "I can do it too." Chong Yi held his forehead, pulled down her raised hand, looked at her face, and said firmly, "No, you can't." Seeing the expression on her face, she was still unwilling, and Chong Yi quickly gave another reason to dispel her unrealistic idea. There is a limit to the number of dispersion. Hearing her say this, Xiao Yaqing reluctantly gave up her idea of killing everyone, and nodded agreeably, "Okay." After dealing with this militant, Chong Yi turned to look at Han Muting and made a gesture. They guessed correctly. In just an hour, the group on the opposite side came back again, and this time they brought hostages. The leading man had dyed red hair, and carried a 1-meter-long sword on his shoulder. He stopped 10 meters away from them, with a gloomy and terrifying expression on his face. He looked at them with a smile and shouted in their direction, "Hand over the method, otherwise, I will send them to feed the monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, his younger brother behind him threw Qishan, and the other 2 to the front, so that they could see clearly. "Qishan! Z! Pei!" Unfortunately, no matter how loud they shouted, the 3 people lying on the ground opposite did not respond. From their clothes and body shapes, they could barely tell that they were right. Qishan was the most muscular. His arms, which were strong and powerful in the morning, were now only one side, and the other side was empty. The limbs of the other 2 people looked healthy, but they were all twisted to varying degrees. Xiao Yaqing was crying and wanted to rush out to kill them, but Chong Yi held her tightly, cursing, "Assholes! You bastards! You're looking for death." The calmest Han Muting also broke his defense at this time. His eyes were red. If he hadn't still had some rationality, he would have rushed out long ago. At this time, Chong Yi was the calmest. She raised her head, looked at them coldly, and said calmly, "You can ask for a method, but let us see if they are still alive." The red-haired man winked at the younger brother, who was guarding him, and someone immediately stepped forward and stabbed Qishan and the other 2. The severe pain made the man who was still in a coma regain some consciousness for a short time. His limbs twitched slightly, and he struggled hard. The groan was too light to be heard without getting close. "Did you see it clearly?" "No. I can check it for you again." The red-haired man's provocative words stimulated their hearts. Fearing that he would really attack again, Chong Yi shouted, "No! Enough. Don't touch them. We will give you the recipe. Then you should withdraw the defense formation and hand over the broken belt first." The red-haired man, who thought he had won the game, put down the knife on his shoulder and stuck it on the ground, standing there arrogantly, and said. The younger brother behind him kept catering to him and repeating his words. Fearing that the other side would hear, Chong Yi could only use the most primitive method to discuss with them. The original plan was invalid, and the 3 of them needed to go out together. "Okay, but you have to return the people to us first. Keep calm on the surface, and continue to negotiate with them." The red-haired man seemed to be waiting for her words. As soon as she finished speaking, he said, "You can take the people, you can exchange them with things." The 2 sides went back and forth, and after several rounds of negotiations, Chong Yi and her friends used the bell to exchange for Qishan, who was the most seriously injured. The red-haired man took the bell handed over by his subordinates, played with it in his hands, and looked at them with obscure eyes from time to time. Chong Yi and her friends didn't care about his eyes now. and first used the treatment device to treat the wounds on Qishan that could be cured, and bandaged the uncurable ones, and then went back to talk about it. Han Yuding poured him 3 bottles of medicine in a row, but there was no sign of waking up. Chang'e saw that he was not in a good condition, took out the incense, mixed it with water, and gave it to him, and then he woke up. Lai Kai is dead. This was the first sentence he said when he woke up. Xiao Yaqing had already burst into tears, and she burst into tears when she heard the news. Chang'e didn't want them to see her crying, so she turned her back and wiped her tears secretly. Unexpectedly, she saw the people on the opposite side heard Junzi and the other 2 again. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Stop it! You dare to cheat me with fake goods, continue." The red-haired man threw the bell heavily on the ground, cursed, and raised his hand to signal his men to continue. Another knife, this time Junzi didn't even move. "That's not fake, you will know when you press the energy stone, it just recognizes the owner, others can't use it." Chang'e couldn't hear what they said clearly, but she could guess it by looking at their movements, and hurriedly explained. The red-haired man was skeptical about her words, but fortunately, he didn't let anyone continue. His men picked up the bell again, and put it in his hand, and studied the bell carefully again, looking for the place where it placed the energy stone. "The metal ball in the middle is it." Chang'e gave instructions. The red-haired man found the right place to press it, and after testing it with the energy stone, he put the bell into his arms, and put it away. He didn't do anything else, but walked to Feifei's side, stepped on Feifei's body, kicked her twice, raised his eyes, and asked her frivolously, "Do you want the remaining 2? Chapter 171. Chang'e had no choice but to dismantle the defensive array. Han Yuding also opened the potion that the other side had just given him, and drank it facing them. Ha ha ha. The people on the other side laughed arrogantly when they saw them surrendering. The red-haired man had a smug smile on his face, watching them approach little by little. When he was 1 meter away from them, he stopped. Chang'e protected the turtle shell in front of her chest, looked directly at the red-haired man, and said sternly, "The array device is given to you, you let the person go." "Okay, no problem." The red-haired man looked her up and down with a frivolous look, with a smug smile on his face, took a step forward, and stretched out his hand to take the array device on Chang'e's chest. With a second's delay, quick! With Chang'e's order. Han Yuding and the other man, who were supporting each other, let go of each other, accelerated at full speed and flew to Junzi and the others, carrying them on their backs and running. Xiao Yaqing fired several shots steadily at the red-haired man. Blood splashed on her face, but she never closed her eyes to stop. In the blink of an eye, their team gathered again, and the defensive array firmly protected the 6 of them. This change caught the opposing gang off guard. They didn't understand how the sure wing could turn out like this. But in the blink of an eye, the leader died. The bell was clearly taken away by their head, so how could they be controlled by others, and the hostages were gone, and they were forced to retreat into the turtle shell again. See? Damn them! The gang that resumed action was awakened by the angry curse of their companions, and then rushed forward angrily, throwing all their attacks at the defensive array, trying to break it. They didn't believe that the defensive array could still be open. Chang'e and the others were always paying attention to the situation of the defense array inside. Once they saw that the energy stone was almost consumed, they would replace it immediately. The attacks outside continued, vowing to smash this broken shell and tear the people inside. If it weren't for the boss, who said that their array device was a good thing, they would have bombed it long ago. The people inside were nervously waiting for the divine soldiers to descend from the sky. Now they were just a few old and weak soldiers, and they had no strength to fight. They could only rely on the array device to delay time. The machine seemed to keep replenishing energy stones for the array device. They didn't know how long it had been. They only felt a violent fluctuation, accompanied by strong light, and continuous attacks, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Holding the energy stone in his hand, Chang'e looked at the familiar uniform in front of him with a dull look. His eyes were a little wet, and the miracle really came. "General." The voices of Qishan and Han Yuding brought everyone back to consciousness. They were really saved, General, woo woo woo. Xiao Yaqing's call expressed all the grievances of the child. After removing the defensive array, Xiao Yaqing hugged the general and cried bitterly. Qishan and Han Yuding helped the medical soldiers to check the injuries of Junzi and Fu. Chang'e quietly looked at the blood on the green hair, wondering if it could be washed off. If it couldn't be washed off, it would be too ugly. "You are not injured?" She was still immersed in her own thoughts, and didn't dare to look up at anyone. She just instinctively replied, "No." "Found it. The person is fine, don't worry, The video has been sent to you. You can contact each other later. The words of the man to the other person to ensure safety came to my ears. The voice sounded a little familiar. Shall I take you to the camp to rest? After he finished speaking, he stopped in front of her and waited for a while. When she didn't move, the man stretched out his hand to pull her away. Chang'e was startled when she noticed someone approaching. She quickly stepped back, avoiding the man's hand, raised her head, and shouted cautiously, "What do you want to do?" Lung Yu said impatiently, "So, I've been talking for a long time, but you didn't listen to a word, right?" I said, "I take you to the camp." Seeing who was coming, Chang'e put down her guard and whispered, "Sorry, I was distracted just now." Lung Yu disliked her and her family for causing trouble, but he could only bear it because of his brother's trust. He urged with a stern face, "Then let's go." Chang'e's mind was still a little fuzzy, and she didn't react too much. She just nodded slightly, raised her feet and followed him, walking silently. After returning to the camp, he placed Chang'e in the room for the wounded, led her to sit on the bed, and told her, "Sit down first, don't move." Seeing that she was sitting down, he turned around and walked to the medical staff, who were examining Junzi, pointed at her and said something to the medical staff. The medical staff followed his hand and looked at Chang'e, nodding from time to time. After a while, Lung Yu left the room. The medical staff walked to Chang'e and asked, "Are you injured anywhere?" "No." Chang'e sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his face. Her deep blue eyes smiled warmly and shook her head gently. The medical staff nodded, his expression unchanged, and said, "Tell me if you feel uncomfortable." While asking questions, he bent over to get close to her, directed the medical scanner to scan her from head to toe, and left after confirming that there was no external injury. Not long after the medical staff left, Lung Yu came back, holding a lunch box in his hand, and walked up to her. With a stern face, he opened the small table, took out the tableware from the lunch box, arranged them one by one, and said in a cold voice, "Drink." His attitude was too cold. Chang'e obeyed subconsciously, picked up the bowl in front of her like a puppet, and drank it mouthful by mouthful, not knowing what it was. After drinking, she put down the empty bowl and stopped, with her hands placed on her shoulders. "I really owe you." Lung Yu packed up his things while muttering in dissatisfaction. Seeing her sitting there again, he said impatiently, "Lie down and rest." She laid down on the bed obediently, pulled up the quilt, and stared at the pure white ceiling with her eyes open. She couldn't fall asleep. She always felt that there was something she hadn't done. Qi Shan's voice came from next door, "Damn it. These bastards, I'm going to kill them." Turning his head, he was cursing in the direction of the prisoners. "You should be mentally prepared." Chang'e heard their voices, thinking that the medical staff's unchanging lines for thousands of years were too heartless. This was another patient who couldn't be cured. "Don't we have the concentrating incense?" This anxious voice seemed to be Han Yuding's. Alas! The heavy sigh made people panic. Their spiritual sea of consciousness has collapsed, and the concentrating incense has little effect on them. The sea of consciousness collapsed. Which unlucky guy. So miserable. Where is the advanced medicine? Is it okay? I must find a way to get it. Z and the others are so young, they can't be wasted like this. At the end, Qi Shan's voice was hoarse. Z? Such a familiar name. Is this the unlucky guy? Z. With a thud, Chang'e sat up straight from the bed, got off the ground, ran to the repair cabin of Junzi and the others, grabbed the arm of the medical staff. The veins on his hand bulged, but the voice, he said, was terribly calm. "Save them, whatever you want, I will pay." Chapter 172. "Hey, let go." The medical staff struggled to pry her hand open and save his arm. "You are such a jerk. If you could save me, you would have saved me long ago. Their sea of consciousness has collapsed. How can I save them?" Chang'e didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to save her companions. Those who came out together should go back safely together. As long as the sea of consciousness is repaired, it will be fine. Their external injuries can be cured. If the sea of consciousness is repaired, there will be no problem. But the collapsed sea of consciousness cannot be repaired at all. While she was thinking and relaxing, the medical staff finally pulled back his arm and walked away quickly, away from these crazy people. After getting the answer she wanted, Chang'e didn't pay attention to his departure. She looked at the people in the repair cabin and murmured, "Don't worry, I will definitely save you. Chang'e, don't be too sad. We will contact people immediately, and will definitely find a way to treat the collapse of the spiritual sea of consciousness." Qi Shan and the others saw that something was wrong with her condition. They were afraid that they would overstimulate her, so they lowered their voices and coaxed her softly. Chang'e looked up and saw how cautious they were. She raised her lips and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. I really have a way to save them. Seeing that she knew how to smile and could communicate with them normally, Chi-shan and the others felt relieved and then said, yes, let's work together, and we will definitely be able to cure them. Chang'e knew that they didn't believe her, so she didn't say anything more. She chatted with them for a while, asked about the situation, and then went out to find the general. She asked several sergeants before she found out that the general was interrogating the group of people, and she was standing outside the interrogation room waiting. The group knew that they couldn't escape this time, so they confessed quickly. The new mining planet this time was actually a bait they put out to lure a team like them over so that they could rob them secretly. They had already explored the mines on this planet, but they were too scattered and few to be worth mining. The cold season came early this year, and they were not well prepared, so they came up with such a trick. After the interrogation, General Yang heard from the sergeant that Chang'e was looking for him, so he came out to see. Chang'e, how are you? Why didn't you go to rest? What are you doing here? General Yang still looked so kind, and Chang'e didn't say anything nonsense, and said directly, I want those prisoners. Chang'e's words made General Yang raise his eyebrows, and he said lightly, if they make a mistake, they will be sent to the interstellar court for trial, and they cannot be punished privately. He thought she was venting her anger, so he tactfully advised her. I want to use them to save people. Chang'e looked at him calmly. Can they save people? This group of people can kill Thaxan, but saving people is a fantasy, General Yang muttered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Yeah. Chang'e nodded affirmatively. Which ones? Everyone. When saying this, Chang'e's eyes were full of weirdness. General Yang shook his head and continued, that won't work. You have to keep 2 people to go to court. Okay, keep 2. Chang'e responded very quickly. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, General Yang hurried to explain, hey, that's not what I meant. Unfortunately, he was automatically deaf and refused to listen. Thank you, General. I come to you later to ask for someone. Chang'e bowed to him, and then turned and ran. Chang'e ran back to the medical room, holding the door frame with his hand, and asked Han Muting breathlessly, how long will it take for them to get out of the repair cabin? It will take about an hour. Han Muting glanced at the data on the repair cabin and reported a time. After knowing the time, Chang'e nodded and said, then, we will prepare to treat them in an hour, and you should prepare as well. Han Muting frowned, hesitant to speak to her, wanting to ask, but not daring to ask. Chang'e pretended not to see his doubts, and hurriedly turned around and went out. This time, it was not just them who were injured. She found Leng Yu. In an hour, you ask all those who were injured in mental power to gather in the interrogation room. Leng Yu didn't know what she was going to do again, looked at her disapprovingly, and asked coldly, what do you want to do? This time, his attitude towards Chang'e was particularly bad since they met. Team 2, my lover. These few simple words brought back Leng Yu's memories. He looked at her sternly, and didn't say anything for a long time. Shan Mufeng doesn't want anything to happen to you. That time, Chang'e and the others punished the 2 gifted masters. Later, they all had some guesses. It must be Chang'e who did something. Later, Leng Hui's rapid recovery of mental power gave them reason to suspect that she had a mental power array. The last time. Chang'e didn't avoid his gaze. She nodded firmly and answered. This was the last time. Even if someone knew it, it didn't matter. There would be no more. Seeing her insistence, Leng Yu stopped trying to persuade her. If Shan Mufeng were here, he would definitely not allow it, but he was not there. I will bring people with me. Is there a limit to the number of people? After making an estimate in her mind, she gave a rough estimate. No more than 100 people. There were only about 300 prisoners alive. Excluding the people the Admiral wanted to leave behind, she didn't think that the Admiral would really only leave 2 people. In the end, it was good enough to have 200 people for her to use. Among them, Junzi's spiritual consciousness collapsed, and it would definitely take a lot of energy to recover. After the negotiation was settled, Chang'e hurried out of the camp and ran to the cave where they hid in front of him. The cave was not damaged. He walked carefully through the rubble and walked inside. In the small cave dug temporarily, he found Lai Kai sleeping. In front, they were afraid that they would never come back. For Lai Kai's safety, they fed him a glass of strong liquor, got him drunk, and hid him here. In his sleep, he dreamed of lying in a pile of candies and couldn't finish them. He smacked his lips and muttered, delicious. I want more. Candies are delicious. Chang'e held Lai Kai in his arms and took him back to the camp. At this time, the time was almost up. Leng Yu and 100 mentally damaged sergeants were waiting at the door of the interrogation room. The irrelevant personnel inside had been cleared out. After hearing his report, the general only selected a few important personnel to take away and kept them for the court session. The others were left behind. Junzi and Fu Fei were still in a coma and were carried over with the bed. Qi Shan's broken arm had not been repaired, but other external injuries had recovered. He sat next to Junzi and Han Muting, waiting for her arrival. Admiral Yang changed his attitude just now. Seeing her coming, he actively asked, "Do you need anything else?" Ever since Lang Yu told him that Chang Yi had a way to quickly recover her mental strength, he felt that the court hearing was not so important. He should be able to atone for his mistakes and compensate the victims. The number of people provided to Chang Yi was more than she expected, 235 people. With these people, they would definitely be able to heal them. She would not refuse someone who offered to help her, and directly asked, "Help me open the protective shield later. No one can get within 10 meters of here before we come out." Chapter 173. There are a lot of people this time. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. We need to be more cautious. This is simple, no problem. General Yang agreed immediately and motioned to the deputy general beside him to write it down. Are there any others? Chang Yi shook her head. That's enough. After confirming the number of people with them for the last time, they began to see the guests off and closed the door. When she saw General Yang was also with the crowd and preparing to leave, Chang Yi said, "General, why don't you stay too?" General Yang retracted his half-raised foot, turned his head and stared into her eyes, and asked, "Me?" Seeing her nod, he turned his head and whispered a few words in the deputy general's ear. The deputy general next to him heard something, shook his head constantly, and glanced at Chang Yi from time to time. In the end, he couldn't turn away. The general sighed and stepped back, standing outside the door, staring at her with a face full of blame. General Yang was very open-minded. He didn't ask anything. He turned back to the room happily and sat down in his original position. Lang Yu saw this situation, stepped forward to block the deputy general's gaze, looked at her and asked, "Can I stay too?" He asked this question, and he sat down next to the general. Chang Yi curled her lips and said nothing. "If you want to stay, then stay. There is enough number of people. 2 more people will not affect it." As for the deputy general's glare, she pretended not to see it. She let the general stay out of kindness. One by one, they made such a serious situation, as if she wanted to harm the general. Seeing that all the people were in place, she stepped forward to close the door to block all the eyes from outside. Although the deputy general was worried, he also strictly followed the general's order. When the door was closed, he activated the defense shield and called a team of soldiers to surround the place 10 meters away, not allowing anyone to approach. Inside the house, Lang Yu asked her, "What are we going to do next?" "Take me inside." Chang Yi pointed to the room where she was imprisoned and said. Lang Yu and Han Muting, each guarding her on one side, walked into the room. This room was temporary and too small, so the people inside could only squat together. A sunstone was installed on the top to ensure that the room would always be bright. These people did not react to their arrival. Only a few people at the door moved slightly inside. A few people in the middle looked up, glanced at them, and then lowered their heads and closed their eyes to rest. All that needed to be explained had been explained. They only had to wait for the verdict of the interstellar court, go to a remote planet, and do hard labor for a few years before they could come out again. For a long life, this amount of time was nothing. Chang Yi looked at their dead appearance, and her anger in her heart became stronger, and her smile on her face became brighter. She took out the colorful world that had been prepared long ago, and started to activate it. The charming fragrance of flowers began to spread. The indifferent people began to stir and move closer to the world of flowers. Some people used their companions' bodies as stepping stones to get closer. When they began to fall into it, Chang Yi and Lang Yu quietly left the room and left the door ajar. The strange scene inside made the 2 people who were used to the world feel uneasy. "Are you done?" Seeing them come back so quickly, Admiral Yang couldn't help asking. Although they followed in, the 2 people who didn't know the situation shook their heads and turned their eyes to Chang Yi. "No, you just need to relax and follow your feelings. Don't resist deliberately. Just have a good sleep." This time was different from the last time. The soldier's willpower was much stronger than Ling Hui's, and they trusted her less than Ling Hui. If she didn't do it well, it would be counterproductive. She had to be careful, and kept explaining to them to make sure that they would not resist hard later. When she was almost done explaining, snoring came from the room inside, and there were 2 mumblings in between. Chang Yi got up and walked towards the room where they were held. This time, she didn't let anyone accompany her. Squeak, she held the door handle, and twisted it to open it. The people inside were sleeping in a pile like a pile of monks. She was very satisfied with the effect. She nodded, walked into the room, picked the nearest person, and kicked him hard. The person didn't react at all. He had a smile on his face, and snored loudly. In order to make the dream more realistic, she took out the incense and lit it in 6 directions in the room. As the cigarette rose, the fragrance in the space became more intense. The middle position had formed a fog, and the green fog could be seen with the naked eye. After dealing with these contributors, Chang'e held a bell, muttered something, turned around and walked to the outer room, ringing every 3 steps and stopping every 5 steps. When she walked to the outer room, the people there were already drowsy, and those with serious mental damage had fallen asleep. After a while, everyone else had fallen asleep, only Admiral Yang, the stubborn one, still refused to fall asleep. Chang'e simply walked in front of him and took special care of him, and finally dealt with it. With a long sigh, Chang'e took the bell and walked around the room. After reinforcing it, she chose an empty space in the passage and made herself a pot of tea. The superpower warrior was more fragile than the gifted master. She originally thought that it would be enough to cure the spiritual sea of 100 people, but she didn't expect that there would be surplus. In the last few days, Chang'e withdrew the special care for the patients and let them fight for the remaining energy based on their own abilities. She looked at the energy line on General Yang's head, which was obviously thicker than others, and nodded continuously. Being a leader is really powerful. At the end of this time, I don't know if his combat power can be upgraded to the next level. Seeing Lung Yu's situation from the corner of her eyes, she curled her lips and muttered in her heart that although this person is not very good, his ability is not bad. Judging from the absorption situation, he can barely rank in the top 3. This time, she didn't intend to let him take advantage, but he still got a big leak. 7 days later in the morning, the sergeant in charge of guarding felt a faint floral fragrance wafting from the room behind him, which made people want to get closer and take a deep breath, which made people feel particularly refreshed. The door that had been closed for 7 days was opened, and the protective shield was also torn off. As the door opened, the snoring inside came out, and it was heard particularly clearly. The deputy general arrived at the first time to welcome the general, but was stopped by Chang'e at the door. Wait a little longer, they are all asleep. Ask the kitchen to prepare some easy-to-digest soups and waters. They must be hungry when they wake up. The deputy general approached worriedly, and looked through the half-open door. The people in the room were sleeping soundly. Some were sleeping on chairs, more were sitting on the floor, and there were 2 people standing against the corners, sleeping. Their faces were very ruddy. He mainly observed the general's situation. He saw General Yang sitting on the chair in the middle with a straight back and eyes slightly open. If it weren't for the obvious snoring, you really couldn't tell that he was sleeping. He was relieved that the general was fine. He listened to Chang'e's words and turned to the logistics department. He wanted to find something suitable for making soup for the kitchen. The people inside had damaged their mental strength before entering, and now they haven't eaten for 7 days. The first meal should be carefully prepared. Chapter 174. Someone will be in charge of the follow-up. Chang'e slowly walked to the medical room. Her original tent had been destroyed, and her new residence had not been arranged yet. She had no choice but to go to the medical room to rest temporarily. There was only one person on duty in the empty medical room, sitting at the table looking through the documents. After Chang'e explained the situation, he assigned her an empty bed and let her do whatever she wanted. Lying on the bed, before closing her eyes to rest, Chang'e thought of something, sat up again, leaned against the head of the bed, turned on the light brain and looked through the safety message she sent to Shan Mufeng before leaving home, but he had not replied yet. She slid her fingers quickly, and read the information in the light brain again and again. There was no reply, just no reply. She felt a little irritated. Chang'e tried to dial his communication, but it was out of service area again. Is the Star Network service provider going to go bankrupt? Why is there no signal anywhere? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. She couldn't sit still on the bed. She opened the quilt, and ran back to the interrogation room in a hurry without putting on her shoes. The number of soldiers guarding outside returned to normal. Chang'e asked the sergeant standing at the door, "Is Lung Yu awake?" The sergeant looked at her and replied, "Colonel Lung has woken up, and should return to the tent now." After getting the news, she turned around and ran back. She was afraid of missing him again, so she went to the kitchen and waited there. When Chang'e ran to the kitchen, Lung Yu hadn't come yet, so she stood at the door of the kitchen waiting. The sergeant in the back kitchen thought she was hungry and asked her to come in, but she shook her head and refused. People around her came and went, But there was no one she wanted to wait for. Lung Yu. When she was looking forward to it, his figure finally appeared in her eyes. Unable to wait for him to come slowly, Chang Yi ran to meet him and stretched out her hand to block his way. Where did Shan Mufeng go? He asked directly. Lung Yu's face turned cold when he heard this, and he replied in a gloomy way, Where did he go? Ask yourself? Ask myself? Chang Yi murmured and repeated it again without thinking clearly. Seeing that he wanted to leave, she hurriedly grabbed his hand to stop him from leaving. Speak clearly. What do you mean by asking me? Isn't he on a military mission? What does it have to do with me? Lung Yu shook off her hand and said coldly and sarcastically, It's not a ghost mission from your good father. What mission is he going to go on? After saying this, he stepped forward and bumped into her shoulder and left. Chang Yi stayed where he was because of his words, and kept replaying his words in his mind. He remembered something and hurriedly turned on the light brain. His hands were shaking. He pressed 2 or 3 times before he could call his mother. Hello. The voice from Chang's mother was full of fatigue. She suppressed her panic and asked calmly, Mom, it's me. Is my dad back? Your dad. He's back. Hearing that it was her, Su Huamin instantly perked up and spoke in a much lighter tone. He was just called out for something. This draft may have been typed countless times in Chang's mother's mind, without a single stutter. Who asked him to go out? What did he do? Why can't I get through to his phone? I have something urgent to find him. Ask him to come home and talk to me. Chang Yi's continuous questioning made Su Huamin unable to resist. When she spoke again, her voice was obviously flustered. That's right, that. Your Uncle Su said he would talk to your dad about going to the trading house to order a cold-resistant array device, and he won't be back so soon. Chang Yi didn't want to waste time talking to her anymore, so she directly exposed her excuse. We have energy cores this year, so we don't need to buy array devices. After her excuse was exposed, Su Huamin didn't speak for a long time, trying desperately to make up for it, but the more panicked she got, the less she could remember. Chang Yi's cold voice sounded again. Dan Mufeng's mission this time is to find my father in them, right? Pa! There was a sound of something breaking over there. No. Nothing happened. Su Huamin tried her best to deny it, but her stumbling answer was the best answer. Mom. Chang Yi took a deep breath, shouted helplessly, rubbed her tense temples, and continued to say, I already know, tell the truth. Su Huamin finally couldn't hold it anymore, cried out, and choked up to tell her the whole story. The head of the Chang family did have good intentions in asking Chang Jingtai to go on a mission together this time. The last incident with Chang Yi's family finally made the head of the family realize that some of the side branches had a hard time, and some heads of the family were not so fair. In order to make up for these situations, the head of the family decided to take the lead and take these side branches with poor conditions on a mission before the cold season to subsidize them. Logically speaking, the hunting location they chose had a medium to low risk factor, and was considered a relatively safe place with abundant supplies, which was the most suitable for this kind of subsidy mission. But within 3 days, the hunting team received news that they were attacked by a group of strange beasts, and sent a distress signal to the head of the family. Half a day later, news came that someone was missing. The Chang family did not have enough superpower warriors, so they could only ask for help from others. Shan Mufeng did not plan to go. At that time, Chang Yi was still in the refining room, and he wanted to wait for her at home. But later, when he learned that Chang's father was also on the missing list, he changed his mind and joined the rescue team. This is also the reason why Chang's mother did not dare to meet her too much after Chang Yi came out, for fear of being exposed. There was no news about the rescue team 3 days ago. Now the military is reorganizing the team and preparing to go to support. After listening to her situation, Chang Yi really wanted to tie up Chang's father before they set off and tell him not to go, but he insisted on going. No wonder Leng Yu had such a bad attitude when he saw her this time. When will the support team leave? It's too late to say anything now. I heard that they will leave tomorrow. Chang Yi calculated in her mind that if she wanted to catch up with the support team, she would have to set off now to rush back. Time was too tight. After understanding the situation, she immediately turned around and ran to find the general. She had to hurry up to help them refine some spirit beast pills, and then go back immediately. General Yang slept very comfortably. After waking up, his combat power, which had been stagnant for a long time, showed signs of a breakthrough. He only needed an opportunity to reach a higher level. He was in a good mood. At this time, he was eating with the deputy general and discussing how to write the report. Those captives who became vegetative needed a perfect excuse. This group of people can still be used in this way. It is more cost-effective than just punishing them to go mining. It's a pity that Chang'e said that the formation device was destroyed and there would be no next time. When Chang'e arrived, they had just finished eating and were still cleaning the table. Chang'e, come in quickly. What's the matter? Seeing that she was sweating profusely, General Yang asked the deputy general to clean up the rest, and walked to the desk and sat down, and at the same time, called her over. Chapter 175. Chang'e walked forward quickly, took out the list she had written long ago, put it on the table, and pushed it in front of him for his reference. I need to refine the spirit beast pill, which can drive the stone carp to dig energy stones for us. This is the list of materials. At the same time, he continued, I can only help refine one furnace. I am in a hurry to return to Chihong Star. Please send someone to take me there. At this time, the deputy general had finished cleaning up and poured her a cup of tea. Thank you. Chang'e thanked him softly, took the teacup, held it in her hand without drinking it, and waited for the general's reply attentively. You want to go to Shan Mufeng with the support team? General Yang put down the list of materials in his hand, looked up at her eyes, and asked affirmatively. Yes. There is nothing to hide. Chang'e nodded in acknowledgement. Admiral Yang did not persuade her not to go. Shan Mufeng disappeared to save her father. It was right for her to go to him now. He sat up straight and put his hands on the table. Then you don't have to go back to Chihong Star. You can go directly from here. Chang'e was delighted when she heard that she could go directly from here. In this way, she didn't have to waste time on the road and could make more preparations. Admiral Yang had heard some rumors about Chang'e using spirit beast pills to exchange for energy stones with stone dace, but they respected her wishes and didn't force her. Han Muting and others didn't say anything. Now she took the initiative to help them refine spirit beast pills to exchange for energy stones. Admiral Yang immediately asked the deputy general to prepare to get them according to her list. Knowing that she wanted to find Shan Mufeng and others, the admiral helped to assign a team of people to follow her and let her command. In a hurry to find someone, Chang'e directly used 9 refining furnaces to work at the same time. The 9 refining furnaces formed a circle outside. She sat in the middle, paying attention to the situation of each refining furnace at all times, striving to make all of them successful. The spirit beast pill was successfully refined here. She couldn't wait for it to cool down and accompanied them to open the furnace. She briefly explained a few words, left 5 cayenne pills to the deputy general, and asked them to ask Han Muting for the rest. Then she hurriedly led people to the planet where Shan Mufeng and others disappeared. Sitting on the flying ship, Lai Kai nestled in her arms, curled up, grabbed her collar with his claws, and slept soundly. She quietly flipped through the information said by Leng Yu. In fact, they got limited information about the disappearance this time. Although there are large and powerful monsters living in the center of the planet MH56, they generally do not reach the periphery because the periphery cannot provide them with enough food. According to the feedback information, they have not detected any signs of large monsters moving to the periphery recently. The disappearance of the 2 groups before and after may be because they broke into the activity area of the central alien beast group. In the temporary prison, Chong Jingtai hung his head and sighed. What was he doing? Not only did he get into trouble, but he also dragged down his son-in-law. Thinking about it, he raised his hand and slapped himself. The hunting team formed by the Chong family this time was smooth at the beginning. If they had stopped when they saw the good, there would not be these things now. At the beginning, they obediently collected supplies in the periphery, mostly some common wild vegetables, wild fruits, small exotic beasts, etc. Although there were frictions, it was considered harmonious and everyone had a harvest. Later, because they relied on the high-level supernatural warriors of the host family, they became more and more confident and kept pushing in. When a warrior found traces of the activities of the group of exotic beasts and asked them to return, conflicts arose. The tribesmen with difficult conditions at home were unwilling to go, fearing that they would miss such a good opportunity this time and not have it next time. They insisted on going again. Many even encouraged the women and children, who followed them to cry in front of the soldiers and pretend to be poor, forcing them to move on. The young soldiers of the main family underestimated the human heart. As people who have been struggling at the bottom of life for a long time, their desire for materials is far greater than they imagined. They compromised again and kept advancing, and finally, they got into trouble. I told you to go, but you didn't listen. Now it's over. Chong Lei of the main family complained irritably to the tribesmen, who took the lead and refused to leave and kept advancing. The man, Chong Xing, thought that he could benefit from the main family this time, so he followed with his wife and children. Now they are huddled together, huddled in a corner like quails, and didn't say a word. Seeing no response, Chang Lei's dissatisfaction became louder and louder. He stood up excitedly and fired at him. His companions next to him pressed him down and squatted down, persuading him, "Okay. It's like this, you should talk less, save some strength, and think about what to do next." "What can I do?" "Just wait to die," Chang Lei said angrily. "We just thought that you would get more rewards with your high combat power, but who knew that you were so weak that you couldn't beat 2 alien apes?" A woman in the crowd muttered quietly. She thought it was very quiet, but the supernatural warriors on the scene heard it clearly. Chang Lei was so angry that he wanted to stand up again and settle accounts with that person, but he was forcibly pulled back by the people on both sides, shaking his head and telling him not to make trouble. Chang Xing's wife, who didn't know where she got the courage, muttered something lightly. "That's right. No matter how powerful you are still captured by the beasts and used as slaves." "Fuck you, what are you talking about? Come out and say it if you have the guts." Hearing her words, Chang Lei could no longer sit still, and the people holding him on both sides loosened their hands. He just sat down and instantly shot up, waving his hands to settle accounts with her. Chang Xing's wife was afraid at this time, lowered her head, and hid behind her husband. Other tribesmen hurriedly grabbed Chang Lei, persuaded him to calm down, and helped to say a few words to Chang Xing's wife, asking her to come out and apologize. Chang Xing stood up to protect his wife behind him, and he stepped forward and kept bowing his head to apologize to him. Before the farce here was over, the sound of the ape urging them to work came from outside. "Ah woo!" Hearing this cry, many people shuddered. On that day, they ignored the advice and entered the peach forest of the alien apes. As soon as they started picking peaches, they were discovered by the alien apes on guard and driven away with stones. If they had left directly at that time, they might not have ended up in this field. When they found out that it was the alien apes' territory, they wanted to turn around and run away, but someone found that there were only 2 alien apes, and they looked like they were young monkeys, so they became greedy and stopped running and instead surrounded the alien apes. They caught one of the smaller alien apes, and the other ran away. When they were still calculating how much they could sell the captured alien apes for, the alien apes came out in full force and rushed to the peach forest. They had no time to escape and were blocked by the alien apes. The alien apes didn't know what they brought that could suppress the combat power of the warriors. They could only rely on the energy liquid they brought to barely support themselves for an hour or so, and finally let the alien apes capture them all. According to past experience, they thought they were doomed this time, but unexpectedly, these strange apes caught them, but did not kill them. Instead, they took them to a valley and asked them to help pick peaches. Chapter 176. They wanted to send a message for help, but all the optical computers in the place where the alien apes lived had no signal. They wanted to resist, but the combat power of the alien warriors was suppressed here. Every time they used their abilities, they consumed a lot. The energy liquid they brought with them had been used up long ago. On the first day, the alien apes arranged for them to pick peaches. This job was not difficult. After picking a certain number of peaches, the alien apes no longer cared about them. Everyone's mood became less heavy. They thought that maybe after all the peaches were picked, the alien apes would be willing to let them go. At night, the alien apes drove them to a cave. They thought it was a place for them to rest, but it turned out that they had to take care of the cubs. There were hundreds of ape cubs of all sizes. What was strange was that there were only 2 or 3 female apes in the cave with so many cubs, and judging from the behavior of the female apes, it was obvious that they were unwilling to feed these cubs. Father Chang saw that the mother ape was halfway through feeding, and had insufficient milk. She was unwilling to feed, but the cub refused to let go. She just pulled her head back, ignored the crying cub, put the cub back in the grass nest, and ran out of the cave. The alien ape just glanced at the mother ape's escape and did not stop it. He turned around and drove them in, with a bad voice to take care of the cub. Many of the fruits they picked during the day were placed in this cave. After understanding what the alien ape meant, Father Chang and his friends tried to pick up the cubs and feed them. When they fed them, they found something wrong. Why don't these cubs have teeth? Chang Lei held a fruit in his hand and tried to stuff the cub's crying mouth, but the cub in his arms looked very hard to eat, but he couldn't break the fruit's skin for a long time. Didn't he have no teeth when he was young? Chang Xing's 7-year-old son asked back. The cub in his arms leaned on his hand and tried to suck the sweet juice. He didn't cry or make a fuss. He stared at him with his big eyes. Eat slowly, don't choke. He imitated his mother's way of coaxing him, talking to the cub in his arms, burping him, and carefully squeezing out juice for it to suck. The adults around him looked at him, and the well-behaved cub in his arms quietly. This seemed reasonable but so unreasonable. The guarding ape didn't care what they were thinking. The precious cub was still crying with hunger. These slaves actually had time to be in a daze, and raised the boulder to smash the crowd. It also knew to avoid the cub. It smashed the people who were a step slower and stood there watching. When the boulder fell, someone was sent away on the spot, blood splashed, and there was no time to scream. Her blood splashed on the face of the woman next to her. The woman looked at the remains of her companions at her feet in horror, trembling all over. She wanted to leave immediately, but her stiff legs could not move even a step. She could only stand there and scream helplessly. The woman's scream brought everyone back to consciousness. The supernatural warriors quickly stepped forward to block the front to prevent the ape from attacking again. The braver women stepped forward to pull away the frightened people next to the boulder, cover their mouths, and carefully return to the back to nest with the cubs. The cubs continued to cry. The apes were very dissatisfied with their behavior. They opened their mouths and roared loudly. Roar! This sound made the cubs in the cave cry even louder. The two female apes who stayed in the cave to take care of the cubs couldn't stand it anymore. They threw the cubs away, walked through the crowd, walked to the male ape, raised their hands and slapped it, and roared at it after beating it, and then walked away. The male alien ape, who was taught a lesson by the mother ape, looked at them leaving with grievance, and dared not stop them. He could only vent his anger at them. His two giant hands slapped his chest, and with a thunderous roar, the battle was about to break out. Should be gentle, it's going to sleep. The childish voice of the child suddenly sounded, and his mother wanted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. The male alien ape really stopped roaring when he heard his voice, widened his eyes, and carefully looked at the cub in his arms. The warriors watched its movements vigilantly, holding the weapons in their hands that had long been out of energy, and refused to take a step back. The alien ape didn't care about their fearless defense at all. It relied on its height advantage, and looked at the cute cub unscrupulously. After eating, it rubbed its eyes and yawned. It may be too noisy outside, so it turned over and buried its head in the arms of Chongqing's son. Chongqing's wife bravely took the cub from her son's arms, then walked through the guard circle of the warriors, walked to the front of the male alien ape, and pushed the cub slightly forward. Look! It's really asleep. The male alien ape carefully stretched out a finger to approach the cub. The sleeping cub felt something approaching, and waved his little hand to drive away the thing that disturbed his sleep. Roar! The male alien ape's roar, this time, was gentle. He saw that the woman in front of him didn't understand what he meant, and was still standing there stupidly holding the cub. He waved his long arms anxiously, signaling her to send the cub back quickly and feed the other cubs. Chongqing saw his wife's fear, walked gently to her side, and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I'm with you." He put his arm around her shoulders, and half carried her into the cave. They didn't dare to look back until they put the cub in their arms back into the nest. The male ape was very satisfied this time, and didn't make any more attacks. When he saw the cub lying in the nest, he took a step back, and stood still at the entrance of the cave. The soldiers relaxed a little, and retreated to the cave. Everyone followed Chongqing's son's example, and each picked a cub to hold in their arms, and fed it with juice. The superpower warrior was too strong. If he wasn't careful, he would crush the fruit and the cub's face would be covered with it. He wiped it in a panic. There was a child in the team, who was still drinking milk, and carried a bottle with him. This happened to come in handy. His father squeezed the juice into the bottle, and fed the cub with the bottle, which was much faster. Does anyone bring a bottle? Chong Lei has the highest combat power, but now it has become his weakness. The cub cannot eat hard peaches, and soft ones will rot if he touches them, so he can't feed them at all. In fact, it's okay without a bottle. Chang's father saw everyone asking for bottles everywhere, and couldn't help but speak. "Uncle! What did you say?" Chong Lei was the one who wanted a bottle the most. The cub in his arms had been crying for a long time, and he could feel that the male alien ape at the entrance of the cave had changed his eyes when looking at him. Chang's father gave him a spoon and said, "Follow me." Chang's father picked a peach with moderate hardness and softness, scraped off part of the skin with a spoon, and then scraped up and down with a spoon, and then fed the delicate paste to the cub. After Chang's father's teaching, everyone opened the door to feeding, and began to feed the cub with the tools in their hands in various ways. The space capsule consumed too much when opened once, so everyone simply used local materials, and stones, and leaves that could be found everywhere to make all kinds of strange feeding tools. The 8 cubs, who had eaten their fill, finally stopped crying and slowly fell asleep, and they were able to rest for a while. Chapter 177. After eating, the ape cubs would sleep for an hour. When they woke up, they would poop and pee, and then eat again. That night, everyone went from being in a hurry at the beginning to gradually getting the hang of it. It only took one night. When it was almost dawn, the cubs that Chang's father and Chang Lei were taking care of woke up again. After serving the cubs, it was already late, so the two did not go back to sleep, but gathered together to talk quietly. "Does your cub have teeth?" Chang Lei asked quietly in a low voice. Chang's father looked at the cub he had just put down and shook his head. "No. These cubs basically don't have any." Speaking of the latter, he turned around and looked at the sleeping cubs again. Chang Lei nodded in understanding and then said, "They can't walk yet." He tried secretly, and the cubs' limbs were small and weak, and even crawling was difficult. The body structure of the alien ape is very similar to that of humans. It can walk on all fours, run and jump, and can also stand and walk on its two hind legs like humans. The difference is that its physical fitness is much higher than that of humans. It knows how to eat since birth, and walking on the ground is instinctive. "Do you think these are all disabled cubs?" As he said this, he pouted in the direction of the cubs. Father Chang also had some guesses about this matter, but he remembered that for alien beasts, if they found disabled cubs, they might not abandon them, but they would definitely not raise the whole tribe to support them like now. There must be other reasons for this situation that they don't know. In this way, they picked fruits during the day and took care of the 8 cubs at night. The food provided to them every day was not enough. After 3 days, they couldn't hold on any longer and had to take the risk of communicating with adult alien apes to allow them to work in shifts. After a friendly exchange, some soldiers were beaten up. The alien apes allowed them to work in 3 shifts every day. Perhaps their work results satisfied the alien apes. When they saw the same beasts landing again, they took the initiative to attack and brought back a group of free laborers at the first time. These people were Shan Mufeng and others who came to rescue them. As soon as they followed the trail through the stone forest, they were caught off guard by the alien apes. The arrival of a large number of slaves made the slave owners smile. Seeing that the newborn cubs were well taken care of and became stronger, the mother apes in the group no longer rejected their goodwill. These days were as happy as gods. It would be more perfect if the slaves ate less. When Chang'e arrived, the support team had just arrived not long ago. Their flying ship stopped in the air without landing. After the 2 teams joined together, the commander of the support team, Lu Ming, gave her a brief explanation. The reason why they decided not to land for the time being was because they detected a human camp below, which looked intact but showed no signs of human activity. Considering the strange disappearance of the 2 teams, he thought there were unknown creatures below and decided to send simulation robots to explore the way. They were professionals in this area, and Chang'e didn't understand. Even if she was anxious, she didn't dare to act recklessly. She nodded and agreed to wait for his notice before taking action. At the same time, she also handed over the people she brought to him for unified arrangements. Staring at the synchronized images from Lu Ming, he could see that these simulation robots looked no different from real people and were very agile. After landing, they dispersed to various parts of the camp. There were not many temporary houses in the camp. The robot completed the initial search task after searching for about 20 minutes. According to the feedback, no danger was found in this area for the time being. There were no traces of small animals in the temporary house, except for some small animals. After expanding the search range, the robot found traces of a team entering the eastern forest area around the camp. Lu Ming looked at the picture sent back and analyzed with Lun Yu that this should be the direction of the missing persons. Lu Ming commanded the robot to search along this trace. The traces of their activities became more obvious the further they went. The wild vegetables that had been dug had not grown yet, and the bare land and the cut grass and trees had not dried up. The robots searching around did not encounter any attacks on the periphery. Following these traces, the robots continued to move forward. 2 robots found the fruit forest they entered first. The fruit trees that were originally full of fruits were now only bare fruit trees. A few shriveled and rotten fruits could be seen on the branches. There were no traces of people or animals. Chang'e was watching intently. Lung Yu patted Chang'e on the shoulder. "Let's go." Lu Ming asked us to go over and discuss it. Since she decided to look for Shan Mufeng, Lung Yu's attitude towards her has softened a little, no longer so sharp. Chang'e nodded, closed the light brain, stood up, and followed him to Lu Ming's flying ship. The 2 flying ships were connected by a transparent sky bridge. She was a little afraid of heights, so she kept her eyes on the back of Ling Yu's head while moving forward, not daring to move them away. The transparent footsteps made her feel that she would fall in the next step and be smashed to pieces. Her legs were a little weak, she bit her lower lip, and kept brainwashing herself. It's okay, she closed her eyes, and moved forward step by step. When he stepped into the cabin of Lu Ming's flight ship, Chang'e stood at the door, took a few deep breaths, and pressed his right fist against his heart. After a few breaths, he recovered a little. Seeing that Ling Yu had walked away, he quickly trotted to catch up. Sit down. When Lu Ming saw them coming over, he looked up and stood up to signal them to sit down opposite him. After they sat down, Lu Ming operated the optical computer and adjusted the map screen view mode, allowing them to directly connect to the robot's perspective. Look here. Connecting to the robot's 5 senses, Chang'e felt like he was walking in an unfamiliar orchard. He heard Lu Ming analyzing with them. We preliminarily inferred that they should have encountered a group of strange beasts here. You see, there are a lot of traces of fighting here. Chang'e raised his hand to touch the burnt tree trunk. His fingertips felt the texture of charcoal. He could easily break off a piece. The charcoal ash stained his palm and could not be rubbed off when he rubbed his fingers. Don't walk around. Ling Yu noticed her movements and warned her that their current mode was connected to the robot's 5 senses. If the robot was hurt, she would also feel the hurt. Chang'e obediently withdrew her hand and nodded. Oh! She dared not move again, but just quietly followed the robot to visit the orchard, that is. Chang'e pointed at the half-tail hanging from the branch and was about to ask. Lu Ming made a silencing gesture to her, first disconnected their 5 senses, and then said, That is a strange ape. We suspect that it was a group of strange apes that captured them. Ling Yu changed different angles to watch the strange ape. The last picture stayed at the angle of standing under the tree and looking up at the strange ape. He slowly said, Logically speaking, this group of strange apes can't capture so many people? Chapter 178. The edge of the fruit forest was just ahead. Ling Yu, the leader, slowed down his pace and turned back to say to the two of them, We are about to leave the forest area. Feel it carefully and report any abnormality immediately. Yes. In the tense atmosphere, they all lowered their voices unconsciously. After listening to him, Chang'e and the others looked around vigilantly, holding the energy guns in their hands in front of them, moving in the direction they saw, ready to shoot at any time. There is a clear dividing line between the fruit forest and the stone forest area. The grass and trees are lush near the fruit forest, and the closer to the stone forest, the sparser the grass and trees are, and finally only rocks are left, and no grass and trees are seen. The reason why the stone forest is called the stone forest is that it is composed of several stone pillars, irregular natural stone pillars, arranged neatly according to a certain pattern. The closer they got to the stone forest, the uglier the soldiers looked. Ling Yu stopped in front of the first stone pillar at the entrance of the stone forest and turned to ask them, What do you feel now? Chang'e stood there, closed his eyes, and felt carefully. He found nothing unusual, and released his mental power to get closer to the stone pillars. He just felt that these stone pillars could not be penetrated, but there was no suppression. These bad feelings of horror. Opening his eyes, he saw that Yang Qianqian had just finished the test. The two looked at each other and shook their heads. Yang Qianqian turned back to him. We didn't feel the suppression you said. We didn't feel it either. Colonel, could you have felt it wrong? The soldiers who followed him questioned that Ling Yu said that there was suppression of combat power here, so they felt strange. They didn't feel anything unusual. Ling Yu glanced at the man and didn't say anything. He just chopped the energy sword in his hand at the empty space, leaving a charred mark, and then turned back to step on the fruit forest and swept the sword at the grass and trees next to him. With the same light blow, the grass and trees were smashed to pieces even at the roots. Seeing this, the soldiers who had doubts just now widened their eyes and stopped talking. Who has the lowest combat power among you? Chang'e stared at the marks on the ground for a moment, raised his head and asked them. This may be a bit hurtful, and no one came out to claim it for a while. Ling Yu asked, What do you want to do? I need him to help me verify a hypothesis. Song Gu Linjiang step out. Ling Yu called out 2 soldiers by name and said to them, From now on, you will follow Chang'e and listen to her orders. The 2 who stepped out were unwilling in their hearts, and showed it on their faces. They walked to Chang'e with a stern face and saluted reluctantly, but did not speak. Chang'e told them, Follow me and keep going forward. Tell me if you feel oppression. At this time, Ling Yu also thought of her efforts, and picked out soldiers of different combat strength from the team, and asked them to follow in. The stone forest was not big, and the end could be seen at a glance. Ling Yu waited at the entrance with confidence. Chang'e led soldiers of different combat strength into the stone forest. The surface of the outermost stone pillars was smooth, and the tops were damaged to varying degrees, but the heights were basically the same. Only 3 soldiers in this circle said that they felt the oppression mentioned by Lung Yu. As they continued to go in, the height difference of the stone pillars in the second circle began to increase. The shorter one was a full section shorter than the stone pillars in the first row. When they came here, more soldiers felt the oppression, and there were 15 people. After passing the second row of stone pillars, more than half of the soldiers felt that their combat power was suppressed. The number of stone pillars in this circle was obviously reduced. The stone pillars were all thick and short, only about 2 meters high. The soldiers with higher points could only see the top. They saw a deserted bird's nest on a pillar. The stone pillars in the fourth circle should perhaps be called stone statues. There are 9 of them, kneeling on the ground and praying, with their heads facing the middle to form a circle. The circle is the center of the stone forest. 5 thick and short stone pillars hold up a huge flat stone slab. The surface of these 5 stone pillars seems to have been engraved with some patterns. The shape of this place looks like an abandoned altar. Are you feeling unwell? Chang Yi looked at the stone slab in front of him and asked the person next to him. Yes, there is a force suppressing the fighting power in my body. Songgu's fighting power was a little weak, and he felt it when he came here. What about you? The fighting power is suppressed a lot, probably only the primary fighting power. The other warriors communicated with their companions and came to this conclusion. Yang Qianqian saw Chang Yi actually, crouching alone, lowered his head and drilled under the stone slab, and shouted in panic. Chang Yi! Danger! Come out quickly. Chang Yi, who heard the voice, looked up and carefully examined the bottom of the stone slab, waved her hand, and replied, Don't worry, I'm fine. There was a pentagram-like pattern on the bottom of the stone slab. Chang Yi traced it with her fingers bit by bit. The thick mud and plaster proved that it had been abandoned for a long time. There was no other discovery. She crouched and got out from the 2 stone pillars. Are you okay? You are too brave. As soon as she came out, Yang Qianqian criticized her. Chang Yi smiled and followed her muttering, turned around and explained to the soldiers who followed, This should be an abandoned altar. You feel that your combat power is suppressed because these stone pillars form a special magnetic field. Then why don't we destroy these stone pillars? Lin Jiang suggested while looking at the stone pillars around him. I don't recommend doing this. Chang Yi shook her head and refused. Now, apart from your combat power being suppressed, you don't feel any danger, which means that this place should not be used to actively attack people, but to protect something. If we destroy the stone pillars and break the balance, we might get into trouble. Her explanation made the soldiers, who wanted to take action, suppress their desire to take action. Lung Yu saw them standing there motionless outside and shouted at the top of his lungs, How are you? What's inside? The soldier conveyed Chang Yi's words. It's okay, we go to the front and take a look and come back. No, you can stop here, come back. Lung Yu ordered them to turn around and go back. It was too dangerous for them to go to a place that had never been explored before, with only 50 people. There was no way. Chang Yi could only look at the road in front of him, give up moving forward, take out the camera and take a few photos, and then lead them back from the original route to meet Lung Yu, who was waiting here. What did you find inside? Why was the combat power suppressed? Chang Yi explained to him and showed him the picture she had just taken. The magnetic field inside consumed a lot of energy, and the smarter instruments could not be used at all. These pictures were taken by her with antique instruments. It felt that her poverty in the past made her have tools that had been eliminated for many years. To take these pictures, she didn't even need a low-level energy stone, but she actually spent a whole intermediate energy stone to leave such a few pictures. They should have been taken away from here. Lung Yu pointed to one of the pictures and said, Chapter 179. Lu Ming talked about his doubts. The 2 teams that disappeared were not weak in strength, but no one escaped. This is also what I am puzzled about. I also know the people who led the Chang family this time. Among them, Chang Xing and others are high-level superpower warriors. They are not weak in combat power. Even if they cannot lead everyone to evacuate safely, it is not that no one escaped. Let the robot go and see. Lung Yu stared at the screen and made a suggestion. Lu Ming did not respond, but turned the screen to show them the screens of several other robots. This is the screen sent back by the previous batch of robots. The previous screens are basically the same, nothing special. After passing through the orchard, the screen began to become stuck and blurred, and the screen was simply black. After reading it, Lung Yu looked up at him and said, Is there a special magnetic field behind the forest? Although this is a question, He is basically certain in his heart that only a special magnetic field can cause this result. Yes. Lu Ming pointed at the black screen, looked up at Ling Yu, and then said, now we need someone to go and see the situation first. I go. Chang Yi raised her hand and volunteered. This was her purpose, and she had to go. It's so fun, I want to go too. An enthusiastic female voice came from behind them. The three turned around and looked at the owner of the voice, Qian. Chang Yi saw the face of the person who came, but still couldn't believe it. He didn't expect to see her here. Hi. Long time no see, baby. Did you miss me? With her usual smile, she gave Chang Yi a series of seductive eyes and heart-shaped gestures. She is a gifted teacher who signed up automatically. Lu Ming briefly explained her appearance. She was a gifted master of the second team. If she hadn't asked to participate, she wouldn't have been on this support mission. Lung Yu was not familiar with her, so it didn't matter to him which gifted master came with him. He nodded as a greeting and said in a businesslike manner, you two are too weak to go down. Turning his head to look at the picture on the display, he said to Lu Ming, I take someone to take a look. Okay, then you take 100 people down first. If the situation is not right, just go back. Lung Yu was the most suitable person to go down. The two of them were the strongest here, and his original plan was to let Lung Yu lead the team. The supplies had been prepared long ago. Once the team leader was decided, the vanguard team of 100 soldiers lined up neatly, and went down the ladder to the temporary camp on the ground. They followed the path provided by the robot, and entered from the orchard. According to the instructions on the map, they found the alien ape sleeping on the tree in the forest. Lung Yu observed the strange ape from a distance. In order not to alarm it, they moved lightly and took a detour. The team of 100 people passed by without making any noise. He led the team to continue through the orchard. After leaving the forest area, they began to enter the special magnetic field area. All the communicators began to freeze, and the images sent back by Lung Yu began to become distorted. After only 5 minutes, the screen was completely black and the connection was lost. This situation was within Lu Ming's expectations. He saw him methodically start to compare the previous images with the previous ones, and occasionally make marks on them. Although the display screen was already dark, Chang Yi's eyes were still fixed on it, without saying a word. For a moment, the only sound in the conference room was the sound of the equipment running. When seeing Lung Yu and his team appear on the screen again, Chang Yi couldn't help but shout excitedly, they're out. Lu Ming heard her voice, and turned to look at the display screen. Seeing that everyone reappeared in good condition, he smiled happily, and waved to inform the people below to prepare to welcome them. Lung Yu returned to the cabin with a stern face, and brought back a piece of news that was neither good nor bad. There is a stone forest behind the forest area. It's not dangerous, but it will affect the magnetic field. All equipment can't be used there. There are traces of them on the ground. This proves that our direction is correct. Lu Ming nodded after hearing his words, and called up the screen again. He made a stone forest behind the fruit forest according to his description, which was a sign that affected the energy equipment. Further ahead, I feel something suppressing my combat power. Lung Yu paused for a while, and said another very bad news. He was originally going to move forward, but felt the inexplicable sense of suppression. For safety reasons, he chose to turn around and go back. Suppress the combat power? Lu Ming looked up at him, and asked solemnly. Lung Yu looked serious and nodded slightly. He was sure that he was not wrong, although it was unreasonable. Once the combat power is formed, nothing can suppress the combat power of the warriors, not even large monsters. The difference in strength only makes the weaker party feel that the other party's combat power is stronger than itself. Lu Ming studied the picture sent back and forth, and looked up at them from time to time. After a moment, he stared at Chang Yi and said, Are you willing to go with me? I do. Chang Yi took a firm step forward and nodded in agreement. No, she. Lung Yu was interrupted by Lu Ming. You don't have to rush. I just want her to come with me to see if there will be any impact on the gifted masters. Seeing that Lung Yu's face was still full of disapproval, he continued, You follow, don't go too deep, just go to the stone forest you just arrived. Hearing that Chang Yi was going, Yang Qianqian also wanted to go with her. Chang Yi persuaded her twice but failed. She wanted them to help persuade her, but the other two wanted to have another gifted master to test, turned their heads, and pretended not to see, and didn't even persuade her. They had confirmed that there was no problem with the camp below. Lu Ming chose a good location and landed in a flying ship. The temporary house in the camp was well preserved, so they made a simple allocation and moved in directly. Lu Ming arranged the camp here. Lung Yu led the team to set off again, this time bringing Chang Yi and Yang Qianqian, two gifted masters with no combat power. Before setting off, Lingyu once again told them, "Don't run around, and follow us closely. Hold the energy gun in your hand, and be ready at all times." Chang'e opened the energy gun magazine with unfamiliar movements, checked it again, and after confirming that there was no problem, he installed it, and held it tightly in his hand. The two gifted masters were in the middle of the team, and were carried forward by the soldiers. This made it much easier. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at the orchard. The situation here was not much different from what they saw on the monitor. In the places where the fights took place, the scars on many dead tree stumps were repeatedly deepened, and it seemed that the battle was more intense than they thought. The strange ape seen on the screen was difficult to find in the field. I don't know if it left or was blocked by the dense branches in the forest. Time was urgent, and Chang'e only glanced at the surrounding environment, then turned his sight back and concentrated on keeping up with the pace of the soldiers. Chapter 180. From the photos taken by the recording device, it can be seen that there are many chaotic footprints on the ground, some of which are human and some are apes. The human footprints are concentrated in the middle, while the ape footprints are everywhere, in a disorderly manner. It is known that the stone forest inside suppresses the combat power according to the combat power level. The higher the combat power, the greater the suppression. On the contrary, the lower the combat power, the smaller the suppression. After reaching the center, all combat power will be suppressed back to the primary combat power. In addition, energy weapons can be used inside, but the consumption will be 10 times that of other places. After learning about these situations, Lingyu took them back to the camp. He needed to discuss the rescue plan with Lu Ming. According to the current situation, it is very likely that Shan Mufeng and his men are alive. The apes have a certain IQ. When there is plenty of food, they will hoard some of it as reserve food. In the temporary camp, Lu Ming had already led the team to search the temporary houses in this area. This place, as they imagined, was the base of the Chong family hunting team. Moreover, from the completeness of the camp, it can be seen that they were taken away directly after going out and never returned to the camp. After Lingyu came back, the two sides exchanged their information. Finally, they decided not to enter the forest today, but to stay in the camp overnight and enter together after dawn tomorrow. There were only 2 gifted masters accompanying this time. For safety reasons, they lived in the same house with Lu Ming and others. As soon as it started to get dark, Lu Ming urged them to go back to the room to rest. If they didn't, they would continue to stay outside. It was a quiet night. There was no night attack by the strange beasts they expected. The warriors stayed all night in vain. They gathered in the temporary meeting room at dawn. Did anything happen last night? Chang'e had not closed her eyes since she returned to her room yesterday. She would open the curtains from time to time, and only squinted for a while, when it was almost dawn. Lingyu held a piece of dried meat in his mouth, leaned against the back of the chair, closed his eyes, and rested. He had not closed his eyes all night. No, there was no movement at all. Lu Ming opened a map and pointed to the location behind the stone forest. "Leave a team in the camp, and the others will go in with us. Today, we will explore this location first. You stay in the camp." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang'e refused. "No, I want to go with you. The stone forest has no effect on me." She didn't want to wait in vain in the camp. Lingyu glanced at her lightly and said lightly, "We won't wait for you. I can keep up." She must go. Yang Qianqian hugged Chang'e's arm and said, "Wherever Bao is, I will be there. If you want to go, I have no objection, but you should know the rules yourself." Lu Ming stared at their faces and said something ugly in advance. "If you dare to make trouble and drag your feet when you go out, don't blame others for abandoning you." "Yes, I will catch up." Chang'e herself must go with them, but Yang Qianqian didn't have to, and persuaded again, "You stay here and wait for us?" "No, Bao, wherever you are, I will be there. You can't leave me alone again." Yang Qianqian's eyes were red as she said this. Chang'e couldn't handle her like this, so he had to say helplessly, "Then pay attention to your own safety." Pretentious? Lingyu looked at their sloppy energy, pouted, rolled his eyes, turned his head away from them, and discussed the exploration plan with Lu Ming. The support team sent out this time had 500 people, and General Chang'e gave an additional 100 people. The team of 600 people, 100 people were left to watch the house, and all the others set off together. Knowing in advance that the combat power was suppressed inside, they brought all the energy guns and energy liquids they could bring just in case, and Chang'e also sent a box of energy liquid extracted by himself. "This is what I extracted myself." Lu Ming took the standard energy liquid box without much concern, thinking to himself, "Can there be 10 in it? Genius masters like to show off, and a tube of energy liquid must be packed in a big box. Chang'e doesn't look like a person who likes to show off, but now it seems that they are the same. Just a few tubes of energy liquid, and they must give them in front of so many people before departure, for fear that others don't know. It seems that Shan Mufeng's wife is not very low-key. Leng Yu looked at the box in his hand from behind him, his eyes flickered. Chang'e seemed to have a good ability to extract energy liquid, and she gave him a lot of energy liquid every time. He looked up and asked Chang'e, "Is it full?" "Huh? What kind of question is this? Why is she holding such a big box? The box also needs interstellar coins." He nodded reflexively, "Full." After hearing what they said, Lu Ming took out the box that he was going to put away and opened it. The colorful energy liquid made him a little dizzy. Leng Yu reached out to help him close the box and casually reminded him, "Shut your mouth, it's embarrassing." "Okay." Lu Ming couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth, and he quickly put the box away. He had been fooled by those talent masters so many times, and now he met a talent master who didn't fool people, and he couldn't do it anymore. Following the path of yesterday, through the fruit forest and stone forest, following the footprints of the ape on the ground, they walked out of the stone forest. After stepping out of the stone forest, a clear stream appeared in front of him. Following the direction of the stream, the source should be on the high mountain in the east. From a distance, you can see a waterfall rushing down from the top of the mountain. The water volume of the waterfall is large and fast. The water mist splashed after falling is illuminated by light, forming a beautiful rainbow hanging in the mountain stream. The suppression has not disappeared. Leng Yu's face was a little ugly, and he hoped that this suppression would disappear after leaving the stone forest. Lu Ming looked at the detector in his hand that had no response at all, and his face was solemn. The signal has not been restored. Things did not go in their favorable direction. The team stopped by the river and didn't know whether to continue to move forward. The combat power suppression was too strong. Now, all of them are equivalent to only primary combat power. Hundreds of people can be killed by a random monster. There seems to be someone there. A soldier pointed to the mountain road turning by the waterfall and exclaimed. The place was a bit far away, and it was hard to see with the naked eye. They all took out their binoculars to see. Fortunately, even without installing additional energy, this thing could still play a basic role, just a closer observation distance. It's them, they are all still alive. Seeing the people on the mountain road clearly, they were exactly their target this time, and a soldier shouted excitedly. There are alien apes following behind. Lu Mingfa put down the binoculars, frowned, and whispered to Leng Yu. Yeah. Leng Yu responded, and he also looked at the alien ape, who was obviously in charge of the guard. The good news was that they were all still alive, and the bad news was that the entire mountain range might suppress their combat power. Are we going there now? Seeing people proved that the direction they were looking for was correct, but their combat power was still suppressed. Chang'e didn't know if they were still willing to move forward.